Chapter 1. A World Where Art Reigns Supreme. In 2 lifetimes, this was Lin Hao's first encounter with the Polynesian experience that was decidedly unwelcome, as he was escorted in by armed officers. Throughout the ordeal, he wore a bewildered expression, having just arrived in this new world and still grappling with the situation when handcuffs were placed on him, a shotgun pointed at his head, and he was unceremoniously marched into the police station. Seated in the interrogation room, Lin Hao stared wide-eyed at the police officer before him. Name? Lin Hao. Gender? Male. Occupation? Student. Why did you rob an armor truck? I didn't. I would never do such a thing. Stop making baseless accusations. While Lin Hao vehemently denied the charges, the officer struggled to suppress a laugh, though his training forbade it. Except, he couldn't help himself. What's so funny? Lin Hao snapped. It was bad enough to be caught in this mess. The officer's amusement felt heartless. Nothing, the officer quickly covered his mouth, regaining his composure. He genuinely believed Lin Hao's protestations who would attempt to rob an armored truck on an electric bike, unarmed. That would be akin to searching for something in a restroom with a lantern, utterly nonsensical, unless one were not quite right in the head. Nevertheless, the necessary procedures must be followed. Lin Hao was engulfed in frustration. After finally stepping up to do the right thing, he had inadvertently landed himself in this predicament. Truly, one must act within their limits. Yet, fate proved just good people are rewarded, and he was granted a second chance. After sifting through his memories, he realized he had arrived in a parallel world named Blue Star, which had diverged from its historical path since the Zhou dynasty, resulting in a markedly different trajectory. The decline of ritual and music never occurred. Thanks to the feudal system, the Zhou dynasty thrived, expanding its territories. With the continual advancement of science and technology, it naturally embarked on a path of colonization around 1840, unifying the world in a mere century. A global unification, 7 continents, 4 oceans. Lin Hao found himself in Central Continent. With sufficient resources, people began to understand etiquette. With ample food and clothing, they recognized honor and disgrace. In this world, having bid farewell to war, the populace lived in peace and prosperity, leading to a natural pursuit of spiritual fulfillment. Blue Star boasted a rich artistic atmosphere, culminating in 8 major art forms primarily influenced by Eastern culture: literature, music, dance, painting, sculpture, drama, architecture, and film. Art was the most esteemed domain of humanity in this realm. The original Lin Hao was a genuine prodigy, having consistently ranked first in his studies since enrollment. He gained admission into the prestigious Central Continent Art Academy with an impressive score, becoming the first top-tier university student in his village and family. Driven by his passion for music, he disregarded the counsel of family and teachers, perhaps a testament to his self-assurance, and resolutely applied for the composition department. However, he lacked talent in that arena. Coupled with ordinary family circumstances that couldn't provide financial support, artistry is costly as teachers and parents' advice stemmed from concern. Gradually, he faded into obscurity. After 3 years in university, Lin Hao still had nothing to show for his efforts, while his peers gained varying degrees of recognition, leaving him as mere background noise. No entertainment company showed interest in signing him. If this continued, he would graduate into unemployment, mired in gloom. What a stroke of misfortune. He had come to the city to collect a package, but distracted by his thoughts while riding his electric bike, he collided head-on with an armored truck transporting cash, and was immediately apprehended as a terrorist. The original Lin Hao, having neglected to wear a helmet and suffering a head injury, lost his life on the spot. Thus, Lin Hao arrived. Life is rife with surprises. No one knows when misfortune will strike. The original owner of this body did not wish to die, nor did Lin Hao desire to traverse into another realm. After finally graduating from graduate school and securing a decent job, he had yet to properly honor his parents, enjoy life, or experience romance. So many things remained unfulfilled. Yet now, it was too late to lament. There was no going back. He not only inherited the original's body, but also his memories. It was imperative to live well, earn what he could, and improve his family's circumstances. After 2 hours of interrogation, Lin Hao successfully proved he was not mentally ill and was ultimately released without charge. Upon exiting the police station, a woman rushed toward him. "Son," the woman was visibly agitated, even stammering, "if you need money, just tell me." Why on earth would you attempt to rob an armored truck? They could have sentenced you to death. Lin Hao felt a wave of frustration. Having absorbed the original's memories, he recognized her as his mother, Song Yume. Mom, I didn't rob the armored truck. If I had, would the police have let me go? It's all a misunderstanding. I'll explain everything at home. That's true, Song Yume realized, her concern having led her to overreact. If they were truly going to execute him, they wouldn't have released him. Let's go home, we'll make you steamed egg custard. Upon returning home, Lin Hao found himself lost in thought as he gazed into the mirror. A young, handsome face stared back at him, sharp brows, striking eyes, and a pair of bright, clear orbs that shimmered with vitality. He looked identical to himself. Could it be that divine beings truly exist? Once an atheist, the absurdity of his circumstances left him no choice but to believe. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Lin Hao's contemplation. Come in. As the door swung open, a delicate girl holding a yellow porcelain bowl appeared before him. This was his younger sister, Lin Shui. The original family consisted of 5 members. Father Lin Gang was a carpenter working in the county town. Mother Song Yume managed their small plot of land at home. His elder sister Lin Yu had graduated from university and was an intern editor at Luochuan Publishing Company in the city. Younger sister Lin Shui was a rising senior in high school. Although their life was not affluent, the family lived in harmony, a true embodiment of happiness. However, they remained unaware that the true Lin Hao had passed away. Alas, what a twist of fate. Brother, are you okay? Lin Shui asked with concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? Lin Hao chuckled, reaching out to pinch his sister's cheek playfully. Brother, I'm all grown up now, you can't pinch my face anymore. Lin Shui pouted, somewhat displeased. Lin Hao smiled slightly. It was not his intention to pinch, but simply a reflexive action of this Bodhi's long-standing memory. Yet, there was no need to explain. In his previous life, he had only an elder sister and envied those with younger siblings. Now he had both. Such gestures of affection between siblings were a delightful experience. To his surprise, the sensation was quite pleasant. The face of a 17-year-old girl, brimming with collagen. After exchanging a few words, the astute girl deduced that her brother had not intended to commit robbery, and the weight of worry lifted from her heart as she began to joke. You insisted on applying for the composition department. Now, look at you unemployed right after graduation. You might as well return home and farm with Mom. Farming? It was as if a keyword had triggered something in Lin Hao's mind, as a clear voice resonated within him. Blood test in progress. Genetic test in progress. Soul test in progress. Compatibility 100. Standards met, system binding in progress. A system? Lin Hao was not surprised. This was merely a standard feature for traversers. Thus, he remained calm, patiently awaiting the system to load. The slight upward curve of his lips, however, hinted at his elation. Chapter 2. The wind has risen. Though delayed, the system had finally arrived. If Lin Hao had felt any uncertainty about his future before, the system's emergence provided a much-needed sense of assurance. How could one lose when riding a dragon? Before long, that melodious voice echoed again in his mind. Loading complete happy farm system, binding successful. Hello, Lin Hao greeted, taking the initiative. Host, greetings. Congratulations on binding with the happy farm system. This system will strive to assist you in becoming the greatest artist. Farmer on Blue Star. You can communicate with this system through your thoughts. Understood. Lin Hao skillfully opened the system panel. Name, Lin Hao. Age, 22. Lifespan, 25. Farm, none farm points. 0 art prestige, 250 weight. Why am I only destined to live until 25? As if aware of Lin Hao's thoughts, a line of subtitles appeared. The original host's lifespan was only 22. Your arrival has altered this outcome, but due to the toll of traversing different worlds, the original lifespan of 60 years has been reduced to merely 3 years, added to this body. Unless something unexpected occurs, the host will meet an untimely demise at the age of 25. Is it possible to extend my lifespan? Lin Hao inquired urgently. Certainly. The host can earn farm points by completing tasks issued by the system, which can be exchanged for various items, including lifespan. There's hope then. Lin Hao felt relieved and promptly said, activate the beginner's gift pack. Perhaps due to Lin Hao's proficiency, the system seemed momentarily caught off guard, responding after a brief silence. The beginner's gift pack has been delivered to the warehouse. Open the warehouse. Lin Hao focused, and a virtual interface reminiscent of a game inventory appeared in his mind. The first slot contained 100 kilograms of premium fertilizer, which was easy to comprehend given the nature of the farm system. The second slot held an audio file. As the prelude of the song The Wind Rises played, memories flooded back to that summer of 2018. The title's meaning was vividly illustrative. His arrival was indeed a tempest of magnitude 8. Brother, what are you thinking about? The egg custard will get cold if you don't eat it soon. Noticing Lin Hao lost in thought, Lin Shui playfully pinched his cheek. Unaware of the distraction, Lin Hao snapped back to reality, accepting the egg custard and reminiscing about the moments spent with his sister. The siblings had gentle temperaments, and with a 4-year age difference, they had never quarreled, maintaining a close relationship throughout their lives. The egg custard, sweetened with sugar, was delightful. After taking a bite, Lin Hao casually asked, as school starts, you'll be in your senior year. I'm not worried about your grades, but have you decided which university to apply to? His sister consistently ranked among the top 3 in her class. Xianxia Academy of Arts, Lin Shui replied, softly yet resolutely. Lin Hao was not surprised his sister had always looked up to him and aspired to attend the same university. However, unlike him, his sister had a passion for painting. After bidding farewell to his sister, Lin Hao began to delve into the system. The system's functions were straightforward. Sell products generated by the farm to earn money, which could be converted into farm points. Farm points could be exchanged for a plethora of items, including fruits, vegetables, seeds, animal offspring, music, novels, and artworks. The more he explored, the more perplexed he became. System, aren't you a happy farm system? Why are there so many exchangeable items related to art? What? Is it not acceptable for this system to cherish art? Among countless systems, I am the one with the most artistic flair. Quite proud of itself, isn't it? Lin Hao thought, isn't that just a sign of being unproductive? The system seemed slightly displeased with Lin Hao's sarcasm and clarified, host, art prestige is far more valuable than you realize. Reaching new tiers will yield substantial rewards. Rewards? Lin Hao became intrigued and began to examine the song. The Wind Rises is a widely popular piece on Earth, and although it faced numerous controversies over plagiarism, its excellence cannot be denied. As the original host was a composition student at the premier art academy of Blue Star, Lin Hao, inheriting the original host's memories, possessed a solid foundation in music. Equipped with the ability to analyze music, coupled with the system providing the melody and lyrics, Lin Hao found himself increasingly astounded. The brilliance of song lies not merely in its difficulty or elegance, but in its power to resonate with the human heart. And The Wind Rises encapsulated this essence, singing of youth, memories, and regrets. This song is destined for success. Lin Hao ultimately reached a conclusion. However, to publish music, he first needed to record it in a studio. Lacking connections, he could only rely on the public facilities at his school. Yet, with summer vacation still in full swing, he had a month before classes resumed. Lin Hao quelled his excitement. After all, compared to releasing a song, establishing a farm was paramount. The more points he accumulated during the summer, the more works he could exchange for. Moreover, farm points were intrinsically linked to his lifespan. Yet this all hinged on one crucial factor. He needed a farm, at the very least, a piece of land. The system, perceptive to Lin Hao's contemplation, aptly reminded him, 2 conditions must be met for the farm's output to be effective. First, the farm must belong to the host. Second, the host must have dominion over the farm. Lin Hao nodded. The family owned 5 acres of mountainous land, primarily planted with fruit trees, which serve as a significant source of income for the Lin family. However, to gain control, he would need to have an earnest discussion with his parents. Setting that aside, could he improve his family's living conditions solely on his own? Unlike others, Lin Hao's greatest advantage was his second chance at life, possessing the knowledge of 5,000 years of splendid civilization from Earth. But how could he turn that into profit? Especially the initial capital, which was crucial. Lin Hao fell into deep thought. He ruled out computing the technology in this world was far more advanced than in his previous life, dominated by Eastern culture, with programming languages primarily in Chinese. The skills he learned in his past life were of no use here. Moreover, having been granted a second chance, he was determined not to become a beleaguered programmer again. No more balding on my watch. As for stocks and business ventures, he was just an ordinary person with no experience. Considering the esteemed position of art in this world, Becoming a courier for artistic works seemed a plausible path, transporting masterpieces from Earth to Blue Star. Music? He couldn't sing a complete song, let alone transcribe it. Pass. As for painting, he only knew some basic sketching, not enough to make a mark. Dancing? His limbs were utterly uncoordinated. After dismissing various options, only one remained: literature. Without needing to recreate world classics, he had a general idea of some popular online novels. He decided to take action. Lin Hao's sister, Lin Yu, was an editor at a publishing house, and having been influenced by her, he had some understanding of the novel industry. The two most popular novel platforms on Blue Star were Zhongdian and Zidamato. Zhongdian was the largest paid platform, while Zidamato was the largest free platform, representing the pinnacle of both domains. Considering his status as a newcomer, Lin Hao decisively chose Zidamato. This platform was notably friendly to newcomers, with robotic editors utilizing intelligent algorithms for recommendations. As long as the quality was sufficient, failure was unlikely. Lin Hao downloaded the author assistant and prepared to register an account. What pen name should he choose? This was the first step to becoming a writer. However, being utterly inept at naming, it was a particularly vexing challenge for Lin Hao. Yet, he couldn't be too casual. A good pen name could enhance the influence and promotional effectiveness of his work. At that moment, a flash of yellow caught his eye in the corner. A potato? Lin Hao suddenly recalled a prominent figure whose pen name was quite catchy, highly conducive to dissemination. But now it was his. 5 minutes later, Lin Hao completed his account creation. Crazy Potato. Below was his signature. In my past life, I failed and starved to death beneath a bridge. Having been reborn, I vow to reclaim everything that belongs to me. Crazy may be hard to grasp, but soon the people of Blue Star would come to understand. A potato is a common food, while other authors might choose names that exude arrogance. A simple and relatable term would leave a positive impression and facilitate spread. The combination of the two words rolled off the tongue beautifully. Perfect. With preparations complete, he was ready to begin his literary journey. However, before that, he needed to research the market and discover what Blue Star readers favored. Chapter 3. The failure of free writing. Lin Hao opened the male-oriented reading rankings. The novel currently occupying the top position was a martial arts story titled The World's Greatest. Authored by Muzi Li, a distinguished writer from Tomato. The protagonist, having fallen from a cliff, acquires extraordinary skills, enabling him to conquer heaven, earth, and even the air, leaving readers exhilarated with a staggering 2 million in readership. This number astonished Lin Hao, but he quickly rationalized that in the globally unified realm of Blue Star, a larger audience was quite normal. In second place was a detective novel, Detective Li Yuanfang, penned by the first detective, also a celebrated Tomato author. It recounted a series of intricate case-solving adventures, with a protagonist engaged in a battle of wits and courage against villains, maintaining a tightly woven plot with no dips in intelligence, boasting an audience of 18 million. The third rank was held by a science fiction tale, Robot Alliance, authored by Po Bai Run, another esteemed writer. The narrative revolved around robots rebelling against humanity, forming an alliance to wage war against the human faction, featuring grand spectacles and a robust storyline, with 15 million readers. As Lin Hao continued to peruse the rankings, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. The novels listed were undeniably captivating, with plots rife with twists and turns, yet the formulas employed felt excessively cliché, remaining stagnant at a rudimentary level. The martial art genre adhered to a monotonous trope of entire families being annihilated, followed by the protagonist mastering mystical skills to exact revenge, an endless cycle of bloodshed. Urban narratives were rife with domineering CEOs, schoolflower bodyguards, returning war gods, and miraculous healers, where protagonists incessantly accumulated harem members, culminating in endings where numerous female characters coexisted harmoniously. The fantasy genre lingered at the level of the Xianxia series, devoid of innovative streams such as mortal tales, primordial epics, or cultivation narratives. Science fiction merely showcased conflicts between robots and humanity, lacking even the fundamental concept of Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. Despite these seemingly stale and somewhat tedious novels dominating the website's forefront, readers were thoroughly entertained. It appeared that, for various reasons, The literary landscape of Blue Star was not thriving. This, however, was fortuitous for Lin Hao. As a mere porter, his offerings could not compete with the originals. Initially apprehensive about failure, he now felt reassured. If his competitors were these, it would be a mere matter of a dimensional strike. Simply presenting fresh narratives would surely attract attention. What genre to choose? The top 3 rankings, martial arts, detective, and science fiction, required a considerable knowledge base that he lacked for effective adaptation. Ultimately, Lin Hao settled on fantasy. The fantasy genre in Blue Star was relatively niche, still rooted in antiquated concepts, distinguished from martial arts by its inclusion of multiple treasure elements. Yet Lin Hao understood that the essence of fantasy lay in the thrill of progression. Thus, even in its obscurity, he was unconcerned about failure. Come forth. Battle power. Level 3. A classic opening line. When one mentions Do, the phrase that springs to mind is 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Do epitomized the pinnacle of the waste material and annulment trope, skyrocketing to fame upon its release, amassing over 70,000 subscriptions and breaking multiple platform records. Lin Hao vividly recalled his middle school days when a single book was torn into dozens of pieces, circulating fervently among classmates, as if enchanted, captivating readers utterly. Even more astonishing, the Do intellectual property continued to thrive for over a decade, subsequently adapted into anime, films, and television series, maintaining high popularity even before Lin Hao's crossing. This exemplified its exceptional quality. Lin Hao was confident that this book could achieve remarkable success on Blue Star. However, just as he prepared to type, he found all memories of the novel blurring in his mind. System, what is happening? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, suspecting the system was up to mischief. What do you mean by mischief? The system retorted, displeased. This is the fundamental rule of parallel worlds. To transport between 2 realms, a price must be paid, namely farm points. Well then, the attempt to ride for free had failed. Unexpected yet anticipated. Though reluctant, Lin Hao had no choice but to abide by the rules. After much deliberation, matters returned to square one. Only by unlocking opportunities on the farm could he embark on his literary endeavors. Most importantly, the points were tied to his lifespan. Lin Hao found himself restless. Thus, he exited his room and made his way toward the mountains. Linshan village nestled against the mountains, with each household allocated several acres of hillside. It sounded grand. Who would mountain? Yet, in reality, the terrain was rugged and unsuitable for grain cultivation, only allowing for the growth of vegetables and fruits. After a year of laboring over 5 acres, one might earn only a few thousand yuan. Lin Hao's family was currently cultivating watermelons for the season. His purpose for this excursion was to assess the future farm to devise a plan. It was now 4:30 in the afternoon. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the earth like a furnace. In no time, his clothes clung to him, making him quite uncomfortable. Half an hour later, Lin Hao arrived at his destination. He saw comrade Song Yumei carrying a watermelon toward the shed. With watermelon merchants visiting the village for harvest, she had been busy in the fields all day. Mom, Lin Hao called out. Song Yumei set down the watermelon, turned, and expressed concern. Son, why are you here? You should rest. Your health isn't fully restored. Let me help you. Lin Hao donned a straw hat and strode directly toward the watermelon field. Mom, I'm fine. He wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. Being out in the sun can be refreshing. If we work together, we can return home for dinner sooner. Song Yumei fell silent, but worked even harder. By 5:30, they had inspected the entire field. They harvested a total of 45 watermelons, each weighing over 10 pounds. Lin Hao gazed at them enviously, thinking how, if these acres belonged to him, he could amass a considerable number of points. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's intense psychological need detected, triggering the first task. Following this, several lines of shimmering blue text materialized in Lin Hao's mind. Task name: The Watermelon Farmer's Trial. Task content: Own a piece of land belonging to oneself and personally sell watermelons worth over 500 yuan. Task reward: a seed packet of cabbage, a seed packet of radish, and the novel Do Put Song Xiong. Chapter 4. Are your watermelons ripe? The task arrived rather unexpectedly, yet Lin Hao was not surprised. Could a system that refrains from issuing tasks still be considered a system? What delighted Lin Hao was the system's thoughtfulness in directly including dopa as a reward. See, this is what one calls initiative. Lin Hao began to contemplate the feasibility of the task, setting aside the possession of a plot of land. The requirement for him to personally sell the watermelons posed a considerable challenge. Watermelons were retailing at 50 cents per pound. To earn 500 yuan, he would need to sell 1,000 pounds. Assuming each watermelon weighed around 10 pounds, he would need to sell approximately 100 of them. What would happen if he failed the task? Lin Hao wondered, would there be any punishment, perhaps even the erasure of the host? No. The system's response was resolute. System's first principle, never harm the host. That was reassuring. This answer put Lin Hao at ease. Upon returning home, Comrade Song Yumei washed her face and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Lin Hao hurried to the bathroom, feeling uncomfortable with his sticky state. By the time he emerged from his shower, the aroma of food had permeated the entire yard. The Lin family resided in a conventional two-story house, each floor housing 3 rooms, the main room, an east room, and a west room, along with a spacious courtyard. The kitchen was situated in a separate structure within the yard. The bathroom and toilet were combined, located in the southeastern corner of the yard. The overall area was quite expansive, a common trait in rural areas where land is inexpensive. At 6 o'clock, Lin's father returned from the city. Lin Shan village was not isolated from the world, but was perched on the edge of the Baiyun Mountain, with an asphalt road connecting the village directly to the county town. The family owned 2 modes of transportation, a Mai 2-wheeled electric scooter and a Diyun 3-wheeled vehicle. Lin's father favored the Mai scooter, commuting daily. Be careful next time you head out, he advised, a man of few words who, upon learning of Lin Hao's encounter with an armored vehicle, merely offered a brief warning. Yet, Lin Hao understood that his father cared deeply, albeit in a reserved manner, embodying the traditional image of a Chinese father, introverted yet profound. After dinner, Lin Hao convened a family meeting in the main room, a tradition in the Lin household whenever significant matters arose. Son, what is the matter? Song Yumei inquired. Lin Hao hesitated briefly before calmly stating, Dad, Mom, I wish to cultivate our several acres of mountain land. A profound silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could have been heard. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of it. Ultimately, it was Lin Shui who spoke up. Brother, haven't you always complained about farming being dirty and laborious? Why the sudden change of heart? Indeed, son, Song Yumei echoed. You experienced today how arduous farming is. Haven't you always yearned for life beyond this village? You finally managed to step outside, so why return? Her voice grew increasingly anxious. Mom, I don't intend to stay in the village, Lin Hao clarified. My classmates' parents work at the Agricultural Research Institute and gifted me some top-tier seeds for cabbage and radishes, which are beneficial for health. I was thinking of planting them on the mountain in the latter half of the year. To persuade his parents, Lin Hao found it necessary to tell a small fib. Upon hearing this, Song Yumei sighed in relief. You child, you need to articulate your thoughts more clearly. You made me worry for you. It's no big deal. When the seeds arrive, just hand them to me, and you needn't concern yourself with the rest. It must be according to my plan, Lin Hao insisted, fearing the system's judgment of failure. Absolutely fine, Song Yumei readily agreed, completely unaware of her son's true intentions. Lin's father had no objections either. Thus, Lin Hao effortlessly acquired his first plot of land. Once his parents departed, Lin Shui approached him, her beautiful eyes glinting with suspicion. Brother, why do I feel like you have ulterior motives? Share with me. I won't tell anyone. Of course not, Lin Hao replied, pushing his sister away. Have you finished your homework? Stop daydreaming all day. Do you want me to buy you a few more sets of 5-3 books? If you want say, then I want ask, Lin Shui retorted, leaving with a pout. The following day, at 5 in the morning, before the sun had fully risen and only a hint of dawn illuminated the horizon, Lin Hao awoke from his slumber. He was to sell watermelons in the county today. Both loading and traveling required time, and he rose early to avoid the scorching sun. After a quick wash, he grabbed a bit of bread, filled his large water bottle, and hurriedly left home. The three-wheeler was fully charged, and Lin Hao deftly unplugged the charger, hopped onto the seat, and zoomed off. Riding was far swifter than walking. The cool breeze on his face soon ushered him to the watermelon shed. Round, glistening watermelons were neatly arranged on the ground. Lin Hao carefully selected the ripest and largest ones, gingerly loading them onto the three-wheeler. With everything prepared, he mounted his vehicle once more and set off towards the county town. An hour later, Lin Hao arrived, parking his vehicle next to a bus stop. This spot, bustling with foot traffic and offering shelter from the sun, was prime for setting up a stall. He produced a piece of cardboard and, using a marker, boldly inscribed, "Watermelons, 50 cents per pound." Standing beside his stall, he began to wait patiently. Before long, a morning exerciser stopped by, a breakfast in hand, humming a tune. "Young man, how much are your melons?" 50 cents, Lin Hao replied. The man picked up a watermelon, gave it a gentle pat, unable to discern its quality, and inquired, "Are your watermelons ripe?" Lin Hao felt a shiver down his spine. Why did he suddenly feel a chill? His demeanor turned enthusiastic as he smiled broadly. "Absolutely ripe. All homegrown. If they aren't sweet, you needn't pay." The man appeared satisfied with this answer, promptly requesting Lin Hao to select 2 for him. After settling the payment, he resumed his cheerful humming, leaving Lin Hao brimming with confidence, eager to embark on his venture. However, the following hours proved less fruitful. By 7 o'clock, a rival seller arrived, a robust man who had brought an entire truckload of watermelons. Consequently, nearly all passers-by were drawn to the truck. Throughout the morning, Lin Hao managed to sell only 12 watermelons, leaving him disheartened. "Young man," the watermelon vendor approached, "your selling method isn't effective. Even fine wine fears a deep alley. You need to shout louder." Sensing that Lin Hao posed no real threat, the vendor generously shared his insights and even taught him a few slogans. Curious, Lin Hao asked, "Why don't you shout then?" The vendor patted the truck's hood, boasting, "I'm not bragging. With this truck parked here, I'm never short of business. That strength, that presence." Lin Hao nodded in understanding. More is indeed better. Bigger is certainly more appealing. This truth was not difficult to grasp. As a small-scale entrepreneur, he would have to compensate through other means. Thus, he swiftly put the vendor's advice into practice, calling out, "Watermelons, 50 cents per pound. Homegrown watermelons. If they aren't sweet, you needn't pay. Don't miss out." Freshly picked from the field. To his surprise, after a short while of shouting, a customer arrived. An experienced woman expertly selected 2 watermelons. "Young man, weigh these for me." "Certainly," Lin Hao replied, taking the old-fashioned scale from home to weigh them. "That will be 21 pounds. 10 yuan will suffice." The elderly lady beamed with delight, exclaiming, "You, my dear, are quite honest." The traditional balance scale operates on the principle of leverage. When a weight on the right side is elevated, the customer enjoys a small benefit. When Lin Hao weighed the melons earlier, the right side was notably raised, and he even rounded down the price. He might just be the most conscientious capitalist in the world. Consequently, as the lady departed, she turned back multiple times and even expressed a desire to introduce a partner to him, leaving Lin Hao somewhat flustered. Could it be that the uncle's advice was indeed infallible? The uncle approached, eager to take credit, commenting, "Yet you still lack a bit of boldness. You seem somewhat restrained." Lin Hao paused, bewildered. His throat felt as though it might shatter from shouting, and yet he was considered restrained? Suppressing his inner confusion, Lin Hao purchased a chilled beverage from a nearby shop as a token of gratitude. "Uncle, thank you. Please have some water." "Well done." The uncle gave a thumbs up, his face beaming with joy. As time progressed, ever since he began calling out to the crowd, a steady stream of customers arrived to purchase melons. The only drawback was the toll it took on his voice. However, if this pace continued, he held hope of completing his task for the day. Lin Hao was filled with determination. Just then, a voice rang out unexpectedly. "Lin Hao." He turned his head to find 2 youthful and radiant young women, their faces filled with surprise beneath the shade of their parasol. Man, I told you I wasn't mistaken. Lin Hao, what brings you here selling watermelons?" Chapter 5. The release of dope. Lin Hao reminisced for a moment. The girl with a slightly baby-faced appearance on the left was named Lily, while the taller one on the right was Meng Man. Both were his high school classmates. It had been a long time since they last met. Lin Hao greeted them. Long time no see, Meng Man Man replied softly, her eyes sparkling. This is our first meeting since graduation. You haven't attended any of the class reunions. Li Lily exclaimed enthusiastically. As a talented composer from the Central Conservatory of Music, Lin Hao, what is your stage name? Let us witness your masterpieces. Faced with the expectations of the two girls, Lin Hao calmly responded, I am just an ordinary student. I have no notable works. I don't believe it. Who in Luoqing No. 1 High School doesn't know that you, Lin Hao, are destined to be a music prodigy? Li Lily said, disbelief etched on her face as she raised her right hand and vowed, just tell us. I swear I won't tell anyone. Lin Hao sighed. In this day and age, even when one speaks the truth, no one believes it. Clearing his throat, as the atmosphere grew awkward, Meng Man Man gently interjected, all right, Lily. Everyone has their privacy. Let's not pry too deeply. Fine, the girl said, somewhat dejected. Ultimately, they each bought a watermelon and departed. After walking some distance, Li Lily sighed, Man, why do you think Lin Hao is unwilling to share his stage name with us? Perhaps he was speaking the truth. He really has no remarkable works, Meng Man Man reflected, her mood becoming somewhat complex as she recalled his calm gaze. Li Lily's spirits fell further. I never imagined that the boy I secretly admired in high school would end up reduced to selling watermelons. Indeed, Meng Man Man lamented. Someone we once looked up to now appears to have lost his luster. Apart from his looks, he seems rather ordinary. A sense of resignation suddenly washed over the girl. Lin Hao, of course, remained oblivious to the girl's discussion about him, nor did he care. He was currently reveling in the joy of selling watermelons. The melons he had brought in the morning had sold out, and he had returned home for another load. Just 200 more yuan, and his task would be complete. As Lin Hao pondered this, a familiar voice echoed nearby. How good? Lin Hao looked up to see a bronze-faced figure. Bozy, he instinctively called out. This sturdy, cheerful young man was Lin Wenbo, his childhood friend and classmate from elementary through high school, his true brother. What brings you here? Lin Hao asked curiously. Unlike Lin Hao, Lin Wenbo did not perform well academically and did not attend university. Instead, he helped his father manage their family's contracted pond. Check the class group, Lin Wenbo said, his expression filled with indignation. Who upset you? Lin Hao pulled out his smartphone and opened the messaging app Feishin, one of the most popular communication platforms in the Blue Star. After skimming through the messages, Lin Hao felt no stir of emotion. It's all that scheming Meng Man Man's fault. Lin Wenbo fumed. She said in the group that you were selling watermelons at the station and even encouraged everyone to come buy from you. I think she means to make a joke out of you. Lin Hao replied calmly. She didn't lie. I am indeed selling watermelons. Oh, come on. Can't you see what she wrote? It's so hot, and poor Lin Hao is working so hard. Everyone, please help him out, with that sarcastic tone, like a green tea bitch. Ugh, disgusting. Lin Hao understood all too well. People often derive a strange satisfaction from seeing those who excel suffer misfortune, thus experiencing a perverse pleasure. Most of their classmates were like that. Seeing Lin Wenbo ranting endlessly, Lin Hao found it both amusing and exasperating, so he shifted his attention. If you're free, could you only shout out? No problem, leave it to me. Lin Wenbo nodded, then asked curiously, how go? What made you start selling watermelons all of a sudden? I had some free time, so I'm selling just this once, Lin Hao replied casually. Without a second thought, Lin Wenbo began to shout. Watermelons for sale. Authentic 8424 watermelons, incredibly sweet. The loud proclamation startled Lin Hao. After glancing around, he whispered, Bozy, these aren't actually 8424. Who cares? Lin Wenbo shrugged. It's a popular name, people love it. Besides, our watermelons are good too. We're selling this once, it's not a scam. Let us sell out quickly and then go home for some beer and barbecue. What a delight. Watermelons for sale. Authentic 8424 watermelons, incredibly sweet. Passers-by, don't miss out. Authentic 8424 watermelons, 50 cents a pound. Lin Wenbo's booming voice quickly attracted a crowd. Young man, is this really 8,424? An elderly man asked. Of course. Lin Wenbo replied earnestly, just brought it in from Chongming Island. Look at this pattern, listen to this sound, buy with confidence. If it's not sweet, you don't have to pay. Then give me two, said another. I only buy 8424. I don't like any other kinds. I want 5. Load them onto the car. I'll take 3. Lin Hao was left dumbfounded. In every situation, comparisons can be daunting. He realized why the uncle had said he couldn't let go. In front of Lin Wenbo, he felt as inexperienced as a rookie. In just half an hour, all the watermelons sold out. Since Lin Wenbo was only responsible for shouting, it didn't impede the completion of Lin Hao's task. 10 minutes prior, a delightful notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the trial of the watermelon farmer. Rewards have been issued to your inventory. Please check. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. However, he did not rush to check the rewards, planning to study them later in the evening. How was that? Lin Wenbo raised an eyebrow, self-satisfied. With me here, 1 is as good as 2. Fantastic. Lin Hao praised. Let us wrap up and head home. As evening fell, in the Lin family courtyard, Lin Hao, Lin Shui, and Lin Wenbo formed a circle with an array of cooked dishes, cold dishes, and grilled skewers before them. Come, let us raise our glasses, Lin Hao declared, holding up a beer, to celebrate the successful sale of watermelons today. Cheers! Cheers! They echoed. Lin Hao turned to Lin Shui, frowning. Children are not allowed to drink alcohol. I just want to taste a little, she pouted. No. Lin Shui pressed her lips together, casting a pleading glance at Lin Wenbo. He shrugged helplessly. In the end, under Lin the Great's insistence, Lin Shui obediently swapped her beer for a calcium AD drink. Summer, barbecues, and beer are an exquisite combination, and the dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy. At 7 o'clock, Lin Hao sat at his computer, opening the tomato website. The system's rewards were remarkable. The book Dopa felt as if it were inscribed in his mind, having undergone a meticulous refinement. It's worth noting that when Tudo originally penned this book, his writing prowess hadn't reached its zenith, leading to many plot points and settings being criticized by countless readers. However, the version in Lin Hao's mind had been carefully polished, addressing many of the flaws and inconsistencies that had been pointed out by others. Whether it was character development, the progression of the narrative, or the construction of the world, it surpassed the original work. Furthermore, unnecessary plots had been excised, condensing the entire tale to a mere 4 million words. It could be said to be the most perfect version of Dopa. With an earnest expression, Lin Hao's fingers danced across the keyboard with the elegance of a pianist, his previous coding experience proving invaluable at this moment. Lines of text swiftly materialized on the screen. Lin Hao, filled with determination, typed fervently, producing a remarkable 80,000 words before finally pausing. Gazing at the clock, Lin Hao realized, almost unconsciously, that it was already 3 in the morning. A subtle smile graced his lips. With an impressive output of 10,000 words per hour, it was evident that his typing speed was exceptional. This, however, was largely thanks to the system providing him with the manuscript. Generally speaking, the speed at which authors write is often influenced not by their typing speed, but rather by the rapidity of their thoughts. When a mind struggles to keep pace with the unfolding narrative, writing can become laborious, sometimes even leading to writer's block. Yet, Lin Hao needed not to ponder. He merely had to function as an unfeeling machine for transcription. Thus, his speed was remarkable. After a thorough review, the signing and recommendations were executed seamlessly. Dopa was officially launched. Chapter 6, A Ripple Effect. Zhang Wei, a seasoned bibliophile with a decade of experience, found himself in an unusual state of emotional turmoil after finishing a novel. Restlessly lying in bed, he was unable to sleep. In search of distraction, he opened the Tomato app once more, only to find himself disillusioned by the rankings, unable to discover a novel that piqued his interest. Everything seemed bland and uninviting. He was acutely aware that the lingering aftertaste of the previous book was the culprit behind his discontent. Yet, this did not deter him from voicing his frustrations. Damn these hack authors. Their writing is abysmal, and yet they shamelessly beg for gifts, only seeking to line their pockets. Do these so-called authors possess any sense of logic? Can they truly forgive a vendetta as grave as a father-esque murder? Such cliché plots treat readers as fools. He cursed vehemently as he prepared to switch applications. His gaze was caught by an intriguing title, Fighting the Heavens? How audacious! Curiosity compelled him to delve deeper. Upon entering, He was surprised to see it categorized as fantasy, a niche genre that still attracted writers. Driven by intrigue, he read the synopsis: a world governed by combat energy, devoid of fanciful magic, fighters, masters, emperors of combat, a fresh system of hierarchical settings. Xianxia's spirits lifted as he continued to read. The narrative introduced a fallen genius facing ridicule during a family strength assessment. Those who ascended mocked those who descended. This incited a sense of indignation within Xianxia, who often immersed himself in the protagonist's identity. He was filled with questions. Just how exceptional was the once prominent Xianxia? Why, with a patriarch as the clan leader, had he faced such derision? Did Xiao sooner harbor feelings for the protagonist? With these queries in mind, Xianxia turned to the second chapter. The second chapter revealed the protagonist to be a transmigrator, a commonplace trope in Blue Star novels, hardly remarkable. This was swiftly followed by an introduction to the realm of combat energy, techniques, skills, and abilities. The grandeur of the world-building was a stark departure from traditional martial arts narratives, leaving Xianxia in awe. His curiosity soared to unprecedented heights, for he had never before been so captivated by a fantasy novel. As the plot progressed, he witnessed the formidable Yunlan sect's intervention and the engagement cancellation by Nalan Yanran. Immersed in the protagonist's perspective, Xianxia felt a profound sense of humiliation, accompanied by a tumultuous mix of anger and resentment. These emotions culminated in a powerful moment when Xianxia proclaimed, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Xianxia's excitement reached a fever pitch as he slapped the bed, his face flushed with exhilaration. Following this, the narrative escalated with a dramatic annulment of the marriage contract and a 3-year agreement. Yet, a shadow of concern loomed over Xianxia. Nalan Yanran, a formidable fighter with immense talent backed by the Yunlan sect, posed a significant challenge to Xianxia, who had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. How could such a vast chasm of disparity be bridged? He pressed on, intrigued by the appearance of the enigmatic medicine elder, a character unlike any he had encountered in Blue Star literature. The unfolding events, from acquiring black iron fragments to learning advanced techniques, created a tightly woven tapestry of interconnected plots. The pacing remained brisk, immersing Xianxia in a thrilling adventure. With each turn of the page, he witnessed the protagonist's growth and evolution. Beyond the gripping storyline, the author's prose was exceptional. Whether depicting intense battle scenes or delicate emotional exchanges, the vivid descriptions transported Xianxia into the heart of the narrative, allowing him to feel the protagonist's struggles and transformations. However, just as the plot reached a crescendo, it abruptly halted. What? Is that all there is? He lamented. If I am to be punished, let it be by the heavens, not by the cruelties of a promising novel. Xianxia felt a sense of incompletion. The Tomato app typically allowed for an 8,000-word validation process, lasting 7 days, with most authors adhering to a daily update of 4,000 words. When would he be able to indulge in the story uninterrupted? The thought of sleep eluded him, as images from the novel danced in his mind. In a moment of inspiration, he hastily crafted a message. Brothers, I've discovered an extraordinarily captivating novel. Search for Fighting the Heavens on the Tomato app. Trust my recommendation. It's the best novel ever. Go read it. He proceeded to share this across various reader groups, clever enough to withhold the genre, knowing that few readers cared for fantasy, often dismissing it as lacking quality. With a sly smile, he concluded, if I can't sleep, neither shall you. As a seasoned office worker, Xianxia was active in numerous chat groups, known for his discerning taste. Even when he encountered a book that satisfied him, his reviews remained tepid. It's all right, decent enough, somewhat readable. Thus, one could only imagine how extraordinary the book he passionately promoted must be. Curiosity piqued among his group members. They hastily opened the Tomato app to search for Fighting the Heavens. Captivated by its allure, they were drawn into its pages. Half an hour later, the discussion exploded in the reader groups. Wow, what an incredible book. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. This is the most explosive statement of the year. I'm changing my signature to reflect this. The concepts of combat energy, techniques, and the role of alchemists. These novel ideas suggested that the 80,000 words merely scratched the surface. Many speculated that the author, Crazy Potato, was a newly registered account. But the narrative quality was undeniably top tier. Surely not the work of an anonymous master in disguise. Night owls, brimming with excitement, began sharing their insights. Some called upon friends, tagging them incessantly. Others spread the word far and wide, lavishing praise upon the novel. Many reread passages, dissecting the details. Similar scenes unfolded across blogs, forums, and social media. As discussions and commendations for this work proliferated, the fervor ignited by Fighting the Heavens surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through the online literary community. Reviews and analyses flooded in, as readers' enthusiasm ignited a collective celebration. Fighting the Heavens had truly exploded. Chapter 7. A surge of points the following day. Lin Hao woke to find it was already noon. After a brief wash, he gazed into the mirror, noticing the faint dark circles under his eyes. With a sigh, he muttered to himself, "If I continue to stay up late, I shall become a mere dog." Upon opening his phone, he was greeted by a barrage of notifications. A glance revealed they were all from Tomato, most likely related to Dopa. Lin Hao felt a sense of anticipation. Although he had confidence in Dopa, only by witnessing the results firsthand could he truly relax. He had verified the data at 3 in the morning, and the results would only be available by noon the next day, so he could only gauge its success through updates and comments. Entering Tomato, Lin Hao clicked on the novel and scrolled to the last page. A staggering 10,000 requests for updates. 5,000 reviews. Lin Hao was taken aback. The results were not just satisfactory, they were exceptional. It is vital to note that the verification period is intended to define the reader base, akin to a small-scale debut. Typically, there are only a few hundred reads, with only the best reaching 1,000. Of course, this excludes established authors with a strong fan base. Lin Hao's numbers surpassed even those of average renowned authors. With 10,000 requests for updates, the readership would undoubtedly be even higher, as there will always be some who cannot finish in one go. Moreover, this was merely the first day of verification. It was likely that readers were promoting the book across various platforms. All was well. Lin Hao perused the reviews. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Protect the best Xianxia. One reader expressed that, despite generally disliking fantasy, they opened the book on a whim due to a friend's strong recommendation and were profoundly impressed. The story began with a fallen genius, followed by a probable return of the Dragon King. However, unlike other formulaic narratives, Dopa did not evoke any embarrassment. Every time Xianxia grew stronger, the reader felt joyful, realizing they had fallen in love with fantasy. The new system was remarkable, and the author's handling of the protagonist's withdrawal from engagement was truly brilliant. They eagerly anticipated the 3-year promise. I have never encountered such an enthralling fantasy. I strongly recommend everyone to read it. Blue Star people do not deceive each other. In truth, this was their first encounter with male-centric literature, and it was utterly captivating. They read voraciously, feeling that Crazy Potato had opened a door to a new world, expressing affection for Xiaohua, Yao Lao, and Sun Er. Lastly, they hoped the author would update swiftly. The readers were exceedingly enthusiastic, showering the work with praise, though most comments simply urged for updates. However, Lin Hao was not in a hurry to write. Evening was his designated time for crafting words. Following this, he opened his blog, one of the most popular social platforms on Blue Star. There were some posts discussing Dopa, but they had not created much of a stir. As for Dolu, only a few minor bloggers had shared promotional content. Overall, Dopa's influence remained largely confined to Tomato and within a limited scope. Yet, Lin Hao did not feel disheartened. After all, this was merely the first day of verification. For a novice author, such performance was already commendable. He believed that with time, Dopa's popularity would soar to unprecedented heights. After calming his thoughts, Lin Hao eagerly accessed the system panel. Surely, his artistic reputation would have increased significantly. He recalled the system's words. Every time reputation reached a new stage, substantial rewards would be granted. Name, Lin Hao. Age, 22. Lifespan, 22-25. Farm, 5 acres of land. Farm points, 523. Artistic reputation, 25, 427, only a little over 20,000 in reputation. Lin Hao wondered aloud. How is artistic reputation calculated? System, dear host, if an individual genuinely loves a work, they accumulate a point of reputation, which cannot be stacked. Can it be accumulated across different works? Lin Hao inquired. Yes, the system replied. Nodding, Lin Hao realized that each work could garner a single point from each individual. How much reputation is required for rewards? He asked again. 100,000, 1 billion, 100 billion, he pondered. Lin Hao pressed his lips together. With such a 100-fold increase, it was indeed challenging to gather points. Yet, this also indicated that the rewards for reputation would be extraordinary. After closing the system panel, Lin Hao exited his room. At that moment, only his younger sister was home, sitting in front of the television, completely engrossed and showing none of the typical demeanor of a senior high school student. Upon noticing Lin Hao, Lin Shui pouted and remarked, "Brother, you really can sleep? Look at the time." Lin Hao smiled, but remained silent. Lin Shui shifted her gaze and continued, "I saved some food for you in the kitchen. Hurry and eat before it gets cold." Little Shui was indeed thoughtful. It seemed his care for her was not in vain. Lin Hao chuckled as he made his way to the kitchen. Lunch consisted of tossed noodles, a staple in the southern province during summer, featuring hand-pulled noodles with a tomato and egg sauce, topped with some garlic sauce. Delicious indeed. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Hao tidied up the dishes and returned to the living room, addressing his sister who was absorbed in the television. "Has the melon merchant come today?" "Yes. Mama's already gone to the fields. Then I shall go take a look as well." Lin Hao felt a rush of excitement and promptly headed toward the melon field. Now, the 5 acres of land belonged to him, and if the melon merchant came to purchase watermelons, a significant number of points would be credited to his account. Lin Hao could not help but feel elated. Half an hour later, Lin Hao arrived at the melon field, where he saw comrade Song Yume standing beside a truck, while several middle-aged men busily transported watermelons back and forth. The watermelons were taken from the shed, weighed, and then loaded onto the truck. "Mom," Lin Hao approached and called out, then asked, "What's the price per pound for this year's watermelons?" 28 cents, Song Yume replied without looking up, her calculator continuously tallying the weight of the watermelons. 28 cents? Lin Hao's heart leaped with joy. The price in previous years had been 25 cents. He was pleasantly surprised that it had increased by 3 cents this year. One should not underestimate these 3 cents. The yield from 5 acres of watermelons could easily reach tens of thousands of pounds. An increase of 3 cents in price would result in a total revenue boost of 1,000 yuan. It was not that Lin Hao was fixated on money. Since the launch of Doupa, he was acutely aware that he would never need to worry about financial matters in his lifetime. What truly mattered to him was the points. The ratio of points to Blue Star currency was 1-to-1. This meant that for every yuan earned from selling farm products, Lin Hao would receive 1 point. Thus, he naturally hoped to sell for a higher price. Suppressing his joy, Lin Hao patiently waited. The workers were quite efficient. Within just 2.5 hours, they had loaded all the watermelons from the shed onto the truck. Simultaneously, the calculator in Song Yume's hands announced a figure. 69,841. Lin Hao quickly estimated in his mind. Approximately 20,000 yuan. A smile crept onto his face. He had previously inquired with the system, and to exchange for a lengthy novel like Doupa, it required 5,000 points. For a song of similar quality to The Wind Rises, it required 500 points. With 20,000 points credited, he would have ample resources for the near future. Song Yume also wore a broad smile. This year had seen abundant rainfall and ample sunshine, resulting in a watermelon yield nearly 20% higher than in previous years. Coupled with the price increase, her income exceeded last year's by 5,000 yuan. She was already calculating in her mind, planning to install air conditioning in the children's rooms and buy Lin Gang a couple of new outfits. At that moment, the truck's owner, a bald man, jovially remarked, "Sister Song, this year's harvest is impressive. I'll count it as 70,000 pounds. Will you sell me watermelons again next year?" "Absolutely," Song Yume replied with a smile. Watermelon is the most beloved fruit of summer, particularly cherished by the residents of Hokkaido. With the advancement of global logistics, there is no shortage of demand for this delightful fruit. Consequently, Each year, several merchants venture into the village to procure watermelons, leading to a competition among them. In various instances, concessions are made, such as merchants taking charge of the loading and unloading, or, as seen today, pricing the fruit at whole numbers. Upon witnessing Song Yumei's agreement, the bald man beamed with an even broader smile and promptly proceeded with the payment. With the sale of the watermelons finalized, Song Yumei's face radiated joy. Egg, let's prepare braised pork for dinner tonight. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with happiness as he observed the soaring points on the system panel, unable to contain his smile, resembling an exuberant child. Chapter 8. The pursuit of a second plot of land with the addition of over 500 points from yesterday. Lin Hao's farm points had exceeded 20,000, a fact that brought him no small amount of joy. This sudden windfall was a sensation too profound to share with outsiders. As evening fell, the four members of the Lin family gathered around the dining table, which was adorned with 6 delectable dishes: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, spicy, stir-fried meat, salt-edged shrimp, onion scrambled eggs, and oyster greens, accompanied by a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. This was an old tradition in the Lin household. Every time there was a cause for celebration, they would feast. After all, even mundane lives deserve a touch of ritual. Lin Shui, with her cheeks puffed up, delighted in the shrimp, while Lin Gang, who enjoyed a drink, had Lin Hao accompany him for a few sips. Song Yumei looked on with a beaming smile, savoring the warmth of togetherness within the family. As the meal neared its end, Song Yumei announced some good news. Egg, girl, your mother plans to install air conditioning in your rooms tomorrow. Are you happy? Long live Mom. Lin Hao was the first to raise his hand in agreement. The heat of the past few days had been unbearable, with only an old fan in his bedroom that was utterly ineffective, blowing out nothing but hot air. Even if Song Yumei hadn't brought it up, he would have taken the initiative to improve their living conditions once his manuscript payment arrived. Lin Shui was also pleasantly surprised, but hesitated. She was well aware of their financial situation. Their father was the sole breadwinner, supporting 3 students. Her sister had just graduated from university and was still interning, earning barely enough to sustain herself. Thus, she deferred, saying, Mom, I'm not hot. Just install one in my brother's room. A mother knows her daughter best. While Song Yumei felt gratified by her daughter's thoughtfulness, she also felt a pang of sorrow. Gently, she replied, the weather has become increasingly hot these past 2 years. The air conditioning should have been installed long ago. Don't worry about the money. We just sold watermelons today and made quite a bit more than usual. With that, Lin Shui ceased her objections, realizing that having air conditioning would help her concentrate better on her studies. At that moment, Lin Hao suddenly suggested, Dad, Mom, since we're installing it, why not put one in your room as well? We can do without. Without a moment's thought, Song Yumei declined. You know very well that I need a blanket even with a fan, and besides, air conditioning consumes a lot of electricity. Why install so many? Come on, just one, Lin Shui insisted, biting her lip. No, Song Yumei's resolve was firm. If you're not hot, Dad is. When my sister returns, she can't be cramped in with me. It would be fair for Dad to suffer. Lin Hao looked at Song Yumei. If you don't install it in your rooms, then I won't have one either. Knowing her son was reluctant to spend money on himself, Lin Hao resorted to his stubbornness. I won't have one either. Lin Shui quickly chimed in to support him. Song Yumei glanced between them, recalling how Lin Gang often woke up at night, restless from the heat, and also remembering that they had sold 5,000 more in watermelons this year. Finally, she relented. Then let us install them all. Lin Hao and Lin Shui exchanged glances, their faces lighting up as if they had won a victory. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Lin Hao returned to his room and opened the Tomato website to commence his writing for the day. His typing speed was impressive. Within half an hour, he had completed 4,000 words. Yet, he did not pause, the sound of the keyboard echoing in a flurry. By midnight, he had reached 40,000 words and 20 chapters. Satisfied, he released it all at once. The reader's circle erupted in excitement. Wow, 20 chapters at once? What is this sorcery? No wonder he called Crazy Potato. I must read this now. Prolific as a sow, yet the quality remains high. Brothers, this must be followed closely. Initially, one might have thought the eagle was unbeatable, but someone had outdone him. Who was this formidable general? Observing the astonished readers, Lin Hao merely smiled. This was but the beginning. Indeed, he intended to maintain this pace of updates. Generally speaking, the longer a book is serialized, the greater the author's earnings. Thus, some unscrupulous authors, once their work gained popularity, would flood the chapters endlessly, recycling plots without resolution. Lin Hao, however, had no intention of doing so. A 400,000-word saga, if he wrote 4,000 words a day, would take 3 years to complete. That was far too slow. He was indifferent to the prospect of earning more or less. All he desired was to finish sooner, to elevate the saga's profile, and to earn himself greater artistic prestige. In light of this, he realized his current writing speed was still insufficient. Even with 8 hours of intensive work daily, he could only manage 80,000 words a day, meaning it would take nearly 2 months to finish. His goal was to complete it before the start of the school year. With this in mind, Lin Hao inquired of the system, "Is there a way to expedite my writing speed?" The system responded, "Indeed, the host can exchange for the skill Flying Fingers, which will significantly enhance your typing speed." Doubling it? Lin Hao's interest was piqued. "How many points do I need?" 5,000. That's rather expensive. This was Lin Hao's immediate reaction, yet he gritted his teeth and made the exchange, considering the long-term benefits. Once the skill was acquired, Lin Hao immediately put it to the test. His fingers danced across the keyboard like butterflies, leaving trails of blur. It was astonishingly fast. Lin Hao felt that now he could update a staggering 150,000 words in just 4 hours. Today was August 5th, and he would be able to finish by the end of the month. He deemed the expenditure of points well worth it. Gazing at the time, it was 12:30. Deciding against staying up late, Lin Hao promptly retired to bed, falling into a dreamless slumber. The next day, Lin Hao rose early, had breakfast, and made his way to the village chief Lin Mingyuan's residence. At that moment, Lin Mingyuan was squatting at the wash station, savoring a steamed bun from a large yellow porcelain bowl. He appeared slightly surprised upon seeing Lin Hao. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Hao directly stated his purpose. "Uncle Mingyuan, I would like to apply for the collective land east of the village. What procedures do I need to follow?" Though much of Linshan village's arable land consists of mountainous terrain, to the east of the village entrance lies an expansive plain where considerable land has been cultivated. This is the best land in the village. These lands belong to the collective assets of the village, with management rights vested in the village committee. To encourage villagers to work diligently, the usage rights to these lands are reallocated every 3 years. The last distribution occurred 3 years ago, making it an opportune time for Lin Hao to set his sights on these fields. His motive was somewhat desperate. Unlike other crops, farming cycles are particularly lengthy. In the southern province's climate, grain crops typically yield 2 to 3 harvests over 2 years. Even for vegetables, the growing period spans several months. Therefore, to acquire more points, expanding the cultivated area was his only viable option. Upon hearing Lin Hao's request, Lin Mingyuan immediately furrowed his brow and replied, "Xiao Hao, land is not something to be trifled with." "Uncle Mingyuan, I am serious," Lin Hao asserted solemnly. Lin Mingyuan's frown deepened as he set down his bowl and stood up, asking a pivotal question. "I know you're not the type to act recklessly, but do your parents know about this?" "No," Lin Hao shook his head. "I want to clarify the regulations regarding land contracting before informing them." Upon realizing this was solely Lin Hao's initiative, Lin Mingyuan decisively refused. "I do not agree. This matter is not feasible." Chapter 9. The bet. Lin Mingyuan's response was entirely within Lin Hao's expectations. After all, it is hard to believe that a university student, who is neither strong enough to carry nor skilled enough to farm, would engage in agriculture. It is one thing for an agricultural student to understand farming. However, pairing an art student with such a notion seems utterly absurd. Thus, it was quite natural for Lin Mingyuan to vehemently oppose the idea. Nevertheless, land was indispensable for Lin Hao, and he was determined to fight for it. "Uncle, please don't be so quick to refuse." Lin Hao reformulated his argument. "My classmates' parents work at the Agricultural Research Institute, and they gifted me some high-quality seeds for radishes and cabbages, along with a comprehensive scientific planting methodology. I assure you, this is not a frivolous endeavor or a mere whim." Lin Hao spoke with utmost sincerity. Unexpectedly, Lin Mingyuan remained unmoved, laughing dismissively. "Why don't you visit a seed shop and see if there is any packaging that doesn't mention the Agricultural Science Institute?" Which seeds lack certification from a national authority? Lin Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He could not refute Lin Mingyuan's assertions, as they were based on undeniable facts. Feeling somewhat helpless, he realized that the arguments that had swayed his parents were utterly ineffective with Lin Mingyuan. Yet, Lin Hao was unwilling to concede. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Uncle Mingyuan, as a veteran party member, you should be aware that since the 18th National Congress, our nation has accelerated its transition towards modern agriculture, with millions of new farmers entering villages, becoming a vital force in rural revitalization. Our village has few people and limited resources. No one has ever shown interest in coming here. Now, we finally have a local university student willing to respond to national policies, and yet you are pushing him away, extinguishing the hope for prosperity. Do you think that is appropriate? Lin Mingyuan's expression grew serious. He had to concede that Lin Hao's words carried significant weight. However, he sighed. To be frank, everyone in the village has their eyes on the land, and this has even led to some unpleasant disputes. You have made no contributions to the village and cannot offer a higher price than the others. If I were to grant you the land, no one would accept it. Lin Hao immediately interjected, I can offer the highest price. Lin Mingyuan chuckled, evidently dismissing this assertion as naive. Lin Hao felt a twinge of frustration. It was clear that he was being underestimated. Just as he prepared to continue his argument, a bright-eyed young woman approached them, taking Lin Mingyuan's arm. Dad, please give Lin Hao a chance to try. The young woman was Lin Wanner, Lin Mingyuan's only daughter, who had grown up alongside Lin Hao, and they were akin to childhood sweethearts. Lin Hao smiled at her before turning back to Lin Mingyuan. Uncle Mingyuan, please grant me this opportunity. No matter how arduous or laborious it may be, I will not neglect the land. Lin Mingyuan pondered for a moment. His primary concern had always been that Lin Hao might waste the good land. Yet, with his daughter's persuasion and Lin Hao's promise, he decided to give Lin Hao a chance. After careful consideration, he looked at Lin Hao and said solemnly, This year, the village's grapes are not selling well. If you can help us find a market for them, I will agree to your request for the land. If not, that is not a problem. I accept. Though the challenge was daunting, Lin Hao did not hesitate to agree. A promise is a promise. A promise is a promise. After sending Lin Hao on his way, Lin Mingyuan returned to his meal, not particularly concerned about the earlier discussion. He had watched Lin Hao grow up, although he was not a bookish scholar. He lacked any remarkable qualities outside of academics. Lin Mingyuan doubted Lin Hao's ability to sell the grapes. Moreover, if Lin Hao succeeded, it would undoubtedly benefit the village and demonstrate Lin Hao's capability. In that case, he could easily allocate a few acres for Lin Hao to experiment with, which would not pose any issues. If he failed, it wouldn't matter much either. Given the current circumstances, the village's grapes were bound to go unsold, leading to losses. How much worse could it get? As Lin Mingyuan contemplated these thoughts, Lin Hao and Lin Wanner strolled side by side along the riverbank. Lin Hao inquired, When did you return? Last night. I had some engagements in the area and thought I'd come home for a visit, Lin Wanner replied softly. Lin Hao smiled. I wish you great success in your career. Not only were they childhood friends, but they also attended the same university, the Central State Academy of Arts, majoring in performance. However, unlike Lin Hao, Lin Wanner was signed by an entertainment company in her sophomore year due to her striking appearance and had successfully risen to the ranks of a third-tier celebrity over the past 2 years. Thank you for your kind words, Lin Wanner said, her hands clasped behind her back, her steps light and her mood evidently buoyant. By the way, she suddenly asked as they walked, have you been composing recently? Not at all. Lin Hao shook his head. Then what is this about you taking on land? I also heard you were selling watermelons. Lin Wanner couldn't help but ask, clearly having caught wind of some rumors. Nothing much, just a passing interest, Lin Hao explained. Hey, don't lose heart. When I become famous, I will definitely help you out, Lin Wanner reassured him with a playful pat on his shoulder. Evidently, she assumed Lin Hao was contemplating giving up on his music career. Lin Hao chose not to clarify and instead joked, Then I shall wait for my goddess Wanner to shine brightly and elevate her little brother. Absolutely, she exclaimed, her spirits soaring, her pink hair dancing in the breeze like cherry blossoms blossoming in the morning light, radiant and enchanting. Clad in a white shirt paired with denim shorts, she exuded a refreshing and stylish aura, embodying the relaxed essence of summer. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the village warehouse, which was overflowing with grapes, resembling a small mountain. Although Lin Hao had prepared himself mentally, he was still taken aback. This was not merely a case of slow sales. It was glaringly evident that there were no buyers at all. The irony of the situation was almost humorous. A few years ago, the Sunshine Rose grape variety was extremely popular, with top-quality bunches fetching prices as high as 400 to 500 yuan, while lower-quality ones were considered leftover stock. Consequently, everyone rushed to cultivate them, including Linshan village. However, as the saying goes, what flourishes must eventually decline. The disappearance of the moat led to an expansion in planting areas, resulting in a significant increase in yield, compounded by the fact that grapes are harvested all at once. This led to a saturation of the market with an abundance of Sunshine Rose grapes, varying in quality. Ultimately, this resulted in a continuous decline in prices. From a peak of 200 to 300 yuan per pound, prices plummeted to 50 or 60 yuan, then to 20 or 30 yuan, and finally down to 10 yuan per pound. Now it had reached a staggering low of 10 yuan for 3 pounds. Even at this price, selling them was a challenge. Linshan village was a prime example of this plight. Lin Wanner was equally shocked, feeling that her father had assigned Lin Hao an impossible task. With a frown, she asked, Lin Hao, how on earth are we going to sell all of this? Lin Hao responded confidently with a smile, live streaming sales. Chapter 10. Link up. Live streaming sales? Lin Wanner was taken aback. This unfamiliar term touched upon her realm of ignorance. Lin Hao was not surprised by her reaction. He had long observed that the short video platforms on Blue Star were still in their primitive stages, relying solely on advertising for revenue. The phenomenon of live streaming sales was merely a nascent concept, ripe with potential. After providing a brief explanation to Lin Wanner, she still appeared perplexed. Selling goods through live streaming? Was it reliable? Could it be that Lin Hao had lost his mind? With a look of skepticism, Lin Wanner reached out to touch Lin Hao's forehead, only for him to evade her playful gesture with a smile. The emergence of new ideas invariably invites skepticism, and live streaming sales were no exception. When it first originated on Earth, many were doubtful. However, as the initial group of pioneers amassed considerable wealth, a multitude of others soon followed suit. Eventually, even renowned celebrities set aside their pretentiousness and joined the fray, leading to numerous astonishing blunders. One particularly popular meme that many might recall is the Pan and GA friendship. Unlike GA, Lin Hao had a firm grasp of the situation, regardless of its depth. No one understood live streaming sales better than him. Taking out his advanced smartphone, Lin Hao opened the dual platform. As a student of the premier art academy on Blue Star, the original owner also had a short video account. However, it was not thriving, boasting just over 5,000 followers. At first glance, it might seem considerable, but in the context of the explosive population of Blue Star, it was merely a trivial presence, barely noticeable. Yet for Lin Hao, this was an unexpected boon. No matter how humble the foundation, it was still a foundation. Lin Wanner, being a celebrity, had no worries regarding the equipment for live streaming. Lin Hao found a clean corner, arranged a set of tables and chairs, and quickly set up the equipment. He then procured several boxes of visually appealing grapes, placing them on the table in front of the camera. Observing Lin Hao's preparations, Lin Wanner anxiously inquired, "Will anyone actually buy this?" Lin Hao chuckled, "Of course. However, I need your assistance." "Me?" Lin Wanner pointed to herself, looking utterly bewildered, reminiscent of a character caught off guard. "Yes," Lin Hao affirmed, nodding before teaching her some scripts. Much like a comedic duo, live streaming sales required someone to play the supporting role. Moreover, Lin Wanner's beauty would undoubtedly enhance the broadcast. Thus, under Lin Wanner's incredulous gaze, Lin Hao commenced the live stream. Initially, there were few viewers, and Lin Hao was unperturbed, leisurely enjoying a cluster of grapes. As time passed, the audience began to grow. On the live stream, a handsome young man casually munched on grapes, while a stunning girl with pink hair stood beside him, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. This unusual pairing captivated the attention of most viewers who entered the stream. Countless comments filled the screen. "What kind of live stream is this? Quite unique. They're just eating grapes and not talking. yet I'm tempted to join in. Have you noticed? The girl beside him is so beautiful with that pink hair. She looks like she stepped out of an anime. As the audience continued to swell, Lin Hao began to feel anxious. Lin Hao, still languid, finally spoke, "Everyone, please wait a moment. The host needs to enjoy a few more grapes." The audience erupted in laughter, and the barrage of comments surged. "What kind of host just eats? I'm eager to see what happens next. You're so inconsiderate, just eating while we're left watching, drooling." I can't stop laughing. The host is so bold, and the girl beside him is blushing, probably mortified. Unfazed by the audience's playful jests, Lin Hao remained composed, ignoring the banter. When a number of viewers surpassed 500, he ceased eating and held up a grape, announcing, "Look here, thin-skinned, seedless, bursting with juice." While speaking, he leaned in to take a bite of another grape. The crisp sweetness was delightful, a large fruit in every bite, truly exhilarating. This left the audience in a frenzy. "These grapes are sour. Stop eating them, host. I come from a grape-growing family. I can tell at a glance these grapes aren't good. They must be sour. Stop pretending, host." The classic case of sour grapes. Lin Hao stifled a laugh, continuing to tantalize the viewers. Teasing the audience is a key technique in live selling, though it requires finesse. After finishing the last grape, Lin Hao wiped his hands and asked the viewers, "Would you like to buy the grapes I just enjoyed?" "Yes, I want them." "Where did you buy them? Hurry up and tell us. I'm drooling just watching. I just had breakfast, and now I'm hungry again." The comments were unanimous in their desire to purchase. Seeing this, Lin Hao decided to drop the pretense and candidly stated, "These grapes are grown in our village, and today's stream is dedicated to selling them to you." Selling grapes through a live stream? This is my first time seeing this. How do we place an order? I want to buy some. How do you sell them? No matter the price, I want 10 pounds. How much per pound? Price was the primary concern for the viewers. Lin Hao initially considered quoting a high price, then gradually lowering it to create a sense of value, ensuring buyers felt compelled to purchase. However, he reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary to deceive the audience. Thus, he disclosed the final price directly, $5 per pound. This price was prearranged with Lin Hao, as grape traders usually offered just $2. $5 a pound was an unexpected windfall for the villagers. The live stream erupted with excitement. $5 per pound? That's incredibly generous. Indeed, I was charged $21 per pound at the snack street yesterday. Those unscrupulous vendors deserve to be strung up. The host is amazing. The host is formidable. In response to the enthusiastic audience, Lin Hao explained, "Previously, when you bought grapes, they passed through numerous middlemen. Today, in my live stream, we offer direct sales from the orchard. For the price of a cup of milk tea, you can take home a full box of sunshine roses." After stating the price, Lin Hao continued discussing the origin of the grapes. "Our grapes grow amidst the mountains in fresh air, abundant sunlight and rain, completely natural and unpolluted, each one plump and delightful." As he spoke, Lin Hao turned the camera to reveal a panorama of rolling mountains. The blue sky and white clouds were lush and verdant. "See, this is indeed the mountains. I am not deceiving you. These are not refrigerated. All the grapes are freshly picked. Order today, and you'll receive them within 3 sunny days." Seeing Lin Hao's animated explanations, the viewers grew impatient. "Stop with the introductions. We know your grapes are good. Just tell us how to place an order." "Exactly. Stop stalling. I'm getting anxious. How can we purchase?" As everyone grew increasingly eager, Lin Hao waved his hand dramatically. "Shaolin, link it up." Chapter 11. Sold out Ling Miao Miao. A visually appealing streamer known by the moniker Miao Miao the Cutest, unfortunately lacks any remarkable talents. She is unable to sing, dance, rap, or even play basketball. Her entertainment relies solely on her charming persona. This is evidently not a sustainable strategy, as the internet is replete with attractive individuals. To stave off her fans' aesthetic fatigue, Ling Miao Miao regularly engages with her audience in various interactions, presenting unpredictable outcomes to maintain their sense of novelty. Remarkably, her efforts yield extraordinary results. Her fans are content, and so is she. By rallying her audience, she effortlessly creates memorable moments. Furthermore, such interactions foster discussions and elevate the overall excitement, aiding smaller streamers in gaining visibility while simultaneously benefiting larger ones. It is a mutually advantageous arrangement. Consequently, Ling Miao Miao's follower count steadily climbed, nearing 5 million, allowing her to be dubbed a prominent streamer. On one particular morning, as per her routine, Ling Miao Miao opened her live stream, ready to commence her favoring session. Indeed, her fans affectionately termed this activity favoring, as she inadvertently popularized numerous lesser-known streamers. After all, even fine wine fears the depths of a narrow alley. Many smaller streamers are not lacking in talent. They merely lack opportunities to showcase it. Exceptional horses are often plentiful, yet skilled trainers are rare. Ling Miao Miao is that rare trainer. Thus, interacting with her is a dream for many emerging streamers, prompting several to shift their streaming schedules to morning hours in hopes of being selected by her. As the stream commenced, a flurry of comments began to flood the screen. First, protect Miao Miao every day. Which streamer will you favor today, Miao Miao? I've choreographed a dance. Eagerly awaiting the arrival of the queen. I excel at playing the flute. Will the queen indulge in my performance? I am a warrior, lacking eloquence, but I await the queen with sincerity. Any special performances today? The recent interactions have become monotonous. I'm experiencing aesthetic fatigue. Fans eagerly chimed in, with many small streamers extending their invitations. Ling Miao Miao maintained a professional smile, yet internally she felt distressed. As time wore on, her fans' initial enthusiasm waned, and her growth reached a plateau. Her streaming revenue continually declined, and her follower count stubbornly refused to surpass the 5 million mark. Thus, she had been seeking out streamers from relatively obscure niches for interaction, though the results were less than satisfactory. Just as Ling Miao Miao was about to enter a pre-scheduled live stream, her manager sent her a message. Miao Miao, their essay live stream selling grapes that seems intriguing. It might be your opportunity to surpass 5 million followers. Selling grapes? Ling Miao Miao felt a spark of interest. This was precisely the type of interaction she had been desperately seeking. After a moment of contemplation, she made her decision. My dear subjects, let us embark. Attention, dear buyers. Please click the purchase button in the bottom right, then fill in your address. Each box contains 3 bunches of grapes, approximately 10 pounds. If that's not enough, feel free to place multiple orders. Do not worry. With the number of people in this live stream, there will be plenty for everyone. In this era before the rise of live stream shopping, Lin Hao instructed Lin Wanner to explain the ordering process and key points, ensuring clarity for the audience. Lin Wanner was brimming with enthusiasm. As for Lin Hao, he had his own unique mission, to eat grapes. Do not mistake this for laziness. It was indeed a challenging task, as overindulgence in anything can be uncomfortable. While munching on grapes, Lin Hao kept an eye on the comments. Suddenly, a dazzling special effect appeared on the screen, adorned with golden letters. Ling Miao Miao has entered the live stream. Lin Hao knew this was a privilege reserved for prominent streamers. Following this announcement, countless viewers flocked in, and an avalanche of comments ensued. Miao Miao's army has arrived. Everyone step aside. Look, the streamer is eating grapes. How hilarious. Ha ha ha. Did you notice? That pink-haired lady speaking is so adorable. Oh dear, I'm smitten. Wow, it's Miao Miao the cutest with her fans. No wonder so many people suddenly joined. Hurry and place your orders. They'll all be gone before you know it. The interactions of the original audience mingled with those of Ling Miao Miao's followers, and the comments scrolled rapidly. The existing viewers wasted no time in making their purchases, fearing that if they hesitated, the grapes would sell out. Welcome, Miao Miao the cutest, to our live stream. Lin Hao greeted with a smile. In contrast to the exuberant fans, Ling Miao Miao's first impression upon entering the stream was, this young man is quite handsome. She felt a bit starstruck. However, being an experienced streamer, she quickly composed herself and replied with a smile, the dream of 900 million girls, hello. Indeed, this somewhat embarrassing username belonged to Lin Hao. Initially, he considered changing it, but ultimately decided to keep it for its uniqueness and memorability, despite knowing it would invite some teasing from netizens. As usual, Ling Miao Miao requested to connect her microphone. Lin Hao did not refuse and promptly agreed. After all, Ling Miao Miao's presence brought immense traffic, which was beneficial for him, facilitating the sale of grapes. Once the connection was established, Ling Miao Miao cheerfully expressed her thoughts. Your method of selling grapes is quite unique. Of course, Lin Hao chuckled and smoothly transitioned into promoting his product. Our grapes, new arrivals. Everyone can consider purchasing a box for the price of a cup of milk tea. Ling Miao Miao immediately expressed her interest. I'll place my next order. I felt the urge to eat when I saw you munching. This prompted an even broader smile from Lin Hao, as compliments flowed freely. Even though Ling Miao Miao was not easily embarrassed, she found herself blushing at some of the more audacious remarks. You need publicity, and I need engaging content. They exchanged knowing glances, engaging in a mutually beneficial dialogue. However, Lin Hao remained vigilant, reminding viewers, to all the handsome guys and beautiful ladies, don't hesitate to order. The supply is limited, and it's first come, first served. Lin Hao was speaking the truth. Not every farmer in Linshan village cultivated sunshine roses. They, for instance, grew watermelons, with a total of about 500,000 pounds in their warehouse. Such quantities would hardly make a significant splash on the internet. Ling Miao Miao's arrival only intensified the urgency. Viewers began to panic. Those with hesitant personalities, still on the fence, swiftly placed their orders, causing the stock to dwindle at an accelerated pace. As their conversation continued, Ling Miao Miao discovered that this young man was articulate and exuded confidence, possessing both knowledge and humor, a true gem of a person. Most importantly, she noticed that the stream's excitement was climbing, propelling it into the top 10 of the overall rankings. Her follower count even experienced a rare uptick. Although it was merely a decimal point, it brought her immense joy. In her world, each decimal represented 1,000 followers. Thus, in just half an hour, she had gained 1,000 new fans. It is worth noting that increasing followers becomes increasingly challenging as one approaches higher numbers, akin to striving for a perfect score on a test. Today, however, Ling Miao Miao glimpsed the possibility of surpassing 5 million followers, prompting her to become even more enthusiastic in promoting Lin Hao's grapes, leading even some of her die-hard fans, who were not fond of grapes, to place orders. The pace of grape sales accelerated dramatically. 10 minutes later, the grapes were sold out. Observing the depleted stock, Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders and, with a hint of resignation, expressed, I sincerely apologize, but the grapes are no longer available. To those who were unable to purchase them, I genuinely extend my regrets. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream erupted with excitement. Chapter 12. 50 acres acquired, is that it? I just arrived. Thankfully, my penchant for idling at work allowed me to seize such an affordable opportunity for the sunshine rose grapes, which is simply delightful. Oh, why didn't I discover this sooner? Grapes are sour and unpalatable. Upon hearing that the grapes had sold out, those who managed to purchase felt elated, while those who missed out were left disheartened, and some even expressed their discontent with a hint of sarcasm. Noticing the heightened emotions among some viewers, Lin Hao patiently explained, I sincerely apologize. We are not in the fruit business. The villagers had difficulty selling their grapes this year and sought our assistance, hence the limited supply. This clarification led most to express understanding. Those who had succeeded in buying felt even more fortunate, as it undeniably substantiated Lin Hao's claims, who would forego a lucrative opportunity. After bidding farewell to the audience in the live stream, Lin Hao concluded the session. Turning around, he was met with Lin Wanner's adoring gaze. Crossing his arms defensively, he asked, what with that look? 500,000 pounds. You sold that in less than 2 hours? Aren't you excited? Lin Vanya exclaimed, her voice tinged with enthusiasm. Let us keep it low-key, Lin Hao replied, waving his hand dismissively. Once the initial excitement waned, Lin Wanner grew suspicious. Circling around Lin Hao while pressing, when did you become so capable? Tell me, did a ghost possess you? Inadvertently, she struck the nail on the head. Is this what they call a woman's intuition? Lin Hao felt a twinge of guilt, but maintained his composure. Haven T, I always been exceptional. Lin Wanner, do you underestimate the significance of ranking 68th in the province's college entrance examination? The name Wanner was a term of endearment reserved solely for him, serving as a psychological cue. However, Lin Wanner remained unconvinced, furrowing her brow as she continued to question. Then how do you explain the changes in you? You seem altogether different now. There's an indescribable aura about you. Are you suggesting I exude composure? Yes, precisely that composure. Lin Hao theatrically sighed, an air of contemplation gracing his features. I cannot quite fathom it. I suddenly experienced a profound awakening, rendering many matters incapable of stirring my emotions. Just kidding. With 2 lifetimes and a system at my disposal, wouldn't you feel confident and composed? Oh, that seems plausible. Seeing Lin Wanner accept his explanation, Lin Hao seized the moment to shift the topic. Let us go find your father. There is still a plethora of tasks regarding the grape shipments. Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with mischief. I wonder how Dad will react upon hearing this news. What? 500,000 pounds of grapes sold out in 2 hours? At the village committee of Linshan Village, Lin Mingyuan sprang from his chair upon receiving the news, his expression turning grave. This is no jest. You two better not be fooling me. His skepticism stemmed from the fact that his little darling often veered off course, having previously collaborated with Lin Hao to deceive him. Dad! Lin Wanner protested, raising Lin Hao's phone towards Lin Mingyuan. This is the back-end interface of Dole. See for yourself. Lin Mingyuan took the phone and scrolled down, discovering an array of neatly arranged orders that seemed endless. His heart swelled with joy. Good, 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 he exclaimed thrice, his smile radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Please, have a seat. Without hesitation, Lin Mingyuan seated Lin Hao in his chair, then turned to Lin Wanner. Why aren't you brewing tea? At your age, you should have more awareness. Mind your tone, Dad. Lin Wanner rolled her eyes, but ultimately decided to humor her father. Xiao Hao, could you share how you managed to sell them? Lin Mingyuan inquired warmly, his demeanor welcoming. Live streaming sales, Lin Hao briefly explained. This involves leveraging emerging social media platforms to sell through live broadcasts, culminating in deliveries via express mail. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Mingyuan applauded, his intelligence allowing him to grasp the brilliance of this approach, eliminating middlemen and facilitating direct transactions between producers and buyers. However, this was not the time for concerns. Lin Mingyuan rubbed his hands together eagerly. Xiao Hao, how much did you sell the grapes for? 5 yuan per pound. Per pound? Indeed. An overwhelming sense of joy enveloped Lin Mingyuan, akin to shedding a heavy burden. He could finally provide a satisfactory explanation to the villagers. He envisioned being surrounded by grateful villagers, showering him with thanks. Noticing Lin Mingyuan lost in thought, Lin Hao reminded him. There's still the matter of shipping, but before he could finish, Lin Mingyuan interrupted. You've already solved the most pressing issue. You are the village's greatest benefactor. Leave the remaining trivialities to me. I will recruit more villagers to ensure all orders are dispatched today, and I'll handle the logistics with the courier service. Let us extract the orders first. Demonstrating his efficiency, Lin Mingyuan reached for Lin Hao's phone. Yet Lin Hao interjected, Uncle Mingyuan, I fulfilled our wager. What about my land? The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward as Lin Mingyuan's hand hovered in midair. He had completely overlooked this detail. Initially intended as a casual distraction, Lin Hao had indeed fulfilled his promise and exceeded expectations. Lin Mingyuan, of course, would not stoop to breach a contract, but he pondered how much land would be appropriate to lease to Lin Hao. How many acres do you wish to rent? He tentatively inquired. The more, the better. Silence enveloped them once more. Lin Hao, unhurried, awaited patiently. At that moment, Lin Wanner returned with tea, her arrival breaking the silence. The two exchanged glances and, in unison, lifted their teacups. A cup of tea's worth of time was sufficient for Lin Mingyuan to reach a decision. Xiao Hao, you have truly rendered significant assistance to the village. He exhaled, as if making a momentous decision. I'm not one to be stingy. I'll offer you 50 acres at 800 yuan per acre. 50 acres? Lin Hao expressed surprise. He had anticipated securing 20 acres, never imagining he would receive 50. In Linshan Village, where land is scarce and the population dense, everyone coveted the few hundred acres on the eastern side of the village, often leading to disputes and even physical confrontations. Given the complex web of human relations and interests, even Lin Mingyuan, as the secretary, would find it challenging to allocate 50 acres. Moreover, the rental price was at the lowest tier, while Lin Hao himself was indifferent to money. Others were not privy to this fact. This clearly demonstrated Lin Mingyuan's sincerity. Thank you, Uncle. Lin Hao smiled in agreement. Lin Mingyuan, a man of action, promptly set the wheels in motion. The contract was signed and stamped without delay. All right, these 50 acres will belong to you for 3 years. As for the rent, there is no need to rush. You can settle it with me later. Understanding Lin Hao's financial situation, Lin Mingyuan did not press for immediate payment. No need. Lin Hao shook his head. I'll pay you the rent tomorrow. I received quite a few tips during today's live stream. Paying the rent should pose no issue. After Lin Hao departed, Lin Mingyuan made a phone call. Xiao Wang, please draft a report on the impact of live streaming sales on traditional industries and how to guide and regulate it, having navigated the system for many years. Lin Mingyuan possessed keen political sensitivity. While recognizing the advantages of live streaming sales, he was also aware of certain drawbacks. For instance, the elimination of intermediaries may lead to a substantial reduction in employment opportunities, consequently resulting in countless individuals facing unemployment. Furthermore, could there be unscrupulous streamers engaging in deceptive advertising, tax evasion, or even exploiting both sides, transforming a potential win-win situation into a lose-lose one? Numerous issues abound. However, Lin Mingyuan asserts that despite the myriad problems associated with this model, it is poised to become immensely popular in the future, as substantial profits are bound to inspire countless individuals to follow suit. Therefore, he intends to promptly draft a report for submission. What is this called? This is referred to as having a far-reaching vision and preparing for the future. It is also time for him to elevate his own position. Chapter 13. Editing Watermelon. After concluding the contract, Lin Hao and Lin Wanner departed from the village committee. As they strolled, a ringtone pierced the air. "Sure, it's my manager," Lin Wanner instructed before answering the call. The voice on the other end was serious. "Wanner, check the 7th trending topic on the blog." A pang of anxiety struck Lin Wanner. Given that her manager had reached out, it was highly likely that the trending topic was related to her. However, as a third-tier celebrity, she found it hard to fathom how she could possibly ascend to such heights. Had she done anything wrong? With a sense of trepidation, Lin Wanner opened the blog. The platform was one of the most popular social networks in Blue Star, with its trending list being particularly renowned. Securing a spot in the top 10 would garner attention from countless individuals. Today's trending list was unique, with 5 of the top 10 related to live streaming sales of grapes, indicating the immense popularity of the topic. The title of the 7th trending topic, which had now risen to 6th, read, "Grape Goddess Lin Wanner." Oh no, her identity had been exposed. With a heavy heart, Lin Wanner clicked on the link. The comments flooded in. "Ah, this girl with pink hair perfectly aligns with my tastes. Mom, I think I'm in love. Don't ask why I'm staring at the screen. Those who understand will understand. By the way, does anyone know who this beauty is? She's absolutely gorgeous. I know. This is the treasure star Lin Wanner, whom I've followed for a long time. From her initial shyness to her newfound confidence, she truly deserves the title of Grape Goddess. It's hilarious." The online remarks were unexpectedly, well, friendly. However, Lin Wanner felt a tinge of concern that her manager might be displeased, as the title of Grape Goddess was not particularly flattering. Her manager, Li Min, was quite strict, known for her high standards regarding image maintenance. Just as Lin Wanner was about to apologize, her manager surprisingly praised her. "Wanner, you did exceptionally well this time. Your friend is quite remarkable. Do maintain a good relationship with him, but be mindful of boundaries." Lin Wanner was taken aback, exclaiming, "Aren't you worried about my image being affected?" "Not at all," came the cheerful response from the other end. In this era, popularity reigned supreme. In the past, it wasn't worth it, but as long as there is sufficient value, even negative fame can be beneficial. Besides, what is wrong with being called the Grape Goddess? I find it delightful. Moreover, this is positive publicity. The state has been actively promoting agriculture in recent years, and you could be seen as the first star supporting farmers. Perfectly politically correct. Furthermore, you've gained 500,000 followers on just the blog platform. At this rate, I am confident I can secure you a leading role in a major production. Wanner, our good days are on the horizon. Li Min's voice brimmed with excitement. The relationship between a manager and a star is deeply intertwined, especially in a one-on-one dynamic like theirs, where Lin Wanner's success directly reflected on Li Min's. After hanging up, Lin Wanner remained in a daze. What had started as a simple endeavor to assist Lin Hao in selling grapes had unexpectedly yielded such immense benefits. All of this was thanks to Lin Hao. Reflecting on this, Lin Wanner bit her lip and solemnly declared, "Xiao Hao, thank you so much this time. I'll treat you to a grand meal, and once I'm famous, I'll definitely show my gratitude." She abruptly changed her phrasing mid-sentence. Yes, Lin Hao no longer required her support. As the central figure in live streaming sales, he garnered far more attention than she did. Lin Hao waved his hand with a smile. "There's no need for such formality between us. But it's different," she insisted. "You chose to help me without a second thought." "That's true. I want to be polite then," Lin Wanner replied with a silly grin. Upon returning home, Lin Hao had a meal, took a shower, and then retreated to his room. Notably, Comrade Song Yume was efficient and had already installed the air conditioning. What a relief. Lying on the bed, Lin Hao's thoughts wandered. Today's live streaming sales had gone more smoothly than he had anticipated. This was merely a warm-up. He had many advanced strategies yet to deploy, such as addressing family members during the live stream, singing and haggling, or even showcasing farmers with weathered faces to evoke sympathy. However, those were not his primary aspirations. Otherwise, he chuckled to himself. Certainly, the success of the live streaming sales was also greatly attributed to the charming presence of Meow Meow. He felt he owed her a favor. Opening Dole, Lin Hao discovered he had gained 1 million followers within just one morning, along with 200,000 in live streaming revenue available for withdrawal. This was his first live stream. For most, it was a novel experience otherwise. The explosive popularity would have translated into far greater earnings. Nevertheless, Lin Hao was content, considering it an unexpected joy. He immediately made the withdrawal and then transferred 120,000 to Lin Ming Yuan to settle 3 years of rent in one go. Free from debt. He sighed in relief and then opened the Tomato website. Yesterday's data had been released and was even more impressive than he had estimated. 100,000 reads. Furthermore, this was achieved on the first day of verification. Many might not realize the significance of this. To put it crudely, he had effectively broken the recommendation mechanism of Tomato. Only top-tier hits on the platform enjoy such treatment. The corresponding earnings from the reads were surprisingly high as well. 5,217 yuan. Excluding gift income, there was still over 3,000 yuan. This figure astonished Lin Hao. Since publishing his book, he had learned a great deal about related knowledge online, including interpretations of earnings rules. For most books, the ratio of reads to earnings is approximately 100. 1, which means for every 10,000 reads, one earns 100 yuan. And for 100,000 reads, 1,000 yuan. However, the read-to-earnings ratio for Dope reached an astonishing 31. Its excellence was beyond mere description. Given that the word count was still low, the ratio could have been even more exaggerated. Hence, there was only one possibility. The completion rate of Dope was extremely high. Tomato's profit model relies on advertising. Those who read to the end earn the author a vastly different income than those who leave midway. Thus, excellent works usually have high completion rates. Yet instances like Dope with such an extraordinary rate are rare gems. Lin Hao checked the completion rates of each chapter, which were consistently above 85, presenting a steady curve, indicative of minimal book abandonment. Dope had once again validated its prowess. The only regret was that the earnings from the novel could not be withdrawn until next month. Next, Lin Hao addressed the backlog of messages, most expressing admiration for Dope and urging for updates. For the positive reviews, he randomly selected a few lucky individuals to give a thumbs up. As for the update requests, he chose to ignore them. 80,000 a day, and they still demanded updates. Even a production team, Donkey wouldn't be work that hard. As most of the red notifications faded, a brief official message caught Lin Hao's attention. He clicked on it. "Hello, Teacher Potato. I am Xigua, an editor at Tomato. Thank you for your contributions to our platform. We intend to upgrade your contract level. For further matters, please add my QQ number for communication. XXXXXXXXXX. Wishing you a pleasant day." An upgrade of the contract? Lin Hao fell into contemplation. This was a strategy employed by the platform to retain outstanding talents, granting them unique privileges. As a newcomer, this indicated that Tomato held him in high regard. Naturally, Lin Hao would not decline. An upgraded contract would not only increase his profit-sharing ratio, but, more importantly, it would provide additional recommendations, enhancing the exposure of his work. With the platform's capabilities, creating stars was a simple task, especially for remarkable work like Dopa. Lin Hao envisioned the influx of artistic prestige and promptly added the editor's QQ account. The other party readily agreed in an instant. In the next moment, Lin Hao sent a message. Hello, smile. Chapter 14. The Golden Rider in the capital city in a certain office building. A middle-aged man paced restlessly, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. Heaven bless. Heaven bless. Teacher Potato must add me as a friend. Chun Ming fervently prayed in his heart. As an editor at the Tomato novel platform, he held a respectable and lucrative position. However, he specialized in the fantasy genre, which, as is well known, differs from martial arts fiction primarily by the inclusion of treasure settings. The readership for fantasy is limited, making it one of the most obscure categories among many. Consequently, his performance was lackluster, and the fantasy division ranked lowest in terms of both treatment and status within the editorial department. The staff consisted of merely a few individuals, himself as the sole chief editor, along with 2 interns. Yet now, he glimpsed a ray of hope for the fantasy department's resurgence. This newfound optimism stemmed from a novel recommended by a friend yesterday, titled Battle Through the Heavens. With its innovative system, captivating plot, and stable pacing, Chun Ming was astounded. So this is how fantasy can be written? Most importantly, the book was a delightful read. While some may look down upon such works, deeming them crude and intellectually lacking, it is often these very narratives that capture the hearts of the masses. Conversely, highly literary works tend to circulate within limited circles. While refined art is undoubtedly exquisite, the vast majority of humanity possesses no exceptional appreciation skills. Given the burdens of life, it is only natural to crave lighter reads. Such entertaining literature requires no mental exertion. It simply brings joy. The unattainable in reality becomes effortlessly accessible through the protagonists of these tales. A bit of harmless fantasy, after all, is nothing to scoff at. Whether it be pursuing power, cultivating immortality, engaging in military prowess, building commercial empires, or navigating political intrigue, there is always something to suit one's palate. In essence, what the public loves is indeed good. Battle Through the Heavens is an exemplary work of entertainment literature. As a seasoned chief editor, Chun Ming immediately recognized its potential and assessed its likelihood of becoming a sensation across the internet. What thrilled him the most was that this work had no editor. A fantasy novel without an editor on the brink of explosive popularity. This seemed like a divine opportunity tailored exclusively for him to revitalize the fantasy department. Without delay, Chun Ming contacted the author of Battle Through the Heavens, eager to elevate the contract level in hopes of becoming its editor. The wait was excruciatingly long. When Chun Ming finally received a friend request, his heart soared with joy. But what was this death smile? He had perused Teacher Potato's profile and noted that he was a young man in his 20s. Surely he understood the meaning of such a term. Or perhaps Teacher Potato harbored some grievances against him. Chun Ming felt a twinge of insecurity, but quickly adjusted his mindset and typed, Teacher Potato, would it be convenient for us to converse? The response was succinct. Convenient. On the other end, Lin Hao answered the call. Hello, Teacher Potato. I am Editor Watermelon. I read your novel Battle Through the Heavens yesterday, and it was simply captivating. I couldn't sleep a wink. However, I noticed your work lacks an editor. May I have the honor of being that editor? Rest assured, I will offer you the highest contract terms. The editors for new authors at Tomato are often robotic, yet for outstanding works, editors frequently extend their hands. Lin Hao was one such fortunate individual. Having done his homework, he inquired with familiarity, to which specific level will the contract be elevated? Tomato categorizes authors into 8 levels from 0 to 5, followed by Golden and Hall of Fame. Golden, Chun Ming declared astonishingly. Lin Hao's interest was piqued. The number of writers in the Tomato Hall of Fame is exceedingly rare, with only a handful of golden slots available each year. It is not merely a matter of how much an author earns. The overall influence of the author and their works is also scrutinized. The requirements are stringent and exceedingly difficult to meet. While Battle Through the Heavens held great potential, Lin Hao was merely a newcomer. Being directly promoted to golden status was a significant gesture of goodwill. Lin Hao felt elated. The privileges of a golden author are substantial, and it would ensure greater recommendations from the platform. Thus, he readily agreed. Very well, he replied. Upon hearing this, Chunming exhaled in relief. Though Battle Through the Heavens was a fantasy novel published on Tomato, any editor could potentially take on the project. Each department signs a few outstanding authors from other realms under the pretext of talent exploration. Yet the true aim is to bolster departmental performance. The better the data for the works under a department, the higher its performance metrics. The fantasy department had languished at the bottom for 3 consecutive years, with no glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Therefore, Chunming was quick to extend his utmost sincerity, fearing that a moment's inattention might allow another department as editor to snatch away Battle Through the Heavens. Chunming recalled his early days in the editorial department when the chief editor asked everyone about their ambitions. He had confidently proclaimed his aspiration to become a chief editor, filled with youthful vigor. Little did he know that after offending a superior, he would be relegated to the fantasy division. For a decade, he had sat on the sidelines, transforming from a promising youth into a somewhat jaded middle-aged man. This was a bitter pill to swallow. However, life is starkly realistic. Without results, one is deemed inadequate. Yet Battle Through the Heavens ignited a flicker of hope for redemption. Thus, in pursuit of his dream, he was willing to offer his only golden slot, something he had cherished for many years. With newfound motivation, Chunming was invigorated and swiftly addressed all the necessary arrangements to elevate the contract level. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao felt somewhat perplexed. Wasn't it said that editors are aloof, behaving as if they were royalty? Yet this one seemed quite amiable. The rumors of the internet, it seemed, were indeed unreliable. Lin Hao mused, unaware that the perceived aloofness of editors is generally directed toward ordinary authors. In contrast, they are often quite cordial, even humble, when dealing with true luminaries. This is due to the rich artistic atmosphere in Blue Star, where top figures in various fields command immense respect and frequently act according to their whims. The literary world is no exception. Quirky temperaments are the norm, with some authors even choosing to update their works based on their moods. Editors dare not push them, fearing that a slight misstep could result in the author withdrawing their collaboration entirely. Indeed, the elite can afford such indulgences. Popularity brings its share of troubles. Lin Hao felt this truth deeply today. Just as he had finished dealing with matters at Tomato, he received another call from Do Lo. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Chu Tianbua, the head of the Do Lo Mall sector. I watched your live stream this morning, and it was truly remarkable. There were many aspects from which we can learn, providing a fresh perspective for our work. On behalf of Do Lo Mall, I sincerely invite you to collaborate with us. Duda? Inviting me? Lin Hao found himself somewhat bewildered. Chapter 15. The Villager's Gratitude. Is Dole planning to sign a contract with itself? Lin Hao inquired, voicing his curiosity. What sort of collaboration is this? It's quite simple, Chu Tianbua elucidated. We aim to recruit a number of influential streamers to establish personal stores for you, Mr. Lin included. These stores can directly showcase items currently for sale on the Dole marketplace, and for every item sold, a corresponding commission will be earned. Naturally, you may also list your own products, albeit subject to platform review and a minor commission, which will not be exorbitant. Isn't this akin to a product display cabinet? Lin Hao thought to himself, astonished. The power of live streaming sales was something only he truly understood. He never anticipated that individuals from Blue Star would conceive such a method so swiftly. Without hesitation, Lin Hao affirmed, I agree. In this era, channels reign supreme. As my farm's output will undoubtedly increase in the future, collaborating with the Dole marketplace provides an additional sales avenue, and I have no reason to decline. Chu Tianbua felt a surge of joy upon hearing Lin Hao's consent. In truth, he also owed Lin Hao a debt of gratitude. Although Dole stands as one of the most popular short video platforms, its marketplace section had only recently been established and was struggling to compete with the 3 dominant e-commerce platforms, Taobao, Jingxi, and Pinduoduo. Despite Chu Tianbua's substantial investments in recruiting numerous merchant stores and negotiating partnerships with various brands, offering significant discounts to customers, The inertia of human behavior proved to be a formidable barrier. Once a habit is formed, individuals tend to resist change and refrain from reevaluating their choices. Online shopping was no exception. People had grown accustomed to ordering from the three major platforms, resulting in Dole's transaction volume falling woefully short of expectations, rendering its revenue figures unpublishable. Furthermore, Dole faced collective resistance from the three leading platforms as it sought to carve out a share of the market pie. Overcoming these challenges had been an uphill battle, and Chu Tianhua had endured repeated reprimands from his superiors, ultimately compelled to sign a pledge. If he failed to deliver results, he would be dismissed. In recent times, Chu Tianhua had explored various strategies, yet the reality remained unforgiving and impervious to his personal aspirations. As the deadline for his pledge loomed, Dole's marketplace showed no signs of gaining traction, leaving Chu Tianhua in a state of desperation. At that moment, Lin Hao's live-streaming sales event presented a novel approach, inspiring him with a fresh perspective. By leveraging the extensive reach of social media and harnessing the unique influence of various streamers over their fans, products could be sold effectively. It was a stroke of brilliance. With this newfound clarity, Chu Tianhua's team proposed a new plan to grant streamers free access to personal stores. This would complement the live-streaming sales approach, as individuals could not maintain a 24-hour live stream, yet stores could operate around the clock. Not long after presenting the proposal, Chu Tianhua received approval from his superiors, who entrusted him with full responsibility for the initiative. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Hao had safeguarded his career. Consequently, Chu Tianhua felt immense gratitude toward Lin Hao, and despite the latter having only 1 million followers, he included him in the first batch of streamers granted personal store access. Contemplating further, Chu Tianhua proposed, "Mr. Lin, we also plan to recruit a group of dedicated sales streamers. Would you be interested?" Lin Hao smiled politely and declined. "I sincerely appreciate your recognition, but I must decline. My aspirations lie elsewhere." Chu Tianhua was momentarily taken aback by Lin Hao's refusal, as the opportunity held immense potential. However, he refrained from pressing the matter further, recognizing that in human interactions, it is often unwise to delve too deeply too soon. Pursuing someone can feel more like a transaction than a relationship. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Hao's afternoon repose was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of voices. Stepping outside his room, he was met with a bustling crowd of women in the yard, all eagerly surrounding comrade Song Yumei, their enthusiasm palpable. Lin Hao was left bewildered. Why had the village information center descended upon his home? Before he could gather his thoughts, everyone converged upon him, chattering excitedly. "No wonder he's the brightest in our village. His mind is so agile. He sold all of our grapes in just one morning, all through that internet thingamajig. Indeed, I was worried sick, losing hair by the handful. But now that little Hao has sold our grapes, my back no longer aches and my legs feel light. Yumei, your son is truly impressive. He's quite the handsome lad, too. My sister has a niece who's a real beauty, with fair skin and a tall stature. Should I arrange for the two to meet?" "Pish, don't listen to this old woman's nonsense. Her niece is not nearly as attractive. My aunt has a niece who looks like a movie star, and everyone who has seen her agrees she is stunning. I have her WeChat. You're talking nonsense. Your niece cannot compare to my nephew. Little Hao, don't listen to her ramblings. I'll bring her over for you to see." While the villagers initially came to express their gratitude to Lin Hao, the conversation quickly evolved into a matchmaking frenzy. Each competed to secure Lin Hao's attention, almost hastily arranging his future. Lin Hao found himself at a loss, casting a pleading glance at his mother. However, Song Yumei appeared unfazed, reveling in Lin Hao's discomfort. Time passed, and Lin Hao's smile became strained, feeling utterly drained. After what seemed like an eternity, the women finally departed, satisfied. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he felt his ear being pinched. "Son, look at you. You've achieved so much without even mentioning it to your mother?" Song Yumei remarked, her tone laced with mock danger. "Not at all," Lin Hao hastily explained. "I intended to tell you, but I fell asleep as soon as I hit the bed." "Consider yourself fortunate this time," she replied, her mood evidently improved. And with Lin Hao's sincere apology, she relented. Lin Hao rubbed his stiff cheeks, surveying the various items piled in the yard, and asked, Did everyone bring these? Not at all, Song Yume proudly replied. They initially wanted to give me money, but I firmly refused. How could I accept payment from our fellow villagers? However, they insisted on showing their appreciation, and I couldn't turn them down. Thankfully, there are just a few humble items. Tonight, I'll make a chicken stew to nourish you. Comrade Yume was a compassionate individual, always kind-hearted and eager to help others without expecting anything in return. Yet, Lin Hao was not one to be overly principled. Given his assistance to the villagers, accepting some ordinary local produce felt completely justified. The array of goods sprawled across the yard included chickens, ducks, fish, meat, eggs, milk, vegetables, fruits, and various mountain products, a veritable cornucopia. Song Yume beamed with delight as she began to tidy up, with Lin Hao assisting her in organizing the courtyard. At that moment, a plump woman entered the Lin household, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the bounty in the yard, her smile broadening as she exclaimed, "Third aunt, are we celebrating the new year with all this?" Chapter 16. The arrival of extraordinary relatives. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Unwelcome guests had arrived. Lin Hao's grandmother had borne 5 children, with his father being the third. He had 2 elder brothers and an elder sister, along with a younger brother. Unlike the harmony found in other families, this clan was filled with peculiarities, each member more eccentric than the last. The visitor before him was his second aunt, Sun Lan. According to local customs, those older than one's father are addressed as uncle or aunt, leading to terms such as elder, uncle, and second aunt in his family. Conversely, those younger refer to their elders as younger uncle or younger aunt. Other families aside, the second branch was notorious for their cunning. Adhering to a principle, one cannot be impoverished through food or clothing, but one must be wary of being outsmarted by others. They were constantly scheming to take advantage of others, all while maintaining a facade of hypocrisy, which Lin Hao found utterly detestable. And here they were again, seeking to take advantage. Sun Lan, having long understood the character of Song Yume, began with flattery. "Ah, little Hao is quite talented. Grapes that even the secretary couldn't sell were disposed of in mere hours at 5 yuan per pound. No wonder he is the only one in the family to gain admission to university. Prepare to enjoy a life of comfort." Song Yume, clearly pleased, responded with a smile. "We are all from the same village. Mutual assistance is only natural. Look at all these gifts brought over in gratitude. Take some with you when you leave." "Then I shall not be polite," Song Yume replied with a hint of pride. Sun Lan's flattery and their jovial banter created an atmosphere of apparent harmony. Lin Hao, however, observed with a cold gaze. His parents were soft-hearted and generous, aware of the second branch's penchant for exploitation, but unwilling to confront their relatives. Little did they know, the second branch had grown increasingly brazen in their habits. Borrowing scissors one day, tape the next, like a constant influx of goods. Though these items held little value, the persistent borrowing without return, coupled with their denials when confronted, was infuriating. Moreover, Sun Lan took pleasure in spreading unfavorable gossip about their family. While everyone else was flawed, she alone portrayed herself as virtuous, akin to a toad perched on a foot, neither biting nor harming, yet repulsive nonetheless. Lin Hao, though angry, felt powerless to speak out as a younger relative. The family was ensnared in a tight grip. He longed to confront the situation, yet felt he lacked the means. The crux of the issue lay in altering his parents' mindset. They needed to adopt a firmer stance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sun Lan turned her gaze towards Lin Hao. "Second aunt," Lin Hao greeted politely. Sun Lan responded with an "Oh," inquiring, "When does school start?" "September 3rd. Study hard and strive to become a star, bringing glory to the Lin family," she remarked. Her words meticulously crafted, leaving no room for criticism. To an outsider, she appeared to be an exemplary elder. Such was her hypocrisy. She then ushered Song Yume into the main room, seemingly to discuss something of importance. Lin Hao stealthily followed. Notably, his heightened senses, likely a result of his unusual circumstances, allowed him to hear the conversation clearly. "Yume, Xianxia is getting married at the end of the year, and I'm a bit tight on funds. Could you support your nephew?" Lin Xiang, Sun Lan's son, had dropped out of middle school and spent years wandering before bringing home a bride to meet the family. It was clear they intended to borrow money for the wedding. Song Yumei, not easily fooled, deflected, with only his father earning and 3 children to raise. Expenses are like flowing water. How can we save? That is not true. Sun Lan insisted, her urgency mounting. Students hardly spend anything. Yia has already started working, and with Xiao Hao's talents, you needn't worry about him. Just lend me the money, and I'll repay you when you need it. Sun Lan's claim was pure nonsense. In this era, being a student was akin to being a scholar in ancient times, particularly after compulsory education, with annual tuition, living, and accommodation expenses easily amounting to tens of thousands. She was fully aware of this reality. Should things become dire, you could ask Yushan for a little. After all, you're his own aunt, Sun Lan continued, revealing her true intentions. Yushan was Lin Hao's uncle, who, while not affluent, had always been willing to help when in need. Lin Hao could hardly contain his laughter at the absurdity of the situation. You need money, and you want us to borrow from my family? This is a new level of audacity. Inside, Song Yumei was torn. Though she did not wish to lend money, she understood the implications of not supporting her nephew's wedding. It would reflect poorly on her as an aunt. Moreover, she harbored hopes that helping now would pave the way for her son's future wedding. Thus, she relented. How much do you need, second aunt? If the sum were reasonable, she might agree. 50,000. Sun Lan's audacity startled her. That is far too much. How much did the first and fourth families contribute? She countered. Sun Lan, unashamed, replied. The first family contributed 20,000 and the fourth 15. Then why should we contribute so much? Song Yumei retorted. You have the means, Sun Lan shot back, providing her rationale. The first family has just settled their affairs, and the fourth family earns little, so naturally, your family must contribute more. Her words dripped with deceit, merely exploiting their goodwill. Song Yumei would not acquiesce. Where we find such funds? Xiao Hao's tuition is due soon, and Xiao Shui is in her final year. I can hardly sleep from worry. How can you afford an air conditioner without money? Sun Lan countered, her attitude brazen. I don't care. You must give me 50,000 today. With such a commanding demeanor, she showed no pretense of politeness. Even Song Yumei, with her gentle temperament, was incensed. Outside, Lin Shui had appeared, her small face taut with anger as she absorbed the shocking words. Brother, she called out, distressed. Do not worry, I am here. Lin Hao reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. He then instructed Shui, put away the items in the yard to prevent second aunt from taking advantage when she leaves. Okay. Lin Shui nodded obediently. A smirk played on Lin Hao's lips as he felt a cold fury within. To demand money with such arrogance was truly preposterous. He resolved that, should Sun Lan take even a single cent today, it would reflect his failure to act, bringing shame to his newfound existence. Borrow money? Not a chance. With that conviction, Lin Hao strode purposefully into the main room. Chapter 17. A promising future upon entering the house, Lin Hao called out, Mom. What is it, my son? Is something the matter? Song Yumei inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she concealed her discontent, as if nothing had transpired. As parents, they always strive to present a strong facade to their children. Lin Hao remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grave. Noticing her son's demeanor, Song Yumei became anxious and urged. What is it, son? Please tell me. Only by voicing it can we find solution. Lin Hao hesitated, then let out a heavy sigh. I was initially uncertain, but seeing both you and second aunt here, I thought perhaps the more minds, the better the strength. Maybe you can help me resolve this. Speak, whatever it is. I'll support you, Song Yumei insisted. She feared her son had landed himself in serious trouble. Indeed, share your troubles. I'll stand by you too. Second Aunt Sun Lan echoed, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Given that Lin Hao was a university student, she had always shown him a friendly disposition, recognizing his potential value. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao seemed to summon great resolve. I have rented 50 acres of land at the eastern end of the village. The contract is signed, but the rent, totaling 120,000, has yet to be paid. He handed over the contract from behind him. Upon hearing that figure, Song Yumei nearly faltered, her hands trembling as she accepted the document and scrutinized it from top to bottom. It indeed read 120,000. Her eyes welled with tears as she lamented, Son, you are being foolish. 120,000 is something our family cannot possibly gather. What shall we do? Lin Hao lowered his head, a picture of self-reproach. Sun Lan, incredulous, took the contract to confirm its contents. It was indeed written in black and white, complete with an official seal. Clearly, the die was cast. How could you make such a monumental decision without consulting us? Xiao Hao, Sun Lan reproached, her voice tinged with disappointment. With the family's financial situation in dire straits, how could she possibly lend him money? However, Lin Hao grasped her hands, his excitement palpable. Second, aunt, didn't you say you would back me? You have money, right? Please help your nephew. Sun Lan's face darkened. How could pleasantries be taken seriously? She withdrew her hands, remaining steadfast. Your second brother is getting married at the end of the year, and I am currently scrambling to borrow money. There is no extra to assist you. Surely there is enough. How could there be no funds for your son's wedding? Lin Hao insisted, still fervent. How about this? You lend me the money now, and my brother can marry a few years later. Good things are worth waiting for. Sun Lan's countenance turned pale. What nonsense was this? To think he would attempt to use her son's wedding funds. Given the circumstances, borrowing money was out of the question. She could not risk her own finances. Resolutely, she decided to leave. As Lin Hao, sensing her intent, let her slip away, she hurriedly declared, You may, Xiao Hao. I will return and think of a solution. As she reached the courtyard, Sun Lan intended to quietly take some belongings, but found the area utterly bare. Where have all my things gone? But there was no time for contemplation as Lin Hao's urgent voice echoed behind her. Second, aunt. In a moment of desperation, Sun Lan seized a clump of garlic hanging in the courtyard and fled, as if escaping a dire situation. Behind her, Lin Hao continued to call out, Second, aunt, don't rush off. Let us discuss this further. Let us resolve my issue first. My brother's wedding can wait. At this, Sun Lan stumbled, and the garlic she had tucked in her pocket fell to the ground, reminiscent of a panicked stray dog. Huh! Lin Shui could no longer contain her laughter, her tone filled with admiration. Brother, you are truly remarkable. In life, it is all about performance. Lin Hao chuckled. You are not so bad yourself. The courtyard is quite tidy. Still, it could be better, Lin Shui sighed. I forgot to collect that clump of garlic. Lin Hao shook his head. Do not blame yourself. Who would have anticipated her audacity to even overlook garlic? Besides, the garlic did fall, did it not? This time, second aunt has come away empty-handed. A smile finally graced Lin Shui's face. Just as the two engaged in light-hearted banter, Lin Hao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he found Song Yumei's expression as frigid as ice, wielding a familiar feather duster. My life is forfeit. In the Lin family's main room, Song Yumei sat cross-legged, her expression devoid of emotion, rhythmically tapping the feather duster against her palm. Thus the matter unfolded. Lin Hao recounted the details of renting the land, including the earnings from his live-streaming endeavors. It was not cowardice, but rather an innate bloodline pressure that held him back. Though his mother adored him, she was not one to shy away from reprimanding him when necessary. The air seemed to still for a moment, as if time had paused. Then, unexpectedly, Song Yumei laughed. Lin Hao cautiously inquired, Mom, you're not angry? What good would anger do? Song Yumei replied, her tone wistful. You have grown, possessing your own thoughts and remarkable abilities, while I am merely an outdated woman struggling to keep up with the times. Lin Hao sensed the contradiction in her words and quickly interjected, Mom, you are still young. And besides, do not bother explaining. Song Yumei gently interrupted. I have come to realize that I can no longer treat you as a child. From now on, pursue whatever you desire. I will always support you and be your strongest pillar. Her heartfelt words warmed Lin Hao's heart, bringing a hint of moisture to his eyes. Thank you, Mom, he replied, his voice slightly choked. He was suddenly reminded of his mother from his previous life, who had also cared for him with such meticulousness, being open-minded and generous. During dinner, the entire family learned about Lin Hao's profitable live-streaming ventures and his land rental agreement, including Lin Yu, who worked in the city. Unlike the quiet Lin Shui, his sister Lin Yu was vivacious. At this moment, the two were on a video call. Wow, Xiao Hao, you're making big bucks. Recently, I've had my eyes on a designer handbag and some cosmetics. You know what I mean, right? Lin Hao replied with a smile. I'll buy them for you. That's more like it. Sister hasn't spoiled you for nothing. if Song Yumei was the one who doted on him the most. Then his sister Lin Yu was a close second, having gifted him a new phone and clothes from her first month as salary, all while insisting on saving for his bride price. Lin Hao naturally wished to reciprocate. However, with his finances still limited, he longed to surprise his sister in grand fashion. "You have quite the nerve," Song Yumei remarked, taking the phone and chiding her daughter. "How can you, as an elder sister, shamelessly ask your brother for money? Why not? I deserve it," Lin Yu declared proudly. To her, it was a matter of course that an elder sister should benefit from her younger brother's earnings. "Moreover, Mom, you don't know, Xiaohao has amassed 1 million followers on Douyin. He'll never have to worry about food and drink. But Xiaohao, you must work hard. Then your sister can quit her job, avoid labor, and simply lounge around," she added with a laugh. Song Yumei playfully scolded, "What a character." Brother Lin Shui nudged Lin Hao, her eyes sparkling. "I want a gift too." Lin Hao jested, "How about 10 sets of exercises?" Brother Lin Shui pouted. Seeing his sister act so adorably, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm just teasing. When the weather cools down, I'll take you shopping, and you can buy whatever you like." "Okay." Lin Shui nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Hao observed this warm and joyous scene, feeling a sense of elation deep within, even if he didn't show it outwardly. On this day, the burdens that had weighed heavily upon him seemed to dissipate quietly. The future of the Lin family was indeed promising. Chapter 18. The storm approaches at 7 o'clock. Lin Hao returned to his room and sat before his computer, determined to write once again. His goal for the day remained an ambitious one, 150,000 words. 4 hours later, he published his content. Suddenly, an instant message from editor Chun Ming appeared. "Teacher Potato, your update speed is astonishing. I suggest you stick to 6,000 words per day. As the longer a novel is serialized, the greater the potential earnings. There is no need to rush towards completion." "Do not advise me," Lin Hao decisively replied. "I plan to conclude it by the end of this month." Chun Ming shivered slightly. "Contemplating a possibility. Are you implying that Battle Through the Heavens is already finished and being released in sequence?" "Indeed," Lin Hao confirmed. "That makes sense," Chun Ming thought. "It is impossible for anyone to maintain a pace of 150,000 words daily." Yet, what perplexed Chun Ming was Lin Hao's urgency to finish. Did he regard money as mere refuse? Chun Ming refrained from further questioning, fearful that a misstep might displease Lin Hao and cost him a valuable connection. After dismissing Chun Ming, Lin Hao glanced at the time, 11:20 p.m. He set down his phone and lay on the bed, and within moments, the soft sound of snoring filled the room. Youth has its advantages. One can simply fall asleep at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, as Lin Hao slumbered, the internet was ablaze with activity, as if Pandora's box had been opened. Overnight, countless streamers ventured into new business territories, initiating live streaming sales. Clearly, a multitude of capital and individuals recognized opportunities within this novel model and embarked on bold experiments. Lin Hao, however, remained oblivious to these developments. Even if he were aware, he would not concern himself, for he had no intention of delving deeply into this realm. Yet, as a pioneer of live streaming sales, how could he possibly evade the tides of change? The following day, Lin Hao was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone, his mood decidedly irritable. "Who is this?" "Good morning, Mr. Lin. I am Zhou Feng, the HR manager at Blossom Media. Our company greatly appreciates your performance in live streaming sales and would like to invite you to join us. Blossom Media encourages innovation, respects individuality, and is committed to creating the most influential content, connecting dreams with reality. I apologize, but I have no interest in this path and do not intend to join any company," Lin Hao replied firmly. Not only did he have no desire to engage in live streaming, but even if he did, he would not align himself with exploitative media corporations. Such companies have no moral compass. They treat their streamers merely as tools for profit, and even Olympic gold medalists are lured into compromising situations, utterly devoid of dignity. At that moment, Zhou Feng, undeterred by Lin Hao's rejection, continued to press. "Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but our company is a subsidiary of Lonting Entertainment, which has already nurtured over 10 prominent streamers. Our boss has high hopes for you and wishes for you to reconsider." Lin Hao's tone remained calm. "Thank you for your kind offer," but I truly have no interest, and I sincerely apologize. Zhou Feng persisted. Live streaming sales are currently trending. Mr. Lin, you cannot possibly handle this wave of traffic alone. Joining Blossom would be mutually beneficial. We are confident in our ability to cultivate you into a top-tier streamer. I decline. Zhou Feng fell silent for a few moments, his voice growing cold. Lin Hao, do not be ungrateful. Do not think that just because you have gained some fame, you can act with impunity. Your current follower count amounts to nothing in the eyes of capital. Only Blossom would be willing to take you on. Do you believe? Before he could finish, Lin Hao abruptly hung up the phone. Was he to be met with anger for refusing their offer? Truly a disgraceful display. Subsequently, Lin Hao received several more calls, all from media companies seeking to recruit him, which he consistently declined. However, the representatives from these companies were courteous, showing no signs of anger upon rejection. Yet, after receiving 7 or 8 calls, Lin Hao could no longer contain his frustration. Who sold my information? It seems I must change my phone number, he thought before switching off his phone. Disturbed by these interruptions, he found sleep elusive and decided to rise and write instead. On the other end, Zhou Feng, seething with rage after the abrupt disconnection, quickly dialed another number. Brother-in-law, Lin Hao has rejected our invitation and displayed an extremely disrespectful attitude, speaking as if he looked down upon Blossom. Is that so? Came the cold voice from the other end. Then let us teach him a lesson. He is merely a fortunate individual who cannot recognize his own status. Understood. I will take care of it. Zhou Feng, emboldened by his connection to Zhu Yuan, the big boss of Blossom Media, resorted to underhanded tactics, excelling in coercing lesser streamers into signing exploitative contracts. Over the years, he had never faced defeat. Yet today, he found himself publicly humiliated by Lin Hao, prompting him to retaliate swiftly. Zhu Yuan was well aware of Zhou Feng's character, but such actions were aligned with the company's interests and with his sister's influence. He had always been shielded. That very morning, Blossom Media launched its offensive. The internet was inundated with a deluge of rumors about Lin Hao, all maliciously defamatory. The dream of 900 million girls. This man truly knows how to put on a show. The online world is rife with jesters. Even selling grapes can lead to fame. This world has become incomprehensible. Although this streamer is handsome, he exudes an uncomfortable aura, eliciting a visceral aversion. Perhaps this is the reason for his lack of audience appeal. If the attacks were merely insults, it would be bearable, but Blossom Media also enlisted individuals to disseminate numerous articles, 2 of which became particularly viral. The first was an analysis of live streaming sales. A self-identified bystander casually expressed their views. Indeed, this is a remarkably novel business model, eliminating middlemen and allowing both buyers and sellers to benefit directly. However, have we considered the repercussions? The vast disappearance of intermediaries will inevitably lead to significant unemployment. Our family, friends, and classmates may become direct victims. What repulses me most is that live streaming sales tout affordability as their selling point, yet I'm certain prices will rise eventually. The online shopping boom of recent years follows this very pattern, with many online products now costing more than their offline counterparts. Who is pocketing the profits? The platforms. The streamers. A supposed win-win has turned into a double loss, particularly for consumers, who end up with empty pockets. The implications are chilling. This article analyzed the dangers of live streaming sales from the perspectives of unemployment and pricing, using online shopping as an example, gaining widespread agreement. The second article was a scandalous expose. The author, Xiao Rou, claiming to be Lin Hao's ex-girlfriend, accused him of emotional manipulation, asserting that he had played with her affections and cheated during their relationship. The lengthy piece, filled with accusations, included images as well. It is well known that the speed at which scandalous information spreads is often unparalleled, and scandalous rumors spread even faster. With the guidance of malicious actors and support from other media companies, this article went viral almost instantly, being shared across blogs, forums, social media, and group chats. Uninformed netizens were easily swept up in the frenzy, rushing to express their outrage in the comments beneath Lin Hao's videos. In an instant, the storm was brewing, the winds howling ominously. Chapter 19. Lin Hao's counterattack in the afternoon. Lin Hao arrived in the fields to inspect them, resembling a king surveying his domain. He pondered what to plant in this remarkable 50 acres of land, which was not ordinary soil, but rather an irrigated plot invested in by the government to assist farmers. The farmland was equipped with a smart irrigation control system, with sprinkling pipes visible at intervals, making it suitable for cultivating delicate crops. In previous years, villagers who rented the land primarily chose to grow fruits, vegetables, and flowers. What should he plant this year? When in doubt, one could consult the system. System, what is the quality of the radish and cabbage seeds from the novice gift package? The system replied, they possess the lowest quality, yet in this world, they should be considered good. Consuming them regularly can strengthen the body and eliminate ailments. Astounded, Lin Hao thought it reasonable to sell them at a higher price. Thus, he decided to cultivate radishes and cabbages this year. However, another concern struck him. Would the quantity of seeds in his backpack suffice for his 55 acres? The system answered. When a novice gift package was distributed, the host only had 5 acres, thus each seed packet is sufficient for only that amount. However, the host can purchase more using farm points. What is the pricing? He inquired. Each seed packet costs 500 points. That is quite expensive. One could buy a song with that amount. He realized he would need 10 packets for the 50 acres, totaling 5,000 points. He sighed heavily and commanded system. Open my personal panel. Name, Lin Hao. Age, 22. Lifespan, 25. Farm, 5 acres of mountainous land. 50 acres of irrigated land. Farm points, 20,123. Artistic reputation, 45186. In just a few days, his artistic reputation had surged significantly, likely due to the recent success of Dope. Lin Hao felt a pang of distress. His hard-earned points were about to be spent before they even warmed in his pocket. Yet, he was not one to be short-sighted and swiftly made a decision. System. I will acquire 9 packets of radish seeds. With the 2 packets he already possessed, it would be just enough for his 55 acres. He chose radishes for their ease of storage, transportation, and selling. Upon completing the transaction, Lin Hao's backpack now contained 9 packets of radish seeds, while his farm points dwindled to 15623. What once seemed like a substantial sum now felt insufficient. It was August 7th, and he could begin planning next week. Just then, Lin Warner called him in a panic. Lin Hao, we are in trouble. Her voice was urgent. There are all sorts of slanderous rumors about you circulating online, so vivid that if I weren't familiar with you since childhood, I might have believed them. Am I being universally condemned? Have I broken some celestial law? Lin Hao responded, bewildered. Lin Warner continued, I had my manager investigate, and it turns out it's the people from Fan Hua Media stirring the pot. When did you offend them? They wanted to recruit me, but I declined. Lin Hao frowned. That explains their vendetta against you, Lin Warner said coldly. Fan Hua Media is notorious in the industry for their ruthless tactics, often coercing promising new streamers into exploitative contracts. When they encounter someone unyielding, they resort to smear campaigns to force compliance. What should I do now? Lin Hao asked. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first encounter with online harassment. His initial reaction was not anger, but intrigue. Lin Warner pondered before advising. You must remain calm, and then post a statement to refute the rumors, clarifying your stance. Leave the further actions to my public relations team. I will do my utmost to assist you. Sounds reliable. After hanging up, Lin Hao opened his blog. This was his second time trending in the top 10, but unlike the last occasion, this time it was all negative news. Scoundrel Lin Hao. Shocking. The hidden dangers of live commerce. Live commerce is a money-making scam. The headlines were hardly flattering, and the comment section was rife with vitriol. The insults were harsh, yet Lin Hao maintained a level head. Amidst the cacophony of condemnation, a few scattered voices of support emerged. Like solitary boats adrift on a vast ocean, small and fragile, yet resolute. Lin Hao was taken aback. Even in such turbulent times, did he have loyal fans? Scrolling through the comments, he quickly found the 2 most popular essays. He had to admit that the hired commenters from Fan Hua Media were quite skilled. The first article presented a sharp analysis, cleverly denigrating Lin Hao by undermining live commerce. Although the critique was forceful, Lin Hao remained unfazed. Live commerce was an inevitable trend, destined to proliferate with the rise of the internet. This process was irreversible, akin to the relentless flow of history. He believed he had not erred. In fact, by introducing it earlier, he could implement oversight sooner. As long as proper regulations were established, live commerce held more advantages than disadvantages. It could enhance consumer experiences and provide a marketplace for quality products with guaranteed service, achieving a win-win situation. Anyone with discernment could see this, making the attacks on him through live commerce utterly futile. He was confident that someone would come forth to clear his name. The second essay, however, was even more sensational. Over 5,000 words, it contained all 6 essential elements of storytelling: cause, process, outcome, time, place, and characters, complete with chat logs and images. It was vividly written and deeply moving, even prompting Lin Hao to feel an urge to confront the story's protagonist. What? The protagonist is me? Well, that is fine then. After indulging in the gossip, Lin Hao began to contemplate. The scandal had garnered more attention than he had anticipated, likely riding on the coattails of the live commerce trend, alleviating his concerns. As long as it did not escalate further, there would undoubtedly be oversight from the authorities. This was a fundamental expectation of the government. The innocent would clear their names. Fabrications could never be traced back to Lin Hao, so it was clear who would ultimately suffer. Nevertheless, being the target of insults was unpleasant, prompting Lin Hao to consider a modest counterattack. Given the lack of followers on his blog, he opened Lu and penned a brief essay. This piece elaborated on the incident's origins while emphasizing his victimhood, concluding with a poignant statement. Throughout history, there have always been those who devour others. If they could consume others, they would not hesitate to consume me. I opened the annals of history and found no dates. Yet every crooked page bore the words of benevolence and morality. I could not sleep, poring over it half the night, only to discern through the crevices that the true message was one of consumption. Despite the multitude of words in these texts and the countless comments made, they all stared at me with strange, grinning eyes. I am also human. They wish to consume me. With the publication of this article, the internet erupted in a frenzy. For the audience, just as they were settling into the drama, they discovered a twist in the tale, making the experience all the more delightful. Chapter 20. The Reversal of Public Opinion. Dong Tianqing, a distinguished expert in sociology with a commendable moral compass, has recently delved into the phenomenon of livestream commerce. This novel approach sparked profound contemplation within him, leading him to repeatedly view Lin Hao's past livestream sales. While analyzing the merits and drawbacks of this method, he recognized the young man's exceptional talent and promptly followed him. When Lin Hao was inundated with vitriolic criticism, Dong Tianqing immediately sensed something amiss. It was evident that this constituted a premeditated and orchestrated online attack. Throughout the years, he had witnessed numerous similar incidents, typically culminating in one of 2 outcomes. Either the fervor would be suppressed, resulting in a quiet demise, with the perpetrators reveling in their triumph while the victim suffered psychological trauma, or the authorities would intervene, the aggressors would feign remorse, and the victim would continue to endure a difficult existence, beset by the scorn of others. In summary, those who suffer from online harassment seldom emerge unscathed. Fueled by a sense of justice, Dong Tianqing could not remain silent. He consistently exerted himself to voice his opinions, urging others to remain vigilant and not be swayed by the crowd, even though his influence was limited. Over the years, he garnered a considerable following and encountered many like-minded individuals. That morning, he led a group in resisting the wave of trolls. However, the scale of the opposition was overwhelming, and their efforts yielded little impact. Yet, due to his sustained attention to the matter, he was among the first to read Lin Hao's article. Upon learning the full account of the events, Dong Tianqing's fists clenched in anger as he realized that powerful interests were manipulating the situation, resorting to any means necessary for profit. The final paragraph of the article left him astounded. Particularly striking was the line, "I simply cannot sleep." Having scrutinized it throughout the night, I discerned the 2 words hidden within: cannibalism. The shock reverberated through his body and soul. While others might not grasp the depth of this sentiment, Dong Tianqing, with his long-standing opposition to capitalism and oppression, felt it acutely. As a genuine expert, Endowed with a wealth of knowledge and an exceptional capacity for discernment, he easily perceived the intent behind these words, a clever allegory of contemporary issues. The self-reflective prose adeptly unveiled the brutal essence of predatory capitalism. Moreover, the chilling yet poignant phrases, coupled with a stark literary tone, contrasted with the underlying meaning and subtle symbolism, creating a distinctive style that evoked an unspoken sense of sorrow and joy. This not only articulated his thoughts, but exceeded his expectations in brilliance. Elated, Dong Tianqing laughed heartily. I am not alone in this path. I am not alone. Though he had not consumed wine, he felt intoxicated. After a brief moment, Dong Tianqing regained his composure, though his cheeks remained flushed. He first downloaded the article, credited the author, and posted it on his blog, subsequently sharing it with his fans, family, and friends. Simultaneously, countless others encountered this article. He Kuang was among them. Originally named He Qingshan, he was a critical realist writer who exposed social issues and the ugliness of human nature, reflecting on social injustices. Unlike others, he focused on the often overlooked, marginalized communities, possessing a cynical disposition and a penchant for voicing what others dared not say. His audacious demeanor earned him the affectionate nickname He Kuang from his fans, who found humor in it. Surprisingly, he embraced the moniker, praising his fans for their creativity. However, this humorous individual found himself in tears that day. When he stumbled upon Lin Hao's article, he initially scrolled past it, but something compelled him to return. The fleeting title, Silence Explodes Not in Silence, but in Oblivion, captivated him. He clicked on the article and became engrossed. He Kuang fixated on the final paragraph, absorbing the power embedded within the words. Unlike Dong Tianqing, who felt exhilarated as if savoring fine wine, He Kuang was enveloped in a profound sense of sorrow. After a prolonged silence, He Kuang took action. He swiftly penned an article entitled, Has It Always Been So, Is It Right? His writing style eschewed ornate language, rendering it accessible even to middle school students. This piece, too, conveyed a simple yet potent message. The courage to resist is a valuable spirit. Witnessing injustice calls for brave voices. Confronting unfairness demands courageous opposition. The article unfolded with a steady cadence, embodying He Kuang's signature style of enlightening prose. The only notable deviation was the concluding remark, lauding Lin Hao as a commendable young man. This endorsement was undeniably bold. With the publication of his article, the internet erupted in fervor. As a luminary in the realm of critique, He Kuang boasted a legion of devoted fans and unparalleled influence. The article spread rapidly, and readers, satisfied yet intrigued, began to wonder, who was Lin Hao? The entire situation was quickly unraveled. With He Kuang's endorsement, no one doubted the authenticity of Lin Hao's post, and the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. This streamer is incredible. He insults without profanity, and I've learned a new tactic. They laughed. The heavens may not submit, nor the earth, but I bow to the literary prowess of teacher He Kuang. Has it always been so, is it right? I shall adopt this as my signature phrase. Lin Hao, the live-streaming host, found himself unexpectedly praised by a top-tier writer. What should I do? I'm in a state of urgency. Netizens joked, playfully riffing on the situation. I must be ill, unable to sleep, sitting up to smoke a cigarette, despondently gazing at the two women on my bed. Neither of them is you. I must be rather unwell. This cold night, the dogs outside are howling, and after a moment's hesitation, I joined in. I must be quite unwell, for I am exceedingly unwell. The online community, brimming with creativity, reveled in their playful banter. It is well known that compared to scandalous allegations, memes spread with remarkable speed. The general literature movement surged forth with a velocity that left many astounded, dominating the trending topics and permeating every corner of the internet. The users began to awaken, connecting the dots to the usual antics of fanhua media, finally realizing that Lin Hao had been wronged, eliciting feelings of guilt. Particularly, those who had previously harassed Lin Hao now found themselves filled with regret. Amidst a chorus of apologies, a user with the ID Not Eating Cilantro proposed a collective course of action that garnered widespread support. I have uncovered the mastermind behind this online harassment. It's fanhua media. Shall we rally together? Upon hearing this, the remorseful netizens united in outrage. Charge! Let's bring them down. Stand up for Lin Hao. Fan Hua Media is unforgivable. Chapter 21. Turbulence resurfaces. The online community demonstrated remarkable zeal, rallying friends and taking immediate action, particularly those who had previously launched a cyber onslaught against Lin Hao, who proved to be the most easily incited and, consequently, the most fervent supporters. Burdened by guilt, they courageously took the lead in the charge. They rushed to the official account of the blooming media, unleashing a torrent of vitriol that surpassed their previous attacks on Lin Hao. Their language was crude and derogatory, targeting his mother, relatives, and ancestors, creating a multi-dimensional assault with formidable intensity. Simultaneously, a significant number of users began to unfollow the account, causing the once thriving fan base of over 3 million to dwindle by half, with numbers continuing to decline. Moreover, the hostility extended to the streamers under blooming media, who found themselves ensnared in the backlash and suffered a loss of followers. I'm sorry, Yao Yao. Though I adore you, my conscience compels me to unfollow you. Farewell, my digital girlfriend. DePeo, blooming is unworthy. I shall only follow you again when you sever ties with the company. Unity is strength, though each individual's power may be minimal. Together they wield a force capable of upheaval. Such overwhelming momentum caused the hired online trolls to vanish, their scripted narratives deleted without a trace. The trending topics swiftly shifted from Lin Hao's scandals to vociferous condemnations of blooming media. Cyber-bullying instigator, blooming media. Provide an explanation. Outrageous. Unforgivable. Even the gossip surrounding a popular celebrity was overshadowed, a clear testament to the public's fury. Lin Warner was the first to call. You've done well. I hadn't even begun to exert my influence, and you've resolved this matter on your own. That headline is exceptional. In silence, one either erupts or perishes, puzzled. She reflected on how she had painstakingly persuaded her manager to utilize the company's resources to assist Lin Hao, only to find he had resolved the crisis independently. Lin Hao expressed humility, but couldn't he help but inquire. I've always been curious. I hold no deep-seated grudge against blooming media, so why the elaborate schemes against me? Ah, I've heard my manager mention this, Lin Warner replied angrily. Blooming media alone lacks the capacity for such a grand undertaking. As the pioneer of live-stream commerce, your existing popularity could easily ignite a sensation across the internet. However, your refusal to sign with any company has led them to conspire against you, seeking to destroy you after their failed attempts to exploit your success. The depths of societal machinations are profound. I long to return to my rural roots, Lin Hao thought, gasping in disbelief. Had Lin Warner not explained, he would never have realized the extent of their jealousy toward his capabilities. They simply could not tolerate such a formidable individual. They likely never anticipated that their plans would unravel, spiraling out of control and ultimately striking a blow against themselves. Yet the pessimism of humanity is not universal. In stark contrast to the jubilant online users, the employees of blooming media felt as though the sky had fallen upon them upon learning of the incident. An emergency meeting was convened without delay. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Zhu Yuan, seated at the head, furrowed his brow, while the department heads wore grave expressions. The architect of this turmoil, Zhou Feng, sat in the corner with his head bowed, his demeanor shrouded in ambiguity. President Zhu, the situation is dire. I have some thoughts I wish to share. A voice broke the silence. The speaker was Ma Xiaolin, the marketing director whose credentials included a Master's degree from a prestigious university. He had crafted the company's strategic development plan and was highly regarded for his talent and capability. Aware of the chaos that had unfolded, Ma Xiaolin understood that without prompt adjustments, the downfall of blooming media was inevitable. Zhu Yuan regarded his most capable assistant and replied coolly, "Speak." Taking a deep breath, Ma Xiaolin began. First, I believe we should enhance the compensation for our streamers, ensuring it at least meets the industry average. His first suggestion targeted a significant flaw within the company. While exploiting employees might yield greater profits, it inevitably breeds resentment, leading to a lack of motivation and, historically, disaster. Second, we must revise our strategic deployment. The current uproar is too substantial to suppress. We must preserve our core resources for the future. Ma Xiaolin continued. The company is rife with unsavory characters, particularly Zhou Feng, who acts with reckless abandon. However, those who frequently tread near the river seldom remain dry. I have long harbored discontent regarding this, and this is the perfect opportunity to implement necessary reforms. Third, we should expand into new business ventures. Currently, our revenue relies solely on commission from streamers and advertising, leaving us vulnerable to risk. Ma Xiaolin's third suggestion pinpointed the company's most significant weakness. Lastly, we must reform the human resources department to prevent outsiders from directing seasoned professionals. Individuals like Zhou Feng are unfit to continue in leadership roles. Ma Xiaolin delivered his 4 recommendations with unwavering conviction. Throughout his discourse, he refrained from discussing how to address the online uproar. In his perspective, while the issue was serious, effective public relations could mitigate the damage, as the company's reputation was already poor. The internet forgets, and reputations can be gradually restored. However, if the company failed to reform, allowing incompetence and complacency to flourish, bankruptcy would inevitably follow. Thus, he seized this opportunity to voice long-held sentiments. After his words, silence enveloped the room. One could almost hear a pin drop. Zhu Yuan's expression darkened, and he abruptly stood, interrupting Ma Xiaolin. Enough. We will discuss these matters later. Today, our focus is on how to address public opinion and mitigate this crisis. With that, he stormed out. Zhou Feng, witnessing this, dared not linger and hurriedly followed suit, leaving a room full of astonished executives exchanging glances. Zhu Yuan's fury stemmed from Ma Xiaolin's final suggestion, which struck a chord with his most sensitive nerve, human resources. He was acutely aware of his limited capabilities. His success in launching a media company was merely fortuitous. Yet he was astute enough to recognize the necessity of controlling personnel and finances. To that end, he disregarded all counsel and appointed his niece and Zhou Feng to oversee the finance and human resources departments, respectively. Though they lacked exceptional talent, their loyalty was unquestionable. Moreover, his long-standing suspicion and dissatisfaction with Ma Xiaolin were well documented. As a company veteran holding 1/3 of the shares, Ma Xiaolin's equitable leadership starkly contrasted with Zhu Yuan's nepotism and abuse of power. He held considerable esteem within the company and maintained a delicate equilibrium with Zhu Yuan. To Zhu Yuan, Ma Xiaolin's proposals were perceived as a challenge to his authority and an attempt to diminish his power. After a lengthy silence, Ma Xiaolin sighed heavily and resumed presiding over the meeting, methodically organizing actions to confront the current public relations crisis. Following the meeting, Blooming Media's official account swiftly released a statement, acknowledging their errors and sincerely apologizing to the online community, clarifying the company's stance. They also donated 1 million yuan to a charitable organization, attempting to provide closure on the matter. Finally, they issued a personal apology to Lin Hao, ensuring it was flawless. In addition, they enlisted the assistance of several influential figures to amplify their message. This decisive action significantly alleviated the public's anger, leading to a wave of satisfaction among users, akin to a festive celebration, as sentiments gradually improved. Just as Ma Xiaolin believed that the matter had completely settled and no further ripples would arise, a new tempest quietly brewed. In a villa, Zhu Yuan erupted in fury. Look at the mess you've created. You can't even handle a trivial matter. Pack your bags and return to your hometown at once. Brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng immediately knelt down, pleading, the fault does not lie with me. No one anticipated Yi Kuang would suddenly speak up for Lin Hao. Indeed, a strikingly beautiful woman chimed in to defend him. I believe Xiao Feng managed the situation well. It was merely a matter of unfortunate timing. Please, show him some mercy this time. Such maternal compassion, Zhu Yuan scolded. The woman's eyes immediately glistened with tears. What is wrong with me? I only wish for our family to remain united. No matter how admirable outsiders may appear, they do not share our interests. Noticing his brother-in-law's wavering resolve, Zhou Feng swiftly seized the opportunity. Brother-in-law, I have uncovered a weakness in Lin Hao that will surely render him speechless and compel him to concede. Really? Zhu Yuan appeared skeptical. Absolutely. Zhou Feng quickly positioned himself beside Zhu Yuan and recounted the information he had gathered. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuan finally spoke. I shall grant you one final chance. This time, you must succeed and not fail. Chapter 22. Where the heart finds peace is my home. Not only did Ma Xuelin fail to anticipate this, but even Lin Hao was taken aback by the renewed controversy surrounding him. This time, the source of the tumult originated from a live streamer on the Dole platform. The streamer unabashedly delivered a scathing critique within his streaming room, directly asserting that Lin Hao, a student of the composition department at Zhongzhou Art Academy, shockingly had yet to produce a single piece of work as he approached graduation. This declaration acted like a bombshell, igniting a firestorm of public outcry. The recently settled fervor surged once again, and the once silent internet trolls resurfaced. Really? 3 years and not a single composition? I must be better than him. How did someone like him even get into Zhongzhou? Are his grades fabricated? Composition is unlike any other endeavor. It is entirely reliant on talent. You cannot force creativity. If one lacks it, they simply cannot produce. For students of composition, failing to create is tantamount to being worthless. This time, the trolls demonstrated a modicum of intelligence, refraining from personal attacks and instead focusing solely on questioning Lin Hao's compositional abilities. Is this never-ending? Lin Hao felt a surge of anger, easily deducing that certain media companies were relentless in their attempts to tarnish his reputation. However, he was unexpectedly surprised to find that public sentiment was not entirely one-sided. You claim he has no works? A genius who gained admission to Zhongzhou cannot be dismissed by a mere keyboard warrior. If you have the capability, why not try to apply yourself? I just checked. Lin Hao was admitted to Zhongzhou with an impressive rank of 68 in the provincial college entrance examination. How dare you mock him? Good-looking and academically accomplished, I have a bold idea. Not allowed. He is my husband. Engaging in cyberbullying and then digging into someone's personal information. Let me remind you, invading someone else's privacy is against the law. It is truly said that those who spread rumors do so with ease, while those who refute them must run tirelessly. My heart aches for my brother Lin Hao. While Lin Hao had previously enjoyed a fleeting moment of fame, it was but a brief flicker. Most people did not take the time to learn about him, resulting in his fan base lagging behind that of Lin Warner. However, the incident with the media company inadvertently introduced him to a broader audience. Coupled with the adage that beauty equates to justice, Lin Hao's follower count surged dramatically across various platforms. Among them were numerous devoted fans, passionately defending him and clearly disbelieving the trolls' allegations. How could such an outstanding Lin Hao possibly lack works? He must simply be modest. Some eager fans even tagged Lin Hao, urging him to showcase his compositions as a means to silence the critics. The fans' fervent declarations left Lin Hao in a state of bemusement. How could he present any works? Although the original owner had been diligent and possessed a solid foundation in composition, his pride had prevented him from releasing anything less than exceptional, resulting in a barren portfolio. Lin Hao did possess a piece titled Rising Winds, but it remained unreleased, and in this instance, long-distance solutions could not quench immediate needs. His silence inadvertently validated the trolls' claims, significantly emboldening them. As fans grew disheartened by Lin Hao's lack of response, their resolve to confront the trolls diminished. The tide turned, and the trolls reveled once more, their remarks becoming increasingly caustic. Nevertheless, sporadic voices continued to rise in Lin Hao's defense. So what if he has no works? Lin Hao is still young. He will surely create in due time. Keep going, Lin Hao. I will always support you. Initially, I felt aversion to the name The Dream of 900 million girls. Who could be so self-absorbed? Yet, upon learning more, I became a fan. Life is long, and he will undoubtedly produce works. The Dream of 900 million girls. Keep going. My sister, and I will always support you. Lin Hao felt a stirring within him, grappling with confusion. These individuals were complete strangers, yet they chose to believe in him, to assist him, to offer him comfort, and to staunchly defend him. How naive, how innocent. As dusk descended, Lin Hao strolled alone through the streets. In this vast world, he felt a profound lack of belonging, akin to a mere spectator. indifferent to the affairs of others, solely intent on completing the system's tasks to prolong his life. Despite being targeted by the media company, he felt a surprising lack of anger, merely compelled to mount a defense. Never had he considered a proactive approach, as though caught in a sage-esque moment, devoid of motivation. Yet, at this moment, witnessing the feeble yet heartfelt support from his fans, his perspective shifted. It dawned on him that while he had considered these matters trivial, others held them dear. It became clear that his own feelings of anger were not solitary. Others felt it on his behalf. He realized he held significance in the hearts of some. At that moment, Lin Hao called. "Lin Hao, where are you? Why aren't you home? I'm out for a stroll. About what's being said online, don't take it to heart. I'll introduce you to some experienced composers soon, who can guide you and help you rise to the occasion." Lin Hao spoke boldly, yet she had no connections to any composers. Lin Hao chuckled softly, explaining, "I'm not upset. I'm just contemplating an important matter, and I'm close to clarity." Lin Hao, half believing, hung up the phone. In truth, there was little she could do. This was something only he could resolve. As night fell, Lin Hao returned home, burdened with thoughts, only to find that dinner had already passed. The living room was brightly lit, with Song Yumei and Lin Shui waiting for his return. "Shui, please heat up some food for your brother," Song Yumei instructed. Lin Shui nodded and left the living room, leaving the two alone. In the soft glow of the lamp, Song Yumei's gentle face appeared calm and serene. Before long, Lin Shui returned with warm dishes, having kept them simmering in the pot for Lin Hao's arrival. Gazing at his tender mother and obedient sister, Lin Hao felt a moment of disconnection. He realized he was not alone in this world. He had family, friends, and caring fans. A sudden desire for alcohol surged within him. "I feel like having a drink," Lin Hao remarked without preamble. Lin Shui promptly retrieved a bottle from their father's collection, worry etched on her face as she handed it to him. Lin Hao drank deeply, not out of nostalgia for past times, but suddenly recalling a phrase, "Where the heart finds peace is my home." Until now, he had solely focused on completing the system's tasks to improve his family's life, internally resisting any deep connections with the world around him, viewing himself merely as a transient being. This was also why he had not rushed to support his fans during their downtimes. However, the past was mere vapor, and there was no need to lock his heart away. In this world, a light burned for him. Someone awaited his return home at night, preparing warm meals in the kitchen. No matter how weary or lost he felt outside, he could find complete relaxation at home, knowing he was not alone. After several rounds of drinking, Lin Hao exhaled deeply. "I am ready to release a piece in response to my fan support. What do you think?" "Great. Wonderful." Song Yumei clapped enthusiastically, having already been informed by Warner. "Those online people are despicable. You must teach them a lesson. You can do it, brother. Go for it." Lin Shui encouraged, though her heart held some concern as she felt her brother lacked natural talent in this area. Yet, knowing he never boasted, her worry dissipated. Returning to his room, Lin Hao retrieved the eru left to him by his grandfather, meticulously cleaning it before inquiring with the system. "Can I exchange for moonlight over the Urquin?" "Yes. It requires 5,000 points." Lin Hao exchanged without hesitation. The eru was the instrument he excelled at, having played it since childhood. However, its audience was not particularly vast in this world. Yet, at this moment, no other instruments were available. Subsequently, Lin Hao called Lin Hao, requesting her to bring the live streaming equipment to his home. Once everything was in place, Lin Hao opened his blog and posted an update. At 10 o'clock, let us gather in the live stream. Chapter 23. Pressure on Xianxia. As this update was released, Lin Hao's fans erupted with excitement. "Xianxia is speaking. Didn't they claim my brother has no works? Remember to come to the live stream tonight. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine." I was wondering why there was no response. Turns out they were saving a big reveal. The audience is ready. If the streamer can deliver, it will surpass even the most thrilling of stories. All feelings of despondency vanished, and the fans rallied to confront the naysayers. However, the hired critics fell silent once again. They are not foolish. Since the opponent dared to go live, it must mean they possess a certain level of confidence. Unlike the ecstatic reactions of the fans, Zhou Feng wore a grim expression, deeply displeased. He had anticipated that Lin Hao would be cornered and would seek mercy, allowing him the opportunity to humiliate him and sign a contract of servitude. However, the unexpected decision to host a live stream caught him off guard. Was this a provocation? Very well. Zhou Feng was aware that Lin Hao's family lacked financial resources and connections, making it impossible for him to obtain quality works. It seemed likely that he was cobbling together something subpar, perhaps a derivative piece. Zhou Feng scoffed at the thought. He had made meticulous arrangements. Any song released by Lin Hao that fell short of standards would result in his utter disgrace. Under his direction, the hired critics swiftly initiated their campaign. Let us not boast too soon. We wouldn't want to trip over our own words. Exactly. After such a long silence, who knows where he got his works? If the quality is mediocre, it would mean he bought it. Otherwise, how could it possibly match the brilliance of our Lin Tiankai? The fans were on the verge of exploding with anger. At this moment, the opposition was desperately trying to elevate their status, knowing that if the quality of a live performance faltered even slightly, it would invite a flood of skepticism. Only exceptional works could silence all dissent. Yet, crafting such masterpieces is no simple task. Even seasoned composers find it challenging. In Blue Star, the term composer is quite broad. When faced with an extraordinary piece, audiences often refer to the composer as a father of music. However, this is merely a form of admiration. To be truly regarded as such, one must at least produce two figures of unparalleled talent. Those who can achieve this are rare, revered throughout the industry. The critics' attempts to compare Lin Hao to these esteemed composers were indeed malicious. The fans, unwilling to back down, engaged in heated arguments with the critics. Though filled with fervor and plentiful in number, the critics were driven by profit and proved to be unyielding. Consequently, a fierce exchange ensued. At 10 o'clock that evening, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. Lin Hao commenced the live stream punctually as countless viewers flooded into the chat room. The audience was a diverse mix: fans, onlookers, and critics. Here they come, front row for the spectacle. Good evening, Lin Hao. The fans greeted him with enthusiasm. At this moment, someone recognized the instrument in Lin Hao's hands. Eru? Is Lin Hao planning to perform on the Eru? Lin Hao nodded. I've seen some comments online, and honestly, they don't bother me. I initially didn't want to address them, but I felt I couldn't let my fans be wronged, so I decided to go live. Allow me to introduce my original piece for tonight. It is an instrumental titled Durquin Ingwe. Lin Hao briefly explained. I'm in love. Lin Hao is so thoughtful. This live stream is dedicated to us fans. Such a devoted streamer deserves our support. The fans joyfully flooded the chat with comments, but among them, those with true understanding felt a shadow of doubt. Although the Eru holds significant importance, it remains relatively niche and lacks widespread appeal. To use the Eru to counter skepticism was already a daunting task, and Lin Hao's choice of a purely instrumental piece further complicated matters. Combining both made the challenge exceedingly formidable. Before they could ponder further, the performance commenced. As Lin Hao's fingers glided across the strings, the music erupted, resonating like a deep, sorrowful sigh. The subtle and profound tones instantly transported the listeners into the emotional landscape conveyed by the music. What is happening? I feel an inexplicable sadness. Wow, the streamer has some talent. Shoo, listen closely. Soon, the piece entered its first segment. The melody was somber and restrained, primarily characterized by stable progressions with slight fluctuations, evoking a sense of emotional turmoil. As the melody surged upward, the rhythm transformed rapidly. It was a lament. It was a cry of defiance. Everyone held their breath, completely entranced by the unfolding emotions. The entire world seemed to fall silent. The screen was devoid of chatter. Only the poignant music flowed from the strings. At times deep, at times fervent, at times tragic, and at times defiant. The sound carried a poignant blend of sorrow and pain, intertwined with resentment and injustice. Following 5 successive variations, the piece reached its climax. The sorrow expressed in the music was not merely heard but felt deep within the soul. Ultimately, the sound transitioned from crescendo to decrescendo, finishing on a gentle note that left an overwhelming sense of melancholy and reflection. As the final note faded, Lin Hao opened his tightly shut eyes. The audience gradually returned to reality, gasping for breath. In the next moment, comments flooded the screen as people released their overwhelming emotions. After hearing this music, I feel so unfortunate. When I was a child, I asked my grandfather why the eru sounds so sorrowful. He said it has only two strings relying on each other. I miss my grandfather. I may not know much about appreciation, but I can feel the sadness from this piece. No wonder people say, no soul can leave without the Swana, and no one can remain unmoved by the eru. Even I, a hardened man, couldn't hold back my tears. The inevitability of life was encapsulated within Nurkwin Ingwe, depicting a lifetime of struggles and sorrows, accompanied by music, evoking profound nostalgia. I didn't cry when my grandparents passed away, nor when my parents abandoned me. But today I found myself weeping uncontrollably. The fans were despondent, and Lin Hao felt equally affected. He remembered Nurkwin Ingwe primarily for its fame, having not grasped its deeper essence before. Yet in this life, due to inherited memories and mastery of music theory, he could comprehend its profound meaning and the emotions it conveyed. It was a deep sigh, a sorrowful cry, an impassioned outcry, a stubborn shout. Each note struck a chord, expressing the desolation and bitterness of worldly existence. After a long pause, Lin Hao regained his composure and smiled, asking the audience, "What did you think of my performance?" "Absolutely incredible. I never thought I would cry listening to music. If there comes a day when the streamer struggles, he should take to the streets with his eru. I'll be there to support him. I'm a composition major. The streamer's rendition of Nurkwin Ingwe is far more impressive than you might imagine. It might even become a mandatory piece for eru examinations in the future." The comments erupted in praise, and Lin Hao was not surprised. Nurkwin Ingwe is universally acknowledged as a classic masterpiece, often compared to Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata at the close of the 20th century. A survey conducted in the United States identified the 10 most popular songs among Western audiences, with Nurkwin Ingwe topping the list. In all honesty, Lin Hao harbored a tinge of regret for unveiling such a formidable piece, one that could command 5,000 points, deeming it an extravagant display of talent for the present context. Concerning copyright issues, Lin Hao felt no trepidation. In Blue Star, a realm where artistry reigns supreme, the sanctity of a creator's rights is inviolable. Nevertheless, to mitigate any potential concerns, he prudently registered heir Quan Ingyu and Chi Feng Lo. Although not formally recorded, tangible samples of the printed works could serve as valid evidence. At this moment, the barrage of comments continued to surge. "By the way, where are the detractors? Lin Hao has unequivocally demonstrated his prowess. What excuses could they possibly conjure now?" Initially drawn to witness the host's downfall, they were unexpectedly treated to a mesmerizing performance, rendering their visit worthwhile. Quan Ingyu has indisputably validated Lin Hao's capabilities. The pressure now shifts to the critics. Chapter 24: The Shock of Nurkwin Ingwe at the Haoji Hotel. Faced with the relentless seduction of his female streamer underlings, Zhou Feng remained unmoved, intent on watching Lin Hao's live stream before engaging in any distractions. However, now that the live stream had concluded, the woman in his arms lost her allure. "Impossible. Absolument impossible," Zhou Feng shouted, pushing away the pale body. To be honest, he felt somewhat dazed. Nurkwin Ingwe had left him speechless. Had it not been for Lin Hao's performance, he would have struggled to contain his tears. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he dialed a number, his voice trembling. "Brother-in-law, I." Meanwhile, Lin Hao concluded his live stream. Lin Warner and Lin Shui entered his room, both emotional, their eyes still red from tears. What a delight! Lin Warner, feeling entirely at home, sprawled across the bed like a lord, saying, "You really impressed us. You conquered the audience with just an eru. Why did you hide your talent before?" Lin Hao replied, "It wasn't hiding. I was genuinely lacking." Fortunately, his sister Lin Shui interjected, "Brother has been learning eru from Grandpa since childhood. We just never appreciated it, so we were unaware. Now do you see the charm of the eru?" Lin Hao continued, "In truth, I wasn't this skilled before. Grandpa is self-taught, and it was only after studying composition that I synthesized and innovated on what he taught me." He aimed to make his transformation appear rational. Lin Warner suddenly understood. "No wonder you've been so quiet these past 3 years. your focus was solely on the Eru. Lin Hao smiled silently, acknowledging her insight. Checking the time, Lin Hao rose from the bed. It's 11 o'clock. I must return home. Lin Hao offered. Allow me to escort you. The moon hung high, casting a silvery glow. The two walked side by side, a gentle breeze caressing them, bringing a refreshing and pleasant sensation. The young woman, hands clasped behind her back, stepped lightly, resembling a joyful fawn. They reminisced about their childhood, and at each amusing story, her laughter rang like silver bells. Soon, they arrived at Lin Mingyuan's residence. Lin Hao suddenly turned, her big, sparkling eyes shining brightly. I'm leaving tomorrow. Thanks to you, I have a TV drama to shoot. I might just become famous. She added, I wish you success in realizing your dreams and becoming a master of music. Let's both strive for greatness. Lin Hao nodded with a smile. Upon returning home, Lin Hao sat at his computer. He had already updated his work earlier in the morning, and with the release of awakens, the media company would likely remain quiet for a while. He could enjoy a period of calm. Nonetheless, this incident provided him with a profound lesson, the importance of safeguarding his identity. The original owner of this persona had perhaps overlooked this issue, making it easy for his true self to be uncovered. He resolved to learn from this and create multiple identities. After all, having various aliases would not hinder the attainment of his artistic reputation. Noticing the late hour, Lin Hao washed up and went to bed. Although he refrained from staying up late, others did. For instance, Lin Nanshan, a distinguished professor at Zhongzhou Media Academy, was one such night owl. Additionally, he was a composer for Jelly Entertainment, a true maestro of music. Despite his age, he remained in touch with the younger generation, keeping up with trending topics and significant national events, as well as some sensational news. At this moment, a particular headline caught his attention: the pinnacle of Eru. Though Lin Nanshan was publicly known for his piano skills, few were aware of his proficiency with the Eru. Intrigued, he clicked on the link. The page opened with a lengthy text introduction, which he quickly scrolled past to reach the video. Awakens? Quite artistic, he mused as he hit play. As the music began with a sigh, Lin Nanshan's expression turned serious. The piece commenced with a short melody in a 4-beat rhythm. Seamlessly transitioning into descending scales, there was something profound here. As he listened and analyzed, his appreciation deepened. He could not only feel the emotions embedded within the piece, but also discern the techniques employed. As the music entered its first section, the melody's low bass notes created a somber, oppressive atmosphere, lacking in range, with a primarily steady progression that elicited a sense of melancholy. The second theme burst forth with an ascending melody and varied rhythms, expressing the composer's defiance, as if lamenting something. Lin Nanshan's eyes brightened. The subsequent 5 segments revolved around variations of the 2 themes from the first section, expanding and contracting in phrasing, coupled with ascending and descending melodic lines, illustrating the gradual development of the music. The thematic variations ebbed and flowed with the melody's progression, sometimes deep and introspective, other times impassioned and heroic, conveying the author's inner turmoil and discontent. As the 5th section reached its climax, Lin Nanshan was shaken to his core. He closed his eyes, utterly enchanted. He had never encountered such a sorrowful composition. It was beyond his creative capacity. Without a tragic life experience, there could be no foundation for such artistry. The sadness conveyed was not merely auditory, it penetrated the soul. The piece soon transitioned into its concluding segment, imbued with profound longing and reflection, eventually settling into a tranquil silence, leaving a lingering sense of incompleteness. Lin Nanshan listened again. If the first playthrough revealed only sorrow, the second unveiled a sense of openness and a love for life and its possibilities. Though I may be destitute, I shall not yield. It was undoubtedly one of the finest Eru compositions he had ever heard. Lin Nanshan was astonished. Who was the master behind this work? He hurried back to the top of the post to scrutinize the introduction. Upon reading, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. Even my own students? Reflecting on this revelation, a smile crept across Lin Nanshan's lips. Not only professionals, but also fans and onlookers reacted fervently to awakens. This piece is unexpectedly beautiful. Lin Hao mused. Did you not ask me to prove my talent? A critic chimed in. If you were this impressive, why didn't you say so earlier? It was evident who triumphed. This marked Lin Hao's second victory, proving that talent could indeed contend with capital. Have you not noticed? Lin Hao's live stream did not even include GIFs. He truly moved me to tears. Greatness requires no embellishment. I respect him as a true man. Viewers regularly tuned into live streams, whether of celebrities or hosts, often claiming lofty ideals, yet still accepting gifts. Lin Hao, however, quietly opted out. Through the efforts of Fenghua Media, many were aware of his modest family background. This stark contrast rendered his character remarkably admirable, elevating Lin Hao's image in the eyes of netizens and fans alike. With the enthusiastic promotion of Ingwe, countless listeners were drawn to the piece. And after a night of fervor, it ultimately topped the trending charts. Chapter 25. The Spring of the Eru Players. The dawn of a new day arrived. In this era, where the smartphone is an inseparable companion, many individuals awakened to the habitual act of checking blogs to discover the trending events of the day. However, today, the top 10 trending topics were dominated by something peculiar. Where's my brother? Is this wretched Eru truly trending? What has Lin Hao done this time? Netizens engaged in fervent discussions, with many having gone to bed early due to work commitments, completely oblivious to the events of the previous night. It was not until a kind-hearted individual posted a lengthy thread detailing the sequence of events that excitement ensued. Front row for the drama. Can this really be a successful slap in the face? I am utterly captivated. Surprisingly, a comment caught everyone's attention. Master Zhao has posted an update. Netizens instantly erupted in enthusiasm. Art is the most revered domain on Blue Star, and anything related to art attracts immense attention. Consequently, esteemed figures in various artistic fields enjoy high status, receiving genuine respect and adoration from countless admirers. Zhao Dishu is a master in the realm of music. A council member of the Blue Star Music Association, the vice president of the Eru Society, and a guest professor at numerous prestigious institutions, such as the Capital Music Academy and Capital University. His every action draws the gaze of innumerable individuals. And upon learning of his update, netizens flocked to his blog. To their astonishment, Master Zhao's latest post was a critique of Ingwe. Zhao Dishu stated, "Listening to Ingwe is a delightful experience. Once immersed, one truly perceives its increasing value and lingering aftertaste. In this sorrowful yet profoundly meaningful piece, emotions of melancholy and fervor intertwine, encapsulating the author's love and yearning for life. The thematic variations oscillate between tranquility and agitation, rendering the composition both profound and exhilarating. The music unfolds gently, expanding and elaborating, allowing the expressed emotions to resonate more fully. While it conveys hardship and resentment, it also expresses a sense of openness. Within half an hour of posting, thousands of comments poured in. Who would have thought that Ingwe held such intricate nuances? Master Zhao's analysis was crystal clear. Even for someone like me, who only graduated from junior high, I must listen to it. The master's recommendations are always reliable. Under Zhao Dishu's influence, many who previously had no interest in the Eru rushed to listen to Ingwe. Additionally, several music critics joined the fray to share their perspectives. Deng Guangwei. Not only does Ingwe possess a beautiful and poetic title, but also expresses the author's heartfelt lament and curse upon darkness while yearning for light. I believe it to be a rare gem. Li Shufeng. This piece exudes a rich folk flavor. No wonder people say that true masters are found among the folk. Zhou Weijun. While others discuss the content, I shall briefly touch upon the technique. Setting aside the piece itself, the performer's proficiency on the Eru is at an exceptional level. Open string shifts, sliding notes, and rapid transitions across strings. It's hard to believe he is only 22. After absorbing the analyses and critiques from Master Zhao and various music critics, netizens began to grasp the true essence of Ingwe. They lavished praise, with Lin Hao's fans being the most exuberant. Previously, they could be dismissed as mere self-entertainers, but now, with so many masters offering high praise, who could deny the excellence of Ingwe? I never knew the Eru could be so enchanting. Ingwe is magnificent. The appraisals from the masters are commendable. And my brother Lin Hao is also remarkable. Lin Hao exclaimed. As a live streaming host, I have just gained the attention of a top-tier author, and now I am acknowledged by a music master. What should I do? I await your guidance urgently. Fans were playfully exuberant, yet ultimately, it was the commentary from another master that propelled Erquin Inoue to its zenith. Suku. Erquin Inoue expresses emotions steeped in the sorrows and pains of human experience throughout. The work showcases unique folk performance techniques and styles, as well as an unparalleled depth of meaning, revealing the distinctive charm of Eru artistry. Furthermore, Erquin Inoue broadens the expressive capabilities of Eru music. I believe this piece will undoubtedly become a classic, a treasure among folk instrumental compositions. If convenient, I hope Lin Hao can record the piece in its entirety with professional equipment. Upon hearing this, netizens were astounded. Cool, Kiskiviko, a first-class performer and a permanent council member of the National Orchestra Society, holds a status in the music realm comparable to Zhao Dishu. However, she is also an Eru performer, representing authority in the field. Most importantly, her praise was exceedingly high. A classic, a treasure. The concluding remark was exceedingly cordial, almost implying that she had great expectations for this young man. Netizens expressed envy and admiration, rushing to leave comments on Lin Hao's account. Even Lin Wanner called to inform him of the news. Taken aback, Lin Hao promptly replied, "Thank you, Master Su, for your recognition. I will record it as soon as possible. This piece was co-created with my grandfather, and I hope it could be widely shared and cherished by all." In truth, Lin Hao felt somewhat guilty, as the creation of Erquin Inoue did not entirely align with his own experiences. Thus, he used his grandfather as a shield. His grandfather lived a long life, endured hardships, and played the Eru for a lifetime. The experiences may not match, but even if he wanted to confront it, he would find no one to challenge. As for the possibility of detractors claiming the piece was not his independent work, Lin Hao was untroubled. A piece praised by a music master is beyond reproach. Anyone questioning any aspect related to Erquin Inoue at this moment will be drowned in a torrent of netizen scorn. Anyone unwilling to maintain dignity would find that the master would assist them in preserving it. Such is the weight of a master. Indeed, the comments were filled with accolades. Previously, there were doubts regarding Lin Hao's lack of works. One must ponder how many can patiently study the obscure Eru for 3 years. The host's perseverance is commendable. 3 years honing a sword, one moment to reveal its sharpness. In the southern hills, there exists a bird that remains silent and grounded for 3 years. Yet when it finally takes flight, it soars skyward, and when it sings, it astonishes all. Perhaps that is akin to the host's journey. While Erquin Inoue blazed across the internet, apart from Lin Hao's fans, there was another group brimming with excitement, the Eru players. Eru players faced their own struggles. Unlike the piano or violin, which exude prestige, nor do they have the unique security of the suona. Opportunities to earn a living are nearly non-existent. Those who persist do so solely out of a profound passion. However, the popularity of Erquin Inoue has brought newfound attention to the Eru. The catalyst was a devoted Eru enthusiast on a small video platform attempting to imitate Lin Hao's performance of Erquin Inoue without sheet music. To their dismay, they suffered a considerable embarrassment. Faced with mockery, they lamented the difficulty of the performance. Expecting a lack of understanding from the audience, the uploader braced for criticism. Instead, they received an outpouring of comfort, and their follower count surged rapidly. Other Eru players, upon witnessing this, felt a wave of envy. None wished to be left behind, and they eagerly began to take up the challenge. Without exception, all have garnered a substantial following. The fervor has escalated to the extent that it has spawned a trending topic, Erquin Inoue Challenge. The springtime for Eru players has arrived. However, joy does not emerge from thin air. It merely shifts. Where there is happiness, there inevitably exists sorrow. Under the keen scrutiny of exceptionally astute netizens, it has been revealed that this incident is once again orchestrated by the enigmatic fanwa media. Public opinion has erupted once more. Countless internet users, fueled by indignation, have launched yet another assault on fanwa media. Chapter 26, Blossom Media, Bankruptcy and Liquidation. The sky over Blossom Media has once again collapsed. This time, the commotion is far more grandiose than the last, resembling a full-scale online crusade. Damn Blossom Media. Have they become addicted to cyberbullying others? A group of individuals born without a conscience. They incessantly stir the pot. Do they not feel any pangs of guilt? Why has such a company not collapsed sooner? Unfollow. Everyone unfollow. Blossom Media has long been notorious for its poor reputation, infamous for exploiting its streamers, and its public image is utterly dismal. In this latest incident, it has played an exceptionally disgraceful role, repeatedly provoking outrage among netizens. Ma Xiaolin has exhausted all means to quell the situation, yet it has only escalated further. An apology? Who would believe it? An apology is not an acknowledgement of wrongdoing, but a recognition of fear. Deep reflection and humble acceptance equal a steadfast refusal to change. The online community categorically rejected the apology, fervently boycotting Blossom Media and all its affiliates. The fans lost just days prior have yet to return. And now the numbers are plummeting once more, reaching a freezing point in the blink of an eye. Ma Xiaolin is overwhelmed. After much effort to suppress the previous turmoil, he never anticipated that the owner would act behind his back. Truly narrow-minded, short-sighted, and blinded by profit, Ma Xiaolin curses inwardly with every vile word he can conjure. A group of executives is as frantic as ants on a hot pan. They all hold shares, and the company's downfall brings them no benefit. What shall we do? It's all this damned Zhou Feng's fault. 5 years of hard work, reduced to nothing in an instant. Alas, the clamor around him was unbearable, and Zhu Yuan, agitated, exclaimed, "What is all this noise? What good does it do to speak of these matters now? Instead of wasting time, we should be devising solutions." In truth, he too harbored regrets. He had not anticipated the situation would spiral to such proportions. However, the decision was his, and thus he must swallow his pride. Resolving himself, he instructed the others, donate another 2 million to charity and enlist more prominent figures to speak on our behalf. Have our streamers take action as well. They must understand that playing tricks will bring them no advantage if the company collapses. Regardless of past grievances, we must first navigate the present crisis. With the leader's directive, the crowd felt a slight sense of relief. However, at that moment, a panicked voice echoed, "It's bad. Umbu's official website has announced the termination of all collaborations with Blossom Media." The atmosphere in the conference room darkened as everyone felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Before they could react, another shout rang out. Tua has also ceased its partnership. And Nail. Feek not only announced the end of collaboration, but also demanded compensation for reputational damages. The barrage of alarmed voices rendered the atmosphere in the conference room unbearably tense. As operators of a media company, they were acutely aware of a singular truth. The instincts of capital are often the most astute. When brands sever ties, it signifies that future investments do not believe Blossom can weather this crisis. Everyone was despondent. Zhu Yuan's face darkened as he hung up the reprimanding call from Longting Group. Zhu, Ma Xiaolin forced himself to remain calm and suggested, "In this predicament, the only way to quell the outrage is to present a figure of significance. This may have the potential to soothe the fury. Who possesses significance? Who is the true culprit? Is self-evident." Zhu Yuan knew exactly who was being referred to and turned ashen, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. "Proceed as you see fit." Ma Xiaolin rejoiced and hastily instructed, "Quickly retrieve Zhou Feng." At Baishan Airport, Zhou Feng stepped out of the car, casting a lingering glance at the city he had called home for several years, filled with reluctance. He was loath to part with both beauty and power. However, his brother-in-law would no longer grant him opportunities. After repeated failures and incurring such significant losses for the company, it was a considerable favor to allow him to return home. Fortunately, he was not left entirely empty-handed. Zhou Feng felt the cold weight of several million in his bank card. "Xiao Feng, go home and lay low for a while. I will speak on your behalf when the opportunity arises," his sister consoled him. All right, Zhou Feng nodded gratefully. With his sister's support, he still had a chance. After she departed, Zhou Feng bid a final farewell in his heart. "Farewell, my beloved city." Suddenly, a van screeched to a halt beside him, and several burly men descended from it, swiftly overpowering him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhou Feng's face contorted in pain. Who are you? I warn you, there are cameras everywhere. You'd best consider the consequences before acting. At that moment, Zhou Feng recognized a familiar figure. Xiao Lu. Zhou Feng exclaimed incredulously. How dare you treat me this way? Do you believe that I want to make a call slap? The man known as Xiao Lu struck him across the face, his eyes glinting with mockery. Zhou Feng, it's over for you. No. A chilling scream erupted. My brother-in-law would never treat me this way. I want to see him. In the afternoon, Blossom Media convened an emergency press conference, drawing numerous journalists and media representatives to the scene. Esteemed media friends, thank you for your presence. Ma Xiaolin represented the company. First and foremost, I extend our sincere apologies. Recently, our company has encountered a series of issues that have caused significant inconvenience and distress to various sectors of society and the vast online community. The occurrence of these issues has been both unexpected and disheartening for us. We feel immense remorse and offer our heartfelt apologies. One reporter inquired. We understand that since the live streaming sales incident, Blossom Media has acted as the puppet master, inciting rhetoric that has led to widespread online violence halfway through. Ma Xiaolin interrupted. In a vast forest, there will always be a few bad apples. This is inevitable. Ma Xiaolin proceeded to outline Zhou Feng's role in this incident, placing him squarely as the primary villain. Zhou Feng seethed with resentment, but could only comply. His brother-in-law had advised him beforehand that as long as he maintained a good front, there would be no significant repercussions. As for saving face, could that fill one's stomach? Zhou Feng tearfully confessed his wrongdoings. I am guilty. I repent, a reporter sharply countered, given Blossom Media's dire situation. We sympathize and understand your eagerness to deflect blame, but placing the entire burden on one individual seems excessively unreasonable, does it not? This reporter is truly a kind soul. Zhou Feng thought. This is entirely unfounded. Ma Xiaolin retorted with righteous indignation. This person is our human resources manager, the boss's brother-in-law, holding a position of considerable importance. We never anticipated he would engage in such actions, and out of desperation, we were compelled to sacrifice our own. The reporters reluctantly accepted this explanation. The press conference continued. However, abruptly, an assistant burst in, his face a mask of despair, and informed Ma Xiaolin. The police and the tax bureau have released a statement the company is finished. What? Ma Xiaolin hastily opened the trending topics. The second trending topic was the police report. Law enforcement has confirmed that the individual Zhou has spread false rumors online, insulted and slandered others, made baseless accusations, maliciously defamed, attacked individuals, invaded privacy, and incited online violence, thereby damaging reputations and causing adverse effects. Legal measures have been taken against Zhou in accordance with the law. Most devastating was the first trending topic, the Tax Bureau's report. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Fanhua Media Company concealed its income through the personal accounts of close relatives, failing to lawfully declare and pay taxes, resulting in an underpayment of individual income tax and value-added tax, totaling 74.9 million yuan. The Third Inspection Bureau of the State Administration of Taxation in Baishan City, in accordance with relevant laws and regulations such as the Personal Income Tax Law, the Tax Collection and Administration Law, and the Administrative Penalty Law, pursued the collection of tax dues from Fanhua Media, imposing late fees and fines amounting to a total of 140 million yuan. Amidst this turmoil, the sound of sirens echoed in the air. Ma Xiaolin felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as if the very sky had turned gray. He had been desperately trying to clean up the mess, yet his teammates were proving to be a considerable burden. Is tax evasion truly permissible? The exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Let it all be destroyed. I am weary. As journalists sensed the gravity of the situation, they recognized the emergence of significant news and rushed to pursue it, only to be obstructed by security personnel. Thus, the press conference concluded in a dramatically theatrical manner. At this moment, the external environment was abuzz with activity. Major media platforms, newspapers, and magazines inundated the public with reports on the matter, swiftly igniting widespread attention and discourse across various societal sectors. An outpouring of outrage and dissatisfaction toward Fanhua Media erupted across countless social media platforms and forums. Voices of condemnation rose in a fervent chorus, with public sentiment turning against the company. In light of the unfavorable circumstances, the anchors affiliated with Fanhua Media hastily announced unilateral contract terminations. Before long, the official account of Fanhua Media became untraceable. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Fanhua Media officially declared bankruptcy. Chapter 27. The Gift of Magi. Upon learning of this matter, netizens expressed their immense satisfaction. It was indeed the authoritative figures who took decisive action, swiftly delivering a fatal blow. With a zero-tolerance policy towards tax evasion, every offense discovered would be met with stringent penalties and public exposure to serve as a warning to others. Such companies are rightfully deserving of their fate. Previously, Lin Hao had been puzzled as to why there had been no official response despite the considerable uproar. It now appeared that investigations were being conducted behind the scenes. Furthermore, he noticed that relevant authorities had formulated a series of legal regulations pertaining to live streaming commerce, norms for online live marketing activities, guidelines for evaluating integrity in online shopping services, and basic standards for video live shopping operations and services, among others, which would take effect starting today. Their swift actions effectively quelled any emerging negative trends. Lin Hao felt genuine admiration for the authorities, not only for their efficiency, but also for their foresight. Should live streaming commerce remain unregulated, it could undoubtedly lead to significant losses for the nation and its people, transforming good into ill. In summary, this incident turned out to be far more favorable than Lin Hao had anticipated. The authorities seized the opportunity to formulate and implement standards, thereby regulating the nascent realm of live streaming commerce. Netizens felt a sense of contribution, relishing the justice served upon the wrongdoers, exuding joy akin to that of a festive celebration. Lin Hao had cleared his name. Not only had he gained widespread recognition, but he also garnered a loyal following. The trending topic was soon eclipsed by new discussions. In an enchanting twist, the flourishing company faced bankruptcy and liquidation. Zhu Yuan and Zhou Feng, the masterminds behind the tax evasion, were imprisoned, likely to lament their misdeeds for the rest of their lives. A series of other individuals, including former acquaintances, were also apprehended under the law. Lin Hao was quite pleased with this outcome. Good fortune often comes in pairs. Exiting his room, Lin Hao discovered his sister Lin Yu, who worked in the city, had returned home, chatting with Lin Shui on the sofa. It dawned on him that today was Friday. "Sister," Lin Hao called out. "Xiao Hao." Lin Yu straightened up, her face alight with excitement. "We were just discussing your affairs. The bankruptcy of Fanhua Media is truly gratifying." Lin Hao smiled. "I can hardly believe it. My little brother has become a big star. It still feels like a dream," Lin Yu said with a hint of nostalgia. "Regardless of my fame, I remain who I am, your brother, Lin Yu's dear sibling, and Lin Shui's beloved brother." "Exactly," Lin Shui chimed in. "That is indeed the case," Lin Yu replied. Her spirits lifted again, for she was known for her carefree nature, her emotions as fleeting as they were vibrant. Returning to his room, Lin Hao received a sudden call from Chunming. At this rate, Doupao is poised to exceed 10 million reads. Chunming's voice brimmed with excitement, as though he could already envision the day of his triumph. Achieving that readership would place them among the top tier of the website. Lin Hao was equally eager. When he traversed into this world, a grand event called the War of the Gods had just commenced, and Doupao had surged into the top 10. He wondered if it had maintained its position. After completing the updates for Doupao, Lin Hao recalled a promise he had made to his sister to take her shopping. With his sister at home, it was the perfect opportunity for the three of them to go together. Resolute in his decision, he began to assess his finances. He had negligible savings. The 200,000 he had withdrawn from live streaming had been reduced to 30,000 after paying 12,000 in rent and transferring 50,000 to his sister. While sufficient for a shopping spree, it was inadequate for any significant endeavors. Although his earnings from Doupao were substantial, they would not be disbursed until next month. Thus, he needed to devise a means to earn some quick cash. Without hesitation, Lin Hao scoured the internet and discovered numerous avenues for swift income, albeit most were too risky to pursue. With Plan A scrapped, he resolved to execute Plan B. Lin Hao called Chen Ming to share his thoughts on earning quick money. As the editor-in-chief of the Tomato website, Chen Ming was well-connected and possessed ample resources, likely aware of profitable opportunities. Quick money? Is there an urgent need at home? Chen Ming inquired. I can lend you some if needed. Thank you, Brother Chen, but it's not necessary. I merely wish to earn some pocket money. Let me think for a moment. Chen Ming pondered before continuing. I actually have an idea suited for you. It's quite fortuitous. The blog literature section is hosting a short story contest with no theme restrictions, and submissions close at midnight tonight. If selected, there's a $10,000 prize. And if your work ranks in the top 3, additional prizes of $20,000, $50,000, and $100,000 await. The only concern was whether Lin Hao could craft a short story. Chen Ming expressed some trepidation. While both novels and short stories are narratives, they differ significantly in character development and pacing. Thank you, Brother Chen. I'm willing to give it a try. Lin Hao was immediately intrigued. With the system at his disposal and a wealth of literary works from his previous life at his fingertips, many of which were renowned short stories, he believed entering the top 3 would be quite feasible. After hanging up, Lin Hao inquired within his mind, System, do you have any recommended short stories? Indeed, it's 500 points per story, the system replied. If you wish for me to recommend one, an additional 10% of points will be required. Lin Hao's expression darkened. You charge a commission too? Truly a shrewd merchant. No, I shall rely on my own ingenuity. Snow White? No, that was clearly children's literature. The Little Match Girl? That wouldn't suffice either. The Emperor's New Clothes? Ugh, why did every thought lead him back to children's stories? Lin Hao felt exasperated. It was not that he was unlearned. As a pure science student, he had ceased to engage with such content after the college entrance examination. His only recollection of short stories was of a few notable authors. Maupassant, Chekhov, O. Henry, etc., and that was primarily because their names were included in the examinations, thus etched in his memory. After much contemplation, Lin Hao decisively sought assistance. Dear System, please recommend a story for me. The fee is 550 points. The system's voice carried a hint of pride, as though it were saying, in the end, you still came to me. No problem, Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. In the next moment, a wealth of memories flooded Lin Hao's mind. The Gift of Magi. Upon seeing the title, Lin Hao recalled many forgotten memories. The Gift of Magi is a masterpiece among the short story triumvirate by O. Henry. Though it was never included in school textbooks, it remains a well-known piece of extracurricular reading. Lin Hao diligently absorbed its content. Unlike the original, the system had refined it to better align with the context of Blue Star. He then began to compose. Short stories are inherently brief, and following the system's enhancements, his piece exceeded 3,000 words in just under half an hour. Checking the time, he realized there was still ample opportunity before the deadline, and thus he submitted his work to the email listed on the official website. Chapter 28. An unexpected conclusion. Hu Dachuan serves as the chief editor of the blog literature section and is also one of the reviewers for this short story solicitation event. Due to the substantial prize money, numerous outstanding works are submitted each year. Thus, he arrived at the office early, eager for a glimpse of the entries. Now in the throes of middle age, he finds himself somewhat constrained. After preparing a cup of goji berry tea, Hu Dachuan began his work. He reviewed 5 submissions in one go. However, none exhibited commendable quality. The narratives seemed contrived, crafted merely for the sake of expression or twist, lacking both originality and substance. Disinterested, he marked them all as unsatisfactory. It appeared that the overall quality this year had declined. Having not encountered a single gem in 5 consecutive submissions was unprecedented, leading Hu Dachuan to speculate whether the allure of tribal literature had drawn writers away. Tribal literature, akin to blog literature, operates on a similar social platform, positioning the two in direct competition with one another. Both host analogous events simultaneously, their intentions unmistakable. However, blog literature, having been established earlier and garnered a larger following, had consistently overshadowed tribal literature in previous years. This year, though, Hu Dachuan felt a tinge of unease. Could there be unforeseen developments? Fortified by his strong mental resilience, he steadied his thoughts and continued reading. The next submission was from an author named Crazy Potato, titled The Gift of Magi. Hu Dachuan chuckled. While an ordinary reader might assume Magi to be the protagonist, his extensive experience as a reviewer rendered him impervious to such trivial tricks. The protagonist was unlikely to be named Magi. He proceeded to read, "Tomorrow marks the Cold Food Festival, and Mrs. C wishes to present her husband with a gift. Yet, she possesses only $2.87, a sum painstakingly accumulated over several months from haggling with vegetable vendors, grocery store owners, and butchers." The short story often employs letters to denote character names, which does not detract from the reading experience. The narrative introduces a woman in financial straits, meticulously counting her loose change in hopes of gifting her husband something special for the festival. Hu Dachuan's interest peaked. Unlike conventional narratives, this tale immediately establishes a conflict and builds suspense. Mrs. C yearns to present her husband with a fine gift but lacks sufficient funds. What will she do? With curiosity, he continued reading. Although the family is not affluent, two precious possessions remain. One is Mr. C's ancestral jade pendant, and the other is Mrs. C's hair. Even a queen would envy the beauty of Mrs. C's hair when laid out to dry, outshining her own jewels. Each time Mr. C passes by an antique shop, he pulls out his jade pendant, relishing the envy it incites in the shopkeeper. Hu Dachuan found the unique phrasing somewhat awkward, yet intriguingly captivating. He understood that this exaggerated portrayal served to underscore the value of the hair and jade pendant, paving the way for subsequent events. By this point, Hu Dachuan could already surmise that Mrs. C would sell her hair to purchase a gift for her husband. Otherwise, such detailed descriptions would be unwarranted. As expected, the plot unfolded with Mrs. C selling her hair, but Hu Dachuan was astonished by the clever design. While the narrative had emphasized Mrs. C's frugality and the preciousness of her hair, she did not haggle when selling it. This stark contrast not only illustrated her profound love for her husband, but also highlighted her urgent desire to present him with a gift. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Hu Dachuan could not help but applaud. The author's grasp of character behavior and emotions alone rendered this a remarkable piece. Yet, following this trajectory, the narrative risked devolving into a cliché portrayal of romantic sentiment. Perhaps there would be a twist? With anticipation, Hu Dachuan continued to read. For the next 2 hours, Mrs. C flitted around the city as if she had sprouted wings, ultimately discovering it. The jade cord, exquisitely woven, featured 2 polished Hitian jade beads at its ends, perfectly complementing her husband's ancestral pendant. Hu Dachuan then realized that Mr. C's pendant had been paired with a worn nylon string, restricting him to keep it close to his heart, often daring only to steal a glance at it. Upon returning home, Mrs. C anxiously gazed in a mirror, her short hair framing her face. Would her husband be angry? Would he think her less beautiful? If he merely glanced at her without a violent reaction, would he not describe her as akin to a barroom singer? Mrs. C murmured to herself. At this point, Hu Dachuan felt a pang of compassion, mingled with indignation. Mrs. C loved her husband dearly, even selling her most cherished possession to procure a gift for him. Yet, she fretted over his potential anger, suggesting that Mr. C might not be a suitable partner. Could he be abusive? Hu Dachuan pondered silently. Finally, Mr. C arrived home. Mr. C stood at the door, his gaze fixed intently upon Mrs. C, an expression on his face that baffled her and sent shivers down her spine. It was neither anger nor surprise, dissatisfaction nor disgust, none of the reactions she had anticipated. What expression was it? It was nothing at all. Hu Dachuan could not suppress his admiration. This narrative technique, which provided direction without explicit descriptions, allowed different readers to interpret various emotions. Brilliant. Yet profound concern followed. Would he resort to violence? Mr. C hesitated. Words caught in his throat, yet ultimately spoke. You cut your hair? I sold it. Mrs. C replied cautiously. Without my long hair, we used to love me. As the story neared its conclusion, Hu Dachuan's heart raced. Please, do not misinterpret my intentions, dear Mr. C said, revealing a delicate wooden box from behind his back, cradled in his palm. What I cherish is you, regardless of your appearance. But open the box, and you will understand why my reaction seemed peculiar. With trembling fingers, Mrs. C opened the box, followed by a shriek of ecstatic delight, soon accompanied by tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. It was a comb, a complete set crafted from ivory, A luxury item Mrs. C had long coveted yet never dared to purchase. At long last, Mrs. C composed herself. "My hair grows quickly," she stated, then, with eager anticipation, presented her gift to her husband, saying, "Look, this is the jade cord I sought throughout the city for you. I can hardly wait to see you wear the pendant at your waist." Hu Dachuan finally set his mind at ease, revealing a familiar maternal smile. As one ages, one finds it increasingly difficult to bear the sight of anything but sweet romances. Ah, love is truly a beautiful thing. Memories of yesteryears flooded his mind. However, the subsequent conclusion nearly caused Hu Dachuan to spew the tea he had just sipped. Mr. C wore a rueful smile and said, "Let's keep it for now. For it was only after selling the jade pendant that I had the means to purchase this comb." And thus, the story came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 29. The bonus received. Hu Dachuan's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he no longer cared why the article was titled The Gift of the Magi. He was utterly taken aback by the conclusion. Faced with the comb, Mrs. C had sacrificed her hair, while Mr. C had relinquished his jade pendant for the sake of his beloved. Clearly, through a twist of fate, both had exchanged gifts that were not what they intended. Yet this misstep signified their profound love for one another. Hu Dachuan was unaware that this was a quintessential, "Oh, Henry"-style ending, where the characters undergo an unexpected psychological transformation or experience a sudden reversal of fate, culminating in an unforeseen outcome. This conclusion was both surprising and yet entirely reasonable. In the wake of his astonishment, Hu Dachuan reread the text, meticulously analyzing every detail. The narrative consistently emphasized the value of the jade pendant and the hair, rendering the ending all the more poignant. The significance of the pendant was established in the reader's mind first, and only after the acquisition of the matching jade rope did the revelation of the pendant's loss strike at the perfect moment. The text employed a structure of one void, one real, a blend of the two, vividly depicting Mrs. C's journey of selling her cherished hair to purchase a gift for her husband, a tangible portrayal, while Mr. C's act of selling his ancestral jade pendant to procure a comb for his wife was more abstract, only converging at the moment they exchanged gifts. This structural technique prevented redundancy, created suspense, and enhanced the artistic effect of the story. The more Hu Dachuan read, the more he marveled, ultimately concluding that this piece was destined to top the event. He felt a sense of relief with this singular work. All others in the tribal literature sphere would pale in comparison. Who was this crazy potato? He had never heard of such a figure before. Could it be yet another pseudonym of some literary giant? Just as Hu Dachuan was comparing the styles of several esteemed authors, the office door swung open. A middle-aged man entered, his expression brimming with excitement. "Dahai Chun, I have discovered an extraordinarily brilliant article. Just look at your naive demeanor. What is the article titled?" Hu Dachuan, with an expression of disdain, replied, "And please do not call me Dahai Chun again." "All right, Dahai Chun," Fan Jiwei retorted. "The title is The Gift of the Magi, and it is truly exceptional. I intend to secure a guaranteed spot for it." "What? The Gift of the Magi?" Hu Dachuan's heart raced in urgency. "I discovered it first. You cannot claim it." This collection event had 3 reviewers, each independently evaluating the submissions, with a final tally to determine the ranking of 17 pieces. Each editor, in addition to scoring, could guarantee one article they deemed worthy. Ultimately, 20 articles would be publicly announced. This system not only prevented oversight, but also ensured fairness. The guaranteed articles were closely linked to the reviewer's performance. The higher the article ranked, the greater the monetary reward they would receive. Most importantly, it would bestow immense prestige. The Gift of the Magi was destined to claim the championship, and thus neither party was willing to concede. In the midst of their dispute, a poised and graceful woman entered. It was the 3rd reviewer, Zhang Qingyuan. As she entered, she smiled and said, "What are you two arguing about again? By the way, I have already submitted the article for guaranteed placement." At her words, a sense of foreboding rose within the 2 men. Hu Dachuan, his voice quivering slightly, asked, "The Gift of the Magi?" "Indeed, the Gift of the Magi," Zhang Qingyuan nodded. "No." They both cried out in despair, having quarreled for so long only to be outmaneuvered. "Wait a moment." Fan Jiwei suddenly realized something was amiss. The review process has not yet concluded. Why have you already submitted it? According to the rules, one could only select a guaranteed article during the ranking. Otherwise, they would not have bickered like school children. I simply adore this piece. Zhang Qingyuan blinked innocently. By the way, I have already informed the chief editor, and she has agreed. Who doesn't he know that you and the chief editor are in cahoots? The two men could not help but curse. This is utterly unethical, disrespectful to our craft. By noon, the blog literature platform released the voting thread for the short story collection event, with the order of works determined by initial ranking. The first was indeed The Gift of the Magi. All netizens following the event received notifications promptly and flooded into the activity section to engage in fervent discussions. First, it has finally begun. I've been waiting forever. Let me see what the first place is. The Gift of the Magi. A reminder to newcomers. The rankings on the blog literature platform are quite fair, so it's best not to read from top to bottom, or else it may become increasingly tedious. Who are you to tell me? I will read from top to bottom regardless. Short stories have word count limits, and with only 20 entries, readers did not require too much time to engage with them. Soon, someone began to speak up. True to the blog literature platform, every piece is captivating. This issue has an exceptionally high quality, particularly The Gift of the Magi. It is so touching, and I envy such reciprocated love. Master Lin's, and Then There Were None, and Master Choose the Cage Bird are also wonderful and profoundly meaningful, but the first place is truly well-deserved. Wait, the first place is actually written by a newcomer. I look it up. Crazy Potato is a contracted author on Tomato, currently serializing Do Pa. The one with 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the youth. I don't usually read novels on Tomato, but I recall seeing that phrase in a friend's circle before. The Gift of the Magi predictably garnered widespread acclaim. Shortly thereafter, netizens began casting their votes. It is noteworthy that on Blue Star, regardless of the platform, real name authentication is required online, so there would be no large-scale vote manipulation. Lin Hao had also been keeping a close eye on this matter, as he was in dire need of funds. Watching the fluctuating vote counts, his ranking teetering dangerously close to falling out of the top 3, he suddenly realized a critical issue. This was his first attempt at writing a short piece, and he had no established reputation or significant following. Even if the public recognized The Gift of the Magi as an outstanding work, a substantial portion of readers would not cast their votes for him, but rather for authors they had followed for a long time. This was only natural. However, he was not without support. With this thought, Lin Hao sprang into action. He first registered a blog account under the name Crazy Potato and reposted the short story collection event. Then he opened the Tomato novel platform and posted an update. New short story The Gift of the Magi published on the blog platform. I hope everyone will support it. The fan community for Do Pa erupted in excitement. Crazy Potato, I absolutely love your Do. It is truly magnificent. What? Crazy Potato can write short stories too? Given the author's update speed, I must lend my support. Daily updates of 150,000 words and still have time for short stories. The author must have a backlog. I will support you, but please ensure you keep updating more. Understood, I will go vote for you right now. Indeed, as Lin Hao anticipated, Crazy Potato's fans were incredibly supportive. Votes for The Gift of the Magi surged rapidly, and in no time, it reclaimed the first position, establishing a significant lead over the second place. Even the comments section was dominated by an overwhelming wave of Crazy Potato supporters. Once Crazy Potato makes an appearance, who can rival him? To be honest, The Gift of the Magi is quite captivating. Even I did not foresee that ending. It turns out Crazy Potato truly can write short stories. To the person above, you are not alone. The sudden turn of events left all short story enthusiasts astounded. Was Crazy Potato's influence truly this formidable? The adage remains true. What the masses adore is undeniably the best. Consequently, the fan base for online literature vastly surpasses that of short stories. Moreover, short fiction is particularly demanding in terms of conceptualization. Once a meticulously crafted plot is established, it becomes nearly impossible for successors to replicate. In essence, the genre cannot afford to indulge in derivative narratives, nor can it exhibit even the slightest semblance of similarity, especially regarding the weightiness of the conclusion. which significantly diminishes the rereadability of short stories. Thus, when Lin Hao made his modest move, they crumbled effortlessly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as the voting period drew to a close, everyone was confronted with a staggering revelation. The final tally for Maggie's gift exceeded the combined votes of positions 2 through 9, shattering the platform's previous record for such events. On this day, many came to remember the name Crazy Potato, including several writers within the realm of short fiction. This individual was truly formidable, and Lin Hao, at long last, secured the coveted prize of 1,100,000. Chapter 30. Surprises and shopping the following day. A series of sharp knocks awakened Lin Hao early in the morning. He had intended to sleep in a little longer, as it was agreed that they would go shopping today. His sister, Lin Yu, called out from behind the door. Lin Hao opened his eyes to find it was only 7:30 a.m., and he had not yet completed his 8 hours of sleep. Nevertheless, he rose from his bed. Otherwise, he would likely endure his sister's physical wake-up service, a frequent occurrence that lingered in his memory. As he stepped out of his room, Lin Hao was taken aback by the sight of his sister, Lin Yu, who was bundled up like a mummy in sun-protective clothing, a mask, and sunglasses, accompanied by a smaller version of herself. "What are you two up to?" he inquired, astonished. Lin Yu reminded him, "Didn't you check the weather forecast? The temperature is expected to reach 42 degrees today. I certainly do not wish to be roasted by the sun. Do you want me to find you a hat?" Lin Hao waved his hands dismissively. "No need. I can lose my head, but I cannot let my hairstyle be ruined. Brother, hurry up and wash up for breakfast. We're just waiting for you," Lin Shui urged. "All right, I'm on my way," Lin Hao responded, noticing his sister's excitement about the day's plans. Soon, after finishing breakfast, Lin Hao reminded his sister, "Don't forget to bring your ID." "Why would I need that for a shopping trip?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Lin Hao chuckled. "You never know. It might come in handy, so just take it." "Fine, I'll bring it," she replied without further thought, placing her ID in her bag. Upon reaching the village entrance, a car awaited them. The three of them climbed in, and, as the vehicle began to move, Lin Hao occupied the front seat, while Lin Yu and Lin Shui engaged in playful banter in the back, their laughter ringing out merrily. Suddenly, Lin Yu straightened up. "Wait a minute. This isn't the road to the county. It's south the road to the city. Driver, have you taken a wrong turn?" She was well acquainted with this route. The driver turned his head, looking bewildered at Lin Hao, as if to ask, "What is going on?" Lin Hao waved his hand with a smile, signaling him to continue. Turning to his sister, he said, "I never mentioned we were going to the county. Since Xiao Shui hasn't been on a long trip before, I thought it would be nice to take her to the city." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Yu replied with exasperation. "I thought we encountered a rogue taxi." The driver, overhearing their exchange, wore a bemused expression. An hour later, the three of them disembarked from the vehicle. "Where are we?" "I thought we were going shopping," Lin Yu exclaimed, surveying her surroundings. Lin Hao explained, "This is the largest automobile trading market in the city, surrounded by numerous 4S dealerships and car sales centers." Understanding dawned on Lin Yu. "So you intend to buy a car?" "No," Lin Hao corrected her. "I'm buying you a car." "Me?" Lin Yu pointed to herself, stunned for a few seconds before playfully chiding, "You must be feeling a little too proud with some money in your pocket. Why don't you save it for a future wife?" "I am more than happy to spend it on my sister," Lin Hao replied earnestly. "Having a car will make your commute to work and trips home much more convenient. You can't expect to rely on public transportation forever, can you?" Lin Yu felt tempted but hesitated. Lin Hao, sensing her reluctance, added, "We've come this far. What is the point of saving money when Xiao Shui goes to college? I'll get her a car too." "Thank you, brother," Lin Shui chimed in sweetly. With that, Lin Yu relented. "All right then. But don't buy anything too expensive. A colleague of mine has a Wuling Mini, and I think that is quite nice. Let us just take a look. There is no rush to decide." Lin Hao chuckled. "Come on, we didn't travel all this way just to buy a Wuling Mini." Since it was their first visit to such a place, Lin Yu and Lin Shui felt somewhat awkward, closely following Lin Hao. However, upon arriving at their destination, Lin Yu realized this was far from a Wuling dealership. The cars around them were all of a significantly higher caliber. "Xiao Hao, I don't want anything this extravagant. Let us go back," Lin Yu insisted firmly, attempting to turn away. "Sister, you must accept a reality," Lin Hao grasped her arm, speaking earnestly. Your brother is quite capable of earning money now. I can earn enough for a car in just half an hour. If you don't believe me, look. He revealed his bank balance. Just the other night, I earned over $1 million in half an hour without breaking a sweat. The atmosphere fell silent as they locked eyes, neither willing to look away. Lin Shui, watching the tension rise between them, wore a tense expression. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yu suddenly broke into a smile. All right then, she said, her eyes sparkling. Since my brother is so successful, why should I be overly modest? I might as well relax and enjoy life. That's the spirit. Lin Hao smiled back. Given that Lin Yu had little knowledge of cars, Lin Hao recommended a model to her, the Porsche Macan. A compact luxury SUV, it combined style with performance, perfectly suiting a woman who appreciated the driving experience, and it was ideal for city commutes and short trips. As anticipated, Lin Yu instantly fell in love with it. Lin Hao opted for the top-tier model of this series, the Porsche Macan GTS, completing the purchase for nearly $900,000. His lavish spending left the saleswoman utterly enamored, nearly unable to resist approaching him, even with the stunning Lin Yu and Lin Shui by his side. While wealthy men were not uncommon, there were few who were both affluent and youthful. Even after exiting the sales center, Lin Yu and Lin Shui remained somewhat incredulous, especially Lin Yu, as the contract had been signed solely in her name. $1 million luxury car, mine? This feels like a dream. The surreal sensation peaked when they took possession of the car. Xiao Hao, I'm a bit hesitant to drive it. You take the wheel, Lin Yu said, her body quivering in the driver's seat. Simultaneously, adrenaline surged through her, and her heart raced. Sister, you can do it, Lin Hao encouraged. It's just like practicing in driving school. Just ease into the accelerator. I'll be right here watching you, so drive confidently. With a swift motion, the car surged forward. Gently press the accelerator. Don't floor it, Lin Hao reminded her. Relax, there aren't many cars on this road, so no need to rush. Gradually, Lin Yu regained her composure, returning to her usual carefree demeanor. Accelerate. Go faster. After a round of driving, Lin Shui's face turned pale, clearly terrified, while Lin Yu was filled with exhilaration. This contrast in their personalities was evident. Throughout the day, the trio drove endlessly, accumulating countless bags of purchases until the trunk was overflowing, forcing them to squeeze into the back seat alongside Lin Hao. At 9 p.m., they returned home. Lin Yu parked the car and stepped out, her spirits soaring as if she might take flight. I'm so happy. I truly had a wonderful day. Hearing the commotion, their parents came out, and upon learning that Lin Yu had been gifted a car, they too were delighted, recognizing how much easier it would be for their daughter to travel. However, when they discovered the price of the vehicle, they nearly choked. After regaining their composure, the couple circled the car, inspecting it closely. Lin Gang grabbed a damp cloth, wiping down any spots he noticed. They even considered keeping an overnight vigil by the car, arranging shifts, one for the first half of the night and the other for the latter half. After much persuasion, Lin Hao finally managed to coax them back inside. Mom, Dad, this is a gift for you. In addition to buying clothes and necessities for the family today, I also got individual gifts for you. For his father, Lin Hao had chosen a watch. Song Yumei received a golden bracelet. The two of them laughed heartily, repeatedly exclaiming, My child has succeeded. My child has succeeded. The elder sister lay on the sofa, eagerly sharing the delightful news with her close friend. The younger sister was busy organizing her new clothes, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Observing the elated family, Lin Hao felt a profound sense of rightness in his actions. After years of hardship, it was essential to create such a powerful impact, allowing them to truly recognize the transformation and cultivate genuine confidence from within. Is this not the very purpose of his presence? Everything is on the path to improvement. Chapter 31. All platforms promotion the next day. Lin Hao awoke to find that his sister had already left for work. After finishing breakfast, he conversed with his mother, advising her not to boast about the changes at home, lest many come seeking favors, leaving her in an uncomfortable position. He truly believed his mother was not so naive. Song Yumei rolled her eyes in response, saying, The television has already reported. When poor, no one asks. When wealthy, distant relatives come knocking. If anyone inquires, I shall simply say I am unaware. Lin Hao admired her wit with a thumbs up. In the following days, Lin Hao lived a tranquil life, dedicating his mornings to studying agricultural knowledge, spending afternoons with family, and updating his novel Do Pa in the evenings. It was a fulfilling routine. However, a phone call from Chun Ming shattered this serenity. Teacher Tudo, I have received news that the readers of Yuan Kong are planning something. Pardon? Who is Yuan Kong? Lin Hao queried, perplexed. Moreover, why should their readers' actions concern me? Chun Ming replied, Aren't you concerned about your competitors? Realizing the uniqueness of Teacher Tudo's character through their recent interactions, Chun Ming understood his indifference towards reader engagement and financial gain. He consistently produced an unwavering output of 150,000 words daily, akin to a task-oriented NPC. Thus, Chun Ming patiently elucidated Yuan Kong, whose full name is Master Yuan Kong, is a veteran author renowned in the martial arts genre. In recent years, he has ventured into fantasy writing. His work Tian Ming Run has firmly secured the top position in the fantasy category. Yet, it is evident that following the debut of Do, the metrics will inevitably surpass Tian Ming Run. It is not surprising that his readers wish to instigate something, but their actions at the precise moment of Do Pa's premiere suggest a potential conspiracy behind it. The allure of profit can incite envy. Lin Hao quickly grasped the implications. Following the principle that those who benefit are often the culprits, it was plausible that Yuan Kong, even without direct involvement, might be subtly orchestrating events from the shadows. He accessed the platform and searched for Tian Ming Run, skimming through its content. The narrative followed a young man navigating the martial world who inadvertently acquires a treasure, ultimately fulfilling his fate and toppling a dynasty. It introduced storage space concepts and integrated elements from certain mythologies, yet, despite its innovations and decent quality, it paled in comparison to Do Pa. It was no wonder that they sought to provoke him. Targeting Do Pa was a miscalculation on their part. Do Pa had remained a sensation for over a decade, still ranking 5th in the divine battle. The minor Tian Ming Ren posed no threat. Lin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, reassured that it was merely the antics of a jester. Very well then, I shall rest easy. I will also strive to secure some recommendations for you. Upon hearing Lin Hao's assessment, Chun Ming felt his anxiety dissipate. His urgency stemmed from the significance of Do Pa's success. After ending the call, Lin Hao logged into the author's backend, discovering a multitude of readers tagging him, alleging that hired critics were defaming his work. The discussion among readers had already escalated. What a terrible novel, utterly unreadable. Abandoned after 3 chapters. It made me want to vomit. Is that so? If you're so impressive, why not write one yourself? Where do these haters come from? How can they criticize such a splendid book as Do Pa without a twinge of conscience? How much do they get paid per comment? Count me in. Lin Hao glanced through the comments, noting that his supporters were quite formidable, effectively silencing the detractors. This organic defense from fans was a testament to the excellence of Do Pa and its esteemed position in the hearts of readers. Defamation? It was but a paper tiger in the face of absolute strength, easily subdued. Meanwhile, at the Tomato Publishing House, Chun Ming stormed into the martial arts division, confronting the editor of Tian Ming Run, Meng Diyun, with palpable fury. What is going on with Yuan Kong's readers? Do not feign ignorance. You must be aware that such actions are against the rules. Editors within the same website are strictly prohibited from engaging in malicious competition, as it tarnishes the website's reputation and jeopardizes the collective interests of the company. Chun Ming's confidence was unwavering, knowing the severity of the situation. Calm down, Meng Diyun replied nonchalantly. One must present facts and evidence. One cannot simply accuse without substantiation. I have only just learned of this matter and was preparing to find solution. Known as a cunning smiley face, Meng Diyun's demeanor offered little insight into his true emotions. Chun Ming could not ascertain whether he was genuinely unaware or merely pretending. Best to hope you are indeed ignorant. Otherwise, I will pursue this matter to the end, Chun Ming retorted, knowing that courtesy must be observed in such dealings. After his departure, Meng Diyun's smile faded, replaced by apprehension. As a seasoned editor, particularly with a prominent author in the fantasy genre under his purview, he understood better than anyone aside from Chun Ming, just how remarkable Dopa was. This was a potential industry-shattering hit. Following its debut, it was destined to ascend to the pinnacle, establishing itself as a cornerstone of the fantasy genre. Unfortunately, none of this acclaim would reflect upon him. He was reluctant to be overshadowed by the new wave, and by tacitly allowing Yuan Kong to incite his readers, he merely wished to delay the inevitable. On another front, having encountered resistance in the martial arts division, Chun Ming clutched a stack of A4 papers and entered the chief editor's office. "Good day, chief editor." "Chun Ming?" The chief editor looked up, surprise flickering across his features. It had been a while since Chun Ming had reported to him alone. Setting aside his work, he asked, "What brings you here?" Taking a deep breath, Chun Ming stated, "Today marks the debut of Dopa, and I wish to secure an all-platform promotion for it this evening." The all-platform promotion was the most powerful recommendation from Tomato Publishing. All readers accessing the software would encounter a pop-up, and the evening was the prime time for such visibility. The chief editor furrowed his brow at this. "However, today's recommendations are already fully booked. It would be inconvenient to make last-minute alterations. Perhaps you could wait a few days?" As the head of the fantasy division, it was not particularly challenging for Chun Ming to secure a promotion, yet he was unwilling to delay, fearing it might adversely affect the debut of Dopa. "Chief editor." Chun Ming extended the A4 papers. "Here are the first 20 chapters of Dopa, along with a report from the data center for your perusal." "Oh, such confidence?" The chief editor chuckled, accepting the documents and scrutinizing them closely. However, as time passed, his breathing grew heavier. Wu Xianxia was momentarily astounded. A brand new system, captivating plot lines, a tightly woven narrative. Even he, who seldom indulged in fantasy novels, found himself unable to resist reading through it all, let alone the readers. Coupled with the data center's analytical report, exceptionally high completion rates, outstanding ratings, remarkable growth rates, his extensive experience led him to conclude that this book possessed the potential for widespread acclaim across all channels. Despite Tomato Publishing being one of the largest novel platforms, encompassing numerous channels, small websites, and public accounts, many of which required payment, any book that could achieve success across all channels would create immense value for the website. All platform promotion, you say? Wu Tianxi beamed, altering his tone. "I see no issue with that. Sometimes one must not be too rigid. This evening's promotion shall indeed be awarded to Dopa." "Thank you, chief editor." Once Chun Ming exited, Wu Tianxi could no longer contain his excitement. Feeling as though a cat was scratching at his insides, he promptly opened the Tomato novel platform and searched for Dopa. Chapter 32. A million reads the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. At noon, Lin Hao finished his meal early and returned to his room. Yesterday marked the debut of Dopa, and in just a few minutes, the data would be released. What was this inexplicable sense of anticipation? Typically, one could gauge the performance through the number of updates and reviews, but the exceptional quality of Dopa had created an unusually high reader engagement, rendering this method ineffective. Finally, the clock struck 12. Lin Hao refreshed the page and located the data section, with a number of readers displayed an astonishing figure. 1097, 481. A million reads. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. While he anticipated that Dopa would garner impressive statistics, he never imagined it would surpass 1 million on its very first day. With a daily readership in the millions, it was evident that the cumulative figure would exceed 10 million in just 14 days, reaching the pinnacle of the website's rankings. Truly, Dopa was a masterpiece, debuting at its zenith. The community of readers was buzzing like never before. What a captivating novel. Why has it taken me so long to discover it? Yet, perhaps this was for the best, as it allowed for an uninterrupted binge read. With daily updates of 150,000 words, it was no wonder the author was dubbed Crazy Potato. The pace was indeed frenetic. Potato, use my update speed to incite other authors. No need for thanks. It feels exhilarating. Who knew fantasy could be so enthralling? I stayed up all night, unable to stop. One commenter chimed in. Let me correct you. It's not fantasy that's captivating, but Dopa. The standard has been set, and I hope other authors take note. Truly, Dopa was a divine creation. Not to mention, The author's signature was hilariously entertaining. In my past life, I perished in obscurity beneath a bridge. Reborn, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Just this line alone conjured visions of a melodramatic saga. Of course, even the finest works attract criticism, and some unfavorable reviews emerged. Isn't the protagonist a bit too fortunate? With a remarkable lineage, an extraordinary mentor, a perfect first love, and incredible luck, I could excel as well. There are so many powerful figures within the Soul Clan, yet they continually bestow experience upon the protagonist. It is utterly nonsensical. With such a harem, the protagonist is nothing but a scoundrel. However, such dissenting voices were few and swiftly silenced by other readers. Are you just here to nitpick? It's not about waiting for your fortune. It's about creating it. Even when Xiao Huahua was a waste, he tirelessly cultivated. His life teaches us that when faced with challenges, one must not hesitate. We are all the protagonists of our own stories. Indeed, it is not merely the protagonist who can rise. It is those who rise who become the true protagonists. I simply adore harems, hee hee hee. Later, a humorous comment from a netizen sparked a frenzy of memes among readers. The comment was titled, My Life Chapter 1, The Birth of a Wretch, Chapter 2, The Awful Baby, Chapter 3, Do not underestimate the young and poor. Chapter 4. Do not underestimate the middle-aged and poor. Chapter 5. Do not underestimate the elderly and poor. Chapter 6. The deceased are paramount. Chapter 7. The coffins quake. Chapter 8. The Tomb Raider's tears. Chapter 9. Who disturbed my grave? This absurd commentary instantly ignited laughter, becoming a viral sensation with countless screenshots and replies. Damn, the deceased are paramount. Ha ha ha, I can't breathe. The comment section is filled with talent. Wait, if I've been poor my entire life, I surely can't afford a coffin. Right? Dog emoji, delete this comment and let me in. This comment gained significant traction, and Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, recognizing the abundance of wit among his readers. However, as the number of readers swelled, an inevitable issue arose: chaos. The comments section and reader circle were a cacophony, akin to a bustling market. It seemed necessary to seek assistance in managing the situation. With this in mind, Lin Hao established a reader group, setting the entry requirement to followers who had been subscribed for over 7 days as a token of appreciation for his loyal fans. In an instant, the group chat reached its limit of 500 participants. Only 500? Teacher Potato, create more. I just saw it and it's gone. Everyone's a genius here, right? I thought my speed from grabbing red envelopes would make me unbeatable, yet I still fell short against you all. Whoever leaves, let me in. I'm willing to pay. Those who missed out lamented in the comments. With thousands of comments flooding in, no author could keep track, making the reader group the most direct channel for communication. Some authors, even if they did not engage in conversation, would still lurk. Lin Hao pondered that 500 was indeed too few, so he created 2 more groups. One was for users on the fan leaderboard, and the other was open to all, ensuring equitable access. Beyond a certain number, it would become unmanageable. Subsequently, Lin Hao selected 2 familiar faces from the old fans and leaderboard users to serve as group managers and operators. Furong was among the fortunate chosen. Although her rank was not high, her active participation did not go unnoticed, and she was thrilled to be selected, promptly declaring her loyalty in the group. Thank you for the recognition, Teacher Potato. I will strive to be a commendable operator, clearing out all the nonsensical remarks. The other 3 followed suit. Lin Hao replied, Thank you for your assistance. At the same time, within the conference room of Tomato Building, a group of editors sat together, whispering, Why is there an impromptu meeting? Is something happening today? I haven't heard anything. Could there be a major development? Perhaps there is some urgent directive from above, and we must prepare for it. As the chatter continued, someone mentioned Chun Ming. Brother Ming, the chief editor of the urban category, Xianxia, chuckled. I heard you've given away your only golden slot. Did you find a promising new talent? After holding on to it for so many years, that's no easy feat. Another editor chimed in. The chief editor of the fantasy category mocked. Brother Ming, you're regressing. I suggest merging your fantasy category with ours. At least the bonuses would be more plentiful during festive seasons. Laughter erupted in the conference room. With the editorial department having been established for many years, Many had risen and fallen, yet Chun Ming remained stagnant in the fantasy division, becoming a topic of light-hearted banter. Distracted by thoughts of Do Pa, Chun Ming smiled awkwardly at the teasing. Well, if I can't thrive here, I'll just join you all. Seeing Chun Ming's good humor, the editors were satisfied. Only Meng Diyun, the chief editor of the martial arts division, remained silent, observing coldly. Laugh, enjoy your laughter. Just then, the chief editor, Wu Tianxi, pushed the door open. His eyes were dark, and fatigue was evident on his face, as if he had not slept the previous night. Today's meeting is solely about the positioning of Do and the subsequent support for the fantasy category. Fantasy? Support? The editors exchanged glances, instinctively wondering if the chief editor had lost his mind from lack of sleep. Chapter 33. The Mountain Demon. It is widely acknowledged that the fantasy genre is the most obscure category within the realm of online literature, often neglected and overlooked. Thus, when they heard the chief editor mention support for the fantasy genre, their immediate reaction was one of skepticism. Naturally, Wu Tianxi noticed the expressions of those present. To be honest, had someone suggested supporting fantasy prior to yesterday, he would have dismissed them outright. However, after an all-night reading of Do Pa, Fights Breaks Fear, he had shifted his perspective. Coupled with the fresh data analysis report released today, he realized that the fantasy genre held immense potential. Wu Tianxi refrained from rushing to explain. Instead, he instructed his assistant to place a copy of the day's data analysis report from Do Pa before each chief editor. Clearly, the crux of the matter lay within this report. The editors quickly recognized its significance and began to peruse it eagerly. The next moment, a gasp echoed through the room. 1 million reads. This was followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Such astonishing completion rates. 80% completion for 100,000 words, and over 70 for 500,000 words. Over 1 million reads in a single day. Revenue surpassing 1 million. Goodness gracious. The editors were utterly flabbergasted. There are myriad criteria for assessing a novel's excellence, yet completion rate stands as one of the most critical indicators. The calculation of completion is straightforward. For instance, with 100,000 words, if 100 individuals enter the novel and 20 read through to the end, the completion count for that segment is 20. Generally, achieving 15 completions for 100,000 words is barely acceptable. 20 is satisfactory, and anything above 25 is commendable. 30 or more is a realm few can attain. And 50 is exceedingly rare, though more common in female-oriented literature. Yet, Do Pa had reached an unprecedented 80. More importantly, the completion rate for its 500,000 words exceeded 70, demonstrating the extraordinary engagement of its readership. Such a feat is particularly remarkable, as even renowned authors often experience a decline after a strong start. With 1 million reads on the first day and high reader retention, it was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the reading charts. A masterpiece. The chiefs reached a unanimous conclusion. After their astonishment subsided, they inquired of the chief editor, "Whose work is this? It must be a newcomer. Otherwise, there would have been some prior indication. Newcomers are boon. What genre does this novel belong to?" As this realization dawned, the editors grew increasingly exhilarated. If it is indeed a newcomer, there is a high likelihood that they lack an editor, allowing them to sign the author without complications. It is well known that most top-tier works receive platform support to achieve their status, which often involves a significant amount of manipulation. However, this was the first they had heard of Do Pa, clearly a work that had not relied on the platform's influence, but rather on its intrinsic excellence. Remarkable, a truly unadulterated masterpiece. Amidst the fervent gazes directed at him, Wu Tianxi remained composed, while Chun Ming's face flushed with excitement. Ultimately, Meng Diyun sighed and provided the answer. This is a fantasy novel titled Do Pa Xianxia. Fantasy? Indeed, no wonder the chief editor has suddenly decided to support it. The editors regained their focus, collectively pondering the same question. Does this novel have an editor? Wu Tianxi smiled and said to Chun Ming, "Why don't you share a few words?" At this utterance, the room fell silent. Chun Ming happened to be the chief editor of the fantasy genre. Therefore, the editor of Do Pa is Chun Ming. Upon realizing this fact, everyone gasped in astonishment. What an unexpected turn of events. A real-life reversal of fortunes? You all doubted me, yet here I stand, proving you wrong. Indeed, I am the editor of Dopa. Chun Ming laughed heartily, dispelling years of frustration. While they had mentally prepared themselves for this news, the chief editors could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. Simultaneously, a deep-seated jealousy welled within them. Chun Ming, what given the right? Wu Tianxi observed the myriad expressions of the editors, then stated with seriousness, I have decided to promote Dopa as the platform's flagship series. In previous times, such a statement would have ignited a 3-day debate among the chief editors. However, today, all were rendered mute. Such a masterpiece deserves unparalleled support. The rise of Dopa is inevitable. Furthermore, Wu Tianxi continued, in the coming days, the fantasy genre will undoubtedly experience a surge in popularity. The platform will organize numerous support initiatives to ensure that the authors under your guidance also benefit. Upon hearing this, the editors felt a sense of humiliation. They had just been mocking Chun Ming, and now they would have to trail behind him, reaping the leftovers. Particularly the chief editor of the fantasy category felt an intense heat wash over his face. While fantasy might be superior to the realm of the supernatural, it too is a niche genre, and he had previously contemplated merging with it. Now, he feared he might be the one getting absorbed. Yet, despite the embarrassment, the editors had no intention of refusing. There was no need to oppose financial gain. The success of Dopa would undoubtedly inspire a wave of imitation, propelling the fantasy genre to new heights, a vast new opportunity. Setting aside all else, the chief editor's decision was astute. While other literary platforms remained oblivious, they would seize the market first, leaving readers with the impression that for fantasy, go to Xianxia, thereby accomplishing their goal. Seeing no objections from anyone, Wu Tianxi nodded contentedly. The meeting is adjourned. Chun Ming, please come to my office. Amidst the envious glances, Chun Ming rose unhurriedly, striding confidently forward. As one of the largest literary platforms, Xianxia's every move is scrutinized by countless peers, and its various rankings are closely observed. As Xianxia's primary competitor, the end had long been aware of this. Niefeng was today's observer and quickly noted the changes in the new book rankings. This new book titled Dopa was quite formidable, instantly claiming the top spot. It's also in the fantasy genre? Niefeng was somewhat taken aback and clicked into the novel, intending to see what the fuss was about. Once he began reading, he became entranced. Half an hour later, Niefeng suddenly snapped back to reality, horrified, and hurried off to inform his direct superior. Before long, news of a super blockbuster from Xianxia spread internally at the end, prompting an emergency meeting of all editors and department heads. The conference room fell silent, with each member seated before a printed copy of the book, its cover boldly displaying the title Dopa. It was clear that they had all spent half an hour reading it. The chief editor's expression was inscrutable as he calmly asked, "What are your thoughts?" The chief editor of the fantasy genre eagerly spoke up. "This book is excellent. I never imagined fantasy could be written in such a way, making it utterly engrossing." With someone leading the charge, the other editors began to share their opinions. Beyond the captivating story, the protagonist's journey of growth resonated deeply with readers, making it an incredibly appealing and widely relatable tale. This book is bound to become a sensation online. We must immediately arrange for our authors to follow suit. Follow suit, always following suit. The chief editor slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Why is it that Xianxia can unearth a brand new blockbuster like Dopa, yet you cannot?" The room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere tense. Of course, this was not to imply that they were not diligent in their work. The chief editor continued, "It is just that Xianxia has been consistently producing major blockbusters, while we have been making no headway, and it pains me." Upon hearing this, all the chief editors lowered their heads in shame. As the discussion reached a pivotal moment, the editor-in-chief adopted a more conciliatory tone. Henceforth, during the review process, each chief editor must cast aside their biases and adopt a more upright attitude. We must not encounter situations where contracts cannot be finalized due to prejudices, only to see works flourish on different platforms. Furthermore, we must swiftly encourage our authors to emulate successful trends and provide robust support, ensuring that we do not allow others to monopolize the spotlight. This is particularly crucial for the fantasy division, which must take on greater responsibilities. Indeed, the chief editor of the fantasy division was elated. After many years, they could finally speak with confidence, even if this change was prompted by competitors. Subsequently, the president added, "Let us also explore the possibility of recruiting the wildly popular Crazy Potato from the personnel department, offering them a direct contract." The same scenes unfolded throughout the day on various novel platforms, such as Zhongshu, Chigo, and Jinhe. The breakout success of Doupe was akin to a seismic event within the industry. While the industry was shaken to its core, there was a unanimous effort to support this genre, encouraging authors under their banners to imitate and innovate with unprecedented vigor. This endeavor to create an entirely new system, single-handedly invigorating a category and garnering widespread recognition, is often hailed as the pioneering spirit of a new school of thought. Such a figure is colloquially referred to as the founding monster. Chapter 34. An alternative interpretation upon learning that Lin Hao was dubbed the progenitor of fantasy literature within the industry, Qinming promptly called to share this exhilarating news. I see," Lin Hao responded with remarkable calmness. His unwavering composure, bolstered by his own efforts and the confidence instilled by the system, resembled that of a mountain unmoved by the tempest. "Am I the only one excited?" Qinming remarked, somewhat incredulous. "You have achieved literary immortality with a single book, and once Doupe concludes, the chief editor intends to elevate you to the status of a hall-level writer. To retain talent and prevent it from being poached, Tomato has spared no expense, promoting a newcomer to this highest echelon." "Very well, I understand." Lin Hao's demeanor solidified in Qinming's mind as that of an unshakable sage. The discussion surrounding Doupe transcended the editorial realm, igniting fervent conversations among authors as well. They too acknowledged the title of the Mad Potato as the trailblazer of fantasy literature. Literary immortality with a single book, truly enviable. Future writers of fantasy will inevitably circle back to him, a genuine pioneer in the genre. I have always scoffed at those works labeled as divine. Yet Doupe has earned my utmost respect. I have gleaned much from it. Remarkable indeed. On its debut, it garnered 1 million reads and 1 million in revenue, surpassing our grueling month's toil. I heard the author is a novice, crafting his first novel. The disparity between individuals is truly staggering. While we are hailed as deities, we appear as mere fledglings before the true giants. You all jest, yet I, as an editor, am already being asked whether my next book should venture into fantasy. Alas! Before Doupe, its spread was somewhat limited, but following its premiere, it was propelled like a rocket, swiftly captivating countless readers. Reminiscent of a tornado sweeping across the entire blue planet. Xianxia, a middle school language teacher, observed 2 boys arguing in the corridor that afternoon, one of whom, the heavier set, had pushed his opponent to the ground. Unlike other teachers, she refrained from intervening immediately, choosing instead to observe quietly. As a recent graduate, she comprehended the student's psyche well, disfavoring the authoritarian approach of using teacherly authority to suppress disputes hastily. Instead, she preferred to identify the root cause of the conflict and guide the students towards resolution. "With you, do you think you can contend with me?" the chubby boy boasted arrogantly, confident in his physical superiority, having never encountered a rival at Haicheng First Middle School. Victorious, he would mock those he defeated, who, although begrudging, could offer no retort, for defeat is defeat. However, today was different. The boy on the ground, rather than being subdued, erupted into laughter. "Why are you still laughing?" the chubby boy asked, perplexed. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not belittle the youth in poverty. Today's humiliation shall be repaid in time. With that, the boy rolled away with flair. What was that all about? It sounded quite impressive, the chubby boy pondered. Xianxia observed everything and soon discerned the cause of their quarrel. The chubby boy was overreaching, attempting to recruit others as his subordinates. Thus, after school, she summoned him to her office, delivering a stern reprimand and warning him of parental involvement should such behavior persist. Unyielding, the chubby boy retorted loudly. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not belittle the youth in poverty. Zhu Yimao's face paled. What on earth is this? That night, after washing up and lying in bed, Zhu Yimao recalled that phrase and, out of curiosity, searched for it online. She discovered it was a line from a novel. An avid reader herself, she diverged from the typical tastes of other girls, favoring male-oriented literature, particularly harem stories where she could vicariously experience the protagonist's conquests of numerous perfect companions, reveling in delight. Upon reading online that doe featured a harem and was met with widespread acclaim, she could not resist diving in. Time slipped away unnoticed until she awoke for water, glancing at the clock on the wall, only to realize it was already 2 a.m. Oh no, I have class in the morning, she exclaimed, feeling utterly enraptured. Zhu Yimao was completely captivated by doe, yearning to finish it in one sitting, though she recognized the impracticality of such a feat despite being a new work. The author was prolific, updating with an astonishing 150,000 words daily. I'll continue after class, she resolved, taking a deep breath, resisting the urge to continue. Shutting her phone, and with great determination, she closed her eyes to sleep. The next day, with faint dark circles under her eyes, Zhu Yimao concluded her lesson and, as usual, asked her students in the final minutes, "Is there anything you don't understand?" The classroom fell silent, no one daring to ask questions, while several students in the back readied themselves to rush out the moment the bell rang to devour their meals. "Then let me share a piece of knowledge with you," she offered, but the students remained unmoved. Zhu Yimao smiled and continued, "There's a popular phrase circulating online lately. 30 years on the east bank of the river. 30 years on the west bank. Do not belittle the youth in poverty. Has anyone heard it?" Upon hearing this, the students instantly focused, especially the chubby boy, who had only learned this phrase yesterday, but had no understanding of its meaning, with no one willing to enlighten him. When he asked his father, he received a response of ignorance, with the added comment that such matters were not for children. Zhu Yimao, noticing the student's keen interest, elaborated. This phrase originates from a recently popular novel where the protagonist, humiliated by a broken engagement, proclaims this resolute statement. It reflects the unpredictable nature of life, emphasizing that fortune ebbs and flows, and one should not underestimate others in their struggles, also expressing a determination to rise above one's circumstances. The students gazed at her in admiration, acknowledging her prowess as a language teacher. While they found joy in reading novels, they had never considered the depth behind the words. Seeing their engagement, Zhu Yimao pressed on. "Does anyone know which river is referred in the east bank of the river in the west bank?" The students shook their heads in unison. This river refers to the Yellow River, the mother river of the Chinese nation. The terms East Bank and West Bank do not refer to fixed geographical locations, but rather to the southern and northern banks of the river. This is because the Yellow River has changed its course multiple times, resulting in a complex geographical environment where villages once on the eastern bank may end up on the western bank due to flooding. Hence, the proverb 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank emerged over time. Gradually, Zhu Yimao utilized storytelling to impart knowledge of history and geography, leaving a lasting impression on her students. That noon, the chubby boy returned home and boasted to his father, "My teacher is far superior to you. She knows so much more." He recounted Zhu Yimao's explanation from class. His father was taken aback, a fan of doe himself, well acquainted with the phrase, often quoting it during conversations with colleagues, even sneaking it into his QQ signature. Yet, he had never known its origin. Embarrassed by his child's newfound knowledge, he felt a flush of shame. However, upon reflection, he realized that many might share his ignorance. The propensity to play the role of a teacher suddenly manifested. Thus, I delved into relevant materials, and after summarizing my findings, I posted them on Bihu, titling the article, "Do you truly comprehend the meaning of 30 years east of the river? 30 years west of the river?" Capitalizing on the current popularity of Dupo, it did not take long for this post to gain traction, sparking countless discussions. Chapter 35, Preparations Before Planting. To my surprise, the saying 30 years of river east, 30 years of river west holds such connotations. Truly, Potato Dada is profoundly knowledgeable. Fortunately, it is not found in high school textbooks, lest my ignorance be revealed. Upstairs, you have already exposed yourself. Like Lin Hao, countless individuals were enlightened upon first hearing this proverb. While discussions flourished online, Lin Hao ventured into the fields. By noon, he had returned with seeds for radishes and cabbage. The system had dispatched the goods via express delivery, which was rather astonishing. Nonetheless, this method helped avoid scrutiny from some discerning individuals. Before sowing, he needed to plow 50 acres of land, breaking down the large clumps of soil. This endeavor serves four primary purposes: improving soil structure, enhancing soil fertility, reducing pests and diseases, and promoting seed germination. The sun blazed overhead, and the heat was intense. To be frank, if it weren't for the need for farm points, he, like the original owner, would be reluctant to engage in farming, despite his deep affection for the land beneath his feet. Farming is arduous, not to mention the physical labor required throughout the season. After deducting seed and fertilizer costs, one would barely earn anything from an acre of land. A humorous poem aptly states, "Facing the yellow earth, with my back to the sky, tirelessly toiling without rest." After a whole year of hard work, 1 pound of grain costs $1. Farming? Not even a dog would do it. At that moment, Lin Hao suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering a new task. Task name: preparations before planting. Task content: plow 50 acres of land before sunset. Task reward: obtain the song Little Apple. Finally, the second task was triggered. Glancing at the 3 lines of text that appeared before him, Lin Hao felt an immense sense of anticipation for the day's endeavors. His back no longer ached, and his legs felt invigorated. I love farming. However, plowing 50 acres in just one afternoon posed a considerable challenge. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao called his childhood friend. "Bozy, may I borrow your tractor? Bring the plow and harrow. I have 50 acres to prepare just east of the village entrance." Lin Wenba's family resembled ancient landlords, not only managing ponds but also owning extensive land, equipped with all necessary tools. Of course, Lin Wenba readily agreed. About 20 minutes later, the roar of an engine heralded Lin Wenba's arrival, clad in a floral shirt, sun hat, and sunglasses, exuding an air of nonchalance. Lin Hao chuckled. "You're quite the dandy today." "Absolutely," Lin Wenba replied, tossing his non-existent bangs with pride. "I am no longer the same. I am a high-quality man on the verge of acquiring a girlfriend." Lin Hao could not reconcile the image of this man, resembling Xianxia Bao, with the concept of a high-quality male. Had he been deceived once again? In his memories, Lin Wenba's romantic pursuits had been fraught with obstacles, often falling prey to cunning women who exploited his naivety. "Why have you decided to farm?" Lin Wenba's dark face was laden with confusion. "If it weren't for your familiar voice and manner of speaking, I would have thought this was a scam call." "I'll tell you later," Lin Hao smiled. "For now, help me out. I'll treat you to 3 barbecues. No, 5 barbecues. Plus I'll introduce you to a beautiful girl." Lin Wenba, who would not plow the land himself, relied on help. "Barbecue sounds great, but I don't need a beautiful girl. I'm a devoted man." Hearing this insincere declaration, Lin Hao rolled his eyes. "I believe you, sure." Just then, Lin Wenba cheekily inquired, "Is she really beautiful? Like a stunning beauty that could make fish sink and birds flee, or a moon that shames flowers?" Meeting her wouldn't be out of the question. After all, more friends mean more opportunities. Lin Wenba blushed slightly. Although such allusions were unfamiliar to him, he grasped the essence of flattery and was now lost in delightful fantasies. How beautiful must she be if she surpassed both the moon and the flowers? Lin Hao was not exaggerating. Lin Wenba was indeed a commendable individual, with his family status being among the best in the village. However, he was easily manipulated by women. As a childhood friend and brother, it was Lin Hao's duty to introduce him to a worthy woman. With Lin Hao's promise, Lin Wenba felt invigorated. "Let us get started," he declared, his gaze resolute as if pledging allegiance. "I'm stronger than ever, and our plow and harrow are integrated for efficiency." "All right," Lin Hao chuckled. With a roar, the tractor roared to life. Lin Wenba took the wheel while Lin Hao stood on the plow, providing weight to ensure a deeper cut. The fields echoed with the engine's thunder. Summer days are long, and with Lin Wenba's powerful tractor, the two successfully plowed the 50 acres before darkness fell. Lin Wenba appeared unfazed, while Lin Hao, weary and aching, sincerely lamented, "Today, I have come to understand the hardships of farming." The disparity between what is seen in texts and what is experienced firsthand is significant. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The song Little Apple has been awarded." Gazing at the song now in his inventory, Lin Hao smiled in satisfaction. However, the next moment his smile froze. It was not a bad thing, but rather, Lin Hao suddenly realized that only by personally engaging in farming could he trigger tasks. Just as he prepared to inquire of the system, it preemptively answered, "You are correct. After all, I am the happy farm system, and farming cannot be overlooked." With that understanding, Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully. In the time that followed, he eagerly exploited the system's features, experiencing the first time hoeing, weeding, and watering, until he could no longer trigger tasks. The system was overwhelmed. Yet, Lin Hao triumphed. His inventory suddenly boasted 3 short pieces and 4 songs, all of modest quality, yet ample for his needs for a while, without depleting his scant points. Enjoying free benefits brings me joy. An idea struck Lin Hao. System, if someone else's crops are nearing harvest, can I purchase their land and sell the produce for points? Negative. The reason you could do that with your family's land before was due to being within the 7-day novice adaptation period. Now, only by planting and harvesting within the farm can you earn farm points. Very well, Lin Hao was not overly disappointed, for he understood that seizing opportunities was a rare chance. Returning home in the evening, Lin Hao took a shower and then enjoyed a barbecue with his sister and Lin Wenbo. Throughout the meal, Lin Wenbo subtly hinted but was too shy to ask directly about the beautiful girl. Lin Hao was content to play coy, as he had yet to find a suitable candidate. That night, as Lin Hao prepared to write in his room, he received a private message on Dole, leaving him puzzled, as he had seemingly turned off all private messages. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from a friend, a streamer he had met during a previous live sales event. With the username, Meow Meow to Wong is the cutest. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, curious about why this girl was reaching out to him. Chapter 36. The Birth of Mukbang. Dear Lin Hao, I hope I'm not bothering you. I've recently hit a wall at 5 million followers despite trying various methods, even changing my streaming schedule to evenings. Yet I cannot seem to break through. The only time I noticed a slight increase was during our last collaboration, but that soon faded. I wonder if you have any suggestions. I'm willing to offer generous compensation. Upon reading this message, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. During their last live streaming session, the other party had shown goodwill by allowing him to ride on their traffic, shortening the duration of the stream. He felt a sense of obligation. Thus, he replied, "Any method will do?" The response was instantaneous. Please avoid anything too abstract or revealing. I simply wish to present myself as an elegant and charming young lady. Lin Hao fell into contemplation. He had numerous ideas swirling in his mind, but finding the right one proved to be a challenge. Suddenly, inspiration struck. How about trying mukbang? In this world, there was no live commerce or mukbang yet. But with the rise of live commerce, it wouldn't be long before mukbang followed suit. Why not let someone familiar to him be the pioneer in this endeavor? At that moment, Ling Miao Miao lay on her bed, utterly perplexed. Mukbang? She recognized the individual characters, yet together they made no sense to her. Did it mean she had to sit in front of the camera and eat continuously? Wouldn't that be detrimental to her health? Glancing at her flat stomach, devoid of any excess weight, she felt a wave of anxiety. She typed back, "What does that mean?" Lin Hao explained, "It simply entails eating some of your favorite foods while chatting with everyone in the stream. The key is to be genuine, treating your audience as friends." He clarified that he didn't mean the kind of eating where one purges afterward, which is harmful, nor did he imply using mukbang as a mere tool for selling goods. Instead, it was about engaging emotionally with the viewers, fulfilling their diverse needs, and thereby building trust. Lin Hao had concluded that every successful mukbang host, despite their unique styles, shared a common trait: establishing a stable interactive relationship with their audience. Viewers would develop a sense of identification with the host during the emotional engagement, transforming into loyal followers and consumers. Lu Sun once articulated that emotional energy lies at the heart of human interaction, and the companionship offered by mukbang reveals the emotional connection between host and audience. When users establish a trust-based relationship with the host, habits form, resulting in a high degree of fan loyalty. After hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Ling Miao Miao, though still not fully comprehending, gained considerable confidence. Lin Hao encouraged her, "Dare to try. Those who are bold often reap success." He was cautious not to overstate the matter. After all, the internet is replete with instances of serendipitous fame, and many who are not favored by capital can still find their fortunes reversed through sheer luck. Talent can sometimes render effort insignificant. "All right, thank you," Ling Miao Miao replied. "Please send me your bank account details, and I will transfer the payment." "There's no need. You helped me last time, didn't you?" Lin Hao countered. "Then, that's fine," Ling Miao Miao conceded without further insistence. Recognizing that their status rendered such monetary matters trivial, she could always express her gratitude in other ways. Lin Hao continued to type. At 9 o'clock, he received a notification that the stream had commenced, as they had mutually followed each other. He clicked in with curiosity, eager to witness the initial impact of mukbang in this new realm. As the stream began, the barrage of comments swiftly multiplied. "Hello, everyone," Ling Miao Miao greeted, deviating from her usual interactive approach, adding, "Today, I have and T prepared a program, so let us simply chat." This statement instantly triggered an explosion of comments. "What? So sudden? Has the king grown weary of our dance? Miao Miao, did you forget last time?" We ended up awkwardly logging off early. In the streaming community, prematurely ending a broadcast is deemed a disgrace. "I think the host has drifted." Fans expressed their confusion, with some even adopting a sarcastic tone. This reaction stemmed from the fact that in Ling Miao Miao's fanbase, only a small fraction genuinely adored her as a person, while the majority were captivated by her program's flair, which had initially propelled her rise in followers. Feeling a twinge of anxiety at the negative remarks, Ling Miao Miao steadied herself, recalling that this was Lin Hao's suggestion, which calmed her nerves. Lin Hao had repeatedly topped trending charts, overcoming the suppression of media companies, and commanded significant respect in their streaming domain. He was trustworthy, which was one reason she sought his guidance. Regaining her composure, Ling Miao Miao presented a small cake to the camera, her face adorned with a smile. "This is my all-time favorite strawberry cake." She began to eat while sharing her thoughts. Her adorable appearance and sweet smile created an intimate, girlfriend-like atmosphere that captivated all viewers. "How adorable. I feel completely healed. I've also been recommended this cake by friends. It's truly delicious. From this angle, I almost feel like I'm dating the host. This is the true essence of an electronic girlfriend. Someone wake up the person above. The king belongs to everyone, but this is just too charming." As the comments shifted to a more positive tone, Ling Miao Miao's apprehension dissipated. With newfound poise, she declared, "I must tell you, this cake is absolutely delightful. But to manage my weight, I can only indulge once a week." Ling Miao Miao conversed with her audience as if they were neighbors, discussing common topics or playfully venting about certain matters. This approach fostered a sense of familiarity among viewers. "Can the host share a bite with me?" One commented, "Seeing the host reminds me of that grape eating stream from a few days ago. He was so composed, like an old school artist, haha. The host is too entertaining. I must tag my friends to join." As the stream progressed, the audience count surged. Some invited friends, while others recorded snippets to share, drawing in countless viewers. The momentum was rapidly escalating. Half an hour into the stream, the audience count exceeded 100,000. Correspondingly, her follower count soared, swiftly surpassing the 5 million mark and continuing to rise at an astonishing pace. This was a height Ling Miao Miao had never before reached. Though nervous, she maintained her calm as she savored the cake. Upon finishing the cake, she presented a cup of milk tea. "Let me introduce you to this pearl milk tea." Ling Miao Miao had fully immersed herself in the experience, explaining, "Their milk tea contains no artificial colors, crafted with traditional black sugar and fresh milk in a unique ratio. Cooked fresh on site, the tea is fragrant, the milk tea rich, and the QQ chewy black sugar pearls create an exceptionally delightful taste." With that, she took a sip, her small lips puckering adorably, cheeks slightly puffed, exuding an irresistible charm. The audience erupted in laughter. "So cute. The host is either eating or drinking. I can't. The host is too adorable. I'll stop watching now, or it will be impolite." Others engaged in discussions about the milk tea. I've tried this milk tea. It's amazing. The hostess endorsement is truly sincere. To emphasize the concept of handcrafted artistry, the establishment has relocated its production area to the front hall, showcasing the entire process of ingredient preparation by the staff. The highlight, of course, is the pearls, while those from other vendors resemble mere plastic. The pearls here are genuinely swallowable. As the conversation meandered, it unexpectedly veered towards the topic of romance. Following Lin Hao's suggestion, Ling Miao cheerfully inquired, "Has anyone experienced a secret crush?" At this utterance, a hush fell over the live stream. Yet in the next moment, the barrage of comments surged forth with even greater fervor. The live stream erupted. Chapter 37, could you please send me your address? While food broadcasts may initially draw viewers in, it is imperative to devise methods to retain their interest. Simply indulging in food is insufficient. One must explore topics that possess depth, yet do not incite discord, thereby stirring the emotions of the audience. The subject of unrequited love is the topic chosen by Lin Hao. When unrequited love is mentioned, most individuals are immediately transported back to their school days. It conjures images of a lively ponytail, a pair of pristine white sneakers, and a casual brush of shoulders, evoking a profound resonance among many. Just like at this moment, the live stream erupted with excitement. The barrage of comments was incessant. Why must you bring up such things? I just graduated high school, and I still cannot forget my crush. Sob, sob, sob. Those smitten by unrequited love often appear timid. They yearn to see the object of their affection, yet feign indifference, deliberately avoiding eye contact when they cross paths. I had a crush on a girl in high school, but never mustered the courage to confess, to embrace her. I ended up hugging all my classmates that day. My greatest regret? Not having said a proper goodbye. In the realm of the internet, individuals often diverge from their true selves. Even the most introverted among them find it easy to articulate their feelings. Some viewers adopted a mode akin to that of a music streaming platform, voicing their fears, afraid she might know, afraid she might not, and most of all, afraid she might pretend not to know. Although I feign not to see you, I observe you out of the corner of my eye 1,000 times. I know your profile better than your facial features. I am grateful to have encountered you, yet I lament that it was merely an encounter. In the realm of unspoken love, longing permeates the heart. Everyone has traversed the halls of their student years, most harboring memories of unrequited affection, regardless of gender, each possessing their own cherished yet elusive figure. Such memories etch themselves indelibly into one's heart. Even those with the most stoic of demeanors find themselves unearthing buried recollections upon the mention of this topic. Noticing the audience's emotions were stirred, Ling Miao gently inquired, "Are there any dear ones willing to share their experiences of unrequited love?" By the way, dear ones is a term of endearment taught by Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, a multitude of individuals eagerly applied to join the conversation. Ling Miao randomly selected one fortunate viewer. A young lady, caught off guard by her selection, became visibly excited, her voice quavering as she spoke. "I once penned a thick diary, every word dedicated to a single person. By the end of her tale, she was unable to contain her tears." The comments section erupted in discussion. Unrequited love is truly agonizing, both tedious and bittersweet. An orange born in Huainan is merely an orange, whereas one born in Huabei is a bitter orange. Not all unrequited loves are destined for the light. The most fragile yet easily shattered emotion is unrequited love. Forget unrequited love. Dear sister, you must shine independently. The first story resonated deeply with numerous viewers, compelling them to stay engaged, transforming the live stream into a grand emotional showcase. The excitement continued to escalate. The number of viewers online surpassed 500,000, propelling the broadcast to the top of the Dole leaderboard. More and more individuals joined in. The live stream was ablaze. At this juncture, the second fortunate participant began to share his tale. "On my way home from work, gazing at the salary I had just received on my phone, I pondered whether I should treat myself after a month of hard work. As I walked, I found myself at that moment despair engulfed me." This viewer's narrative diverged from unrequited love, recounting a chance encounter with a former crush after many years. As he concluded, He was overwhelmed with emotion, tears flowing freely. Those who had shared similar experiences were equally moved, their eyes glistening with tears. Goodness, are you monitoring my life? I truly encountered my white moonlight there. Though still beautiful, she is no longer the same. The remarkable thing about a white moonlight is that even her physical presence pales in comparison to the memories we hold. Yet, many were merely engaging in banter. The white moonlight never vanished. She merely hides in the shadows. More devastating than a lost white moonlight is a fallen one, an addicted father, ailing mother, studying brother, shattered self. The second participant's story injected a note of levity into the live stream, and he himself gained newfound fame. Originally a comedic content creator with just over 10,000 followers, he suddenly soared past 200,000. It was indeed a case of 10 years of humor when unnoticed. One moment of sorrow made the world aware. Astute viewers caught on to this phenomenon, their hearts racing, hands trembling as they hurriedly applied to join the conversation. Being selected could lead to financial freedom. The allure of great rewards drove them to madness. 2 hours later, Lin Hao, reluctant to part with the exhilarated audience, expressed, "Thank you all for watching. I look forward to our next encounter." The live stream concluded. Lin Hao collapsed on her bed, taking deep breaths, her heart racing. The benefits from this broadcast were immense. Firstly, the gift amounted to several million. Secondly, her follower count multiplied exponentially. All of this felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. Slap! Lin Hao gave herself a sharp smack. It stung. Yet, she erupted into joyous laughter, rolling back and forth on her bed. At that moment, her agent called with exuberant congratulations, his voice brimming with excitement. "Meow, you have truly become a sensation. I told you this talent was remarkable. Just one idea, and look at the whirlwind it has created. Be sure to express your gratitude." "Yes, I understand," Lin Hao replied. After hanging up, she gently bit her lower lip in contemplation. How should she express her gratitude? Money? Too mundane. The other party didn't even accept gifts during the broadcast, clearly regarding wealth with disdain. Yet, it seemed she had little of value to offer. Lin Hao suddenly felt a pang of regret, wishing she had learned some skills to showcase. After much deliberation, Lin Hao resolved to treat Lin Hao to snacks, her personal favorites, ensuring she wouldn't miss the mark. Although they were not extravagant, they would convey sincerity. Thus, she sent Lin Hao a message. "Could you please send me your address?" At that very moment, Lin Hao was seated before his computer, typing away. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw a private message from Lin Hao. "Could you please send me your address?" Lin Hao. Each time I type a question mark, it's not an indication of my confusion, but rather a reflection of your perplexity. Chapter 38. Habwa Agricultural Products Company, Limited. It was only after Lin Hao's explanation that Lin Hao realized he had overthought the matter. She merely wished to treat him to some snacks, and required an address for her online order. However, Lin Hao resolutely declined. Disclosing one's address to others is not a prudent habit. Who knows if the individual on the other side of the screen might be an unsavory character or harbor ill intentions. "May I invite you to dinner instead? Would that be convenient?" Lin Hao sent another message. "Definitely next time." Lin Hao replied with a chuckle, then resumed his writing. The next day arrived. The live streaming incident from the previous night continued to gain traction, with 3 related topics trending in the top 10. The most popular was the birth of eating broadcasts. The world is not lacking in clever individuals, particularly those who follow trends. After Lin Hao's live stream gained popularity, countless organizations, unions, and individuals swiftly began to imitate her. It's just eating, anyone with a mouth can do it. Consequently, a myriad of eating broadcasts emerged. Some individuals merely imitated her, consuming small cakes and sipping milk tea. Others took a more unconventional route, feasting on items that are rarely seen or affordable to the average person, all to garner attention. Still, others live streamed their cooking, creating quite a lively atmosphere. In short, everyone showcased their unique talents in this new trend. Unquestionably, the most renowned among them remained Lin Hao. As the pioneer of eating broadcasts, she was dubbed the sister of eating broadcasts by netizens. Overnight, she gained millions of followers, leaving many envious. Yet at this moment, Ling Miao Miao was not particularly cheerful. She was still preoccupied with the events of the previous day. Having failed to obtain Lin Hao's address and being turned down for a meal, she felt as though she owed him a significant favor. A weight settled heavily in her heart. Oh, I understand now. Ling Miao Miao's eyes suddenly brightened. Lin Hao did not refuse her. Rather, he found it inconvenient. He had clearly stated, definitely next time. Everyone claims I am Navi, yet at times I can be quite clever. Having figured this out, Ling Miao Miao revitalized her spirits. In addition, the second trending topic was equally fervent. Describe a crush in one sentence. Countless netizens commented, with the total reaching over 100,000. A crush is when I hear your name, I look up faster than you do. I secretly wish, may no other girls appear by your side. You know, on the 800-meter track, I silently chant your name each time. My crush means that every time we pass by each other, I look back. When writing about a crush, one must not simply write about the feelings. One must write, when I brush past you, my demeanor is nonchalant, yet my heart is turbulent. And each encounter is meticulously orchestrated. I know your profile and silhouette better than your features. The comments from netizens were painfully genuine, each line dripping with poignancy, resembling a grand performance on NetEase cloud music. Some bloggers paired heart-rending captions with sorrowful melodies, instantly garnering numerous accolades. However, the true architect behind these events, Lin Hao, remained oblivious to it all. At this moment, he stood before the county's Industrial and Commercial Bureau alongside Lin Wenbo. Gazing at the imposing signboard, Lin Wenbo swallowed hard and trembled as he said, "Brother Hao, are we really going to register a company?" Of course. Lin Hao nodded with a smile. The land I possess will only increase in the future, and formalizing our operations will facilitate sales. You will be the manager, and I will be the legal representative. Together, we shall strive for greatness. Yes, let us achieve greatness and create brilliance together. Lin Wenbo exclaimed with excitement. However, as they began navigating the procedures, the complexity became apparent. The online guides proved unreliable, and they found themselves floundering like headless chickens. Thus, Lin Hao decisively sought the assistance of an agency, and the process became organized. Within a week, all formalities were completed, including business registration, licensing, tax registration, seal registration, tax invoicing, and opening a corporate account. One must admit, professional matters are best left to professionals, reliable indeed. The company was aptly named Halbwa Agricultural Products Company, Limited, derived from a character each from their names. Lin Hao served as the legal representative, while Lin Wenbo took on the role of manager. Additionally, they hired an accountant, Wang Fongfong, a recent university graduate from a neighboring village. Though her appearance was unremarkable, she was known for her steadiness, meticulousness, and clear separation of public and private matters. Lin Hao immediately took a liking to her. In the days that followed, Lin Hao and his parents completed the sowing of their 55 acres of land. Now, they awaited the harvest. As he surveyed the expanse of flat land, Lin Hao felt a profound sense of accomplishment. However, it appeared that the growth cycles of cabbage and radishes were quite lengthy. After checking online, he discovered that if planted at the end of August, radishes typically took 2 to 3 months to mature, while cabbages required even longer, usually 3 to 4 months. This was concerning. His farm points were dwindling, and he could not sustain this for long. Contemplating this, Lin Hao inquired of the system, is there a way to expedite growth? Reminder to the host. The premium fertilizer from a novice gift pack can not only have the growth cycle, but also enhance crop quality, with a certain probability of yielding superior products. Having the time sounded promising. With the points he possessed, coupled with previous task rewards, enduring for a month should not be too difficult. How many acres can 100 kilograms of fertilizer cover? 5 acres. And how many points would it cost to purchase? 1,000 points for every 100 kilograms. That's quite expensive. Lin Hao mused, stroking his chin. If he were to buy fertilizer, his more than 10,000 points would deplete in an instant. He was not fond of this scenario. Otherwise, he would lack the flexibility needed for unforeseen circumstances. Forget the purchase. Please apply 100 kilograms to the 5 acres of radishes, Lin Hao ultimately decided. As soon as he uttered the command, the fertilizer vanished from the warehouse. Unlike sowing, Fertilization was directly controlled by the system, done discreetly and without his knowledge. Lin Hao marked the fertilized areas, then called Lin Wenbao. I applied fertilizer to a few acres. They might grow faster, so do not be surprised when you see it. Surprised? It's just a little fertilizer. Lin Wenbao replied nonchalantly. I'll apply it to the remaining fields as well. Lin Hao chuckled. Oh dear, our fertilizers are not the same. Time flew by swiftly, and soon the end of the month arrived. This day also marked the conclusion of Do Pa. Chapter 39. The conclusion of Do Pa. On that evening, after dinner, Lin Hao returned to his room early. Sitting before his computer, he began to compose the final 150,000 words. To be honest, he felt little sentimental about it. After all, he was not the true author of the book. He was merely a diligent transporter of ideas. For hours slipped by in an instant. Xiao Hua took a deep breath, and in his once dark, calm eyes, a fervor surged forth at that moment, as if the once cooled blood within him had begun to boil. The end, indeed, is also a form of beginning. As the final word was typed, Do Pa Xianxia officially reached its conclusion. Lin Hao did not write much in his closing remarks, leaving only a single line. Thank you all for your readership. Let us meet again in the next book. As the chapters were uploaded, the reader community erupted with excitement. Wow, is this truly the end? It feels surreal. Let us celebrate the conclusion. The old generation of readers bids farewell. We shall meet again in the next book. Comments were brief, as most readers hastily posted their thoughts before eagerly rushing off to read the finale. It was not until an hour later that the reader community truly began to buzz. The final battle between the two emperors was indeed spectacular. However, the author's sudden conclusion left many in disbelief. It was the first time encountering an author who refrained from dragging on the story, and they felt a tinge of incredulity. In my heart, Do Pa stands as the singular masterpiece. Although it has concluded, the author has evidently left a cliffhanger. Surely there won't be a sequel? I hope so, for I haven't had enough. Potato, please release a new book soon. The readers engaged in fervent discussions. This work was immensely successful. As the pioneer of the fantasy genre, it not only influenced readers, but also countless authors. Before Potato released Do Pa, the fantasy novel category was rather obscure. Yet after its publication, it surged to prominence. Various tales of underdogs, magical rings, and the derivations of fighting spirit flooded the market. Among them, one particularly popular title was Do Luo Continent, authored by the master of Round Sky, who Lin Hao had inadvertently overshadowed. After reading Do Pa, he was inspired anew and publicly expressed on his blog. It was Potato who guided me onto the path of fantasy novels, and for that, I am truly grateful. In the wake of many following suit, the fantasy genre has undeniably become a hot topic, even contending with the two dominant genres of urban and historical fiction. This clearly illustrates the monumental contribution of Potato, the trailblazer. The discussions among readers continued unabated. Within the Tomato Building, tranquility was a rarity. Since the debut of Do Pa, Chunming's standing in the company had soared like a blossoming sesame seed. Everyone greeted him with respect, and the company leaned its resources towards the fantasy division, resulting in a dramatic increase in submitting authors. The phrase spring wind and pride could hardly encapsulate Chunming's emotions. Yet now, the very work that brought all this success was coming to an end. The newly appointed editor, Xiao, was perplexed and posed a question that lingered in his mind. Chief editor, why has Teacher Potato concluded so swiftly? Indeed, another editor chimed in, from release to conclusion. It hasn't even been a month, and now is the peak of its popularity. It feels like such a waste. Why are you worrying about it? Chunming's face turned stern as he reprimanded. Is it your place to question Teacher Potato's decisions? The two editors quickly fell silent. In truth, Chunming felt a pang of sorrow, wishing he could write it for Potato. Given the current popularity of Do Pa, even if millions of words were poured into the narrative, there would be readers willing to indulge, for they had formed a reading habit, unless one were to directly serve readers something undesirable. Such was the wisdom gleaned from his years as an editor. He believed that Potato understood this as well. Yet, Potato simply refused, embodying the spirit of a true artist, indifferent to monetary gain. While it was regretful, Chun Ming did not press the matter. Ultimately, the greatest treasure of the fantasy division was not the work itself, but Potato as a person. Guarding the mountain of gold, wealth would surely come. In contrast to the heartache felt in the fantasy division, others in different departments found themselves somewhat pleased, while they were all part of the same company. Such thoughts were not entirely virtuous. Within the company, competition was ever present. For the Tomato novel platform, the number of readers remained relatively fixed, and each reader's reading time was largely unchanging. When readers immersed themselves in this book, they had little time for others. The sustained success of dough naturally harmed the interests of others. The cake was finite, and if others consumed more, they would inevitably consume less. Now that it concluded early, the fervor would dissipate sooner. A harmonious environment benefits everyone. The most ecstatic, however, were the old rivals of Tomato, the endpoint platform. To be candid, the overwhelming success of dough exerted tremendous pressure on them. Even though their authors attempted to mimic its success, they always fell short. Furthermore, their update frequency could not compete. Fortunately, this author named Potato was rather capricious. At this moment, every editor at Endpoint felt a sense of relief. Not only within the industry, but Dough's conclusion also stirred considerable waves across the internet. Even today, its influence is unparalleled. Within an hour of its conclusion, it topped the trending searches. Across various social platforms, forums, and discussion boards, posts proliferated. Among them, the most liked article bore the title, "The Most Passionate Dream of Youth." 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River, do not despise the youth in poverty. How much does this sentence encompass? It evokes memories of the once great prodigy, the unwillingness to accept the label of a failure, the yearning for strength, the obsession with dignity, and the passionate dreams of youth. No, I shall not stop here. Even if the road ahead is long and fraught with thorns, I will ascend step by step to the pinnacle. Even in death, I hold no regrets. One phrase, one promise, one journey has forged a legend. Magical artifacts, weapons, elixirs, martial arts, secret realms, brotherhood, mentor-student bonds, romantic ties. Potato has painted for us a wondrous world, a world that captivates us. Breaking through in the heat of battle, defeating foes beyond one's level, saving the world. Does this not embody the dreams of youth? Through one piece after another, Potato leads us to experience, pursue, and realize our most fervent dreams. Xianxia, the dream of youth that shall never extinguish. Countless comments filled the section below this article, reminiscing about iconic scenes. 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River. Do not despise the youth in poverty. Moved, my heart remains restless for a long time. The conclusion of Dough left many feeling a profound sense of loss. Yet for Xiao, it was both an end and a beginning. For Potato, it was similarly an end and a beginning. And tomorrow, school would commence. For Lin Hao, it was also a new beginning. Chapter 40. The beginning of school. On the following morning, Lin Hao finished his breakfast and stepped outside with his suitcase. His sister, Lin Yu, had parked her car outside the courtyard, having taken a leave of absence to see him off to school. Song Yumei's eyes brimmed with reluctance as she repeatedly reminded him, "Although you're capable now, don't be too extravagant with your spending. Save some for when you marry. And remember to eat breakfast at school. Don't stay up too late." Yes, I understand," Lin Hao replied, then turned to his father, Lin Gang, saying, "Dad, remember to resign from your job in the city and help Mom look after the land. I have great plans for it." Lin Gong nodded seriously. Next, Lin Hao addressed Lin Wenbao, instructing him, "After I leave, everything in the company will be in your hands. Especially take good care of the 5 acres of carrots I marked. Rest assured, I'll handle it without a hitch," Lin Wenbao assured confidently. Finally, Lin Hao turned to his younger sister, Lin Shui, whose eyes were already red with emotion. "Brother." Lin Shui could no longer hold back and embraced him tightly. Lin Hao gently patted her head, offering a warm smile as he softly said, "Study hard, and I'll take you out to play during the winter break." Just then, a deafening honk from a car broke the moment. Lin Shui slowly released her arms, her eyes filled with reluctance and affection. Lin Hao turned and got into the car, lowering the window to wave vigorously at everyone, shouting, "I'm off. See you during the new year." The car slowly pulled away. swiftly vanishing at the end of the road. What's the matter? Seeing Lin Hao's downcast expression, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on her lips. Did I interrupt your sibling bonding? Not at all. Lin Hao shook his head. It's just a bit sad to say goodbye. After all, this was his first journey since he had traversed into this world, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness. At your age, feeling this way about leaving home? I'm embarrassed for you, Lin Yu teased mercilessly. An hour later, they arrived at the train station. Lin Hao bid farewell to his sister at the entrance before checking in and entering the waiting area. Not long after, the train arrived, and he boarded it. Leaning back in his seat, Lin Hao closed his eyes to rest. System: Open personal panel. Name: Lin Hao. Age: 22. Lifespan: 25. Farm: 5 acres of hilly land. 50 acres of irrigated land. Farm points: 10,073. Artistic prestige: 825427. Thanks to the recent explosive popularity of Do Pa, his artistic prestige had soared to over 800,000 and was soon to reach 1 million for rewards. As for finances, he had a little over 100,000 on hand. In half a month, the royalties from Do Pa would also be distributed, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about money. Upon returning to school, he could record a few songs, especially Ingwe, which he had promised Master Su. He also needed to find time to publish a few short stories. As for new novels, there was no rush. He would let his alias Crazy Potato take a break. Before long, an announcement echoed through the train. The train will soon arrive at the station. Passengers disembarking should take care of their belongings. The technology of Blue Star surpassed that of his previous life, as the train was a state-of-the-art maglev, reaching speeds of up to 800 kilometers per hour. In just 2 hours, they arrived in the capital. Upon returning to the dormitory, 2 of his roommates were already there. Joe. Upon seeing Lin Hao enter, a chubby boy leapt up from his bed, exaggeratingly declaring, "Isn't this the newly minted internet sensation? The dream of 900 million girls? May I have the honor of taking a photo with you?" "Get lost," Lin Hao chuckled, chiding. "We haven't seen each other for 2 months, and you start with that?" The boy speaking was Huang Yud, a southerner from Su province. Known for his lack of skills in everything except for eating, he was the reigning champion of being sarcastic. However, he was a talented composer, particularly skilled in pop music, and was known as one of the 4 talents of the composition department, with a fondness for the guitar. Xiao Hao, another roommate, Fang Qingshan, chimed in. "You've been hiding your Eru skills from us. You must drink 3 cups tonight as punishment." 3 cups? That one tea do. Let us get him drunk. Huang Yid interjected. "Sounds good. I'll treat tonight," Lin Hao replied with a smile. Since his original family had been in a difficult position, his roommates had always supported him over the years. Now that he had some wealth, he naturally wanted to express his gratitude. At 2 in the afternoon, the last roommate, Yang Kuo, arrived. He was a local from the capital, having enrolled in the academy solely to pursue high-quality girls, living a carefree life. Of course, without the existence of a certain wealthy elder, Yangguo was just an ordinary name here. "Xiao Hao, no. Now you're my brother Hao," Yangguo said, gripping Lin Hao's hand with excitement. "In wealth and honor, let's not forget each other. You're a big internet star now. Do you have any beautiful fans to introduce to us?" "What are you thinking?" Lin Hao scoffed, rolling his eyes. "The backgrounds of fans are complicated. You're actually considering pursuing them? Do you want the state to provide you with food and shelter? You can hear the same old story every day," Huang Yu quipped. "Best to avoid that." Yangguo quickly revised his statement. "I suddenly think the girls at school are much prettier and have better temperament. As artists, we all know the unspoken rules," Lin Hao remarked. That evening, the 4 of them gathered at a well-known private restaurant near the school, with Lin Hao treating. "Boss," Yangguo waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Bring a case of beer. Can you finish it?" Huang Yud immediately retorted, "You're just a 2-bottle kind of guy, and yet you're so boastful. Just proves the saying, the worse the cook, the more they love to party." "Who are you talking about?" Huang Yud muttered under his breath. "You," Yang Kuo exclaimed furiously. Let us fight, let us fight." Fang Qingshan egged them on, stirring the pot. "Fatty, show him your mighty strength." Fatty was Huang Yud's nickname. All right, Lin Hao laughed. "One case it is. If we can't finish it, we'll just return it." Among the 4 roommates, Lin Hao was gentle and got along well with everyone, while Huang Yud and Yanghua were more boisterous and loved to bicker. Fang Qingshan appeared honest, but was quite cunning. After several rounds of drinks, they began discussing school gossip. Sai, young Kuo Sigit, there's a sophomore in the dance department who signed with Huangqing Entertainment over the summer, but that company has a bad reputation. I wonder how long until she faces trouble. That's her choice, Huang Yud scoffed. How can someone like you worry about it? I can worry, Yanghua lamented. A flower-like girl like her, being trampled by a pig like that. By the way, Xiao Hao, Yanghua turned to Lin Hao with curiosity. I heard Lin Wanner has been cast as the second female lead in Knife Dynasty. Is that true? Indeed, Lin Hao nodded. A while ago, after the audition, Lin Wanner had called him to share the good news. Envy +1, for them as artists. Apart from those exceptionally talented individuals who might be signed by entertainment companies early on, most had to prove their abilities before receiving invitations. None of the four had signed with a company yet. Stop envying others, Fang Qingshan asked. This semester you three are seniors. Do you have any plans? Yanghua was the first to respond. Eat, sleep, chase girls, and then graduate to inherit the family fortune. Damn rich kid. Huang Yud cursed softly and then said, if my next song can ascend the new song chart, I may have a chance to join Jelly Entertainment. If not, I shall have to rely on quantity to prevail. Jelly Entertainment is one of the 5 most formidable entertainment companies in the Blue Star, and Huang Yud has been striving for this goal since his enrollment, having recently perceived a glimmer of hope. What about Xiao Hao? The three of them turned their gaze towards Lin Hao. Before he could respond, Yanghua remarked with evident envy. He has several million fans, looks handsome, and earns money just by standing there. Lin Hao smiled without saying a word. No one inquired about Fang Qingshan, for they all knew that his research into ancient styles was profound, and he had already resolved to pursue further studies for a master's degree. At that moment, Yang was suddenly exclaimed, everyone, look at the class group. The instructor had sent a notification stating that our classmate Su Rue will be making an effort to break into the new song chart this semester, and he hopes everyone can assist in promoting it. Chapter 41, Recording Moonlight over the Second Spring Blue Star, is a utopia for the arts, captivating attention across various artistic fields. Among the students of the composition department, their primary focus lies in matters related to music, as the music industry engages in monthly competitions for rankings. The 4 most prestigious charts are the Peak Chart, Sales Chart, Popularity Chart, and New Song Chart, all compiled by the Music Association based on comprehensive online data. Each chart features only 50 entries. To stand out on any of these lists is to embark on a path paved with fame and fortune, a dream cherished by all musicians. September marks the start of the academic year, and thus the September charts are often referred to as the back-to-school season. During this month, many seasoned artists tacitly refrain from releasing new songs, thereby allowing newcomers a chance to flourish. Consequently, the September charts present the most favorable opportunity for emerging talents to make their mark. Every year, a multitude of students release their songs in hopes of shining amidst the competition. However, to ascend the charts, one must consider not only the quality of the music, but also the promotional efforts. In the absence of corporate backing, it is often the guidance of instructors that galvanizes the collective support of peers. For students in the middle college invariably possess a following, a force that should not be underestimated. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao and Su Rue found their ambitions aligned with Huang Yud, as both planned to release songs in the same month, inevitably diluting the promotional power of their class. Most crucially, both were merely one honor away from entering one of the 5 major entertainment companies. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another year, by which time they would have graduated and lost the advantage of school support. To venture alone would likely lead to failure. Even if they managed to enter an entertainment company through sheer volume of songs, they would still lack access to core resources, relegated to writing trivial songs for lesser firms. Thus, this opportunity was pivotal for both. Don't worry, my friend, Lin Hao reassured Huang Yud, noticing the change in his expression upon hearing the news. The brothers will support you. I'll leverage my connections to promote your work as well. For once, Yanghua adopted a serious demeanor. I am confident in the quality of this song. Huang Yud responded with a smile, though the gravity in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Relax, Lin Hao said, chuckling. I'll promote you on Dole. Despite his quirks, Huang Yud was a person of good character, and Lin Hao was willing to lend him a hand to help him realize his aspirations. Upon hearing this, Huang Yud was elated, rising in surprise. I can't believe I forgot you're a big online celebrity now. This is definitely a solid opportunity. His excitement was palpable, eliciting laughter from the other three. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Hao took his Eru and headed to the school recording studio to record Moonlight over the second spring. As a fourth-year student, he had minimal classes, allowing him to freely arrange his schedule. The school's recording studio was publicly accessible, with many students queuing up, all of whom were unsigned artists. By the time Lin Hao arrived, a considerable number had already gathered. He patiently awaited his turn. Most students entering the studio appeared jubilant, yet emerged with downcast expressions, often due to unsatisfactory recording results. It is a universal experience. In one's mind, the melody sounds perfect, yet when sung aloud, it can be quite unbearable. The same holds true for composition. Imagination often starkly contrasts with reality. For many students, crafting a masterpiece may remain an unattainable dream, as this endeavor requires a degree of innate talent. Time trickled by until 10 o'clock, when it was finally Lin Hao's turn to enter the studio. Familiar with the recording process, he communicated his requirements to the staff and commenced his recording. As he played the Eru, the music filled the air, and the previously nonchalant expressions of the staff outside transformed into shock. They sat upright, eyes fixed on Lin Hao. Half an hour later, Lin Hao exited the recording studio, having experienced a remarkably smooth session. Lin Hao, no, Teacher Lin Hao. The staff greeted him with enthusiasm. I initially thought it was just a coincidence in name, but it truly is you. This must be the piece Moonlight over the second spring. It is no wonder the esteemed music masters regard it as a treasure. I nearly shed tears. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a master of your craft. The staff's praise was effusive. As a seasoned presence in the studio, his discerning ear was well trained. Yet today he had been profoundly moved. It struck a chord deep within his soul, a poignant sorrow, a relentless passion. In that moment, he comprehended why the illustrious music masters held Lin Hao in such high regard. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Hao replied, offering an awkward yet polite smile. I must be on my way now. I'll see you out, the staff promptly responded. They conversed amicably as they walked together. Outside the recording studio, other students observed this exchange with surprise. Typically, when they recorded, the staff wore expressions as though someone owed them a fortune. Today, their demeanor was remarkably warm. Whispers arose among the crowd. Who is that person? I suspect he must be connected to some higher-ups, or else how could old Pan be so friendly? Stop speculating. He is Senior Lin Hao from the composition department, a fourth-year student. Recently, his piece Moonlight over the second spring went viral across the internet. Surely you remember, one student clarified. Oh, so it's him. No wonder, came the envious murmurs. After leaving the recording studio, a thought began to take root in Lin Hao's mind. It seemed time to sign with a company. While the school's facilities were commendable, they could not compare to the professionalism of an entertainment firm. The lengthy wait times and lack of privacy were significant drawbacks. Entertainment companies not only provide cutting-edge equipment, but also various promotional channels, greatly aiding in the dissemination of his music. This aspect is crucial for acquiring artistic prestige. In Blue Star, copyright remains sacred and inviolable in the hands of the creator. Companies merely take a share of the profits, making the overall benefits outweigh the drawbacks. As for money, it suffices for his needs. He is primarily concerned with his artistic reputation. After lunch, Lin Hao returned to his dormitory. It is worth noting that once a track is recorded, it cannot be released immediately. It requires post-production work, including organizing the recording materials and mixing. However, he was skilled in this area. Donning the monitoring headphones he purchased online, Lin Hao opened professional software and efficiently processed his piece. After exporting it, he donned the headphones once more, listening intently. After 3 thorough listens without detecting any issues, he uploaded it to Penguin Music. Many recognized the piece as his creation, so he opted to use his real name rather than a stage name. Single, Moonlight over the second spring genre. Instrumental producer, Lin Hao. Penguin Music's efficiency was impressive. It did not take long for the review to be completed. Satisfied that everything was in order, Lin Hao opened his blog to post. Master Su Ku. Moonlight Over the Second Spring has been recorded and released on Penguin Music. I look forward to your guidance. Having completed these tasks, Lin Hao settled down for an afternoon nap. Meanwhile, the online community was abuzz with excitement. Chapter 42. The importance of professionalism at work. Lin Hao had succumbed to slumber, yet his online followers remained wide awake. His blog, already brimming with devoted fans, erupted with excitement upon his mention of Master Su Ku. The fervor quickly escalated, culminating in an astonishing response from Master Su himself. Thank you for your music. Your rendition of Air Quan Ing Yue is commendable, with emotions expressed clearly and profoundly. I hope you remain true to your heart and continue your efforts. Human desires tend to escalate alongside financial gain. Each year, numerous musicians succumb to temptation, particularly fresh talents who, in their elation, often find themselves embroiled in various follies or, filled with hubris, cease to progress. Master Su's words were evidently a cautionary note for Lin Hao. However, none of the netizens perceived any impropriety. Rather, they envied Lin Hao from the depths of their hearts, recognizing the true stature of a maestro in the music industry. This also served as a form of promotion. The online community flocked to Penguin Music to sample the piece, many of whom were ardent fans of Master Su. "It's simply enchanting," exclaimed one. "My mother asked why I suddenly knelt down, but such music deserves to be experienced in reverence." Indeed, Air Quan Ing Yue was even more poignant when recorded with professional equipment. At the moment of playback, Lin Hao's grandfather, who happened to be nearby, was moved to tears. The download rate surged rapidly, easily surpassing 10,000 in no time. It's worth noting that the concept of paid knowledge was deeply ingrained in Blue Star. Songs that were not downloaded could only be sampled thrice, while the uniform price for downloads was set at 5 yuan per song. Thus, listeners would only download a song if they genuinely cherished it. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy, realizing that his artistic reputation was poised for a significant boost. Moreover, since Air Quan Ing Yue was not released through an entertainment company, all proceeds from the song would be split evenly between Lin Hao and the platform. This represented a substantial financial gain. Awakening from his afternoon nap, Lin Hao made his way to the library, gathering a plethora of materials such as harmony, counterpoint, form analysis, and Blue Star compositional techniques, among other specialized texts. He felt the necessity to fortify his knowledge to avoid exposing any gaps in discussions about his songs in the future. As he delved into his reading, Lin Hao attributed his heightened intellect and memory to his unique circumstances, feeling as though knowledge was eagerly infiltrating his mind. "Learning brings me joy." With such an exceptional memory, success seemed almost inevitable. That evening, after dinner, Lin Hao returned to his dormitory, where all three of his roommates were present. "Have you heard?" Huang Yit exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "Tomorrow morning, Master Li will personally conduct our public appreciation class." What a stroke of luck. The public appreciation class was the only course that spanned all 4 years of university, with the school occasionally inviting renowned musicians to teach. "Really?" Lin Hao expressed his surprise. Li Nanshan was a distinguished professor at the Middle School of Music and a true luminary in the field, co-teaching the public appreciation course with a younger instructor. Yet, those in the know understood that Li Nanshan's role was primarily titular, with the young teacher handling the actual instruction. Now, he was astonishingly going to teach. "I'll go early to secure a seat, hoping Master Li will analyze a piece of ancient-style music," Fang Qingshan said, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Creating ancient-style songs posed a challenge not only due to talent limitations, but also because of the high demands for literary competence and cultural depth. The melody must capture the essence, while the lyrics need to rhyme and flow smoothly, not simply a matter of adding a few dramatic lines. Guidance from a master would prove invaluable. Fang Qingshan had often fantasized about being recognized by Li Nanshan and becoming his disciple, eventually rising as a star in the music realm. Yet, 3 years into university, he had yet to encounter the esteemed professor. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed, "This time, I shall seize the opportunity. I'll join you," Huang Yu chimed in. "If Master Li could provide insight on our new songs, it would be nothing short of miraculous." "Reserve a spot for me as well," Yang Gua added hastily. "The most attractive girls in the academy will surely attend, and I intend to find out why they deleted me from their friends list." The three exchanged knowing looks. The following day, when Lin Hao arose, he found that only he and Yanguo remained in the dormitory. With someone already reserving seats, they felt no urgency. They leisurely prepared for the day, enjoying breakfast before heading to the lecture hall. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a sea of people, many having failed to secure a seat and standing in the aisles and at the back of the classroom. Lin Hao scanned the room, but did not spot his roommates. "Xiao Hao, over here." Lin Hao followed the sound and saw Huang Yud waving energetically from the far left of the front row. He and Yanguo hurried over. Though even with their thick skin, they felt a sense of embarrassment standing at the entrance under the gaze of countless onlookers. Once seated, Huang Yud immediately boasted, "Do you have any idea how much effort we expended to secure these 2 seats? We had to chase away over 20 groups of people. Bro, you are incredible." Lin Hao commended, giving him a thumbs up, fully acknowledging his efforts. Yanguo marveled, "Indeed, what an influence." The room is packed. It's a testament to Master Li's prowess, who ranks among the finest in Blue Star. At 8 o'clock, Li Nanshan entered the classroom, carrying a simple briefcase. Dressed casually yet neatly, he exuded an air of refined elegance. The room fell silent, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. There was no roll call, none was necessary. After a brief greeting, Li Nanshan commenced his lesson, selecting a classic ancient-style song for analysis. He adeptly explored its melody, lyrics, instrumentation, and more, presenting the material in an engaging and accessible manner that captivated the students. The audience was entranced, experiencing profound revelations about the song's interpretation. Some astute students began to incorporate techniques into their own compositions, quickly identifying areas for improvement. This exemplified the prowess of a top-tier maestro. Even the slightest insights were enough to nourish the eager minds of the students. As Fang Qingshan listened and took notes, he was acutely aware of Blue Star's stringent regard for intellectual property. Recording such lectures without permission was strictly prohibited and could lead to severe penalties. Thus, many students diligently noted the insights to facilitate future review. Lin Hao, however, refrained from note-taking, as he could retain the information after just one hearing, and his substantial prior knowledge made comprehension effortless. Yanguo, too, abstained from notes, his attention diverted elsewhere. As time passed swiftly, engrossed in the lecture, the students felt as though mere moments had slipped by. Listening to ancient-style music was akin to savoring tea, discussing its name, inhaling its aroma, observing its form, and relishing its flavor. Many students were startled when the lesson began to conclude, and as Li Nanshan wrapped up, the classroom erupted in thunderous applause. Li Nanshan raised his hand to quell the clamor, and the room fell silent. "Is Lin Hao present?" he inquired. "Master Li, no. Professor Li, I am here." A bespectacled student leapt to his feet, his face a canvas of excitement. He nearly forgot the importance of addressing titles appropriately in a professional setting. "Is not you?" Li Nanshan glanced at him, then shook his head with a smile and said, "I am not looking for you, but rather for Lin Hao, the creator of Erquin Ingwe." Chapter 43. Joining the composition department surprises come swiftly, and they depart just as quickly. Lin Hao, wearing glasses, sat down a daze, contemplating a name change at the police station after class, his first experience of feeling inferior due to his name. Within the classroom, whispers began to circulate. "Ekfan Ying Yue? Lin Hao, I've heard that piece. I didn't expect him to be from our department. It seems the professor has taken a liking to him. How enviable." Some classmates familiar with Lin Hao turned their gazes toward the front row. Li Nanshan followed their gaze. Huang Yud and a few others were so excited they urged Lin Hao to stand. "Professor Li, I'm here," Lin Hao spoke calmly. Indeed, he looked just like he did in the video. After observing, Li Nanshan, with a gentle tone and a smile, said, "Please come to my office after class." "All right." Lin Hao nodded. Ding-ling-ling, the class bell rang, and Li Nanshan exited the classroom. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Lin Hao followed closely behind. The class erupted into excitement. "Wow, Professor Li must be giving him special attention. How enviable. Why don't you write an air quanting, you too?" "Perhaps not, but I could create a sand quanting re. I just listened to that piece. It truly is remarkable. I'll download it and study it." Meanwhile, in Li Nanshan's office, The two sat across from each other. Li Nanshan brewed a pot of tea and said to Lin Hao, "Try this tea. A friend sent it, and I reserve it for esteemed guests." "Thank you, Professor." Lin Hao was taken aback, quickly lifting the cup with both hands. This was a legendary figure. In the entire music realm of Blue Star, there are no more than 100 masterful individuals, and yet he was serving tea to an ordinary student. However, Lin Hao was stunned by the next statement. "I came here specifically for you." "Me?" Lin Hao pointed at himself, his face filled with astonishment. "Yes." Li Nanshan nodded with a smile. "Master Su and the others praise your work highly. Awakens you is a gem, and you are truly remarkable." "Professor, you flatter me." Lin Hao smiled slightly, not taking the credit for himself. "The piece was a collaborative creation with my grandfather. There is no need for modesty." After a pause, Li Nanshan continued, "Not to mention your Eru skills, which have already reached the pinnacle of excellence." "You understand the Eru too, Professor?" Lin Hao asked in surprise, having previously researched that Li Nanshan specialized in piano and violin. "I know a bit." Li Nanshan nodded. The two then delved into a discussion about the Eru, with Lin Hao primarily listening. He absorbed the knowledge shared by Li Nanshan like a sponge. These insights were not something one could find in books or online. Lin Hao was astounded. Li Nanshan's Eru proficiency was undoubtedly beyond mere familiarity. Yet he could not gauge its exact depth. If this were a game, notifications would be ringing in his mind. Eru experience 100. Eru experience 100. Eru experience 100. Li Nanshan, in turn, was somewhat surprised. This student named Lin Hao exhibited an extraordinary capacity for absorption and a profound understanding of music, occasionally articulating concepts that even he found novel. This sparked a sense of admiration within him. "Would you be interested in joining Jelly Entertainment?" Li Nanshan stated directly. "I can recommend you to the composition department." "Thank you, Professor. I would be willing." Lin Hao responded without hesitation. He had already contemplated joining an entertainment company, especially since Jelly Entertainment was one of the top 5 in Blue Star, with formidable strength, exactly the company Huang you dreamed of. Moreover, he would be stepping directly into the composition department. A wise choice indeed. Li Nanshan smiled. Music cannot be created in isolation. Good inspiration arises from interaction. The company has many excellent seniors and a healthy competitive environment, which greatly aids a musician's growth. After saying this, he made a phone call in front of Lin Hao, discussing the recommendation. Once the call ended, Li Nanshan told Lin Hao, "I've made the arrangements. Go to the Jelly Entertainment building this afternoon and simply mention my name." "Thank you, Professor." Lin Hao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Li Nanshan had no idea he possessed a system and valued him so highly. An encounter with a benefactor one has in a lifetime. "Don't mention it." Li Nanshan waved his hand. "I also look forward to seeing a genuine music master emerge for my students." Even after leaving the office, Lin Hao still felt somewhat dreamlike. Joining one of the top 5 composition departments. How many people yearn for this, and yet he attained it so effortlessly? Had he applied on his own, even with the excellence of Awakens, he likely would have been dismissed due to his limited portfolio, which could not demonstrate a stable ability to compose. But with the endorsement of a legendary figure, even if he were a novice, an entertainment company would gladly accept him. That was the prestige of a musical legend. Suddenly, Lin Hao found a new goal to strive for. "Xiao Hao." Huang Yud's voice rang out. The 3 roommates had been waiting in the corridor for Lin Hao to emerge. Yang eagerly asked, "What did Professor Li want with you?" Huang Yud inquired, "Did he offer you special guidance?" Fang Qingshan added, "Did he take you as his disciple?" They bombarded him with questions. "Not really. We just chatted about Awakens you." Lin Hao decided to withhold the news of his recommendation to Jelly Entertainment for now, fearing it might affect Huang Yud's mindset. After all, at least he had made an acquaintance with Professor Li. His 3 roommates took turns comforting him, leaving him both amused and exasperated. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Hao stood before the towering Jelly Entertainment building, feeling a slight thrill. Upon entering, he greeted the receptionist. "Hello. I was recommended by Professor Li Nanshan to join. May I ask where I should report?" "Director Tang has briefed me. Please follow me." The receptionist responded warmly. The elevator ascended, stopping on the 16th floor. "This is the composition department." The receptionist explained, "The area from the 11th to the 16th floors is dedicated to composition. and Director Tang's office is on the 16th floor where he usually works. At the entrance, Lin Hao surveyed the working environment of the composition department. It was far larger than he had anticipated, occupying 6 entire floors with a spacious and pristine interior, exquisitely decorated. Each desk was independent, separated by rows of bookshelves that provided personal space, stocked with materials related to music, such as books, magazines, and newspapers. Lin Hao was quite pleased. With such a work environment, coming to work would surely be a joy. Following the receptionist to an office, she announced, "Director Tang, Lin Hao has arrived." Director Tang was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and prominent dark circles under his eyes, clearly one accustomed to late nights. He looked up upon hearing the voice, and upon seeing Lin Hao, he was momentarily taken aback. He had only known that Professor Li recommended someone who had created the exquisite air Kuan Yin Yu, but he hadn't expected someone so young, blessed with the looks of an idle trainee. He couldn't help but wonder if Professor Li had been misled. Could such a person truly compose air Kuan Yin Yu? But the next moment, he dismissed any doubts. A musical legend would not be mistaken. "Hello, I'm Lin Hao." Lin Hao greeted him actively. "Hello, hello." Director Tang smiled broadly, extending his hand. "I'm Tang Bin. Welcome to the composition department. Please consider this your home." So youthful? Youth is indeed a remarkable phase. To compose a masterpiece like Moonlight over the second spring at such a tender age signifies the presence of a genuine prodigy. Over the years, Tang Bin has encountered several individuals in the entertainment industry, and ultimately, they have all achieved tremendous success. As anticipated, the esteemed composer has not erred in his judgment. He has truly delivered a remarkable talent. "Thank you." Lin Hao shook hands with him. Subsequently, Tang Bin personally guided Lin Hao through the onboarding process. Upon signing the contract, Lin Hao officially became an employee of the composition department at Jelly Entertainment. "This is your seat." Tang Bin indicated a position by the window. "This is one of the finest spots on the 16th floor. You can turn and behold the scenic river view outside." As Lin Hao settled into his chair, the other members of the composition department gazed at him with envy. This seat is reserved for only the most distinguished composers. After all, he came highly recommended by Master Li, a privilege not easily earned. Do not make wild assumptions. The piece composed by our newcomer, Moonlight over the second spring, has amassed over 1 million downloads on Penguin Music. He possesses genuine talent. A collective gasp echoed through the room. A genius youth indeed. Chapter 44. Mao Sui recommends himself in the afternoon. Tang Bin convened a meeting focused on the upcoming school season, during which he introduced Lin Hao. The school season not only presents an opportunity for current students to shine, but also serves as a prime time for entertainment companies to promote new talents. Achieving remarkable results during this rookie season can demonstrate an entertainment company's prowess in nurturing talent, thereby attracting the most capable graduates. As exceptional talents converge, the competition intensifies yearly. However, it is understood that seasoned composers are not permitted to participate during the school season, leaving only ordinary composers to attend the meeting. In Blue Star, composers are classified into tiers. At the pinnacle is the master composer, colloquially known as music father. Next is the gold medal composer, who must produce over 5 quality works for promotion. And below that is the silver medal composer, who can ascend with just 1 quality piece. The remainder consists of ordinary composers. At this moment, the atmosphere in the meeting was tense. With a piercing gaze, Tang Bin scanned the faces of those present and called out, "Old Chun, you've been polishing your song for a month now. Is it ready?" Almost came a reply. "And you, Xiao Zhao?" "I haven't been inspired lately and can't seem to write anything." After questioning several others, he received similar responses. Tang Bin's anger flared. "Let me remind you all, the deadline is noon tomorrow. Everyone must submit a piece, except for Lin Hao, who has just joined." Upon hearing this, a look of distress spread across everyone's faces. Jelly Entertainment has modest expectations for ordinary composers. Aside from regular clock-ins, they are required to produce 1 song every 2 months. However, during special occasions like the school season, all ordinary composers must submit an additional piece. It is not that they lack the ability to create. Rather, Jelly Entertainment's poor performance in previous school seasons has led to directives from above insisting that this year, they must place in the top 3. Despite previous submissions, the quality of their songs had fallen short and been rejected, leaving them in a frustrating predicament. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather an inability to deliver. All heads bowed, avoiding Tang Bin's gaze. Just then, Lin Hao's voice broke the silence. "Minister, how about I give it a try? I happen to have a song ready for release." The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at Lin Hao in astonishment. The competition for the charts does not require excessive artistic flair. Rather, it emphasizes the popularity of the song. One composer kindly explained, clearly having heard the moon reflected in the Urquhart spring. In recent years, the race for new songs has become increasingly fierce, and the demand for top 3 placement makes it clear that a song lacking quality is merely wishful thinking. Another composer cautioned, "Don't worry, I'll just give it a shot." Lin Hao replied with a gentle smile. The Wind Rises, aside from its widespread acclaim and countless loops of playback, has also been covered by numerous top-tier singers. Even before Lin Hao's crossing, its popularity remained unwavering. Upon hearing this, all the composers felt a collective sentiment. The youth is oblivious to the challenges ahead. It is worth noting that even gold medal composers do not easily produce masterpieces. It requires both inspiration and time for refinement. Tang Bin felt a tinge of disappointment, perceiving Lin Hao as youthful and headstrong. However, to avoid dampening his enthusiasm, he nodded, "Send it to my email later." "Sure," Lin Hao replied. After the meeting, Lin Hao found Tang Bin's email and sent over the song The Wind Rises before clocking out. The life of a composer, working from 9 to 5, is indeed quite pleasant. In fact, reaching gold medal status brings even greater ease. There is no need for daily clock-ins, yet one still receives a salary. When asked, the answer is simply out seeking inspiration. As Lin Hao strolled down the street, his phone vibrated. He took it out to find a notification from his instructor in the class group. Su Rui's song is Love and Huang Yude's song Hi 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 have been released on Penguin Music. We hope everyone shows their support. Surprised, Lin Hao thought, so soon? When he left earlier that day, Huang Yude's song hadn't even been recorded. It was now uploaded. He opened Penguin Music, searched for Hi Hi Hi, and downloaded it. The details read, title, Hi Hi Hi, composer, Huang Yude, lyricist, Zhao Yu, singer, Luo Jun. Astonishingly, all the individuals involved were university students, and Lin Hao recognized them, having collaborated with Huang Yude often. The group had even planned to form a band together. Some may wonder why the singer's name appears last. This is because in Blue Star, the status of composers and lyricists surpasses that of singers. Most songs do not rely on vocal talent. Anyone can sing them. However, the melody and lyrics are unique creations that require innovation. Of course, renowned singers, such as award-winning artists, can have a reverse promotional effect. Composers have the means to nurture a superstar effortlessly, as this is the simplest route to their own advancement. Thus, singers often find themselves with the lowest status and receive the smallest share profits. Lin Hao appreciated this structure, believing that respecting creators is crucial for healthy development. After listening to the song, he thought, how should I put it? It's a rather conventional pop song, characterized primarily by its upbeat nature and a hint of rock elements. However, it lacks significant highlights, especially in the chorus, which fails to leave a lasting impression. The chorus is typically the climax of a song, and if crafted well, it can revive an otherwise mediocre piece. Many listeners skip straight to the climax, and popular background music on short video platforms often only features this segment. It was evident that this song fell short. It wasn't that it was bad. Producing a complete piece is impressive in itself, but it simply did not meet the standards for the new song charts. The new song chart only includes 50 pieces, and with global competition among composers, even if industry veterans step aside, the competition remains fiercely intense. Hi 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 currently had only a few hundred downloads, likely from acquaintances. Next, Lin Hao listened to his love. Unlike Huang Yude's upbeat track, this was a sweet love song. The lyrics and vocal performance were commendable, yet the composition lacked genuine emotion. Could it be that the composer had never been in love? Lin Hao speculated, but not without basis. Su Rui's public persona was that of an iceberg, particularly unyielding toward men, leading many to suspect she might be a lesbian. Lin Hao had always found it puzzling why someone with such a demeanor would be devoted to writing love songs. After finishing, he downloaded it. supporting a fellow classmate and contributing to its download count. He then opened Duel and posted an update. My university roommate's new song Hi 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 has been released on Penguin Music. It's a lively pop track. Everyone is welcome to give it a listen. If you can, please support it. Thank you. Lin Hao did not forget his promise to Huang Yud. He neither accepted gifts nor advertised. He merely wished to promote his roommate, and his words were not exaggerated. So he felt no guilt. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Huang Yud rushed over, exclaiming, "How good! You are like my guardian angel. Thanks to your promotion." The download count skyrocketed to over 20,000. The Music Association would begin tallying rankings at midnight on September 5th, and the higher the download count before then, the better the initial ranking, leading to greater visibility. Lin Hao felt a bit breathless and quickly pushed Huang Yud away, chuckling, "I merely lent a hand. The song's quality is what truly retains listeners. If I make it onto the new song chart, you will be my greatest benefactor," Huang Yud insisted. He was acutely aware of a crucial point. Why individual composers struggle against entertainment companies primarily stems from promotional power. These companies have partnerships with platforms, allowing for direct and precise song promotion. How could one compete with that? Therefore, the most challenging aspect is ensuring that listeners know of a song's existence. Lin Hao, undeterred by criticism, boldly recommends his own songs to his fans, a rare and commendable act. A true friendship like sharing a bed. Let us not dwell on the camaraderie of the 515 dormitory. At this moment, Tang Bin's anger swells. He has listened to over 20 songs, yet none meet the standard. Not to mention the top 3 in the new song charts. Even breaking into the top 10 seems arduous. As one of the 5 major entertainment companies, failing to secure a place in the top 10 would surely become a laughingstock in the industry. He strives to calm his emotions and continues to watch. At that moment, an email from Lin Hao catches his eye. The song, "The Wind Rises." Tang Bin furrows his brow. He values Lin Hao's potential and had envisioned him in the realm of pure music. Who would have thought he would venture into pop music? Perhaps he is still too young and impetuous. However, as a seasoned musician, his professionalism compels him to set aside any unnecessary emotions. He dons his headphones and presses play. As the prelude begins, Tang Bin cannot help but let out a soft gasp. What is this melody? Chapter 45. Recording completed. This lively and fluid melody, like a gentle breeze brushing against the face, brings endless freshness and comfort. It instantly captivated Tang Bin, compelling him to listen further. His eyes brightened with each note. Unlike the rough demos he had encountered, the song sent by Lin Hao was remarkably complete, featuring not only the melody, but also a well-crafted arrangement and accompanying lyrics. The fact that Lin Hao had single-handedly composed both the words and the music showcased his immense talent. Most importantly, this song possessed the potential for great success. Before assuming the role of head of the composition department, Tang Bin was a seasoned and highly regarded composer, with a keen appreciation for music. At this moment, he could no longer resist humming along to the lyrics. As he reached the climax of a song, his breath quickened, and he sprang to his feet. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" he exclaimed 3 times in a row. In Tang Bin's eyes, this song was nothing short of a masterpiece. Its future success would depend on market reception. Released during the back-to-school season, it would be a guaranteed hit. He could hardly wait to hear the recorded version, but it was already after hours, and he did not wish to disturb Lin Hao. At that moment, Lin Hao's status in Tang Bin's mind soared to unprecedented heights. The label of a genius introduced by the composer transformed into that of the prodigious youth, Lin Hao. Tang Bin had to exercise patience and continue reviewing the submissions from other artists. Strangely enough, songs that had previously seemed pleasant to the ear now sounded discordant and grating. Later that evening, at 9 o'clock, Lin Hao sat on his bed typing away, urged by editor Chun Ming for his manuscript. Being a person who could not sit still, he decided to embark on a new book project. To facilitate his typing, he fashioned a small writing desk for his bed and drew the curtains for privacy, shielding himself from his roommate's prying eyes regarding his secretive pseudonym. With a system at his disposal, Lin Hao was destined to delve into various artistic domains: music, literature, painting, and more. He had no intention of revealing his alternate identity, as being proficient in too many areas might seem overly extraordinary. It was better to keep it under wraps to avoid unnecessary complications. As for his second book, Lin Hao chose not to continue writing in the fantasy genre. His previous work, Fights Break Sphere, had nearly exhausted the entire fantasy readership. To garner greater artistic acclaim, he decided to explore a different genre and expand his readership. He selected Xianxia, widely recognized as one of the top 10 pinnacle Xianxia novels. It begins in the village of Xiaomiao beneath Qingyun Mountain, chronicling the story of a young man, Xianxia fan, who is taken in by the Qingyun sect and becomes embroiled in an increasingly complex battle between good and evil. Alongside A Journey to the West and Legend of the Little Soldier, it is hailed as one of the 3 great works of online literature, with Sina Com dubbing it the post-Jin Yong martial arts Bible, holding an unshakable position in the realm of Xianxia. In contrast, the Xianxia genre in this world remained confined to the Shushan series, which, like fantasy, was considered niche and obscure. Thus, the release of Xianxia would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the online literature community. Another reason for his choice was that Lin Hao had read it in his previous life and had a good understanding of it, eliminating the need for system recommendations. Lin Hao typed rapidly, opting not to divide the story into 8 volumes as per the original. He stopped after the conclusion of the 7 Schools martial arts arc, treating it as the first volume. The subsequent events post-Ascent would be crafted into a separate volume, allowing readers to experience the story in one go. However, he decided to hold off on publishing it for the time being. The following day, Lin Hao arrived at the company to find Tang Bin waiting at the entrance. Without preamble, Tang Bin seized his hand and hurriedly led him to the recording studio. Although Lin Hao had his suspicions, he maintained a facade of confusion. "Director, is there something you need?" "Good news." Tang Bin beamed, his demeanor markedly different from usual. "I listened to the song you submitted yesterday right away, and, as I expected, it is a gem among gems. Let us go. We need to record it. A great song deserves meticulous attention." Lin Hao silently criticized Tang Bin's previous attitude, but refrained from calling him out. It was natural for newcomers to be doubted, but after this encounter, no one would underestimate him again. Upon entering the recording studio, Tang Bin presented a stack of materials. "These are the profiles of all the new singers in the company. You can choose whoever you like." During the back-to-school season, composers, lyricists, and singers were expected to refrain from utilizing industry veterans. The 5 major companies led by example to avoid malicious competition, as a lack of fresh talent would eventually lead to stagnation in the music industry. All right, Lin Hao took the materials and perused them carefully. After half an hour, he found his ideal candidate, Feng Qinrong. Though she was a female singer, her voice was robust and deep, reminiscent of the original singer from When the Wind Rises. The unique texture of her voice left a lasting impression. "She's the one," Lin Hao declared firmly as he extracted Feng Qinrong's resume. "Are you not going to consider anyone else?" Tang Bin furrowed his brow. He recalled Feng Qinrong. She had a remarkable high register, but due to her distinctive vocal quality, she had struggled to find suitable songs and had remained relatively unknown even after 3 years with the company. "She's the one," Lin Hao insisted with unwavering conviction. Tang Bin nodded in agreement. "All right, let us have her give it a try. But I must remind you, while the company prioritizes the wishes of the composer, if it truly doesn't work out, we'll have to find someone else. The back-to-school season is crucial for the company." "Not a problem," Lin Hao replied with confidence. Feng Qinrong's voice was perfectly suited to sing the 18-year-old version of When the Wind Rises, which was also Lin Hao's favorite rendition, and it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. With a swift phone call, Tang Bin arranged for her arrival. When Feng Qinrong arrived, she was panting, overwhelmed with emotions. After 3 long years, the company had finally assigned her a song. Typically, the direction of a composer's work could be quite random. Only top-tier composers could tailor songs to fit a singer's voice. This was one of the reasons for their elevated status. Clearly, Feng Qinrong's standing within the company had not been sufficient to procure a top-tier composer, which was why she had been without a song for years, subsisting on a meager salary of 6,000 yuan. Even her agent had neglected her, as she was just one among many artists, and the least recognized one at that. Yet she had never given up on perfecting her vocal skills. As the saying goes, the heavens do not forsake those with ambition, and she had finally awaited this day. This is teacher Lin Hao. The song you'll be singing is written by him, Tang Bin introduced with a smile. Hello, teacher Lin Hao. Thank you for this opportunity. Feng Qinrong expressed her gratitude. Although surprised by the composer's youth, she felt no dissatisfaction. She would pour her heart into singing, regardless of how ordinary the song might be. She had no leverage to be choosy. Don't mention it. Lin Hao waved his hand with a warm smile. Take a look at the song. Familiarize yourself with the melody and lyrics, and once you're ready, we can run through it to find the right feel. Yes, of course, Feng Qinrong replied eagerly. However, upon receiving the song, Feng Qinrong was taken aback. This was no ordinary piece. It was a masterpiece, one that had the potential to become an internet sensation. Her voice trembled with emotion as she stammered, "Teach. Thank you." If not for the presence of others, she might have burst into tears. The path to pursuing her dreams had been exceedingly arduous. Lin Hao understood her sentiments and waved his hand to interrupt her. I chose you because your voice is the most suitable. Do not carry any psychological burden. Singing this song beautifully is the greatest reward you can give me. I will do my utmost to be worthy of this song. Feng Qinrong promised, striving to regain her composure. Soon, she memorized the lyrics and melody. Upon entering the recording booth, Feng Qinrong began to sing. Her skill was commendable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been signed by the company immediately after graduation. However, Lin Hao possessed the vocal knowledge of the original owner and had recently intensified his studies. Having listened to several complete versions, he swiftly identified areas for improvement. The transition between falsetto and chest voice needed to be more seamless. As the music resumed, Lin Hao interrupted once more, advising her to be mindful of her breathing and to maintain the continuity of the melody. He urged her not to force high notes, but to infuse her performance with genuine emotion. Lin Hao persistently pointed out the issues. Feng Qinrong, having secured a life-changing opportunity, naturally seized it with unwavering patience, willing to start over time and again. She sensed that teacher Lin Hao was exceptionally skilled, as the problems he identified were indeed present in her performance. Reflecting on her many years of experience, her emotions surged forth, instantly elevating the quality of her singing. Tang Bin, who was watching from the sidelines, was utterly astonished. No way. Dude, you're incredible. Tang Bin, once a composer himself, was not particularly adept at singing. To his knowledge, most composers lacked singing ability. Yet, observing Lin Hao's guidance, he had no doubt that Lin Hao could perform the entire piece flawlessly on his own. Good heavens. Truly remarkable. Composing, lyric writing, singing, what can't you do? Under Lin Hao's mentorship, Feng Qinrong swiftly completed the recording, with Tang Bin overseeing the process. The staff worked tirelessly to finalize the post-production with utmost speed and quality. Now, all that remained was the anticipation of the release. Chapter 46. The desire for progress in stark contrast to the early releases by students and small companies. The 5 major entertainment companies have collectively designated September 5th at midnight as their official release time. The preceding days serve as a concession to the students, allowing them an opportunity to establish an advantage. It is akin to wielding a massive sword, letting them run a mere 49 meters while the finish line remains at 50. This is the unique confidence of the 5 giants. Upon leaving the recording studio, Tang Bin promptly contacted the review department. I have just finished recording a song. Please expedite the review, as I require the results by noon. This is standard practice. The technical examination is necessary to prevent any unintentional similarities with melodies already existing in the Music Association's database, thus averting potential plagiarism controversies. Although Tang Bin is confident in Lin Hao's The Wind Rises and has never encountered a similar melody, this procedure remains indispensable. Next, the group proceeded to the finance department. Prior to the song's release, it is essential to finalize the relevant contracts. While the contract stipulations are numerous, Lin Hao focused solely on the key aspect, the revenue-sharing ratio. Blue Star's distribution model for emerging artists dictates that, after deducting the platform's share, the company typically retains 75%, responsible for promotion, settling relevant personnel, and covering various incidental costs. The remaining 25% is divided between the lyricists and the performers, with the composer generally receiving the lion's share. while the singer and the lyricist split the remainder. Naturally, the specific proportions are determined by the contract. As a newcomer, Lin Hao is obliged to accept this ratio. Tang Bin chuckled awkwardly. However, once this song is released, you will ascend to the status of a silver-level composer, and your share will increase accordingly. Lin Hao expressed his understanding, exhibiting no dissatisfaction. There are many excellent works that, despite their quality, fail to gain traction due to a lack of promotional channels. Especially considering he is merely a newcomer. He is responsible for both the lyrics and the composition, and aside from the company's substantial cut, he only needs to divide the remainder with the singer. The contract explicitly states he receives 20%, while Feng Qinrong receives 0.5%. At this moment, Feng Qinrong suddenly interjected, "Teacher Lin Hao, I can forego my share." The two turned their heads in astonishment. Is there truly anyone in this era indifferent to money? Facing their inquisitive gazes, Feng Qinrong shyly smiled. "My sole dream is to sing on the grandest stage. I can relinquish my share, but I hope you will consider me first for any suitable songs in the future. The entertainment industry is rife with clever individuals, and often, what is offered for free is of the highest cost. Such ambition. Is she attempting to bind herself to the future of a promising composer?" Indeed, Tang Bin harbored the belief that Lin Hao would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the future. Tang Bin was inclined to admonish, but Lin Hao's gaze restrained him. "I will prioritize you, but your share remains yours. A gentleman values wealth, and it should be obtained through rightful means." The collaboration with Feng Qinrong proceeded smoothly. She possessed an impressive vocal range, capable of reaching D6, and was both diligent and obedient, a remarkable asset. Collaborating with familiar faces is preferable to engaging strangers. And Lin Hao happened to have a song that suited her, one of the pieces he had obtained through system rewards recently. Additionally, there was one more matter. Tang Bin remarked, "In the lyrics and composition section, you need to fill in your name or stage name. However, once you decide, do not change it lightly." "Earth," Lin Hao replied without hesitation, as he detested the idea of being in the limelight. The thought of being a public figure, constantly pursued by paparazzi, was exhausting. Tang Bin was not surprised. Blue Star places a high emphasis on the anonymity of composers, and to avoid disturbances in their lives, most choose to adopt stage names. His curiosity piqued at the name Earth, which he had never encountered before, prompting him to inquire, "Earth? What does that signify?" "It was a name I stumbled upon by chance, and felt a connection to." Lin Hao casually fabricated a rationale. He would never divulge that he chose Earth as a reminder to never forget his roots, serving as both a spiritual anchor and an eternal tribute. Concealing the deep-seated emotions and memories he found difficult to sever. Having finalized everything, Lin Hao returned to his workstation. As he walked, all eyes were upon him. News had already spread within the composition department that the newcomer, Lin Hao, had crafted a remarkable piece, leaving many astonished. Countless individuals were curious, eager to discern the truth. However, due to the company's stringent confidentiality policies, no one could hear the song before its official release. Many wished to inquire, but were not well acquainted with Lin Hao. Ultimately, it was Hu Yong, seated beside Lin Hao, who could no longer contain himself. "Lin Hao, I heard you created an exceptional piece for the upcoming school season?" "That's unfounded." Lin Hao blinked innocently. "I submitted a song, but whether it is exceptional or not depends on the data. The song hasn't even been released yet." He adhered to a principle. Until a matter is successfully concluded, he refrains from boasting, avoiding unnecessary variables and energies. Furthermore, even if he were to flaunt, it would not be in this manner. Perhaps someone has misconstrued the information. Hu Yong accepted this explanation, recognizing the absurdity of the notion that the first song would be of remarkable quality. Meanwhile, in the minister's office on the 16th floor, "What?" Tang Bin slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, his voice laced with anger. "Are you saying that Xianxia is on the list of singers participating in the school season from Day Orange Entertainment?" "Yes, Minister." The voice on the other end of the line replied cautiously, "We just received the news." "Understood, hang up." At this moment, Tang Bin's mood soured considerably. Xianxia is not a newcomer at all. She is the second female lead in a popular drama from the summer. What is the default rule for the school season? Anyone who is not a seasoned veteran in the music industry is eligible to participate. Xianxia, an actress with a certain level of fame, but no prior singing experience, qualifies as a newcomer in the music scene. However, the issue lies in her pre-existing popularity, which could disadvantage other participants. This situation has not arisen in previous years, as established figures typically avoid participating in this month to maintain their reputations. Yet, Xiaoxiao's circumstances are unique. Prior to her breakout role in the summer drama, she had not acted in any productions, thus still being considered a newcomer in the entertainment industry, so her participation in the school season would likely not attract excessive scrutiny. Day Orange Entertainment is clearly exploiting a loophole. Infuriating. Tangbin understood their intentions. Having secured victories for 2 consecutive years during the school season, they aimed for a third triumph, employing various methods to achieve it. However, Tangbin increased the volume of his headphones, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he muttered, "Ultimately, strength is the most significant factor in determining victory." He held great confidence in the wind rises. Chapter 47. I miss you after work. Lin Hao hurried to the school. The Central China Arts Academy had numerous students participating in competitions, and many conversations about the upcoming school season filled the air. Who do you think has the best chance this semester? It must be senior Huang Yud. The quality of songs from several seniors is fairly consistent, but with senior Lin Hao promoting him, his download numbers are leading by a wide margin. Indeed, he has a great chance. Lin Hao felt a stir within him. In previous years, those who managed to remain on the new song charts by the end of the month were invariably those who surged into the rankings before the 5 major entertainment companies made their moves. This was the foundation of success. As long as one could withstand the initial wave of impact from the 5 major companies, the subsequent challenges would be considerably easier to manage. After dinner, he returned to the dormitory. Huang Yud was pacing anxiously in the room, restless and causing his friends Fang Qingshan and Yanghua to feel dizzy. However, this was understandable. In just a few hours, the moment that would determine his fate would arrive. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Huang Yud grasped his hand tightly. "Xiao Hao, I'm so nervous." "Relax," Lin Hao reassured him. "The downloads for Hi have exceeded 200,000, and most of the resources from the 5 major companies will concentrate on competing for the top spots. So your chances are significant." That's good. Huang Yud exhaled, and for some reason, Lin Hao's words seemed to possess a certain magic that brought him comfort. After completing his evening routine, Lin Hao climbed into bed to write. He had planned to rest after finishing a volume of Zhu Xian, but his roommates were all waiting for the midnight chart rankings, and since Huang Yud was a direct participant, he felt reluctant to sleep early. Wait, he was also a direct participant, so he decided to stay awake for a little longer. Not just the 4 of them, but countless others were anticipating this thrilling moment, especially those who would be refreshing their music apps the moment the clock struck midnight. Wang Teng, a freshman at the Central China Arts Academy, was one such individual. He had donned his headphones early, opened his most frequently used music app, and made all the necessary preparations to be among the first to hear the new songs. He hoped for a surprise this year. As a music enthusiast, he possessed 7 or 8 pairs of headphones, ranging in price from hundreds to thousands of yuan, all purchased through part-time jobs. The moment the clock struck midnight, Wang Teng opened the music recommendation chart. He began listening to song after song. He did not pay attention to the initial rankings of the new song chart, as his years of experience told him that only the 5 major companies were capable of producing quality works. There was no need to sift through the mediocre. True gems would reveal themselves naturally. However, as he listened, Wang Teng's brow furrowed. Honestly, these songs were decent, considering each company had only selected 10 for the competition. They had undergone internal screening and were of refined quality. Yet, they were merely decent. As a music aficionado, Wang Teng's standards were notably high. If a song failed to resonate with him, even the finest tracks would not suffice. After listening to 18 consecutive songs, none qualified for his playlist. Wang Teng had been listening to music for 7 years since middle school and had created only one playlist, which contained merely 13 songs, played on repeat daily. But that playlist had not changed in a long while. Had he once again set himself up for disappointment? Just then, a promotional line captured his attention. Unlike the others, this recommendation featured a line of poetry. "When the great eagle rises with the wind, it soars to a height of 90,000 miles. 1,000 readers have 1,000 interpretations. Some appreciate the themes of youth, nostalgia, regret, and love expressed in The Wind Rises, but Lin Hao cherished its embodiment of growth. Confronted by the inevitable storms and twists of life, he believed that as long as one perseveres and bravely moves forward, they could sail against the wind and reach the shores of their dreams. Thus, when the staff inquired about suitable promotional lines, Lin Hao proffered this verse. In a world devoid of Baigu, this phrase made its first appearance, instantly captivating the staff and securing its place as the promotional line. At this moment, Wang Tung found himself entranced by the poetry. It was undeniably profound, so much so that he hesitated to click play, fearing that the song's quality might tarnish the beauty of the verse. It is well known that promotional content often does not reflect the actual product. For instance, in gaming, most funds are allocated to promotional videos and CG. In film, the majority goes to actor salaries. In products, a significant portion is spent on endorsement fees. Who knew if this song had truly found a poetic genius? Yet ultimately, Wang Tung clicked on The Wind Rises, unable to quell his curiosity. The prelude erupted, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against him. The pure and warm melody, simple yet elegant, evoked a sense of returning to nature, shedding the chaos of the artificial world. The world seemed to pause. Wang Tung held his breath, fearing that even his exhalation might disrupt the music as the main verse began. On this journey, we walk in pause, following the traces of youth's drift. Just before stepping off the platform, I find myself hesitating, unable to help but chuckle at the trepidation of returning home. Yet it remains unavoidable. The sky of my hometown, still so warm, the wind stirs memories of the past. The youth returns home, grappling with nostalgia, infused with a sense of longing. The emotions within the song and lyrics intertwined, allowing listeners to empathize deeply. Immediately, the melody ascended, layer upon layer. In the past, I first encountered this world, lingering in myriad ways, watching the horizon as if it were before my eyes, willing to traverse fire and water to experience it all again. Facing the unknown world, the youth clings to dreams, fearlessly pursuing their aspirations, even if obstacles lie ahead. Now, having traversed this world, lingering in myriad ways, I glance back at the passage of time, caught off guard by your smile. As time passes, the youth gradually matures. Their understanding of the world undergoes profound changes. Familiar faces and scenes become strange and distant under the baptism of time. Yet, in an unguarded moment, a familiar smile might instantly rekindle memories and emotions long forgotten. Wang Tung's breath quickened. A wave of unusual feelings began to brew within his chest. As the melody surged upward, emotions burst forth, and the chorus resounded triumphantly. I once found it difficult to detach from the vastness of the world, and became lost within its dreams, blurring the line between truth and falsehood, struggling without resistance, unfazed by ridicule. I once transformed my youth into her, and let summer bloom from my fingertips. Where the heart is moved, let follow the wind, walking against the light, unfazed by rain and wind. In that moment, Wang Tung's eyes brimmed with tears. He recalled the memory of a single ponytail. She was his desk mate in high school. They studied together, shared meals, attended classes, played, and listened to music together. They promised to be together after graduation. However, upon learning of her family's circumstances, he felt inadequate. With both attending different universities, they drifted further apart. Wang Tung questioned himself. Was it right to abandon someone he loved due to feelings of inferiority? Could he bear to hand her over to some stranger? At this moment, tears streamed down Wang Tung's face. Memories surged within his mind, and the silent longing echoed loudly. As the song began to gently fade, the evening breeze stirs the white hairs at your temples, smoothing the scars left by memories. In your eyes, light and shadow intertwine. A smile blossoms like flowers. Where the heart is moved, let it drift away in the name of love. Do you still wish for this? I do. Without hesitation, Wang Tung downloaded the song and added it to his playlist, which had remained unchanged for 2.5 years, welcoming a new member. He then clicked on the song's information. Wang Tong paid no heed to the identity of the performer, focusing solely on the composer and lyricist section. To his astonishment, it was revealed that both roles were fulfilled by a single individual. Earth? Who is Earth? Wang Tong silently committed this unfamiliar stage name to memory and discreetly followed it. Before opening the Green Bubble messaging application, he accessed the pin chat and shared the song The Wind Rises without typing a single word. Words felt inadequate. He trusted that the recipient understood his sentiment. Music served as the finest bridge of communication between them. Subsequently, Wang Tong began selecting flight tickets. Before long, a message popped up in the pin chat, a voice note, trembling and tinged with emotion. I miss you. Wang Tong replied, wait for me. I'm coming to find you. With the ticket purchased, he grabbed his ID and set off. This time, he would not let go. In the context of a new school season, Wang Tong's tale is merely the tip of the iceberg. All who have heard The Wind Rises have been profoundly moved. Chapter 48. Ascending status due to the participation of two individuals from Lin Hao's class in the opening season. The attention garnered was particularly high, and discussions were fervently underway. Zhu Minmin. Huang Yud has secured his position this time, entering the top 20 in the rankings. Typically, such standings do not fluctuate significantly. Strawberry Candy. Su Rue also has a chance. The download numbers for its love are nearing the end of the list. Let us all put in more effort to propel her onto the charts as well. Bailey. Support is essential. Duo. I will promote it further. Having both classmates on the charts would be perfect and would elevate our Class S reputation. Just as everyone was strategizing on how to promote, a sudden announcement shattered the atmosphere. Yeah, wow. I've discovered an incredibly amazing song. The Wind Rises from Jelly Entertainment. Everyone must listen. Shibei Chue Wang. I'll get a listen, but if it's not good, I'll come back to scold you. Moments later, the class group chat exploded. Zhu Minmin. I've finished listening and I'm in awe. What a divine song. The melody is enchanting, the lyrics are beautiful, and the performance is impeccable. Strawberry Candy, have you all noticed? Aside from the melody, the lyrics and arrangement are all by this artist named Earth. Truly remarkable talent. Bailey, a true musical genius. Shibei Chue Wang. This talent is terrifying. We cannot let him go. Thanks to the explosive popularity of The Wind Rises, certain memes began to circulate. Huang Yud, I was feeling a bit smug, but after hearing this song, I feel like trash. I have a premonition that The Wind Rises will dominate this opening season. Amidst the shock within the class group, countless netizens flooded the comment section after listening to The Wind Rises. Divine song, so beautiful. After hearing this, I suddenly recalled running under the setting sun that day. It was my lost youth. I thought of my crush, who will be going overseas next month. I want to even have a chance to secretly admire her anymore. Sob. To those above, confess immediately. Don't leave any regrets. I wondered why we drifted apart. It turns out the wind had risen. I envy those of you with stories. In my youth, there are only 4 powerful words. Study. 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 The lyrics and melody are all by this person called Earth. Truly a musical genius. However, the singing ability is commendable too, with a steady voice. Who exactly is this Earth? When did Jelly Entertainment recruit such a person? What I anticipate most is tomorrow's rankings. I've heard that Deju Entertainment is sending Xianxia to compete for a 3rd consecutive victory, but it seems they might falter this time. The new song rankings provide initial placements, which are subsequently updated based on song downloads in real time. However, since the 5 major entertainment companies just released their songs and Haven T had time for them to gain traction, the current rankings hold little significance. A downfall would be delightful. I love watching it. The next day, Lin Hao woke up while his roommates were still deep in slumber. Although he had only stayed up a little late, Huang Yud and the others have been fixated on the rankings, anxious about their standings, and were uncertain when they finally fell asleep. After breakfast, he arrived at the company. Lin Hao noticed that the looks from everyone had shifted. A mix of familiarity and a hint of respect filled their gazes. Those working in the composition department might not excel in other skills, but their musical appreciation is undoubtedly refined due to their environment. Just after midnight, a notification was sent across all major work groups, instructing all Jelly Entertainment employees to download The Wind Rises. While the number of employees is negligible compared to the online audience, it represents the company's stance. This opening season, they were determined to support this song. Initially, many scoffed at the fuss over a newcomer, but after listening, all fell silent. A masterpiece among masterpieces. What rendered them speechless was the ranking. The company had secured second place on the new song chart. Upon hearing this news, the morale of all employees surged. The composition department had finally risen. Surely, the music department would distribute bonuses this month? The higher-ups must have keen insight. No wonder they staunchly supported the Wind Rises. Such a decision is profoundly wise. Indeed, we are one of the 5 major companies. We have struggled during the opening seasons these past few years, and the outside world has begun to question our ability to nurture new talent, but thankfully Earth has emerged. Earth is amazing. As he walked, he was greeted warmly by many. Lin Hao responded to each one, but by the time he reached his workstation, his smile had become somewhat stiff. Earth. Tang Bin approached with a document, grinning as he revealed. According to the latest statistics, The Wind Rises has reached 820,000 downloads, currently holding the second position. This is partly due to the mindless rush of many fans of Xianxia, but their momentum is insufficient. Once the song gains traction over the next couple of days, it is bound to reach first place. At first, Lin Hao was puzzled about whom Earth was calling, only to realize it was him. In the music field, there is a habit of referring to artists by their stage names as a show of closeness. I understand now. Lin Hao nodded, then inquired, Minister, regarding my identity. Before he could finish, Tang Bin interrupted, Don't worry, I've already explained everything. No one will dare to disclose your identity. MHM. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. After a brief exchange, Tang Bin departed, as he was the head of the composition department and had many responsibilities to attend to. Once he left, many people gathered around. This song is exceptionally well written. It's a masterpiece from the outset. No wonder Li and the minister value you so highly. I see you as the next musical genius of the company. Teacher Earth, I recently composed a piece. Shall we discuss it together when you have time? Faced with the enthusiastic colleagues, Lin Hao found himself managing their attentions. However, the overwhelming flattery began to wear on him. Observing this, Hu Yong immediately exclaimed, Everyone, disperse. If the minister sees you all slacking off, he'll reprimand us. With that, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Tang Bin has a good temper, but that is reserved for musical geniuses like the great composers and talents like Earth. Ordinary composers like them had often felt the wrath of the formidable Tang Bin. Thank you. Lin Hao expressed his gratitude, recognizing that Hu Yong was helping him out. It's nothing. Hu Yong waved his hand with a smile. Just a small effort. Those people lack discernment and have caused trouble for others, while still incessantly flattering. Lin Hao smirked. Don't you wish to flatter? I do. Hu Yong's face flushed. I just didn't manage to get in. Besides, we are sitting together, so I'll get my share sooner or later. No need to rush. You're quite sincere. Lin Hao chuckled. Regardless of whether the other party was genuine or feigning sincerity, he didn't mind. In human interactions, superficial efforts are inevitable. Being worldly yet not worldly, navigating smoothly while remaining innocent, that is the optimal state of life. It must be said that the entertainment industry is the most pragmatic realm. Since the release of The Wind Rises, every colleague Lin Hao encountered was increasingly amicable. Beyond his department, even individuals from other departments approached him, seeking camaraderie. His status within the company was soaring like a rocket. Moreover, even Feng Qinrong, who had sat in obscurity for 3 years, had been assigned a senior manager for one-on-one guidance. Meanwhile, outside, the atmosphere of the opening season, coupled with the refreshing new song rankings, gradually permeated the entire Xianxia. Chapter 49. A Toast with Champagne in the Realm of Entertainment. Xianxia Entertainment Company boasts an overwhelming number of firms, among which the 5 most prestigious are Daeju Entertainment, Baishan Culture, Nanbei Media, Guodong Entertainment, and Sanhua Era. The comprehensive strengths of these 5 companies are relatively comparable, firmly occupying the top spots across various fields, and are constantly under the scrutiny of their peers. This year, to everyone's astonishment, Guodong Entertainment has secured the second position on the new song chart with their latest release. As one of the top 5, it is improbable for them to falter year after year. Their foundation is indeed robust, and with the quality of The Wind Rises, it is expected to claim the crown. This sets the stage for an intriguing spectacle. In pursuit of a three-peat, Daeju Entertainment has unceremoniously sent Xianxia into the fray, only to discover that Guodong Entertainment has a major surprise in store. In recent years, Guodong Entertainment has performed rather poorly during the back-to-school season, failing to even break into the top 5 for 2 consecutive years. Thus, the industry is taken aback by their performance this year. Beyond the entertainment firms, music critics are also keenly observing the new song chart, particularly the top 5, which becomes their focal point. On blogs, a plethora of analytical articles are being published, with critics eagerly recommending their favorite songs to fans. However, what surprises netizens is the uncanny coincidence that these critics are all endorsing the same song, The Wind Rises. Is Guodong Entertainment behind this financial backing? Some netizens audaciously questioned. Initially, I shared your sentiment, but after listening to it, that notion vanished. It truly deserves universal acclaim. You all must listen. It is remarkably beautiful. Fellow Blue Star citizens, do not deceive one another. The song brought me to tears, evoking memories of my youth. Although I am now a father of 2, a great eagle rises with the wind, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. Not to mention, this line is imbued with such grandeur. It is my first encounter with such a recommendation. The song is delightful. I have downloaded it in support. Some critics, in pursuit of monetary gain, often publish articles sponsored by their benefactors. Yet, when confronted with a song destined to dominate the charts like The Wind Rises, they behave with decorum. After all, netizens are not naive, and blatant endorsements can tarnish their reputation. Losing credibility equates to losing income. This results in The Wind Rises receiving overwhelmingly positive reviews online, with curious villagers newly connected to the internet flocking to listen. Consequently, the download numbers surge at a terrifying pace. At Guodong Entertainment, in the office of the department head on the 16th floor, Tang Bin is fixated on the ranking interface displayed on his screen, his expression unusually grave. The download count for The Wind Rises is climbing rapidly. When he arrived at the office that morning, the download stood at 821,000, but within a mere hour, it surged to 1,037,000. In contrast, the leading song, Love Takes a Turn, had only increased from 1,444,000 to 1,539,000. What does this imply? It indicates that Guodong Entertainment is on the verge of triumphing over Daeju Entertainment. While Tang Bin had anticipated this moment upon recognizing the quality of the song, he could not help but feel his heart race as the moment approached. Refresh. Refresh. Again, refresh. With each refresh, the gap between the first and second place narrows, causing Tang Bin's heartbeat to quicken further. At 11:30, the moment he finishes work, Tang Bin clicks the left mouse button to refresh the page. To his astonishment, the new song chart's #1 position has been claimed by The Wind Rises. Download count 1,884,000. The former #1, Love Takes a Turn, has now dropped to second place with a download count of 1,827,000. In that moment, Tang Bin bursts into joyous laughter. First place. After 5 long years, Guodong Entertainment has finally clinched the top spot during the back-to-school season. This exhilarating news swiftly spreads throughout the Guodong Entertainment building, causing a commotion in the industry. What? Daeju Entertainment couldn't hold on for even half a day? It was initially thought that the struggle would last 3 to 4 days. Yet, Guodong Entertainment has already claimed first place. Has Daeju Entertainment begun to falter? This is, after all, normal. Xianxia's recent rise to fame has not amassed a significant number of mindless fans. How could that compete with the organic promotion from netizens? Among the top 5, the promotional power is relatively equal, but ultimately, it depends on the quality of the song. The lyrics and music are both exceptional. This creation is truly remarkable, emerging from nowhere. As the industry reels in shock, the composer of Love Takes a Turn, Su Ming, along with singer Xianxia and her manager Zhou Lei, are dining in an upscale restaurant. Brother Ming, Xianxia raises her glass with a sweet smile. Let me toast you first. I am grateful for your song, without which I would not have reached the top. To celebrate, The trio has opened a bottle of champagne. There's no need for formality. We are mutually beneficial. Su Ming chuckles, raising his glass in return. They both drink heartily. Sister Zhou, I also raise a glass to you. Xianxia lifts her glass again, addressing Zhou Lei. Thank you for your constant support and guidance. Cheers. Manager Zhou Lei smiles. Your luck has always been remarkable. Playing the second female lead in a drama overshadowed the leading lady, and your first song has now topped the new song chart. It seems the heavens are indeed favoring you. Indeed, Xianxia tilts her head. Throughout the meal, the atmosphere is light and joyful. However, midway through, Zhou Lei suddenly receives a phone call from the company, notifying her that Love Takes a Turn has dropped to second place. In that moment, the champagne in their glasses suddenly tastes bitter. Zhou Lei takes a deep breath and informs the two about the situation. Xiaoxi's face is filled with confusion. She struggles to comprehend. We've lost first place? I just had such a significant lead, and it vanished just like that? I need to see what went wrong. Composer Su Ming, feeling the weight of the situation, dons his headphones and plays The Wind Rises. A few minutes later, Su Ming lets out a sigh. He admits to having been careless. After forming a strong alliance with Xiaoxi and effortlessly claiming the top spot on the chart, he had underestimated the subsequent songs. Upon realizing that the second place belonged to Guodong Entertainment, his sense of security reached its peak. Who would pay attention to a rival that performs worse than oneself? Yet after listening to The Wind Rises, Su Ming suddenly finds himself at a loss for words. He feels he has lost without grievance. Even the best cannot contend against such a song. Xiaoxi remains silent, pouring herself another drink. It appears that fate has turned against her. Meanwhile, the instigator of this entire upheaval, Lin Hao, has yet to leave the company. Just moments ago, a notification resonated in his mind. Dear esteemed host, congratulations. Your artistic reputation has reached 1 million. Reputation exceeding 1 million rewards. 3 additional years of life. Reputation exceeding 1 million rewards. Mastery of basic musical instruments. Reputation exceeding 1 million rewards. Master-level music theory foundation. Chapter 50. The aspiring young lady. The unexpected reward left Lin Hao pleasantly surprised. He had nearly forgotten about it. System. Open the personal panel. Name, Lin Hao. Age, 22. Lifespan, 28. Farm, 5 acres of mountainous land, 50 acres of irrigated land. Farm points, 5,073. Art reputation, 123,9487. Yesterday, he had redeemed 5,000 farm points for the Xianxia exchange, leaving him with just over 5,000 now. As for his art reputation, Lin Hao suddenly felt perplexed. System, given the immense popularity of Do and the considerable download numbers for Air Quanting Yu, why has my art reputation only just surpassed 1 million? The system replied, gaining reputation is not a simple endeavor. It is rare to genuinely adore a piece of work. Most individuals regard novels merely as entertainment, and many who listen to Air Quanting Yu do so without comprehension, merely following trends, let alone developing a true fondness. Lin Hao understood. The recent surge in his art reputation was attributable to the release of Qi Feng Liao, which resonated deeply with many. Furthermore, the simplicity of appreciating music makes it easy for listeners to discern whether they enjoy it or not. Thus, music truly is the pathway to gaining reputation, Lin Hao mused. Contemplating the release of more songs in the future, he then inquired in his heart, what are the conditions for the next reputation reward? Art reputation must reach 100 million. Lin Hao's expression darkened. He knew that rewards from the system were not easily obtained, but a 100-fold increase in difficulty seemed excessive. This is quite challenging. Lin Hao sighed, somewhat helplessly asking, does this mean I need to release another 100 songs? 100 novels? Not necessarily, the system clarified. The works you have released thus far will continue to yield art reputation over time, as more individuals discover and appreciate them. This is an ongoing process. As time progresses, the accumulation of art reputation will accelerate. While 100 million seems substantial, it will be achieved in the blink of an eye. Lin Hao blinked in astonishment. The system fell silent. Haha, I jest. In summary, you should be quite satisfied with this reward. First and foremost, The addition of 3 years to his lifespan brought Lin Hao immense relief. Aside from point exchanges, this marked a second avenue to extend his life. Secondly, the mastery of basic musical instruments filled his mind with knowledge of various instruments, as if he had immersed himself in their use for years. A mere gesture of his hand conjured muscle memory for instruments like the piano, violin, flute, xiao, pipa, suona, and drums. In essence, he had mastered every instrument that existed in Blue Star, significantly bolstering his skill set. The original Lin Hao, due to familial circumstances, could only play the eru and piano, the latter at a mere elementary level, making it difficult to explain his prolific output of compositions. But now, he felt no apprehension. He was now a maestro of instruments, the most accomplished individual in Blue Star. Lastly, the acquisition of a master-level foundation in music theory would save him considerable time in learning. He was now equipped to engage in musical discussions with established composers and could create commendable works independently of the system. These 3 rewards from the system were tailor-made for him. Upon exiting the company building, Lin Hao was unexpectedly called to a halt, turning around in confusion. It was Feng Qinrong. "Is there something you need?" "Earth Teacher, I would like to invite you to dinner," Feng Qinrong said nervously, her fingers fidgeting together. "Sure," Lin Hao replied, nodding. He realized he was rather hungry, and it would be foolish to refuse a meal offered by someone unless he harbored a strong dislike for them. He had no such feelings towards Feng Qinrong, so he readily accepted the invitation. Feng Qinrong had initially invited Lin Hao with a sense of trepidation, not expecting him to agree. Overjoyed, she thought, Earth Teacher is truly approachable. Given his status, he would hardly crave a mere meal, so his acceptance must have been out of consideration for her feelings. Thus, Feng Qinrong placed great importance on this dinner. The restaurant for their meal was conveniently located near the company. Despite being just the 2 of them, Feng Qinrong ordered an abundance of dishes, and Lin Hao felt compelled to intervene. "You need not order so much. We won't be able to finish it." "Earth Teacher, there's no need to be polite." Feng Qinrong smiled. "If it weren't for you, I would still be sitting on the sidelines at the company." "Very well then." Lin Hao was not one for pretense. So once the food arrived, he dove into the meal without excessive niceties. In this world, one must cherish fine food and beautiful people. Beautiful people are rare, but fine food is easily found. During the meal, Feng Qinrong discreetly took notes on Lin Hao's preferences. 1. Earth Teacher enjoys meat. 2. Earth Teacher likes spicy food. 3. Earth Teacher dislikes ginger. 4. Earth Teacher can tolerate cilantro. After finishing the meal, the 2 returned to the company. The school was a fair distance from the office, so Lin Hao occasionally took naps at work to save time. Passing by a milk tea shop, Feng Qinrong suddenly asked, "Earth Teacher, would you like some milk tea?" Why not?" Lin Hao hesitated briefly, but agreed, feeling that the rich meat he had consumed warranted a refreshing drink. Besides, he had no need to diet. "I'll go buy it," Feng Qinrong exclaimed, darting away like the wind. 10 minutes later, she returned, breathless, carrying 5 cups of milk tea. Lin Hao was taken aback. "Why did you buy so many?" Feng Qinrong blushed shyly. "I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I bought a few of the signature drinks. I won't let anything go to waste. There are a few sanitation workers over there." Such eagerness to improve, Lin Hao thought, selecting a cup of milk tea with pearls, while Feng Qinrong opted for a mango sago. She then offered the remaining 3 cups to the nearby sanitation workers. As she turned, Feng Qinrong surreptitiously noted, "Earth Teacher enjoys brown sugar pearl milk tea. Thank you so much, young lady. You're truly kind-hearted and lovely. Is this your boyfriend? You two make a perfect pair." One of the sanitation workers beamed sincerely. "And no, he is not my boyfriend." Feng Qinrong's face flushed. She felt unworthy of such a title, as her actions were merely intended to please Earth Teacher, hoping that his good mood would lead to another opportunity for collaboration. However, this seemed unrealistic. With Lin Hao's burgeoning talents, he would likely collaborate with prominent singers from the company, leaving her far behind. Lin Hao observed all of this with clarity in his heart. Yet he felt no aversion. What was wrong with aspiring to improve? Compared to those in the entertainment industry who resorted to unscrupulous means to climb the ranks, Feng Qinrong's approach was refreshingly innocent. This was precisely why Lin Hao welcomed her goodwill. Every individual striving for their dreams deserves respect. Chapter 51. The Indifference of Heaven and Earth. Treating all beings as mere straw dogs, it was the afternoon shift. Lin Hao glanced at the download count for the Wind Rises, which had far surpassed the second place. With the passage of time, this gap would only widen. The back-to-school season had come to a close. It was time to publish Xianxia. Lin Hao thought to himself that Potato had rested long enough, and it was time for some activity. He found a quiet spot and dialed Chunming's number. Before he could say anything, the other party excitedly shared two pieces of good news. Teacher Potato, you have now been promoted to a hall-level writer. The company plans to publish Do with public funding, offering a royalty of 25%. Do you agree? It is worth mentioning that in Blue Star, the copyrights of works across various fields belong to the creators, not the platform companies. Public funding for publication means that the publisher bears the initial costs of editing, typesetting, printing, and subsequent marketing and promotion applicable to books with market potential. Royalties, in this context, refer to the intellectual property fees that a publisher must pay to the copyright holder. For example, if a book is priced at 100 yuan and the royalty is 25%, the author earns 25 yuan for each sale, excluding taxes. Absolutely no problem. Lin Hao readily agreed. 25% was nearly the highest rate in the industry. After all, Blue Star was a world where art reigned supreme, allowing for such high royalties. Unlike in his previous life, where copyrights were often not even in the author's hands. Subsequently, Lin Hao shared his intentions to launch a new book with Chunming. Chunming was overjoyed. What is Teacher Potato planning to write this time? The second part of Do. Xianxia. Xianxia? Chunming's smile froze. Was it the kind of Xianxia he understood? 20 years ago, Xianxia had surged in popularity with series like Shu Mountain and Battle of Immortals, but it had since declined, now comparable to the once popular genre of fantasy. Only the older generation tended to read it. Chunming cautiously suggested, have you considered it further? I haven't. I've already completed 2 volumes. Teacher Potato truly has a penchant for the obscure, Chunming remarked, marveling at Potato's writing speed, which led netizens to liken him to a prolific sow. Once you upload enough, I will expedite the contract for you. Chunming quickly recalibrated his mindset, understanding his role clearly, to refrain from interfering with Teacher Potato's decisions and simply serve as a facilitator. After hanging up, Lin Hao uploaded the first volume, which had reached approximately 150,000 words by the end of the Seven Veins martial arts competition. However, unbeknownst to Lin Hao, part of the conversation had been overheard by a young woman nearby who was slacking off at work. In the Tomato Building, several editors from the fantasy department arrived at work punctually, only to find the chief editor sitting there with a blank expression. They felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Had they been caught arriving late? The group hurriedly explained, Chief Editor, it wasn't our intention to arrive late. It was just a coincidence. We assure you. Their words were abruptly interrupted. It has nothing to do with you. Chunming shook his head, his tone complex. Teacher Potato is launching a new book. The group was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Isn't that wonderful? I thought Teacher Potato would take a few months off, but he's publishing a new book so soon. Truly a role model in the author community. What is the new book about? Is it still fantasy? I bet it will have many innovative concepts. They discussed with keen interest. Chunming cast an odd glance at them and replied, Teacher Potato's new book is Xianxia. The atmosphere fell silent immediately. After a long pause, someone finally spoke, Is it like the Shu Mountain series? Chunming nodded. The group exchanged glances and the silence returned. Ignoring them, Chunming opened his work interface. Although he did not understand, he remained committed to his role as a facilitator and needed to review the manuscript promptly. Amidst his complex emotions, he felt an indescribable anticipation. After all, Teacher Potato excelled at breaking conventions. What if this time was no different? With this mindset, Chunming opened the novel. Unlike conventional novels, the first chapter of Xianxia served as a prologue, a format Chunming was familiar with, as prologues typically outline the worldview and background. However, the very first sentence left him stunned. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere straw dogs. Blue Star did not possess the spring and autumn annals, nor did it have Laozi, let alone the Tao Te Ching, So this was Chun Ming's first encounter with this phrase. How imposing. His heart swelled with astonishment. He continued to read, captivated by the grand worldview, the reverence for deities, the fear of death, and the yearning for immortality. People began to pursue eternal life, giving rise to practitioners of cultivation. The distinctions between right and wrong, and good and evil were firmly established. Every introduction held Chun Ming's rapt attention. After finishing the prologue, Chun Ming was certain. This book was destined for success. No wonder it was Teacher Potato. He consistently shattered norms and carved out a path of his own. Following the prologue, Chun Ming delved into the main text. Due to his prolonged work experience, the editors usually read at lightning speed, but today, Chun Ming slowed down, fearing he would miss even a single word. Time passed quietly. Unbeknownst to him, the end of the workday approached, and the fantasy department's editors noticed Chun Ming was lost in thought, prompting them to sigh internally. The fantasy genre was indeed challenging. They had been fortunate to have a genius author like Potato, yet Dopa had concluded in less than a month. Now, with his new book, he had chosen Xianxia. If they were the chief editor, they might weep. They took turns patting Chun Ming's shoulder in consolation, suggesting, "Why don't you head home for the day? Even if this book doesn't take off with Teacher Potato's speed, it won't be long before he starts another fantasy work. There's no worry about readership." "Yes, chief editor. You must maintain your composure." As his shoulder was repeatedly patted, Chun Ming abruptly snapped back to reality, standing up with a radiant expression and suddenly erupting into laughter. "Ha ha ha." The others exchanged glances, thinking perhaps the chief editor had suffered too great a blow, leading to a lapse in sanity, and they felt increasingly sympathetic. "Chief editor, please take care. This isn't your fault. Great authors can be quite capricious. Don't take it too seriously. Xianxia is just a trial for Teacher Potato. He will inevitably return to fantasy writing." Initially believing this would comfort their chief editor, they were taken aback when he widened his eyes, his face serious, and shouted, "I will not allow you to speak ill of Teacher Potato." The others were bewildered. "You simply do not understand Xianxia. The genius of Teacher Potato is beyond your comprehension." Chun Ming's face was flushed with excitement, animatedly gesturing. He was not losing his mind. It wasn't until he finished reading the first volume of Zhu Xian that he realized how wildly incorrect his previous thoughts had been. Teacher Potato's imagination was truly boundless. How could Xianxia be written in such a way? The novel's fresh fantasy backdrop and unique narrative style provided a refreshing experience. The Grass Temple Village Massacre, the bloodthirsty Pearl, the soul-absorbing staff, the dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism, the Seven Veins martial arts, a vast worldview, the Warm de Zhu Peak, a seemingly strict yet protective master, a childhood sweetheart as beautiful as an immortal Lu Sueki, who was as pure as cold snow, proud and solitary. Each character was vividly portrayed. In the early stages, Zhang Xiaofan was undoubtedly beleaguered, especially in comparison to Lin Jingyu. His talent was utterly ordinary, and due to the conflict of dual cultivation in Buddhism and Taoism, his progress was slow, leading everyone to doubt him. Yet, armed only with his unremarkable firewood stick, he achieved the finest results in the Seven Peaks martial arts competition, securing a place among the top 4 and earning the opportunity for further training beyond the mountain. This astonishing turnaround was nothing short of exhilarating, simultaneously heightening the reader's anticipation for what might transpire after descending from the mountain. How would this fantastical world unfold? Alas, the narrative abruptly came to a halt. Observing the perplexed expression of the editor, Chun Ming suddenly felt a sense of clarity amid the general confusion. He refrained from elaborating on the brilliance of Teacher Potato's new book, and after completing the signing formalities, he hurried to the chief editor's office. The evening would witness a comprehensive promotion across all platforms. Zhu Xian was assured of its success. Chapter 52. Redefining Xianxia in the office of the chief editor. Wu Tianxi was tidying up his belongings, preparing to leave for a splendid evening, when Chun Ming burst in with fervor. "Is there an urgent matter?" Wu Tianxi paused, his probing gaze fixed on Chun Ming. Chun Ming nodded. "Teacher Tudo has released a new book." "That's splendid," Wu Tianxi exclaimed, smiling. "In the realm of fantasy literature, Teacher Tudo is an authority. Is it long enough? If so, We should directly push it for full promotion. It's sufficient in word count, but it's not a fantasy novel. Chun Ming replied, shaking his head. It's Xianxia. Xianxia? Wu Tianxi's face expressed disbelief, as if to say, don't trick me, I haven't read enough. I'm not deceiving you. It is indeed Xianxia, Chun Ming clarified. Moreover, it is a pioneering work. Pioneering works are hardly easy to come by, Wu Tianxi scoffed. No one understands Xianxia better than I do. Wu Tianxi had once been a revered author in the Xianxia genre, and after its decline, he transitioned to editing, ascending to the position of chief editor through sheer perseverance. Just take a look, Chun Ming smiled. Seeing Chun Ming's confidence ignited Wu Tianxi's curiosity. He opened the Tomato Novel website, navigated to the page of the author Crazy Tudo, and clicked on a novel titled Zhu Xian. Half an hour passed without him noticing. Chun Ming was in no hurry. He rummaged through the cabinet for the chief editor's treasured tea leaves and brewed himself a pot, patiently awaiting Wu Tianxi's response. When Wu Tianxi finally raised his head, he asked, "What do you think?" Astonishing. Wu Tianxi struggled to find more fitting words to describe it. This novel, Zhu Xian, is extraordinarily captivating, far beyond my expectations. It is no exaggeration to say that Tudo has redefined Xianxia. Wait, you're drinking my Dahong Pao. Wu Tianxi suddenly realized, his anger flaring. That tea was his most precious possession, produced in limited quantities each year, reserved for moments of deep craving. You're making a fuss over nothing, Chun Ming retorted confidently. Once this book is released, it will bring immense profit to the company. What can't be bought, I shall endure. Let me attribute to teacher Tudo, Wu Tianxi sighed, taking a deep breath before dialing a number. Tell the publicity department to work overtime. For the next month, we will promote teacher Tudo's new book Zhu Xian across all platforms during evening slots. Chun Ming left, disregarding the chief editor's darkened expression, taking some tea leaves with him under the pretext of letting teacher Tudo taste them. That evening, Lin Hao had just returned to his dormitory when he learned the news that Huang Yud was treating everyone to dinner. Did something good happen? Lin Hao casually inquired. What else could it be? Fang Qingshan chuckled. After a day of fermentation, his song has stabilized at the 34th position on the new song chart. According to past experience, this opening season should ensure he can submit resumes to the top 5 companies. Don't celebrate too early, it might just be a false alarm. Yang Guo remarked sarcastically from the side. Just be envious and resentful, Huang Yud boasted. But I'm not stingy. Once I become famous, I'll send you a few signed copies. As they joked, the group arrived at a barbecue restaurant near the school. When unsure of what to eat, their dormitory's first choice was always barbecue. Small pancakes wrapped around skewered meat and slathered in scallions and spicy sauce were utterly delightful. During the meal, Yang was suddenly shouted, "The goddess added me on WeChat." For some high-quality yet unattainable girls, Yang would typically refer to them as goddesses. Which goddess? Huang Yu teased. Don't tell me it's another case of you being played, like last time when you spent a month pining without even holding hands. Xiao Giskiviko. Yang Guo exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu turned into a bundle of jealousy. She must have an ulterior motive for adding you. Don't expect any romantic development. Xiao Ku was recognized as one of the goddesses of the music department, possessing an angelic face yet a curvaceous figure, complemented by long, mesmerizing legs. Even Lin Hao had heard of her name. However, just as they exchanged a few words, Yang Guo's expression shifted to one of indignation. Damn it. Her reason for adding me was to get Xiao Hao's WeChat. Huang Yu burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. I knew it. You are just a tool. Absolutely a tool. Fang Qingshan chimed in. Yang Guo appeared despondent, yet inexplicably cheerful. Turned to Lin Hao. Xiao Hao. Can I pass your WeChat to her? Absolutely not. Lin Hao shook his head. I don't know her. She is probably adding me for trouble. Please, Yang Guo pleaded, help a brother out. She said she would introduce her friend to me, but only if you agree to her friend request. How bold. Huang Yud slammed the table, his voice rising. You would sell out your brother for a mere woman. I find that despicable. She also said she would introduce one for you. Huang Yud quickly backtracked. Actually, adding a friend isn't a big deal. What do you think, Xiao Hao? Fang Qingshan chuckled. Pudgy, where's your integrity? Huang Yud replied earnestly. Compared to integrity, I believe the happiness of my later years is more important. Love often arrives unexpectedly. If missed, it's gone forever. If we agree to add each other, their dormitory will organize a social event with us. Xianxia added, it's difficult to refuse this. As is well known, where there are beauties, there are often more beauties. Very well then. With the three united in their stance, Lin Hao had little room to argue. In truth, he was somewhat curious about what the other party wanted from him at this extent. After adding each other as friends, Xiaoku almost immediately sent a message. Hello, Lin Hao. I am Xiaoku from the vocal class too. Hello, Lin Hao replied. It's rather presumptuous of me to disturb you like this, but I have a favor to ask. I am participating in this semester's opening season, but my results aren't very promising. Could I kindly ask you to help me promote it on Dole? I will pay you 3 times the market rate. In the girls' dormitory, Xiaoku sent the message and anxiously stared at the screen. She knew this was quite forward, but she had no other options. To make her song climb the new song chart, she had tried various methods, including paying popular music influencers with millions of followers for advertising, all to no avail. Thus, upon hearing about Huang Yu's success, she promptly sought him out. His song quality was comparable to hers. The only difference was that Lin Hao had promoted him, indicating that Lin Hao's fans were supportive and willing to engage. Lin Hao fell into contemplation. He had anticipated this. She approached him for trouble, and it was unlikely it was simply because she found him handsome and wanted to get to know him. Should he refuse her? Chapter 53. What exactly did the potato write? Lin Hao felt a twinge of hesitation. Relentlessly consuming the fans seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, Xianxia's emotions had to be taken into account. It was not the lack of support that was concerning, but the imbalance. He had previously assisted the chubby one in promoting his endeavors. For Xianxia, pursuing romance was of utmost importance. Thus, the only option was to endure a little longer for the sake of the fans. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao inquired, what is the name of the song? I would like to give it a listen first. Whether or not to agree to this matter depended on the quality of the song. He could not, after all, force his fans to consume something of inferior quality. It's called Secret, came a reply. On the other end of the line, Xiao Kashi was filled with excitement, initially approaching the situation with a mindset of mere experimentation. She was surprised to find that there was indeed a glimmer of hope. Yet, along with her joy came a hint of apprehension. Surely her song was decent enough? Lin Hao opened the Penguin Music app and listened to a snippet. It was acceptable. Secret was a standard love ballad, with the chorus possessing a touch of intrigue. Coupled with Xiaoku's sweet voice, it barely offered a refreshing experience. It belonged to that category of songs where good promotion could lead to success, while poor promotion could result in obscurity. At the very least, it was not an auditory offense. He could offer this favor. I can help you promote it, but you need not pay me. This is merely out of respect for Xianxia. Do you understand? Xiaokashi replied, I understand completely. Thank you so much. I would like to invite you all to dinner at our dormitory. When would you be free, Lin Hao? Let's discuss it later. I've been quite busy lately, he responded. After closing the chat interface, Lin Hao posted an update on Dole. My friend's new song Secret has just launched on Penguin Music. Everyone is welcome to give it a listen. And if you're able, please show your support. Before long, fans began to respond. The missing person has returned. We want to hear the streamer's song more than anyone else. When will the streamer release a song? Why hasn't the streamer been live lately? The lovely Meow Meow has transformed into a relationship consultant and is on her way to becoming the queen of live streaming. Observing the enthusiastic fans, Lin Hao felt a pang of guilt. After having tapped into their support twice in succession, he resolved to compensate them properly in due course. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Xianxia looking at him with profound gratitude, almost ready to leap forward. Hao, you truly are my brother. Stop. Lin Hao shuddered at the thought. Xianxia chuckled awkwardly before asking, how about we set the day for the social gathering this weekend? Huang Yu replied, sounds good. Fang Qingshan added, no problem. I don't want to, Lin Hao began, but 3 pitiful gazes turned toward him. Then it's settled for the weekend, he decisively amended. As a guardian figure, he felt compelled to indulge his sons. After dining, they returned to their dormitory when Lin Hao's phone suddenly vibrated. Upon inspection, he found a message from Chun Ming. The promotion for Zhu Xian has commenced. It will officially launch tonight at 9. Given the current standing of Potato on the Tomato platform, a new book release would typically involve a prelude, which meant Lin Hao's request for an expedited release was crucial. Otherwise, a minimum of 3 days of build-up would be required. With the relentless promotion from Tomato, the industry quickly learned of the new book by the fervent Potato, causing many to feel a sense of impending doom. A new book just days after Dopa concluded? Is there no respite for others? However, when they discovered that the new work was in the Xianxia genre, their anxieties were somewhat alleviated. Xianxia novels? This was truly unexpected. Not just them. I never anticipated this either. Who could have foreseen it? My impression of Xianxia still lingers in the realm of the Shu Mountain series, but the truth is, this genre had long since faded from popularity. Potato was truly venturing down a path of obscurity. With such a capricious author as Potato, one could only imagine how disheartened Wu Tianzi must be at this moment. Yet, Ifinitea moving. Not only the industry professionals, but even the fans were baffled. What on earth? Why isn't Potato continuing with fantasy? Even if he doesn't release a new book, writing a sequel to Do would surely be better than Xianxia. This ancient genre had been cast aside by the market long ago. No one would pay it any heed. Surely, Potato must have lost his way, destined for failure. No one held high hopes for Potato's new book. The collective memory of Xianxia was hazy at best, primarily due to the earlier adaptations of the Shu Mountain series into television dramas and films, leaving behind faint childhood recollections. However, the issue remained that Xianxia novels had long outlived their appeal. They had previously been regarded as the less popular sibling to fantasy, and even the top-ranking works rarely surpassed 50,000 readers, let alone achieving explosive success. Nonetheless, Tomato seemed oblivious to this reality, promoting the new release with fervor, plastering posters and pop-ups everywhere. The message was simple. Tonight at 9, Xianxia officially launches. Don't miss out on Tomato's exclusive reveal. The second sentence brimmed with confidence, causing many to feel a sense of trepidation. Tomato was not naive. If the book truly lacked merit, would they exert such effort in its promotion? But how good could a Xianxia novel possibly be? Suddenly, a theory emerged among some esteemed authors. Potato must be seeking to challenge himself, attempting a new style. With his writing prowess and imagination, even a Xianxia novel should not be subpar. Tomato, unwilling to offend Potato, must comply with his wishes. Furthermore, considering Potato's fanbase, even a mediocre performance would still yield satisfactory results. This hypothesis garnered widespread acceptance. Why do people often label esteemed authors as capricious? Because they frequently forego lucrative opportunities to challenge themselves and explore new styles, even if it leads to failure. Which esteemed author does not harbor dreams of pioneering a new genre? Potato, having risen from obscurity, had achieved fame with a single work, likely intensifying his obsession with such endeavors. Thus, this foray into Xianxia was probably an experiment. However, the chief editor at the Terminal Novel Division remained skeptical of this notion, believing the situation to be more complex. The previous success of Do had shattered conventions and ignited explosive popularity. Was this yet another groundbreaking work? Such thoughts were swiftly dismissed. Who could possibly be so extraordinary? Even the most prolific of writers cannot churn out masterworks consistently. Potato, too, was not exempt from this reality. Yet, he could not fathom how Xianxia novels could possibly be crafted into something captivating. The promotional efforts by Tomato were unprecedented and could not be dismissed as mere superficiality. Wait, Wu Tianzi was no fool. There had to be some ulterior motive behind this. A sense of unease began to brew within the chief editor's mind. It was not that he was inherently suspicious. Rather, everything surrounding this event felt unusually significant. The lessons from the previous incident were still fresh in his memory. He had privately studied Potato and was aware of his ability to write short stories, ultimately concluding, Potato must be taken seriously. So, what exactly has Potato written this time? Chapter 54. Another pioneering work at long last. The clock struck 9. The moment Zhu Xian was refreshed, a multitude of individuals rushed to click in, readers, authors, editors alike, all eager to discover the essence of the fantasy penned by the illustrious Todo. Time slipped by unnoticed. Soon, the first reader to finish the novel left a comment in the reader's circle, breathless with astonishment. I read it in one go. It's simply divine. Before long, a cascade of comments poured in. It's utterly captivating. My sincerest apologies, teacher Tudo, for my earlier outburst. Who would have thought that fantasy could be so enthralling? To clarify, it's not just fantasy that is remarkable. It's Tudo's unique take on the genre that is revolutionary, almost a brand new concept. No wonder the promotional tagline claims that Tudo has redefined fantasy. It's a statement that is far from hyperbole. One can't help but wish to peer into Tudo's mind to comprehend his creative genius. This is the fantasy I had envisioned, soaring through the skies on a sword, seeking the path to immortality. Xianxia is destined for greatness, mastering both Buddhism and Taoism, wielding the soul-devouring pearl and the soul-capturing staff. Such a protagonist truly resonates with me. The opening line left me spellbound. Heaven and earth are unkind. They treat all beings as mere straw dogs. Is this an original line from Tudo? A brief search reveals nothing online. What brilliance! As expected of Tudo, he is audacious in his creativity. 9 heavens, the celestial abyss, transformed into divine thunder with magnificent might, summoned by the sword. The divine sword thunder control technique is so impressive. While everyone else discusses the plot, am I the only one captivated by Lu Sweki? Ethereal and icy, she embodies my favorite archetype. I share your admiration, someone chimed in, but I didn't express it because everyone seemed so serious. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I've been pretending to be all proper for no reason. The conversation among the older enthusiasts grew increasingly animated, veering off course. Some clever individuals even created cartoon images of Lu Sweki to share in the comments. Adorable beyond measure. Even Lin Hao hadn't anticipated that Zhu Xian would break into the mainstream due to a single character. The excitement surged, quickly ascending to the top of trending topics. Lu Sweki uninformed users curiously searched and discovered that she is a character from a novel, prompting many to delve deeper into the story. This influx of interest directly translated into significant traffic for Zhu Xian. In stark contrast to the elated netizens, industry peers were once again left dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Who knew fantasy could be written this way? They had expected Tudo's venture to falter, fully prepared to witness a spectacle of failure. Yet, the unfolding events were nothing short of astonishing. It must be acknowledged that Zhu Xian boasts exceptional quality, so high that even fellow authors could not in good conscience criticize it. A collective thought emerged among them. How does he write so well? The ability to intertwine martial arts, fantasy, and traditional elements to create an entirely new world is, as the tagline states, a true redefinition of fantasy. Tudo truly deserves accolades. The previous work, Do Pa, could be overlooked, but who knew he could infuse such fervor into fantasy? Not only the readers, but even I find myself utterly captivated. The new generation is indeed surpassing the old. One cannot deny that it is foreseeable that fantasy will surely explode in popularity, and Tudo has undoubtedly pioneered a new genre. Logically, we should express gratitude to Tudo for continuously innovating and expanding the market for web literature, presenting new possibilities for numerous authors. Yet, why does my heart feel so sour? Is it not natural to feel envy and resentment? How infuriating! When will such splendid fortune come my way? Beyond the authors, the heads of various literary websites were equally engrossed in the developments, their jaws collectively dropping in astonishment. Is this really fantasy? I never imagined it could be written so beautifully. Tudo has once again shattered conventions. It has become clear that Tudo excels at transforming the impossible into reality. His potential far exceeds our imagination, and his style knows no bounds. This time, Tomato has truly struck gold. As leaders of major websites, their judgment is often astute. Though Zhu Xian has merely released its first volume, they can confidently predict it will become an internet sensation. Lu Chun, the chief editor of the publishing house, remained silent amidst the discussion. I feel foolish, truly. Lu Chun lifted his dulled gaze. He had anticipated this outcome. Wu Tianxi is exceptionally shrewd. He has forcibly seized half the market from the publishing house, and Tomato is now on the verge of surpassing them. If he didn't possess some assurance, would he dare to act so boldly? Lu Chun had pondered these thoughts. He simply refused to accept the reality that a once ignored genre could yield consecutive successes. I feel foolish, truly, Lu Chun murmured again, slumping onto the sofa in despair. Time passed, and eventually Lu Chun rose from the sofa, gazing out at the bustling streets and illuminated skyscrapers, exhaling a long sigh. He then made a phone call, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Instruct all the authors under my purview to follow the trend and write fantasy. If individual authors cannot suffice, we shall employ a strategy of numbers. The fantasy market has remained barren for decades. We cannot allow Tomato to monopolize it. Understood, Chief Editor. Contrasting Lu Chen's sorrow, Wu Tianxi was soaring with joy. Although Tudou was discovered by Chun Ming, all achievements during his tenure would be attributed to Wu Tianxi. Just moments ago, he received praise from the higher-ups, affirming his work and promising a raise in shares for the upcoming year. This news filled him with elation. Given Tomato's scale, even a slight increase in shares would amount to a substantial fortune. Should I express gratitude to Teacher Tudou? As the thought crossed his mind, he dialed Chen Ming. Old Chun, how's the tea? Does Teacher Tudou still enjoy it? Tea? I've never even met Teacher Tudou. Where would I procure tea for him? Chen Ming flushed, maintaining his composure. He is accustomed to it. He even mentioned wanting to thank you properly. Wu Tianxi scoffed internally. I believe you not. You sly old fox, I know your ways. The tea has likely ended up in your own stomach. Though he thought this, Wu Tianxi did not voice it. Instead, he said, I have 2 better boxes at home. Come by tomorrow to pick them up, and please pass them to Teacher Tudou. Chun Ming, being a decent person, would understand the unspoken nuances. All right, Chun Ming agreed, unaware that the chief editor had seen through him and had no intention of keeping the tea for himself. His earlier claim of gifting the tea to Teacher Tudou had merely been a jest. Now that the chief editor had personally instructed him, he could not keep it for himself. He had principles. After hanging up, he sent Lin Hao a message. Teacher Tudou, the chief editor has sent 2 boxes of tea for you. Since you're also in the capital, why not take this opportunity to meet for a meal? Chun Ming felt a flutter of nerves. Based on past interactions, Teacher Tudou had a rather independent spirit, leaving him uncertain about the success of the invitation. He stared intensely at his phone screen. Before long, a message popped up. Let us do it this Saturday. I have plans on Sunday. All right. Setting down his phone, Chun Ming felt a childlike joy welling within him. Chapter 55. The interaction of aliases the next day. Lin Hao arrived at the office and began to idly pass the time. Ever since he had received a reward for mastering advanced music theory, he had neglected his theoretical studies, and the composition department had not assigned him any tasks. Thus, his daily routine consisted of either writing or playing games. Recently, he had become enamored with a game where aligning 3 identical patterns in a row would cause them to disappear, and aligning 4 or more would trigger special effects. He was quite engrossed in it, having already cleared over 400 levels. Suddenly, a colleague walked by, and Lin Hao, ever vigilant, quickly concealed his phone, feigning deep contemplation. He overheard snippets of their conversation. Have you read Potato's new novel? Of course. Potato is an exceptional writer. He can resurrect even the most lackluster fantasy tales. Indeed, Potato is truly talented. A spark ignited in Lin Hao's mind. It seemed that Potato's alias had genuinely gained traction, with even colleagues expressing admiration. Wait, speaking of aliases, a thought struck him. Though he was determined to keep his aliases separate, there was potential for interaction between them. In a world that highly values personal privacy, coupled with advanced technology, as long as he did not slip up like the original owner, no one would be able to discern his true identity. The advantages of alias interaction were manifold, such as mutual promotion of works, which could extend their influence across various fields. With this in mind, Lin Hao logged into his Earth alias on the blog and posted an update. I recommend an enthralling fantasy novel, Xianxia. Since his song The Wind Rises had topped the new song charts, the Earth alias had amassed a following of over 1 million fans. Shortly after, fans began to comment. Wow, Earth has posted an update. The Wind Rises is truly magnificent. I play it on repeat every night. When will Earth release a new song? Does Earth read Potato's novels? We are book friends. Since it's recommended by a great figure, I must check it out. I hope it doesn't disappoint. Following this, Lin Hao logged into his potato alias and shared another update. I recommend a beautiful piece of music, The Wind Rises. The fanbase of Potato far surpassed that of Earth. His post created ripples akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Are you listening to music when you should be writing? No way. If it were another author, I would confine them to a small room to supervise their writing daily. But for Potato, I simply cannot. He is already diligent, producing copious and remarkable work, and even proactively diversifying our tastes. Where else could one find such a conscientious author? As time passed, astute netizens began to uncover the connection between the two aliases. What is going on? Why do these two speak in identical patterns? They even recommend each other's works? Could it be? I figured it out. They must know each other in real life or have engaged in some form of collaboration, hence the mutual recommendations. Curiosity sparked among some inquisitive netizens, prompting them to leave comments on both their pages, inquiring whether they were acquainted. Lin Hao, having forgotten to adjust his speaking style while posting, inadvertently revealed the connection, leaving him pondering how to explain himself. However, netizens quickly rationalized it for him. Given their different aliases, their personas could not be the same. Everyone knew Potato was rather aloof, rarely engaging with readers or answering questions. Therefore, the Earth alias would adopt a gentler demeanor. Consequently, Lin Hao logged into the Earth blog to post a new update. You all discovered it. Yes, we're good friends. Upon learning this revelation, netizens erupted in excitement. Oh my beloved author is friends with the composer I've recently taken a liking to. Earth, what does Potato look like? Can you ask about the upcoming plot of Xianxia? Potato never responds to readers. How infuriating. Is Potato male or female? The blog even conceals verification information. The curiosity of the netizens was piqued, particularly Potato's fans, who, due to Potato's past secrecy, knew nothing about him and bombarded Lin Hao with questions. Earth, ever understanding, promptly addressed their inquiries. Potato is quite young and very handsome. The second volume of Xianxia will be released tonight at 8. As for other personal matters, I cannot disclose. At this, the comment section erupted. Very handsome, so he must be male. Young and handsome. Could Potato be an innocent young man? Haha, I have a bold idea. Knowing you're bold, Potato is clearly my husband. Why are you all fixated on Potato? Didn't TUC Earth say the second volume of Xianxia is dropping tonight? Wow, Potato is incredible. The second volume is coming so soon. Crazy Potato lives up to the hype. It's astonishing. I declare myself Potato's most devoted fan from now on. Upon receiving this news, Potato's fans were overjoyed. Typically, novels released by volume would have substantial gaps between each installment, yet Potato had inherited the prolific style of Dope, continuing to produce tens of thousands of words daily. The news spread rapidly, quickly trending on social media under the hashtag Xianxia's second volume. For most, the previous day as tens of thousands of words had barely quenched their thirst, and they were eager for the continuation, having expected to wait 10 days or more. But now they could see the subsequent chapters today. The online literature community buzzed with excitement, a wave of jubilation sweeping through. However, the atmosphere among authors was somewhat bleak. Is this writing speed even attainable? Potato truly does not relent. My book is premiering today. How much traffic will this divert? Woe is me. I've been testing my book lately and have collapsed in a restroom. It's undeniable. From now on, when Potato releases a book, let us all keep our distance. This fellow cannot be measured by ordinary standards. There is simply no comparison. The interaction between aliases proved to be exceedingly beneficial. Observing the notable increase in the fan counts for both aliases, Lin Hao wore a satisfied smile. Just then his phone rang. It was an editor from the blog. Hello? Potato, we have a short story event coming up, similar in scale to the last one. Would you be interested in participating? Short story? Lin Hao felt a surge of interest. He had previously amassed 3 pieces from the system rewards, which had yet to be utilized, and this was the perfect opportunity. Furthermore, such events garnered significant attention, and winning could yield considerable artistic prestige. Thus, he replied, yes, I will participate. Chapter 56. Who else? The realm of blog literature exhibits remarkable efficiency. By midday, the list of participants for the event had been revealed, featuring a total of 20 contenders, prompting short story enthusiasts to flock to the event area to leave their comments. Another new activity has emerged, and anticipation brews. Let me see who the participants are. Master Fong from Su Province, Professor Li from Sichuan University, Mr. Bai Yin from Anhui Province, and the enigmatic Crazy Potato. Who is Crazy Potato? He is an online novelist whose work Do Pa has taken the internet by storm, and his recent novel Zhu Xian continues to garner immense popularity. An online writer venturing into short stories? Surely, this is a jest. This is the most amusing joke I have heard this year. His talent is undeniable. At the last event, his The Gift of Magi secured the top position. Novels are distinct from short stories. They cannot be conflated. I missed the last event and subsequently forgot to check, but I suspect the sheer number of his fans is what propelled him to victory. Indeed, this seems grossly unfair to others. What no one anticipated was that merely a participant list would ignite a wave of skepticism among netizens. Some even approached the officials to lodge complaints, accusing Crazy Potato of manipulating his fans for malicious competition, insisting he should be barred from the contest. Naturally, Potato's supporters were incensed. Who was manipulating the competition? They exclaimed, "The quality of the gift of Magi is universally acknowledged. How can you associate our integrity with such claims? You are the ones voting with a guilty conscience." As tensions escalated, the two factions of fans clashed vehemently. However, before the blog literature representatives could intervene, a contestant stepped forward. This individual, Huang Tianda, ranks among the top contenders. He posted an update on the blog. "Let me clarify, I am not targeting anyone. I acknowledge Potato's considerable talent. The Gift of Magi is indeed a high-quality work deserving of victory. However, the size of his fan base is an undeniable fact. If he wished to, he could easily manipulate the competition. This is merely a hypothesis. Yet, it is true that Potato possesses the capability to sway the results. And I believe no one would dispute this fact. Thus, I have been pondering whether a truly fair model exists. The answer is, it does. I have devised a new model. Contestants scoring one another, witnessed by the entire internet. This approach minimizes external interference, with the scoring process under public scrutiny, ensuring fairness for all participants. I hope my suggestion is considered blog literature. Additionally, I recently penned an article, and I would like to humbly request guidance from Teacher Potato, Crazy Potato, as the two factions of fans were embroiled in a fierce exchange. This post emerged, rapidly gaining traction. It bears merit. Huang, indeed, possesses a broad vision. I believe this model is indeed superior to public voting, which, at its core, merely reflects popularity. Whoever is more renowned prevails. Countless individuals engaged in discussions below. Short story aficionados were invigorated, tagging the official blog literature account, urging them to adopt this novel scoring system. Potato supporters found themselves at a loss for words. Their large numbers were a reality that could influence the contest. Yet this new model appeared fair. Both sides were largely in agreement. However, what truly thrilled them was the concluding remark in the post. Addressing Potato, I humbly request your guidance. This was a literary duel. The Blue Star culture boasts a tradition of literary challenges, particularly in the realm of literature, where no one considers their work inferior to another's. Thus, it is common for individuals to engage in literary contests, leaving the judgment to authorities or the public. Such literary contests, often referred to as literary duels, are not only exhilarating but also foster immense participation among netizens, making it an immensely popular affair. Numerous individuals began to privately message Potato, hoping he would accept this challenge. Among them were many of his fans, eager for excitement, but more so, they wished for Potato to prove himself and dispel external doubts. Lin Hao awoke from his midday slumber, stretched his limbs, and upon checking his phone, discovered several missed calls from Chun Ming. Has anything significant occurred recently? Lin Hao pondered briefly before returning the call. Brother Ming, what's the matter? Chun Ming succinctly summarized the situation over the phone. After listening, Lin Hao felt perplexed. If we're changing the judging criteria, why seek me for a literary duel? This feels rather ominous. Chun Ming elucidated. The allure of literary duels lies in their capacity to capture attention, under the spotlight of public scrutiny. A victory leads to instant fame. Considering your current reputation, a win could grant you lifelong bragging rights and sustenance. Who could resist such temptation? Understood, Lin Hao replied. Terminating the call, he logged onto the blog and perused the post. While the rhetoric was grandiose, it ultimately aimed to elevate itself at Potato's expense. Yet, as Lu Sun once remarked, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. Huang Tianda is a prominent figure in the short story domain. For Potato, defeating Huang in this literary duel would yield significant advantages. His fanbase predominantly resides in the online literature sphere, and it is time to broaden his influence. Resolute, Lin Hao, using Potato's account, tagged Huang Tianda, posting a succinct message that echoed Potato's characteristic aloofness. Agreed. The comments section erupted instantly, with onlookers fervently discussing the announcement. Wow, it's on. Potato has accepted the challenge. I knew that Potato's nature would not allow him to back down. He likely missed the message during his nap. The anticipation for this epic showdown is palpable. I am eager to see what works they will choose. Huang Tianda kept a close watch on the developments, reveling in the news of Potato's acceptance. I knew you would agree, he thought, relishing the moment. Having narrowly lost the last contest, he had meticulously studied the gift of Magi, now feeling confident in his ability to triumph over Potato. Meanwhile, Lin Hao regarded the recently posted update, sensing it lacked something. What was missing? He pondered the question, perplexed. Just then, Hu Yong suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Our department will be distributing bonuses this month. Is there anyone who hasn't submitted their information?" That's it. Lin Hao's eyes brightened as he swiftly logged into Potato's account and appended a new post, consisting of just 3 words. Who else? Now that felt right. Finally, it aligned with Potato's persona. Much better. Chapter 57. 1 against 3. Who else? The phrase who else exudes an air of arrogance. The onlookers are amused. Who knew that Potato could be so audacious? I must commend this bravado. The term mad in Mad Potato aptly encapsulates not only his rapid writing speed and prodigious imagination, but also his flamboyant personality. Such a fitting name. Despite his audacity, I find him rather captivating. Indeed, this man possesses an undeniable allure. For some reason, those 3 words evoke a vivid imagery in my mind, creating a sense of familiarity. In stark contrast to the amused spectators, the other protagonist of this literary competition, Huang Tianda, is consumed by rage. Arrogance. He's incensed. Is this a sign of contempt towards me? You cannot even defeat me alone, yet you wish to confront multiple opponents at once? This young man truly lacks an understanding of his limitations. Although Huang Tianda is generally of a gentle temperament, he is now exceedingly agitated. Such literary rivalry is not meant to be taken lightly. Potato is clearly disregarding him. I must remain composed. Huang Tianda takes a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. Yet Potato's provocation only strengthens his resolve to overcome his adversary. However, the unfolding events take him by surprise once more. Shortly after Potato's announcement, 2 contestants tagged him in their literary challenge invitations. Go Hong Tao. In that case, I shall join. Yang Kai. Count me in. The online community erupts in astonishment. 3 against 1? This seems rather disgraceful, does it not? Preying on the inexperienced, the larger overpowering the smaller, and the many against the few. This is hardly in the spirit of fair play. There is no need for conspiracy theories. The prowess of these 2 competitors is not particularly formidable. It appears they were not in cahoots, but rather incited by Potato's audacity. Can anger justify a departure from established norms? According to convention, literary battles are typically one-on-one. The righteous internet denizens struggle to accept this arrangement. No matter how eloquently it is framed, it remains 3 individuals against 1. Unjust. However, this is Potato's own decision, and they cannot voice too many objections. Unlike the online spectators, Huang Tianda, after a brief moment of confusion, quickly grasps the underlying significance. It is well known that a hierarchy exists within the literary realm. Classic literature looks down upon pure literature. Pure literature scorns popular literature, and popular literature dismisses online literature. Yet, during the last short story event, an author from the online literary sphere claimed the top prize, which was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation for the self-important short story writers. Many are eager to redeem their pride. To ensure absolute victory, it is only natural to enlist additional participants. Besides, this was Potato's own request, so it can be somewhat justified. As for why 3 participants, it is simply that a larger group, even if victorious, would lack honor in their win. Yet, understanding this does not mitigate Huang Tianda's aversion to such rule-breaking behavior. Furthermore, he alone would suffice. However, there is no point in lamenting the situation. On his blog, Potato has already posted an update, accepting the challenges from the 2 others. His response remaining succinct. Okay. Potato is exceedingly arrogant. Huang Tianda muses upon seeing the reply. Even if those 2 are slightly less skilled than he, they should not be underestimated. This is not a mere arithmetic sum. The combined effect of 1 plus 1 plus 1 far exceeds 3. Potato is destined to lose this time. Huang Tianda shakes his head inwardly, uploading his meticulously prepared article to the blog to formally challenge Potato. A life story. I await your critique. The other 2, upon witnessing this, promptly upload their works. Desertland. I await your critique. Torment. I await your critique. The entire internet is suddenly ablaze. Has this already begun? How abrupt. The fervor of the literary battle escalates, and several related topics swiftly ascend to the top 10 trending searches. Mad Potato accepts literary challenge 1 against 3. Who stand a better chance? Most netizens believe Potato's odds are slim. Facing 3 opponents is akin to striking a rock with an egg. Yet, Potato's fans remain optimistic, asserting that he is invincible among his peers and can easily handle 3 adversaries. However, one thing remains constant. Everyone is most curious about the content of the 3 articles. Huang Tianda's piece, A Life Story, narrates the tale of a linguist, representing humanity, who engages with extraterrestrials, striving to understand their language and facilitating communication. The narrative introduces a novel perspective, positing that learning a language is, in essence, acquiring a new mode of thinking. The aliens possess a nonlinear perception of time. They believe that time does not exist, and all outcomes are predetermined, existing in a closed loop. As the protagonist endeavors to decipher the aliens' language, he gradually adopts this temporal worldview, gaining a semblance of precognition, glimpsing his own future. The entire narrative intertwines 2 seemingly unrelated threads: the decryption of alien language and fragments of the protagonist's life experiences. Ultimately, these threads converge to pose a profound question. If all futures and conclusions are predetermined, should we still choose to pursue that future? Indeed, this is a science fiction narrative. And Huang Tianda, as a science fiction author, is confident in his ability to surpass Potato. Science fiction has a high threshold for entry. Few can write it competently. According to his research, Potato has not exhibited the capability to craft science fiction. Only science fiction can triumph over science fiction. Thus, from the outset, Potato was destined to lose. Gohong Tao's work, Desertland, is set in a distant future and depicts the brutal struggle among humans for water resources on a planet engulfed by deserts. The article employs a unique literary style to deeply explore environmental issues, vividly illustrating the harshness of the desert landscape and the severe consequences of resource depletion, urging readers to recognize and cherish environmental resources. It is a thought-provoking piece of eco-literature. Xianxia's work, Torment, tells the story of a cart driver named Wang Er, who desperately wishes to speak to someone about his recently deceased son to alleviate his inner anguish, but repeatedly finds no one willing to listen. Consequently, he confides his burdens to his donkey. This seemingly trivial event, occurring at the societal periphery, serves as a poignant portrayal of the tragic and helpless plight of the lower class, amplifying the sense of isolation and despair. The narrative starkly reflects the harsh realities of society, serving as a rare and incisive satire. After reading the 3 articles, netizens engage in fervent discussions. It must be said, these 3 individuals possess considerable talent. Particularly the first piece, for Potato, does not comprehend science fiction. 3 articles, each from distinct realms, leave me pondering what caliber of work could possibly surpass them. Everyone is breaking out in a cold sweat for Potato. Some netizens have already conjured an image of 3 towering figures looming over the trembling Potato. This time, he is truly in peril. Chapter 58. The most despairing law, no one held high hopes for Potato in this literary contest, not even his steadfast fans. The three meticulously crafted articles ignited a fervor within the realm of short stories, with countless readers erupting in applause and excitement. People marveled at the author's boundless imagination and exquisite prose, particularly captivated by Huang Tianda's A Lifetime's Tale. Esteemed linguists attested to the authenticity and scientific feasibility of the extraterrestrial language deciphering process depicted in the story, propelling it to the pinnacle of popularity and making it a trending topic. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere online, Lin Hao leisurely sipped his milk tea, a gift from the kind-hearted Feng Qinrong. He had perused all three articles, acknowledging their quality, for each author was indeed a luminary in the short story genre. While an ordinary individual might falter against three adversaries, Lin Hao was confident in his ability to prevail. Come forth system. Though he possessed three articles, custom crafting was preferable for a literary duel. He aimed to triumph over each author in their respective strengths, ensuring a resounding victory. Soon, the system deducted 650 points and tailored three articles. Lin Hao reviewed them, nodding in satisfaction. Although the system charged extra fees, it was indeed reliable. The piece tailored for Huang Tianda was the science fiction short story The Last Question, a work by Isaac Asimov, renowned as one of the greatest science fiction writers of all time. While many may only recognize Asimov for his Foundation trilogy or Robot series, his short stories are equally magnificent, intricate, and fluid, encapsulating profound reflections on the fate of humanity within futuristic imaginings. The Last Question revolves around a profound inquiry. Can humanity reverse the law of entropy, restoring a decaying planet to its former glory? The principle of entropy, grounded in the second law of thermodynamics, posits that in an isolated system, entropy can only increase or remain constant, delineating the evolutionary trajectory of such systems. It is often referred to as the most despairing law, for our universe is a closed system, devoid of external influence, perpetually consuming energy in an irreversible manner, leading to an inevitable increase in entropy and a gradual march towards its maximum state. In essence, the universe is progressing towards a grave of death, an irreversible journey. As Liu Cixin aptly stated, all will eventually fade away, save for death itself. This evolutionary process, termed thermal death, implies a transition from order to disorder. This is not mere fatalism, but a scientific principle. Even Lin Hao, upon finishing the story, found himself slightly perturbed. Is the rise of entropy truly insurmountable? What lies ahead for humanity? The system responded, unknown. The narrative adopts a stark and austere perspective, illustrating the despairing principle of entropy while also presenting the seemingly absurd notion of Poincare recurrence, transcending humanity's limitations to explore the ultimate question of the universe's fate. Many readers in the past have lauded this novel, deeming it a foundational work in science fiction, encompassing a grand cosmic vision and establishing the genre's essential constructs. It encapsulates the vastness of a universe, creation and destruction, beginnings and ends, the Book of God. To confront Huang Tianda, it is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Though Huang Tianda's story was clever, it merely grazed the surface, lacking the rigor of hard science fiction. As the significance of scientific principles and physical laws was diminished, categorizing it as soft science fiction, the debate between hard and soft science fiction persists, centering on several key questions. Must science fiction possess strong scientific foundations? Where lies the demarcation between hard and soft science fiction? Is hard science fiction inherently superior, while non-hard science fiction is deemed inferior? Can science fiction not convey human emotions? Yet, market trends reveal that soft science fiction often garners greater public attention in cinematic adaptations due to its emphasis on emotional resonance and visual spectacle. In contrast, hard science fiction holds irreplaceable value among scientific enthusiasts, with its rigorous scientific accuracy being its unique allure. The short stories are concise, and Lin Hao swiftly composed his piece, subsequently uploading it to blog literature while tagging Huang Tianda. The Last Question, please critique. The comments section swiftly erupted with activity. Potato's short story had been released, Why only tag one person? Who cares? Let's see it first. Countless individuals clicked on the article, instantly captivated. Moments later, someone exclaimed, "What? Potato can write science fiction too? Is there anything he cannot do?" Science fiction can be this hard-hitting with concepts like entropy and singularity explosions. I am genuinely impressed. After reading this work, I found myself worrying, what if our universe were to face annihilation? Stop fretting, how old are you? The universe's demise is billions of years away. It won't affect you at all. That's true. Readers who finished the article were left in awe, fervently engaging in discussions, with some even turning the conclusion into a meme. Let there be light. And thus, light was created. Upon learning that Potato had ventured into the realm of science fiction, Huang Tianda felt a twinge of disdain. In this era, anyone dares to dabble in science fiction? Yet after reading it, he fell silent. With his expertise, he could undoubtedly discern the excellence of this piece. Setting aside other considerations, while he was still writing about alien encounters, Potato had already elevated his theme to encompass the entire universe, making the distinction unmistakable, although scoring had yet to commence. Huang Tianda could already surmise the outcome. However, losing consecutively to an internet author left him somewhat resentful. He engaged in self-hypnosis, convincing himself that Potato's work was hard science fiction, while his own was soft science fiction and thus not to be conflated. Even if he lost, it was merely due to differing tastes, a forgivable circumstance. His fans engaged in spirited debates online, striving to salvage his dignity. Just then, a towering figure in the science fiction community emerged. I have not encountered such a remarkable work in a long time. I cannot resist sharing my thoughts to elucidate its brilliance. The Last Question, through its awe-inspiring epic narrative, masterfully intertwines concepts of annihilation and creation, the divine and entropy, science and religion, humanity and machinery, the fleeting and the eternal. In my view, this story has reached the zenith of what a science fiction short story can achieve. In terms of height, breadth, and depth, it is simultaneously grand and intricate, relentless yet imbued with a religious compassion. Such an unfathomably vast theme is articulated with astonishing clarity and beauty, merging the pleasure of reading with a weight of contemplation, sparkling with subtle humor throughout. The heights attained by this science fiction short story truly inspire reverence. Upon its release, public opinion swiftly turned in favor of this narrative. Blog literature promptly organized ratings for the remaining contestants, discarding the highest and lowest scores. The Last Question ultimately garnered a score of 9.8, while A Lifetime's Tale received only 9.0. Despite Huang Tianda's reluctance, he could only accept this outcome. And at that moment, the oft-neglected Gahong Tao and Yang Kai simultaneously pondered. If I haven't been mentioned, can it truly be considered a defeat? However, at that very moment, a status update appeared on Potato's blog. Gahong Tao, hey, come out. I await your guidance. Chapter 59. A terrifying thought. Who should emerge? Is this a hint at me? As the saying goes, what you fear will come to pass. At this moment, Gahong Tao felt exactly that way, having watched Huang Tianda being overwhelmed throughout. He had little confidence in surpassing a mere potato, and his mood was somewhat heavy. The final question was utterly shocking. To dominate someone in their area of expertise is much easier said than done. Huang Tianda, after all, was a seasoned short science fiction writer, while Potato was merely an online novelist, akin to an amateur challenging a professional's livelihood. And yet he succeeded. This defeat would mean utter disgrace. Perhaps Potato was merely adept at science fiction. I refuse to believe he could write about environmental protection as well. After some mental preparation, Gahong Tao clicked into the novel. Hey, come out. Though the title seemed peculiar, Gahong Tao understood it was a suspenseful one. He continued reading. Not far from the city, a village had been ravaged by a typhoon. Fortunately, the damage was not severe. Only a small temple at the foot of the mountain outside the village was uprooted, and no one was harmed. However, it left behind a hole, approximately 1 meter in diameter. People peered inside, but the darkness concealed everything, evoking a sense of unfathomable depth, as if the hole extended all the way to the center of the blue planet. The story opened with suspense. How did this hole come to be? What purpose does it serve? Not only were readers curious, but the characters within the story were equally intrigued. Everyone was eager to discover what lay within the hole. A high school student shouted into the darkness, "Hey, come out!" Yet, no echo returned from the depths, prompting him to pick up a small stone nearby to throw into the hole. An elderly man, trembling, raised his hands in an attempt to dissuade the youth, warning him against such folly, fearing terrible consequences. Nevertheless, the high school student had already acted, tossing the stone into the abyss. Still, no sound echoed back. The suspense intensified. Would the high school student's defiance of the elder's warnings lead to dire repercussions? As time passed, countless individuals learned of the hole's existence, including journalists, scholars, government officials, and businessmen. Yet, none could ascertain its depth or purpose. Was it to end so abruptly? Everyone felt a pang of regret until, suddenly, one individual boldly proposed, "Allow me to take charge of this hole. I shall unlock its potential." The village chief acquiesced. This person was a shrewd businessman who offered the village a substantial sum of money and constructed an intricate network of roads. Upon reading this, Gu Hongtao furrowed his brow. Would handing over such an enigmatic and mysterious hole to a private individual lead to complications? The plot continued. Before long, the businessman established a peculiar cleaning company. He built a small structure near the hole, adorning it with a modest sign. Subsequently, he and his associates scoured the city, employing various promotional tactics. Our company possesses an unfathomable hole, estimated by scholars to exceed 5,000 meters in depth, making it the perfect site for hazardous materials such as nuclear waste. Seize this opportunity. Time is of the essence. Soon, government authorities issued a business license. Many nuclear power companies rushed to sign contracts, and waste from atomic reactors began pouring into the hole. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Defense also disposed of unnecessary confidential documents, along with safes into its depths. The cleaning company's operations expanded rapidly, and people reveled in the benefits provided by the bottomless pit. The corpses of animals used in infectious disease experiments at universities were transported there, along with numerous unclaimed bodies of vagrants. Authorities laid extensive pipelines to drain the city's waste and sewage into the hole, a solution deemed more astute than dumping it into the ocean. Newlywed brides tossed their old diaries into the abyss, while others discarded photographs taken with former lovers, feeling justified in beginning new relationships. Even the police, after seizing cleverly forged counterfeit bills, entrusted them to the hole for disposal, ensuring their safety. Meanwhile, criminals discreetly disposed of various incriminating evidence, believing it would grant them immunity. The hole provided immense comfort to the urban residents, no matter what was thrown in. This generous void accepted all with equanimity, tirelessly cleansing the city of its filth. Gradually, the oceans and skies transformed into a beautiful azure, appearing as transparent as glass from afar. A sense of foreboding gripped Gu Hongtao. Although the story thus far was unremarkable, he remained vigilant. Having studied the gift of the Magi, he recognized Potato's penchant for crafting breathtaking twists at the conclusion, leaving jaws agape with surprise. The reversal was imminent. One day, a delivery worker was traversing the road when he suddenly heard a strange voice from above. "Hey, come out." He looked up at the sky, which was clear and serene, thinking it a mere illusion. Yet, as he lowered his gaze, a small stone flew past him from the direction of the voice. Preoccupied with admiring the meticulously cleaned streets, he thought to himself, our city is becoming increasingly beautiful." The narrative abruptly ceased. At first glance, the text appeared unremarkable. Yet Gu Hongtao felt a chill run down his spine. With his level of discernment, he could easily perceive the intricate construction and profound intent behind this novel. Through extraordinary imagination and bold exaggeration, it unveiled humanity's disregard for and destruction of the environment, particularly in its final moments. The absence of a conclusion rendered it infinitely more thrilling, leaving ample room for contemplation. Would various pollutants rain down from the sky? The mere thought of an avalanche of refuse descending upon them was chilling. The twist lay in the juxtaposition of beauty being swiftly obliterated at the story's climax, an obliteration that was entirely logical, stemming from a satire of human greed and apathy. Hey, come out. The title echoed thrice, culminating in a poignant reversal that underscored the central theme. Pollution and the destruction of nature would inevitably invite nature's wrath upon humanity. Gu Hongtao's unease deepened with each word. Potato was truly remarkable. He had seamlessly woven elements of science fiction into an environmental narrative, magnifying beauty while obscuring its flaws until the conclusion exposed them, revealing contradictions and absurdities, thus achieving a stunning effect that served as a warning to mankind. A masterstroke. Moreover, the entire narrative exuded an air of absurdity and humor. People discarded everything into the pit, only to have it all ultimately fall back upon their heads. Was it not absurd and humorous? This far surpassed anything he had ever encountered. Chapter 60. The triumphant victory. Gu Hongtao was thoroughly convinced. At this moment, netizens had also gradually finished watching Hey come out. However, many did not perceive anything remarkable about this work. Even upon reaching the conclusion, they thought that Potato would lose this time. Yet, a portion of contemplative viewers, after deep reflection, suddenly felt a chilling sensation from within. Oh my, this twist is rather terrifying. I initially believed Potato was destined to lose. The narrative remained unremarkable until the very end, but after some careful thought, I was utterly shaken. I share your sentiment. This is indeed spine-chilling. What are you all talking about? Don't speak in riddles. Haven't you grasped it yet? The young man's shout towards the hole at the beginning, along with the small stone he tossed, reappeared from above the city at the conclusion. Are you implying that this hole possesses the ability to traverse time and space? I am truly astonished. I have never encountered such foolishness. What I mean is, if the shout and the stone can fall from the sky, wouldn't the various bits of refuse thrown in by people also descend? My goodness, how horrifying. After a kind-hearted individual elucidated, everyone comprehended the shock of the ending, feeling their scalps tingle, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. Merely envisioning the image of countless pieces of garbage raining down sent shivers down their spines. Truly, Potato is remarkable. I regret my youthful frivolity for during language arts class. I did not diligently study reading comprehension. Now, I require others to interpret a novel for me. To the one upstairs, you are not alone. How ironic that humanity casts all detrimental elements into black holes, completely exposing its selfish nature, only to suffer repercussions. The city continues to beautify, yet tragedy looms. I suddenly recalled the recent proclamation by Neon Province to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Such a short-sighted approach to problem-solving mirrors the narrative in the novel. If they were to proceed with this, the consequences would undoubtedly be as dire as those depicted in the story, resulting in immeasurable harm to humanity. Indeed, fortunately, the leaders displayed wisdom and did not acquiesce to Neon Province's proposal. The online community erupted in applause. Although the themes of the two works bore similarities, Hey, come out achieved its purpose through a clever twist in under 2,000 words, a far cry from the desert, which relied on extensive exposition of the harsh desert environment. A netizen humorously dubbed this piece a satirical science fiction environmental novel, asserting that even on its own, it could win 3 literary battles. Of course, this was merely the self-indulgence of netizens. The blog literature rating had already been published. Hey, come out. Score 9.7, while the desert received 8. Thus, in the second literary contest, Potato emerged victorious once again. At this juncture, all attention turned to the third contestant, Yang Kai. Are you feeling anxious? Naturally, Yang Kai was in a state of panic. Witnessing the failures of the previous 2 contestants, even as they had performed exceptionally well, his heart was in torment. It was akin to being the last in line for execution. He held no hope whatsoever. Potato was indeed an eccentric genius. He excelled at everything. The third piece would surely be a satirical short story, aimed at defeating each challenger in their respective strongholds. Had it been earlier, he would have remarked on Potato's arrogance. However, after reading Hey Come Out, he no longer doubted Potato's ability to craft satirical works. He could not utter that phrase any longer. Potato had the capital to be arrogant. As expected, on the blog, Potato updated once more. Yang Kai, the death of a minor civil servant. Please provide your insights. This piece was one Yang Kai was reluctant to open. It felt like knowingly leaping into a pitfall, sending chills down his spine. Yet he could not avoid it. He had to discern where he faltered. Ultimately, he clicked in. Xianxia's reading speed was swift, and he soon finished the article. The Death of a Minor Civil Servant tells the story of a minor civil servant who inadvertently sneezed on the back of a high official while watching a play at the theater, leading him to suspect he had offended the individual. He repeatedly apologized to the official, ultimately annoying him, and after receiving a scolding, he tragically met his demise. Xianxia began to analyze this work. The minor civil servant, cautious and timid, exhibited comical behavior, yet this belied his profoundly tragic experiences. His death, seemingly absurd, was in fact a satire on how society's powerful figures oppress the lesser individuals. From a literary perspective, the use of repetition and progressively deepening descriptions was masterful. The protagonist apologized to the high official no less than 6 times, each instance more cowardly and sorrowful than the last. The fragility of his inner self ultimately culminated in his final shout as he succumbed to death. This technique of repetition and depth significantly contributed to the character's development and the exploration of his inner world. As Xianxia continued his analysis, his eyes sparkled. Though Potato's work was outstanding, his own was not lacking. Both authors employed minor characters to deliver satire. His piece critiqued societal darkness and the selfishness and indifference in human relationships. Potato's work lampooned the control that powerful individuals exert over the fates of the powerless and the predicaments faced by vulnerable groups. There was no distinction in superiority here. As for other techniques, they were at a similar level. Therefore, it seemed he had chance, even if he did not surpass Potato in scoring. Achieving parity would still be a success. After 2 previous literary battles ending in failure, to emerge with a draw or even a victory would surely be a cause for self-congratulation, drawing the attention of the masses. Xianxia began to fantasize, but when the blog literature ratings were published, he was taken aback. The Death of a Minor Civil Servant received a score of 9.5. Anguish garnered 9.1. By what right? Even if he did not surpass Potato, the scores should not differ so drastically. Each 0. 1 above 9 represents a significant leap. It is akin to a test where going from 20 to 90 requires effort, yet gaining a single point beyond 90 feels like an insurmountable chasm. Xianxia was deeply dissatisfied and promptly sought counsel from a friend who was also a contestant and could participate in the scoring discussion. However, his friend's explanation silenced him. In terms of pure stylistic execution, it was challenging to discern a clear superiority between the 2 pieces. The underlying concepts and intentions were quite similar. However, Anguish lacked relatability. Not only did netizens fail to connect with it, but even the judges found it unrelatable. In the Blue Star, where wars had not occurred for millennia and the common populace lived in relative affluence, it was impossible to grasp the essence of societal darkness. Relationships among friends and family were harmonious, rendering the insensitivity and selfishness of interpersonal dynamics beyond their comprehension. In contrast, the Death of a Minor Civil Servant resonated on a different level. Who in their workplace does not have a superior? Who does not fear offending their boss? Who does not worry about potential retaliation after crossing a superior? Although the narrative employs exaggeration, this deep-seated anxiety is universally relatable. Is this even possible? Xianxia was momentarily stunned. Yet, upon reflection, his friend's reasoning held merit. He was not one to argue irrationally, and he accepted his defeat with grace. Though he lost, his spirits remained buoyant. The weight that had hung over him finally lifted. At this moment, everyone realized one undeniable truth. In the 3rd literary contest, Potato had triumphed once again. Chapter 61, Volume 2 Release. 1 against 3, a triumphant victory. As soon as the netizens became aware of the situation, an uproar ensued. A triple kill. Incredible. Bowing down to the prowess of the Potato. Such audacious maneuvers. Defeating 3 opponents in their area of expertise is nothing short of soul-crushing. It is likely that after this incident, few will dare to challenge Potato in the realm of short stories. I suddenly recalled Potato's earlier remark. Is there anyone else? Arrogant? Clearly, it stems from an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. No wonder Potato excels in crafting exhilarating narratives. His amateur triumph over professionals in a 1-against-3 scenario is more thrilling than fiction itself. Who would have thought? Previously, many labeled Potato as arrogant, but now they recognize his exceptional talent. I have long asserted that Potato, akin to Xianxia, stands invincible among his peers. Overcoming multiple foes is hardly a challenge. I have become an admirer. Netizens engaged in fervent discussions, while the atmosphere in the online literature community was equally vibrant. This is a soul-crushing defeat. How exhilarating! The cultural elite, who incessantly insist that our works lack literary merit and refuse to acknowledge our status, must now swallow their pride after this 3-1 loss to Potato. I wonder how they can still mock us. Potato has truly fought valiantly on our behalf. Such a glorious event brings clarity to the complexities of life. From now on, Potato shall be my idol. Although his new book delayed my debut, I harbor no resentment toward him now. Even Lin Hao was taken aback by the widespread admiration Potato garnered within the online literature sphere. There is a reason for this phenomenon. The community of online writers is a diverse group, comprising individuals who have graduated from middle school, assembly line workers, students, stay-at-home parents, and social elites, including university professors. Such a varied composition leads to a pursuit of gratification in online literature, often rife with cliches and pretentious displays, resulting in a lack of recognition from mainstream cultural figures. They have long been at the bottom of the social hierarchy, dismissed as lacking literary quality. However, with Potato's meteoric rise to prominence in the realm of short stories, they now find themselves basking in his glory, even inadvertently standing a little taller. At the very least, in the future, short story writers will think twice before belittling them. Otherwise, they can retort, "Didn't you lose to Potato in a 3-1 match?" How very literary. Indeed, as anticipated by the online literary community, silence now envelopes the realm of short stories. No one expected Potato to excel in a 1-against-3 contest. There was no element of luck. He triumphed solely based on skill. Moreover, the 3 pieces he tackled were of distinct genres, each showcasing unique artistic expressions. This individual is a prodigy. A sense of insurmountable awe arose within everyone, particularly among the remaining 16 competitors. There was a sense of relief for having missed the literary duel due to their slower response times. Otherwise, their hard-earned reputations would have been tarnished in an instant. A 3-1 defeat is already humiliating enough, and to lose without even putting up a fight would be utterly mortifying. Suddenly, one individual suggested, "Why don't we invite Potato to join us? He has produced a considerable number of short stories, each of notable quality. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a short story writer. This could somewhat salvage our dignity, especially after losing to an online literature writer." He did not finish his thought, but everyone understood his implication. Losing to an online literature writer is far too embarrassing, especially in such a manner. Some expressed concerns. What if he declines? That would be quite awkward. Matters of honor are seldom rejected. Let's at least give it a try. After all, we have reached this point. What more do we have to lose? Every field possesses its own circles, and at this moment, the short story community's desire is to include Potato within their ranks. That way, they would be comrades, and the distinctions of victory and defeat would become trivial. At the headquarters of blog literature, the chief editor was approached by a young assistant who inquired, "How shall we proceed with the event? What else can be done?" The chief editor chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Potato's performance has left everyone utterly stunned. In truth, this event can no longer continue. With Potato having submitted 3 potential winning pieces, the other competitors are unlikely to participate. Otherwise, they would be willingly offering themselves as targets. The young assistant tentatively suggested, "Should we announce the conclusion of the event?" Absolutely not. At this moment, attention is not on that. We should avoid rubbing salt in anyone's wounds. Just let it be. In time, everyone will forget. However, be sure to remit Potato's prize money. Understood. Although the event concluded abruptly, the head of blog literature was not disheartened. On the contrary, he felt quite pleased. The sensationalism surrounding the literary duel, coupled with the explosive results, had propelled the event's popularity to unprecedented heights. Inviting Potato had proven to be an astute decision. Meanwhile, in the external world, The results of the literary duel gained immense traction, quickly ascending to the top of trending searches. Major media platforms began vying to report on the event. Potatoes won against three dominants. The online literature writer triumphed over the short story creators, emerging victorious. A short story genius hindered by online literature. This led to a surge of casual internet users, who typically paid no heed to novels, now keenly observing the developments. This potato character is quite formidable. An online literature writer excelling in short stories. Where can one argue against that? It is likely that the three defeated competitors never anticipated such an overwhelming defeat. This is indeed a grand public embarrassment. If I were one of the three writers who lost, I would be utterly ashamed to face anyone. As anticipated, the trio of defeated writers quietly formed a small group chat. There were no words exchanged. They merely flooded the chat with emojis, expressing their desolation. Their futures appeared bleak. My life feels as though I am walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side? Meanwhile, Lin Hao, the architect behind this outcome, had already returned home from work. He felt no exhilaration. The results of the duel were precisely what he had anticipated. This formidable strike, honed over 5 millennia, is a feat that most cannot withstand, save for individuals of the highest caliber across various fields. Lin Hao did not indulge in arrogance. Blue Star, as a realm that reveres art, possesses top-tier figures in every artistic domain, capable of rivaling or even surpassing the best on Earth. Yet, those individuals have long transcended base pursuits, preoccupied with self-improvement and the creation of works that will be remembered for generations. They have no time to compete with the younger generation. Thus, he felt no concern regarding their potential involvement. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification, a transfer from blog literature, presumably the prize money from the event. Upon seeing the amount, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. 200,000. Could it be that the other participants had forfeited? Lin Hao speculated, as each selected work earned 10,000, coupled with the additional bonuses for the top three, totaling exactly 200,000. This meant that all three winning pieces were his. This is a clean sweep. Truly, Potato possesses remarkable talent. Lin Hao mused, feeling rather self-satisfied. Speaking of which, the payment for Do should also be arriving soon. The sum is substantial, and he finds himself inexplicably looking forward to it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Hao logged into the Tomato website to upload and publish the second volume of Xianxia. Chapter 62. The Battle for the Protagonist Volume 2 begins with Lin Hao's adjustments. Starting from the moment Xianxia and his three companions descend the mountain to embark on their journey to Kongsang Mountain, concluding with the emergence of the Demon King. This period is rich with memorable scenes and introduces numerous new locations. The ancient Bat Cavern, the Abyss of the Undead, the Blackwater Mysterious Serpent, the Blood-Dripping Cave, the Heavenly Book, the Golden Bell, the Blackstone Cave, Xianxia City, and Liubo Mountain. It is also in this volume that the romantic relationship between Xianxia and Lu Sueki experiences significant development. In the ancient Bat Cavern, they stand shoulder to shoulder against their foes, sharing life and death. In the Abyss of the Undead, they support each other, relying on one another. Their heartfelt embrace by the emotionless sea further intertwines their souls, making them indispensable to each other's existence. The cool demeanor of Lu Sueki clashes, yet harmoniously blends with the resilience of Xianxia. Later, due to an incident involving Tianling, Xianxia confronts his master and is punished by kneeling in the rain. That night, Lu Sueki arrives by his side, revealing her feelings and sharing the rain with him. The original text states, "You saved and protected me at the cost of your own life. I shall reciprocate in kind. Your suffering, known to heaven and earth, cannot be shared, yet I will bear it alongside you." At this moment, Lu Sueki has already fallen for Xianxia. From the soft-heartedness during the Seven Veins martial arts conference to the life-risking protection in the Abyss of the Undead, and finally to the rainy night at Liubo Mountain. This marks the inception of their love. Another pivotal element is the introduction of Bai Yao, who also shares a romantic connection with Xianxia. Upon their first meeting, Bai Yao's quirky personality captivates him, and later, they find themselves trapped in the blood-dripping cave where they share their pasts. During Xianxia's moment of weakness, Bai Yao tends to him meticulously, and when she later encounters misfortune, he reciprocates her care. Ultimately, Bai Yao even falls asleep in Xiaofan's embrace. It is at this juncture that her affections for him blossom. Following their escape, a scene involving roasting rabbits unfolds, an act that countless male protagonists master, inevitably winning the hearts of the female leads. Xiaofan too harbors feelings for Bai Yao, as evidenced by his vision of her at the full moon well before the revisions of Zhu. Subsequently, Bai Yao sacrifices herself to shield Xiaofan from the Zhu sword, leading him to transform into Gue Li, with all his subsequent actions aimed at resurrecting her. It can be said that without Bai Yao, there would be no further plot development. In previous discussions, some have claimed that Zhu is merely a romance novel cloaked in the guise of fantasy tale, due to its unforgettable portrayals of love. This has fueled the ongoing debate between Bai Yao supporters and Lu Sueki's admirers. Online discussions have reaffirmed this sentiment. Having read through it all in one breath, one feels exhilarated. Xiaofan is also on the mend, competing with various masters. I have never encountered such a captivating fantasy narrative, where the conflict between good and evil is palpable, with each sect boasting its unique techniques, treasures, and rules. The plot is rife with twists and turns, and the characters are vividly crafted. While it may be labeled as fantasy, it is fundamentally a romance narrative, which I do not find disagreeable. Rather, I find it utterly engrossing. Even as a female reader, I am deeply invested. The storyline at Liubo Mountain is exceptionally well written. However, Xiaofan grapples with self-doubt, even doubting Lu Sueki's words, thinking it might all be an illusion. The poignant bond of life and death shared between Lu Sueki, the heroine, and Xiaofan is truly moving. Bai Yao is also a delightful character, the noble lady of the Demon King sect, who is drawn to righteous individuals. What an intriguing premise. Yet, compared to the reserved Lu Sueki, I find myself more inclined towards Bai Yao's bold and passionate nature. My apologies to Lu Sueki. I now favor Bai Yao. Nonetheless, I still prefer Lu Sueki, whose icy demeanor surpasses that of a mere girl. I am a supporter of Bai Yao. I am a supporter of Lu Sueki. Potato, the author, has a remarkable talent. Shortly after Xiaofan experiences heartbreak, he encounters two even more exceptional women. How is one to choose? I can't, for I choose them all. Count me among the harem supporters. As the discussion unfolds, it is no surprise that online users began to align themselves with different factions. With a multitude of opinions, everyone possesses unique tastes. However, as long as there is no disparagement, Lin Hao sees no issue. In the original work, although Xiaofan ultimately ends up with Lu Sueki, his feelings for Bai Yao are genuine. For instance, during the exchange between Fan Shui at Shaozhu Peak, "Come with me." "Where to?" "Anywhere, to the ends of the earth." "And what about Yao?" "Next time we meet, let it be with swords." These few lines resonate as a classic moment for all devoted readers, as they encapsulate the standing of both women in Gue Li's heart. When a man expresses a desire to take a woman to the ends of the earth, it signifies his love for her. This is an undeniable truth, is it not? When Gue Li speaks of the ends of the earth to Lu Sueki, he is genuinely forgetting Bai Yao, at least for that fleeting moment. Yet Lu Sueki's probing question rekindles his memories. And what about Yao? This inquiry is not an attempt to assert her superiority over Bai Yao in Gue Li's heart, but rather, it seeks to ascertain whether he can truly let go of the past and abandon everything to wander the realms with her. Simultaneously, it affirms Bai Yao's significance in Gue Li's heart, as she recognizes that the one he cannot forget is undoubtedly Bai Yao. Gue Li's eventual response reveals that both women hold considerable weight in his heart. He can forget Bai Yao and take Lu Sueki to the ends of the earth, yet he can also forsake that journey for the sake of Bai Yao. In just a few brief exchanges, the emotional entanglement between the three is eloquently articulated, thus earning its status as a classic. Ultimately, who is Xiaofan's true love? This question is profoundly challenging to answer, as his deep affection for Bai Yao and the unspoken understanding with Lu Sueki are both irreplaceable emotions in his heart. Therefore, rather than engaging in endless debates, Lin Hao merely wishes to state, only children make choices, adults desire it all. whether it be the cool and composed, introspective Lu Sueki, the whimsical and passionate Bai Yao, the cunning and beguiling Jin Ping, the astute and enchanting nine-tailed fox, or the lively, innocent, and kind-hearted Zhou Xiaowan. He finds merit in all. It is not mere lust. Rather, he appreciates the depth of these female characters. Why should he relinquish them to others? In the ancient world of fantasy, there is no need for monogamy. As one online user aptly put it, the path should not be so narrow, and companions should not be so few. Of course, this is merely jest. If Zhu Xian were to transform into a harem narrative, it would not have left such an indelible mark on its readers, nor would its influence endure so profoundly. This remains a unique regret of Zhu Xian. Chapter 63. The silver medal composer. The following day, Lin Hao arrived at the office, greeted by an endless stream of congratulations from colleagues, many of whom he did not even recognize. Confused, he made his way to the 16th floor. There, he found his department head, Tang Bin, seated at his desk. Upon noticing Lin Hao's arrival, Tang leapt to his feet, his face beaming with an extraordinary smile. "Teacher Earth, please take a seat." Lin Hao was almost pushed into his chair, curiosity getting the better of him. "Minister, what good news has occurred? Did you not guess?" Tang Bin chuckled, then added, "As of 8 o'clock this morning, the downloads for The Wind Rises have surpassed 10 million. "Oh," Lin Hao replied, nodding calmly. "Show some reaction." Tang Bin was taken aback, his carefully prepared words stuck in his throat. Wasn't he supposed to be overwhelmed with joy, leading them both in a jubilant cheer? Why was Lin Hao not adhering to script? It made him seem rather unsteady. Tang Bin, undeterred, emphasized it has become a masterpiece. The definition of a masterpiece in Blue Star is a song that surpasses 10 million downloads. This is a dream come true for all composers, except for the song father. "I understand," Lin Hao said, his expression still serene, as if it were merely a trivial matter, akin to asking someone if they had eaten. Truly, a prodigious talent, unfazed by triumph or disgrace. Tang Bin mused internally, then smiled. "From today onward, Teacher Earth, you have been promoted to silver medal composer. Your revenue share has also increased slightly. The company now retains 70%, while the remaining 30% is shared between the lyricist, composer, and the singer." Lin Hao felt a surge of joy at the news. While the additional money was not a primary concern, becoming a silver medal composer brought him one step closer to his dream of becoming the song father. "By the way, there's one more thing," Tang Bin continued. "The company intends to assign you a manager. Here is a list of all available managers. Please take a look." "Does a composer really need a manager?" Lin Hao inquired. Generally, entertainment companies assign managers to artists to handle daily affairs, publicity, and contract negotiations, aiding in their career development. But he was a composer. Tang Bin smiled gently. "You can think of it as a work assistant, someone to handle various trivial matters in your work life. The company places significant importance on you, which is something other silver medal composers do not receive." Lin Hao felt tempted, yet hesitant. He harbored secrets, and having an assistant constantly around might lead to the discovery of something unusual. Yet, an assistant could indeed be beneficial, liberating him from mundane tasks. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "No one can discover the existence of this system. You need not worry, host." With the system's assurance, Lin Hao's concerns dissipated. "Minister, do you have anyone in mind for the position?" As the head of the composition department, Tang Bin was undoubtedly familiar with these individuals, far more so than Lin Hao could glean from their dazzling resumes. "You've come to the right person," Tang Bin replied, invigorated. "Having been at the company for so many years, there is no one I do not know. After considering all candidates, I recommend these three. 1. Hanyu, 31. A single woman, known for her decisiveness and strong professional skills. She recently became available after managing an artist who retired. 2. Fan Ming, 42. A meticulous middle-aged man who recently transferred to headquarters. 3. Ma Xiulin, 38. A male with a connection to you. He was the marketing director at Prosperity Media, but after its bankruptcy, no company would take him, so he joined Jelly as a manager. He typically dismisses average artists, yet good ones make him wary, causing him to remain stagnant. However, he possesses immense capability and foresight. I believe he offers the best value among the three. Upon hearing this name, Lin Hao's expression turned peculiar. He was indeed acquainted with Ma Xiaolin, who had previously made efforts to clarify matters to preserve the company's reputation, but ultimately fell victim to his incompetent partners. However, as a senior figure, he had remained unscathed during the turmoil, suggesting he was a principled individual. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and asked, "We have some history. Are you not concerned he might harm me?" "Not at all," Tang Bin laughed. "At his age, with a wife and children, coupled with his previous troubles, anyone willing to employ him will surely have his heartfelt gratitude." "Then it's settled," Lin Hao nodded. A family man would act with caution, and with the system in place, he felt secure against potential threats. Most importantly, Ma Xiaolin was highly competent, possessing both vision and strategy. Had it not been for his unfortunate partners, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Seeing Lin Hao's decision, Tang Bin made a phone call. Before long, Ma Xiaolin arrived, but upon seeing Lin Hao, he was momentarily stunned. Lin Hao. He had studied Lin Hao and watched his live streams, so he was well aware of his appearance. But how could this man be here? "Old Ma, let me introduce you," Tang Bin said cheerfully. "This is Teacher Earth, who has chosen you as his manager. If you're willing, this arrangement is settled." "Earth is you?" Ma Xiaolin was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the author of the wildly popular Song The Wind Rises, who had been the talk of the internet, would be Lin Hao. And now he wanted to select him as his manager. Truly, life is full of unexpected encounters. After a moment's reflection, Ma Xiaolin looked at Lin Hao and asked, "Considering our past, are you not concerned?" Lin Hao smiled. "Trust those you employ. Do not doubt those you trust." "Then I am willing," Ma Xiaolin replied without hesitation. Initially, with the company's bankruptcy and asset liquidation, he had lost his job and faced a mortgage on his villa, feeling as if he were engulfed in darkness. But now, he had an instinct that an extraordinary opportunity was on the horizon. "Since neither of you has any objections, I wish you a fruitful collaboration." Tang Bin expressed his congratulations and departed, leaving the space for the two men. Ma Xiaolin quickly shifted to a serious demeanor, his face reflecting earnestness as he asked, "Teacher Earth, what are your aspirations?" "My aspirations?" Lin Hao mused. "Certainly, it is the prestige of art." However, he rephrased his thoughts. "Perhaps it is the influence of art. I wish for people all over the world to fall in love with my creations." Ma Xiaolin boldly inquired, "And how would you assess your skill level?" "Perhaps about 10 stories high," Lin Hao estimated modestly. Ma Xiaolin's eyes lit up. "There's a project at the company that I believe you should consider." He had some confidence in Lin Hao's abilities. "What project?" Lin Hao asked. "The cat company is currently planning a new animated film and is seeking a theme song. If selected, it would greatly expand your influence among the youth and children." "What is the content of the animated film?" Lin Hao queried. Ma Xiaolin, evidently well prepared, responded without hesitation. "It revolves around an ancient era of dark giants. Persuaded by the captain of the Blue Star Guard, one giant turns from darkness to light, defeating 3 fellow giants who were initially allies, absorbing their powers to seal them away, ultimately becoming a giant of light. For reasons unknown, this giant then transforms into a stone statue on Blue Star, reverting to a form of light to return to his homeland alongside his companions. Several years later, the giant of light was awakened by a man named Daegu, embarking on a fierce battle to defend the blue planet against numerous ferocious monsters and malevolent extraterrestrials. Upon hearing this introduction, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. "Is this not Ultraman?" If that is the case, he just happens to have a fitting theme song. Chapter 64. Urgent Mission when one mentions Ultraman. The first figure that springs to mind is none other than Giga Ultraman. He is the inaugural character among the Heisei trilogy, with an unassailable status and popularity. In China, he is a national icon, evoking countless childhood memories for many. It is believed that everyone has dreamed of transforming into Ultraman to vanquish monsters and protect the Earth. Many even have the phrase, "Do you believe in light?" as a catchphrase, showcasing the profound affection people hold for Giga Ultraman. Moreover, one cannot discuss Giga without mentioning its theme song, Miracle Reappears. This is the Chinese version of Giga Ultraman's theme, where the addition of electric guitar invigorates the melody, infusing it with a spirited dynamism. The lyrics are catchy, repeatedly emphasizing a positive attitude in the face of adversity, encouraging the audience to confront dangers with a smile, pressing forward with unwavering resolve, and expressing hope and courage for the future. It has garnered immense popularity, with nearly everyone able to hum a few lines. This song was indeed the perfect fit for the new animation by Cat Company. Resolute in his decision, Lin Hao declared to the system within his mind, "System, I wish to exchange for the song Miracle reappears, understood." In the next moment, a new melody materialized in the warehouse. Upon clicking play, the familiar tune resonated. Just like the sunlight piercing through the night, dawn quietly breaks the horizon. Instinctively, Lin Hao began to hum along. Observing this, Ma Xiulin speculated that Lin Hao might be experiencing a surge of inspiration, and he held his breath, fearful of disrupting the moment. It is well known that many classic masterpieces are birthed from sudden flashes of insight. Moments later, Lin Hao exhaled lightly, a smile gracing his features. "I'll send you the song this evening. Please help me sign up." The song is titled Miracle Reappears. A genius is one who is a step ahead, while a madman is 3 steps ahead. To maintain a semblance of reason, Lin Hao deliberately allowed some time for his creative process. Otherwise, he could have sent the song to him right away. It was merely a precaution. "All right, I'm on it," Ma Xiulin replied, his face alight with joy. Truly, he is a remarkable teacher on earth, able to complete a song so swiftly. Generally speaking, inspiration manifests as a mere melody or fragmented snippets, akin to a seed. Transforming it into a fully fledged composition is a complex endeavor requiring numerous revisions. Furthermore, it necessitates lyrics and arrangement, many intricacies involved. Some composers, despite having inspiration, may find themselves stymied for years, often needing collaboration to create a complete song. The more exceptional the work, the truer this becomes. For instance, the top composers at Jelly Entertainment may take months, even years, to refine a piece, with the company assigning tasks on an annual basis. Yet Lin Hao, having just struck upon inspiration, is poised to release a song by evening. Is this not the mark of genius? Ma Xiulin departed in a state of excitement, while Lin Hao leaned back in his chair, harboring a sense of anticipation. With the wind has risen, surpassing 10 million downloads. It is certain that his artistic reputation will witness substantial growth. Coupled with his previous victory in the literary contest, he felt he might be on the cusp of a delightful surprise. Opening his personal panel, Lin Hao mused to himself. Name, Lin Hao. Age, 22. Lifespan, 28. Farm, 5 acres of mountain land, 50 acres of irrigated land. Farm points, 2,973. Artistic reputation, 461-7489. His artistic reputation had nearly reached 5 million. Lin Hao was somewhat astonished. He recalled just recently surpassing the million mark, and now it had multiplied several times over. The wind has risen has truly been remarkable. This phenomenon is understandable. A hit song will undoubtedly proliferate across various short video platforms, with many individuals adopting it as background music for their videos, swiftly amplifying its exposure. The download numbers naturally surge. If this trend continues, it won't be long before he achieves a modest goal and reaps the rewards from a system. Lin Hao contemplated. Indeed, what the masses adore is what stands as the best. Meanwhile, Tang Bin sat in his office, his brow furrowed. This collaboration with Cat Company was under his direct supervision, yet none of the 18 songs submitted had met their approval. 3 top composers had been enlisted for this task. It wasn't a matter of their skill. Rather, the theme song was a commissioned piece that required alignment with specific themes, presenting considerable limitations. The difficulty of the task had escalated sharply. However, the requirements for this theme song were not overly complex. It merely needed to embody 3 key elements: fervor, courage in the face of adversity, and the pursuit of excellence. Capturing these 3 qualities should not pose a challenge for top composers, as crafting a melody that resonates with the heart is hardly a daunting task. What was most exasperating, however, was the particular fastidiousness of the Cat Company representatives. Several songs that Tang Bin believed were entirely suitable were still rejected, with the sole feedback being that they lacked a certain feeling. They failed to articulate what was amiss. It was simply a vague remark about the feeling. Was this not an unreasonable demand? If they themselves could not clarify their desires, How could anyone else deliver? This was the very reason why the top composers had faced repeated setbacks. Tang Bin felt increasingly disheartened. Nevertheless, the client was always paramount, and this order was worth a staggering 20 million, a rarity within the composition department. Additionally, he had to consider the broader ramifications. Should Jelly Entertainment fail to produce this theme song while another company succeeded, it would deliver a significant blow to the company's reputation. Thus, every effort must be made. Rubbing his temples, Tang Bin called his assistant and issued a directive. Elevate the cat company order to an urgent task. Furthermore, inquire if any top composers are available to take a shot at it. In addition to routine and temporary tasks, Jelly Entertainment also undertook urgent missions. Laborers in Blue Star hold a high status. No one can exploit them, least of all creators in the artistic domain. The relationship between the company and its artists is often more of a partnership than mere employment, as they collectively strive to enhance the company's success. Thus, senior composers typically enjoy substantial autonomy, with no one able to compel them to work. So, what happens when the company encounters a dilemma? In such cases, they often resort to incentives. Urgent tasks operate under strict rules regarding copyright ownership, with creators entitled to 50% of the order's value beyond the copyright. For the cat company order, that amounts to a cool 10 million. For most individuals, that is a sum they could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. Even seasoned composers occasionally find themselves tempted. Tang Bin fell out of options. With only 1 month remaining in the 3-month time frame given by Cat Company, he could only hope that someone within the company would rise to the occasion. Chapter 65. A token of gratitude for milk tea in the afternoon. Lin Hao arrived at the company's recording studio, prepared to record Miracle Reborn. Typically, recording a song necessitates a variety of instruments, such as drums and guitars for Miracle Reborn. However, the system had streamlined the process, providing a complete track that merely required a vocalist. Although he had previously harbored concerns, the system had assured him that such irregularities would go unnoticed. "Good afternoon, Teacher Earth," greeted the enthusiastic sound engineer. "How may I assist you today?" "Hello," Lin Hao nodded. "I'm here to record a song." "Leave it to me," the sound engineer proclaimed confidently. In the company, it was common knowledge that Teacher Earth was destined to be the next big composer, and collaborating with him was a privilege for all staff members. While the engineer adjusted the equipment, Lin Hao opened WeChat and messaged Feng Qinrong. "Are you free this afternoon? I need to record a new song in recording room number 3. The reply came almost instantaneously. "Yes, I'm on my way." Though Feng Qinrong was petite, her voice exuded an explosive quality. Coupled with her unique vocal range, she was well suited for this song. Thus, Lin Hao had once again turned to her, partly as a way of repaying her numerous treats of milk tea. Before long, Feng Qinrong arrived, breathless yet brimming with excitement. Since the success of The Wind Rises, her status within the company had soared, alleviating her financial worries. A single song could indeed sustain one for a lifetime. Most importantly, she was on the path to becoming a diva. One of the prerequisites for achieving diva status was to have performed 5 or more hit songs. She never imagined that Teacher Earth would seek her out again. It was an incredible opportunity. By diligently supporting Teacher Earth and following in his footsteps, she believed she could one day fulfill her dream of singing on the grandest stage. Noticing her enthusiasm, Lin Hao stood and poured her a glass of water, teasingly saying, "Take a sip and calm down. Just because I asked you to sing doesn't mean you need to worry about being outpaced." Feng Qinrong blushed and quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Earth." A moment later, Lin Hao added, "The lyrics and score are on the table. Familiarize yourself with them and memorize the lyrics. We'll give a try in 10 minutes. "Sure." Feng Qinrong picked up the materials and began to internalize the lyrics. 10 minutes later, taking a deep breath, she said to Lin Hao, "I'm ready. Let us start." "Okay," Lin Hao nodded. Feng Qinrong entered the recording booth, and the sound engineer commenced his work while Lin Hao oversaw the process. Given his current theoretical understanding and sensitivity to sound, he was more than capable of fulfilling this role. Make the voice more passionate, more fervent, and stronger. Feng Qinrong demonstrated impressive professionalism, completing the recording in just an hour. Emerging from booth, her face radiated excitement. "Teacher Earth, how did I do?" Remarkably well, Lin Hao praised, giving her a thumbs up. Although there were slight deviations from the original version, her high notes were far more penetrating and powerful, stirring his blood with excitement. Once the song was exported, the sound engineer promptly sent it for post-production. An hour later, they listened to the completed version. Absolutely wonderful, Feng Qinrong exclaimed, her face aglow. Teacher Earth, you are truly amazing. She had heard from her agent that this song was to be submitted to Cat Company for the theme of their latest animated film, and given its quality, it was sure to make the cut. Lin Hao smiled slightly. You sang beautifully as well. Teacher Earth. Feng Qinrong hesitated, stammering but ultimately mustering the courage to ask, why did you choose me to record this song? While my high notes are decent, there are many with similar capabilities in the company. Jelly Entertainment, being one of the top 5, boasts a plethora of talent. Moreover, considering your current stature, even top-tier singers would yearn for a collaboration with you. This is something I have never quite understood. Lin Hao pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, your milk tea was exceptionally delightful. Is that so? Feng Qinrong was taken aback. She had envisioned many possible answers, even entertaining the ludicrous notion that Teacher Earth might have ulterior motives, but she never anticipated this response. Simply a compliment on her milk tea? If this news reached the other artists in the company, Teacher Earth's desk would surely be overflowing with milk tea every day. After leaving the recording studio, Lin Hao sent the song to Ma Xuelin's email before departing the company. A moment of leisure brings joy. Perpetual leisure brings perpetual joy. Upon reaching the company entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Tang Bin. Under Tang Bin's curious gaze, Lin Hao felt a twinge of guilt as he remarked, I'm out seeking inspiration. Out seeking inspiration? Tang Bin mused. This was a common excuse among the company's many award-winning composers. As for Teacher Earth, he required no justification. He came and went as he pleased. However, Tang Bin gazed at Lin Hao's departing figure with a hint of melancholy, wondering, when did Earth become so wayward? Meanwhile, a rumor began to circulate within the company. Have you heard? Earth has signed up to compete for the theme song of Cat Company, the very project that even 3 gold medalists couldn't secure. Indeed, this order has been elevated to an urgent task. The one who completes it will receive a staggering reward of 10 million. How tempting, but I lack the ability. While Earth was indeed a prodigious talent, crafting a custom song was a task far more challenging than creating a hit, especially with Cat Company's notoriously discerning leadership. I fear it may be a tall order. After all, being young often meant being overly ambitious, believing that what others deemed impossible could be accomplished by oneself. Such is the folly of youth. Tang Bin quickly learned of the situation and promptly sought to quell the burgeoning atmosphere of speculation, reprimanding the most vocal offenders. Yet, upon returning to his desk, he sighed deeply. To be frank, he held little faith in Earth's endeavor, perceiving it as youthful arrogance and a lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation. He hoped this experience would serve as a valuable lesson for Earth, urging him to cultivate a more grounded approach. As Tang Bin consoled himself, he opened his computer and began to play Earth's song. A lively melody burst forth, captivating his attention. Interesting. Tang Bin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The lyrics soon followed. Just as sunlight pierces through the darkness, dawn quietly sweeps across the horizon. As he listened, he couldn't help but tap along to the rhythm, lost in the music. By the end of the song, he shot up from his chair, exclaiming, "Excellent! This song is sure to gain Cat Company's approval." He was convinced. Youthful ambition was indeed a virtue. After all, what is youth without a hint of audacity? Without hesitation, he forwarded the song to Cat Company's leadership. Chapter 66. A miracle will surely occur. The Cat Company animation planning team of the Giant of Light. A group of impeccably dressed individuals convened in a meeting. A woman, poised at the forefront, exhibited a calm demeanor akin to still water, her gaze sharp as a blade, methodically directing various affairs. Please double-check the synchronization of the post-production voiceovers and subtitles and expedite the recording and synthesis process. Be mindful of the background music volume. It must not be jarring. The previous promotional posters failed to capture the essence of the animation. The art team is to redesign 3 within the week. The atmosphere in the meeting was tense, with everyone attentively listening to the formidable woman at the helm. The attendees appeared somewhat uneasy, heads bowed. Pens and notebooks clutched tightly as they diligently recorded her every word. Some even broke into a fine sheen of sweat on their foreheads. Yet not a soul dared to exhibit any sign of complacency. However, a closer examination of their expressions revealed that many were secretly rolling their eyes. Li Ru was known within the company as the Great Demon King, imposing rigorous standards upon herself and equally demanding the same of others. Working under her was akin to enduring torment. Nonetheless, outwardly, they all feigned compliance and submission, for crossing her would lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Li Ru inquired, "Has Jelly Entertainment sent over the new theme song yet?" The preparations for the Giant of Light were nearing completion, with only the theme song remaining as the focal point of their current efforts. "No," replied the deputy team leader, cautiously adding, "the previous songs were of commendable quality, and with the animation's release fast approaching, perhaps we should settle on one?" "Absolutely not." Li Ru's response was resolute. "A lackluster effort is simply unacceptable. Can we afford to approach the theme song with such a cavalier attitude? If everyone adopts this mindset, they might as well return home to cultivate sweet potatoes." Upon hearing this, discontent brewed among the assembly. They believed that several of the songs sent by Jelly Entertainment met the standards, and that Li Ru's incessant nitpicking was excessively harsh and unreasonable. Li Ru surveyed the room, noting the expressions of her colleagues. "I am aware you perceive me as overly stringent and lacking in humanity, but the theme song is vital to an animation. We cannot afford to treat it lightly. We must exert our utmost to deliver an unparalleled experience to our audience." After a brief pause, Li Ru instructed the deputy team leader, "Press Jelly Entertainment for an update. Additionally, reach out to other entertainment companies. If Jelly fails to provide satisfactory songs by the deadline, we will promptly pursue collaboration with them." The deputy hesitated. "Is that truly advisable?" Li Ru's voice turned icy. "What is inappropriate about it? We are not initiating cooperation with other companies immediately." "Understood, team leader," he replied, nodding vigorously. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Glancing down, he saw a new song from Jelly Entertainment and sighed. "Team leader, Jelly has sent another song. Perhaps you could listen to it later?" Li Ru smirked. "Listen later? No, we shall do it now. With everyone present, let us discern whether my standards are too high or the song's quality insufficient." Reluctantly, the deputy opened the projector and connected the conference room's audio system, playing the song from his email. The projector displayed the lyrics as the music began to play. The lively melody, punctuated by urgent drum beats, infused the room with a sense of joy. All eyes brightened. The main verse unfolded. Like sunlight piercing through the night, dawn quietly brushes the horizon, whose silhouette traverses the cycle. The path to the future lies beneath our feet. Do not be sad, do not be afraid. Embrace tomorrow with unwavering confidence. In that instant, all gazes turned towards Li Ru with admiration. She instinctively straightened, her heart fluttering slightly. This song seemed promising. A new storm has emerged. How can we remain stagnant? Traversing time and space with all our might, I will stand by your side. The chorus crescendoed, vibrant and invigorating, resonating powerfully within each listener. Li Ru, the team leader, found herself breathing more rapidly than usual. The lyrics were uplifting. They inspired hope, akin to the dawn dispelling darkness, urging steadfastness in adversity. The melody was buoyant and spirited, emphasizing the power of confidence and hope, encouraging all to believe that the path ahead was theirs to tread, free from sorrow or fear, ready to embrace challenges and anticipate the arrival of tomorrow. It was exhilarating, stirring the very blood within. Was this not the sensation she had yearned for? As Blue Star faced crisis, the Giant of Light rose to protect our homeland. A miracle will surely occur. For reasons unknown, Li Ru suddenly recalled the most frequently quoted line from the Giant of Light, and poignant scenes flooded her mind. This ordinarily fierce woman felt her eyes moisten. Facing danger with a smile, the realization of dreams is not far away. Gathering courage, steadfastly moving forward. A miracle will surely occur. As the song concluded, all remained seated, lost in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, the deputy murmured, "Indeed. The team leader's decision is wise. This is the perfect theme song for the Giant of Light." "What is the name of this song?" someone inquired. "The title is Miracle Reborn, composed, written, and arranged by an individual named Earth." A collective gasp arose, followed by a flurry of discussion. "Is he that talented? I know him. He composed The Wind Rises. I heard he is quite young, yet I never imagined he could create such an exceptional custom song." The final line, "A miracle will surely occur," not only conveyed the belief in overcoming all difficulties, but also resonated perfectly with the dialogue. There cannot be a more fitting theme song. Moreover, its melody was simple and catchy, perfectly suited for an animated feature. Observing the excitement radiating from the group, Li Ru allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. As the discussions began to wane, she tapped her fingers upon the table, instantly restoring silence to the conference room. "This theme song from Jelly Entertainment has completely met my expectations, even surpassing them and bringing me a sense of surprise." Li Ru's tone remained composed. Yet she made a momentous decision. "Therefore, I have resolved that the Giant of Light will be released ahead of schedule, on the 25th of this month, in time for the October National Day holiday." Applause erupted, resounding with fervor. This decision was met with unanimous agreement from all present, not born of insincerity, but rather genuine endorsement. They believed that Miracle Reborn was a masterpiece, a perfect match for the Giant of Light, fully capable of carving a niche in the fiercely competitive National Day release window. Chapter 67. Purchasing a house. Your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 6,807,000 with an account balance of 8,917,256 yuan. It is Thursday, September 11th. Lin Hao awoke early in the morning to find a remittance. This was his share from the Giant of Light order after tax deductions. At the same time, he had also withdrawn his earnings from Do Pa, with the payment date being the second Thursday of each month. Although he had anticipated this, he could not help but be astonished when he saw the amount. Monthly earnings exceeding 10 million, whether on free or paid platforms. This was an unprecedented record. Even after nearly 4 million in taxes were deducted, he still had over 8 million left. Altogether, Lin Hao had nearly 20 million in funds at his disposal. He mused that it was time to embark on some significant ventures. He called Lin Wenbo. "Bozy, I will transfer 5 million to the company account shortly. Please expand the operations and acquire more land use rights. However, ensure that you only purchase land that has yet to be cultivated, and then we will plant uniformly." The system did not allow for card bugs, so he could only acquire barren land. Purchasing already cultivated land was prohibitively expensive and not cost-effective. On the other end of the line, Lin Wenbo's voice was tinged with excitement. "So much money? Rest assured, I will handle this matter impeccably." He was unconcerned about the source of the funds. He was simply focused on executing Lin Hao's requests. Lin Hao inquired, "What about my few acres of radishes?" It was indeed curious. Lin Wenbo replied with confusion. "The same land, the same seeds, yet the difference in yield is astonishing due to the varying fertilizers used. Uncle said these 5 acres of radishes can be harvested and sold by the end of the month, while the other dozens of acres will likely need to wait until November. What fertilizer are you using? I'll buy some more later. The system guarantees quality products." Unfortunately, his points were running low. After frequent usage, his farm points had dwindled to under 3,000, which was why Lin Hao was eager to expand his operations with his newfound wealth. After pondering for a moment, he created a plausible excuse to dismiss Lin Wenbo. "A university classmate gifted it to me. I'll ask if they have any more." "All right then." After hanging up, Lin Hao transferred 5 million to the company account. As for the operations, he was disinterested in micromanaging. He preferred to be a carefree investor. Next, he called his mother. "Hello, Mom. Son, why the sudden call? Is something wrong?" "No, not at all. Since you need to spend money on renovating the house, I'll transfer 2 million shortly so you can buy better materials. The rest you and Dad can keep for yourselves." "So much?" Son Yume asked, somewhat apprehensive. "I've been following your Doulu account. You Haven Tea streamed recently. Where did you get the money? Don't do anything foolish." His mother, naturally, was prone to overthinking. After a brief contemplation, Lin Hao decided to reveal part of the truth. "Am I that kind of person? He quickly composed his thoughts and said, I have a secret to share. My stage name is Earth, and my songs have become quite popular. The money is earned legitimately. I know. Song Yume exclaimed excitedly. Your sister plays The Wind Rises every time she comes home and has set it as her alarm tone. She's absolutely enamored. I had no idea Earth was my precious son. I always knew you had a gift for composing. You didn't say that before. Lin Hao rolled his eyes and instructed, just keep it to yourself as always. Don't spread it around. I know, Mama isn't foolish. Earth is actually my son. After hanging up, Lin Hao freshened up and stepped out. His roommates had stayed up late the previous night and were still sound asleep. Such was the simplicity of life in their senior year. Half an hour later, he arrived at the renowned Qingzhou mansion, known for its picturesque surroundings adorned with bamboo. With the increasing fame of his projects, Lin Hao urgently required a private space. Continuing to live in the dormitory felt increasingly incongruous. Having grown up in the countryside, he disliked the oppressive nature of tall buildings. So he had asked Ma Xiaolin to recommend a villa for him. As for why he hadn't gone to the office during the work week, he simply wished to express, skipping work can be quite addictive. Upon entering, a well-dressed young lady approached him with a bright smile. Good day, sir. Are you looking to purchase a property? Lin Hao nodded. Please show me the featured standalone villa. She brightened at the prospect of a significant client. Her years of experience led her to recognize that although Lin Hao wasn't clad in designer attire, his demeanor exuded calm confidence, indicative of someone capable of affording a home. Her enthusiasm grew. Please follow me this way. An hour later, Lin Hao was ready to sign a contract. Though a twinge of discomfort lingered within him, the villa was excessively expensive. Despite the real estate sector not being a pillar of the economy and the government's efforts to suppress rising prices, properties near the capital remained costly. Qingzhou Mansion, located conveniently between Lin Hao's school and company, was situated in a bustling area, and a standalone two-story villa he was interested in cost 30,000 per square meter. After discounts, the total price was 35 million yuan. Nonetheless, it could be considered worth the investment. The overall area was 280 square meters, tastefully decorated in a new Chinese style, ready for immediate occupancy. The first floor contained communal spaces, including a living room, dining room, and kitchen, while the second floor was designated for private rest, featuring a master bedroom and 4 additional bedrooms. In addition, there was a study, basement, balcony, and terrace. The property boasted a front courtyard and a small garden in the back. Lin Hao was instantly captivated. However, this left him financially strained. After paying the down payment, only a little over 800,000 remained in his bank account. Lin Hao could not help but lament, money really does vanish too quickly. He was now also a debtor, committed to a mortgage, and would need to earn more in the future. Nonetheless, Lin Hao felt no excessive anxiety. With Dopa still generating 30 million, it had become the most heavily promoted book by Xianxia, yielding a steady stream of income daily. Additionally, his music earnings would be arriving next month. With this in mind, he felt a renewed sense of happiness. After signing the contract, Lin Hao ignored the subtle physical contact from the sales lady, disregarding the enticing glimpses she inadvertently revealed as she bent down. He took the keys and walked out. For the Chinese people, purchasing a home is an ingrained cultural milestone. Owning a property brings immense satisfaction. Even Lin Hao could not suppress his excitement. He spent some additional time idling at the company before adjusting his mindset. At noon, mindful of his sister Lin Yu's work schedule, Lin Hao placed a call. Hello, Xiao Hao. Upon answering, Lin Yu's voice conveyed fatigue. I just got off work and am about to eat lunch. Lin Hao replied, I have some good news to share. What good news? Lin Yu laughed. You haven't found a girlfriend, have you? Fearing his sister would pressure him about finding a partner, Lin Hao quickly clarified. I'm preparing to send you some money. That sounds great. I'm open to it. Lin Yu chuckled. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation. As the call neared its conclusion, Lin Hao couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Is something going on with you, sis? The line fell silent for a moment before returning to life. It's nothing significant. Lin Yu spoke calmly. The publishing house has been struggling in recent years, and the upper management has made the decision to agree to the acquisition by Tomato website. There will be significant layoffs, and someone like me, who has yet to secure a permanent position, stands little chance of being retained. But honestly, it doesn't matter. If I lose my job, so be it. My brother is quite capable now, and I might as well take this opportunity to relax. Hearing his sister's insincere words, Lin Hao furrowed his brows. His sister had always cherished reading novels, and being an editor was her long-cherished dream, allowing her to directly urge authors for more content. How could she not be heartbroken? He immediately transferred 200,000 to her. His sister's voice suddenly brightened with joy. My dearest brother, I truly adore you. We must add an extra braised egg to lunch today. Lin Hao chuckled. Let us add a sausage too. The two exchanged laughter and banter. After hanging up, Lin Hao promptly called Chun Ming, inquiring, is it true that Tomato is planning to acquire a company called Luochuan Publishing? Chapter 68. One achieves enlightenment. And all beings ascend, Chun Ming recalled. It seems there is such a matter. Lin Hao explained, my sister, Lin Yu, works at this company and is about to lose her job due to the acquisition. Could you possibly hire her at Tomato as an editor? No problem. Leave it to me, Chun Ming replied without hesitation upon hearing Teacher Potato's request. He then confirmed, Luochuan Publishing Company. Lin Yu, correct? Exactly, Lin Hao responded, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. This way, my sister can continue doing what she loves most. Thank you, Mingo. Lin Hao expressed his gratitude, then added, but please don't reveal my identity. She still doesn't know I am Potato. He intended to keep his other identity under wraps for a while longer after it had just been exposed. What's there to be polite about? Chun Ming chuckled. So you want to keep your identity hidden? Understood. Just send me your ID number later to avoid any mix-ups. After a brief pause, Chun Ming inquired, when will the third volume of Xianxia be released? The readers are becoming quite anxious. The third volume? Lin Hao scratched his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. He had completed the third volume long ago, but had delayed its release for a reason. In this volume, Bai Yao would perish while blocking the Zhu Xian sword, which might provoke a strong adverse reaction from readers. However, he was reluctant to alter the plot against the original author's wishes. Now, that Chun Ming was urging him. It seemed he could no longer procrastinate. Taking a deep breath, he made a significant decision. I will upload it tonight at 8. After hanging up, Chun Ming promptly sought out the chief editor to relay the news. Upon hearing it, the chief editor was overjoyed. Such good fortune. If Teacher Potato's sister can stay at Tomato, we need not worry about him being poached by other platforms. He immediately called the HR department, insisting they respectfully invite her back. In the afternoon, within the grand conference room of Luochuan Publishing Company, hundreds of employees gathered for the final meeting before the acquisition. The leader's expression was grave. I know everyone is reluctant to leave the company, but it is unavoidable. The company is not profitable enough to support this many employees. I hope everyone parts on good terms and wishes you all the best in finding new opportunities. The leader spoke with heartfelt emotion, yet no one paid attention to his speech. Everyone was downcast. For aside from a few core personnel and some workers on the printing lines, the rest were facing unemployment. Tomato primarily focused on online operations and had recently ventured into the physical book market, eyeing Luochuan Publishing's ability to reach surrounding areas and sell books. Naturally, the older employees would no longer be needed. Lin Yu stood at the back of the crowd, her face clouded with unhappiness. She hadn't even completed her internship and now lost her status as a fresh graduate, uncertain of her chances of securing a new job. As the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed in a flurry. Sigh, here I am, unemployed at my age, burdened with a mortgage and family to support. I have no idea what to do next. Fortunately, the severance pay from Tomato was substantial, allowing her to manage while seeking new paths. Minye imlaaving. Lin Yu was bidding farewell to her colleagues, particularly to her editor, Xian Min, who had been very supportive since her arrival at the company. Just then, the company's top leader unexpectedly approached with a large entourage, visibly excited, calling out, "Who is Lin Yu? Is Lin Yu still here?" The sudden turn of events caused those who had not yet departed to pause and glance over. Lin Yu herself was bewildered. Are they calling for me? It must be. I am the only Lin Yu in the company. Under Xian Min's puzzled gaze, Lin Yu timidly raised her slender hand. I am Lin Yu. The leader hurried over. A middle-aged man beside him glanced at Lin Yu, then looked at his phone and recited a series of numbers, asking, "This is your ID number, right?" Although unsure of what was happening, Lin Yu nodded. The leader smiled. "This is Tang Peng, the the head responsible for the acquisition at Tomato. He would like to invite you to join Tomato Novels as an editor. Why not accept? Me? Lin Yu felt as though she were dreaming. As a mere intern, what merit did she have to be invited by Tomato? Not only she, but even those around her were astonished. Lin Yu has quite the connections. The head of Tomato personally came to invite her. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Lin Yu suddenly deduced a possibility. It was likely due to her brother's influence. Realizing her brother had connections, she smiled and accepted. All right, I am willing. Upon hearing this, Tang Peng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, editor Xiamin asked, Yu, would it be possible for me to join you? Although it was somewhat abrupt, Xiamin prioritized her job security over her pride. Lin Yu hesitated. Xiamin had always looked after her, and she wished to help. But she was unsure how powerful her brother's influence truly was. After much contemplation, she turned to Tang Peng. Is that all right? Tang Peng, noticing their close relationship, readily agreed. Of course, bringing her along is no trouble at all. She can be your assistant. Lin Yu beamed. Thank you. You are so kind. Xiamin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Although the roles had reversed, she felt no sorrow. The position of editor-assistant at Tomato was far more promising than that of chief editor at Luo Chuan Publishing. Besides, with Lin Yu's solid connections, she would surely find opportunities for advancement in the future. The others watched this scene with envy and resentment. They never expected such a request would be granted by Tomato. Some contemplated speaking up, but their relationship with Lin Yu was merely average, and they had even bullied her when she first joined the company, ultimately deciding against self-humiliation. Thus, Lin Yu and Xie Min became the only two editors from the company to join Tomato. That evening, Lin Yu shared the good news in the family group chat, sending a red envelope to celebrate. A 200 yuan envelope. However, Lin Hao had poor luck, only managing to snag 74 cents. Just as he lamented his bad fortune, a video call from his sister Lin Yu came through. Upon connecting, Lin Yu directly inquired, Xiaohao, what happened this afternoon with the acquisition? Why was I invited to join Tomato? Lin Hao did not conceal the truth. I leveraged my connections through friends. That's a relief, Lin Yu sighed. I was worried it might be some new kind of scam. Tomato said, I start on Monday at the headquarters. I will be working in the capital from now on. When the time comes, I will treat you to something delicious. All right, I will be waiting. Lin Hao added, when I arrive in the capital, I have a big surprise for you. What surprise? I want to tell you. You'll find out when you arrive. Stop keeping me in suspense. After ending the call, Lin Hao opened his computer, took a deep breath, and published the third volume of Zhu Xian. Chapter 69. The Reader Uprising. Currently, Zhu Xian has released 2 volumes, unfolding an immensely grand world of immortal heroes for its readers. Many characters have garnered significant affection, with Lu Sueki and Bai Yao, alongside Xianxia, accumulating the most popularity. The daily debates regarding who the true heroine is unfold across various platforms. As 8 o'clock approached, everyone eagerly positioned themselves before their phones, ready to delve into the novel at the first opportunity. The third volume marks the first large-scale clash between the righteous and the demonic factions. Before the great battle commenced, Song Dao Ren launched a covert attack on Dao Xian, initially using a 7-tailed centipede to ambush him, followed by a direct strike that severely injured Dao Xian. Moreover, Song Dao Ren was already the most powerful figure in Qingyun sect, aside from Dao Xian, responsible for the sect defenses. Under his orchestration, the 4 demonic sects advanced directly to Yuqing Hall without detection. The ensuing battle was fiercely brutal, only quelled by the emergence of the Zhu Xian sword, which drove back the demonic forces. Readers were enthralled. However, the subsequent plot took a heart-wrenching turn. Dao Xian pressed Xianxia for secrets, inquiring about the origin of the bloodthirsty pearl. The monks of Tianyin Temple confronted Xianxia, demanding to know why he possessed their esoteric knowledge of the great Brahma Prajna. As the Dharma avatar recounted the tale, it was revealed that the massacre of Samyao village was orchestrated by Pu Zhi, one of the 4 great monks, igniting a torrent of murderous intent within Xianxia. Just as the Dharma avatar prepared to strike, Bai Yao suddenly dashed forward, attempting to rescue Xianxia. At that moment, readers felt a surge of anticipation. This tainted righteous path was not worth pursuing. Perhaps it was better to roam the world with Bai Yao. In the Yuqing Hall, The righteous faction recognized Bai Yao's identity and erupted in chaos, eager to retaliate, only to be met with an attack from the Ghost King, who was concerned for his daughter. The battle reignited. Dao Xian, gritting through his injuries, summoned the Zhu Xian sword to repel the demonic assault. Yet, in an unexpected twist, Dao Xian swung his sword once more, this time aimed at Zhang Xiaofan. The hearts of all tightened in dread, just as Zhang Xiaofan seemed destined to meet his end. A clear chime rang, and a green figure stood before him. It was Bai Yao. Amidst the fierce winds, her slightly reddened eyes gazed at Zhang Xiaofan, a gentle smile gracing her pale face. For love's sake, even if I fall into the depths of hell for eternity, I shall not regret. A violent whirlwind encircled Bai Yao, lifting her gracefully into the air to meet the resplendent, multicolored sword. In that moment, she radiated the only light in the world. An unparalleled brilliance soared upward, colliding thunderously with the Zhu Xian main sword. An indescribable roar reverberated through the heavens. In a vague vision, a slender, sorrowful figure began to descend from the sky. No! Zhang Xiaofan's anguished cry pierced the air, tears streaming down his face. Why are you so foolish? I have yet to tell you. The person I saw on the full moon well was you. At that moment, the readers erupted. Bai Yao had perished? Regardless of whether they supported Bai Yao, Xueki, or belonged to the insatiable harem faction, none could accept this reality, flooding the review section to vent their emotions. Return Bai Yao to us. Return Bai Yao. Potato, what are you doing? How could you kill off my favorite female character? Tears flowed freely. Potato, you're truly despicable. Who writes novels like this? A killer is not supposed to wield such a blade. Why do we even call you Great Potato? You old thief, your life is forfeit. Though I am a staunch supporter of Xueki, I cannot help but feel moved. Bai Yao deserves better. I shall no longer criticize her. The revelation that Zhang Xiaofan saw Bai Yao in the full moon will provide some solace for us supporters, hoping for her revival. The comment section was ablaze with outrage. This reader-initiated uprising swiftly spreading across platforms, overwhelming the comment sections of Potato's various accounts. The discourse predominantly expressed two sentiments. First, a cry for Bai Yao's resurrection. Second, an outcry for Potato to face dire consequences for her demise. The former reflected readers' yearning to see Bai Yao revived, while the latter conveyed their fury over her untimely end. Riding this wave of discontent, Bai Yao's popularity decisively eclipsed Lu Xueki for the first time. At this moment, no one cared for the heroine debate. A blogger posted a message threatening to send a blade to Potato, quickly gaining traction and surpassing 2 million views within an hour. More loathsome than a mere cliffhanger is the act of slaying beloved characters. Potato had committed both offenses simultaneously, inciting reader outrage. The shift in nomenclature was telling. Readers once referred to him affectionately as Great Potato or Teacher Potato. They even hesitated to urge him for updates, fearing for his well-being. Yet now, they referred to him as Old Thief Potato. This fury even permeated the Tomato website, with countless readers inundating the official page with cries of despair, insults, and demands for updates or revisions, creating an atmosphere thick with impending storm. However, the editors dismissed the matter lightly, considering it typical for novelists to wield their blades. Some novels even ended with just a name remaining. Potato's audacity was remarkable. He had slain a popular character, and the ensuing heat was palpable. The editors began to analyze the situation from a professional standpoint. Yet, the gravity of the situation exceeded their expectations. The data center reported a sudden drop in active users after 9 o'clock, suggesting a direct correlation to the unfolding events. Reader discontent had reached a boiling point. This was the first time Tomato's editors encountered such an uprising. No novel had ever impacted readers so profoundly, leaving them somewhat flustered. Without traffic, there would be no revenue. Even editor-in-chief Wu Tianxi was stirred, receiving a call from a powerful woman requesting him to communicate with Potato about reviving Bai Yao. What a grandiose notion! As if Potato could be swayed by me. Wu Tianxi grumbled, ultimately delegating the task to Chun Ming, hoping he could discern Potato's true intentions and offer readers some response. The reader's actions may seem irrational, yet they were driven by a singular purpose, the revival of Bai Yao. After all, Zhu Xian exists within a fantastical realm where the impossible might just be feasible. However, Lin Hao could not provide such reassurance. From the outset, Zhu Xian declared that the heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. This established the tone of the entire narrative, whether it be immortality or resurrection. Such feats were deemed unattainable. Subsequent plot developments confirmed this reality, as Xianxia and the Ghost King's numerous efforts failed to achieve by Yao's revival. All that remained for the readers was a fleeting glimpse of her emerald silhouette. Chapter 70. The television series Lin Hao anticipated that readers might experience an overwhelming sense of discomfort prior to the release, which contributed to his reluctance to publish the third volume. Nevertheless, he never contemplated altering the plot. Firstly, he wished to honor the original work. Secondly, the death of Bai Yao marked the most pivotal turning point in the narrative, leading to a profound transformation in Xianxia, who thereafter assumed the alias of Gue Li and joined the Ghost King sect. The subsequent storyline revolves around the quest to resurrect Bai Yao, interwoven with the conflict between righteousness and evil. During this period, the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki also unfolds before the public eye. In truth, refraining from responding proved beneficial. Bai Yao did not return to life by the conclusion, thus preserving an element of hope for the readers. As for the readers' grievances, he had no intention of alleviating them, for he discovered a peculiar phenomenon. During the readers' uproar, his artistic reputation surged at a remarkably accelerated pace. How could one rationalize such a phenomenon? It appeared that, amidst the chorus of online praise, a torrent of criticism served him far better. Therefore, he thought, do not blame me. A bold idea began to take shape in Lin Hao's mind. Achoo! Upon awakening on Saturday morning, Lin Hao sneezed twice. The first was fortuitous, the second ominous. Someone must be disparaging him behind his back, he mused. After 2 days of fermentation, the online vitriol had somewhat subsided. However, it still inevitably impacted Lin Hao's life. Today marked his meeting with Chun Ming. Lin Hao arrived early at the appointed CF, donning a mask while scanning the surroundings. Though no one would recognize him, an incessant worry gnawed at him, that someone might suddenly emerge from an obscure corner and assault him. He felt exceedingly apprehensive. Before long, Chun Ming arrived at the CAF. A rugged middle-aged man with a square face and a clean-shaven beard, Chun Ming exuded confidence and composure, a testament to the recent resurgence of his career. Noticing Lin Hao's youthful visage, he was taken aback by the striking handsomeness that even a mask could not conceal. After settling in, Chun Ming greeted him warmly. "Hello, Teacher Tudou? Are you feeling under the weather?" Lin Hao's lips twitched. "Yes. I've been feeling unwell lately and didn't want to pass it on to others." "Ahem. Make sure to take your medicine," Chun Ming advised, placing a package of tea on the table with a smile. "This is a gift from the chief editor. Please extend my gratitude to him." After some casual conversation, Chun Ming transitioned to the main topic. Several film companies are interested in acquiring the adaptation rights for Do Pa. Our company has analyzed this opportunity, and it appears to be a lucrative deal that could further enhance Do Pa's influence. However, we require your consent. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao involuntarily shuddered, responding in reflex. A television series is out of the question. We've entered an entirely different realm. I do not wish to witness the reappearance of Do Chi transforming into a horse. Please remain calm, Teacher Tudou, Chun Ming replied, surprised by Lin Hao's intense reaction. Yet, years of experience taught him to refrain from probing too deeply. Instead, he continued, "If a television series is unfeasible, what about a film?" Before he could finish, Lin Hao interrupted vehemently. "A live-action film is even less acceptable." Lin Hao's agitation escalated. While the transformation into a horse could be somewhat justified by budget constraints, the prospect of a live-action film was utterly indefensible. Setting aside the plot, the portrayal of Xiaoyan alone was enough to leave one speechless. The actor's unique nostril acting method elicited either a chaotic display of features or a grotesque expression, leaving viewers feeling as though they were choking on a bone. The online community mockingly dubbed him the Bull Demon King, and he didn't even need to wear a nose ring. How could one cleanse such an image? Moreover, without comparison, there could be no harm. Lin Hao Xiao had even prompted a wave of apologies directed at another actor, Wu Sanshi, with fans admitting they had spoken too loudly. A notorious catchphrase emerged. If you are Xiao Yan, then who am I? This abstraction made one want to support Yunlan's sect, leaving countless viewers with psychological scars, which explained Lin Hao's vehement response. Chen Ming, somewhat perplexed, recalled the task assigned to him by the chief editor and pressed on, undeterred. What about an anime adaptation? An anime is acceptable, Lin Hao conceded this time. With adequate funding, the special effects could indeed be produced. Hearing this, Chen Ming sighed in relief. As long as they didn't submit a blank slate, they were in good standing. Subsequently, the two discussed numerous matters. Since this was their first face-to-face meeting, they resolved several online discussions that had proven difficult to finalize. Lin Hao even pinned 50 personalized signatures for a lottery event associated with the physical edition of Do Pa. During lunchtime, Lin Hao treated Chen Ming to a meal, expressing gratitude for his assistance in helping his sister secure a job, resulting in a delightful gathering. After bidding farewell to Chen Ming, Lin Hao returned to Qingzhou Mansion and called Ma Xiulin, intending to have him design a recording studio in his villa. This would facilitate his explanation of the origins of his music. Ma Xiulin lived nearby, which was why Lin Hao had chosen him. Minutes later, he arrived. Teacher Dichio. Brother Ma. They exchanged greetings. Lin Hao led Ma Xiulin on a tour of the villa. Upon returning to the living room, Ma Xiulin inquired, "Do you have any specifications for the renovation materials?" Lin Hao, having done his homework, replied knowledgeably, "The soundproofing should be top-notch, and the relevant equipment should be high quality. As for the rest, you can arrange it as you see fit." After a moment of contemplation, Ma Xiulin proposed, "I suggest you find a room of about 50 square meters and convert it into a medium-sized professional recording studio suitable for music production and small band recordings. In addition to the equipment, we should install a separate power system and an air conditioning ventilation system. The total cost will be approximately 800,000. That sounds good." Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to ask when construction could commence, he remembered that his bank account was nearly empty, and thus changed his tune. "Let's start next month." "Not a problem. We can begin at any time." Lin Hao added, "Please help me select some commonly used musical instruments and compile a list of their models and prices." "Sure." After seeing Ma Xiulin off, Lin Hao reclined on the sofa and stretched comfortably. At that moment, he suddenly understood why high-powered executives and government officials always surrounded themselves with secretaries or assistants. It was simply too convenient. Those who utilize such resources would surely understand. That evening, upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Hao was taken aback by the appearance of his three roommates. Clad in suits above and shorts below, all sporting slick-back hairstyles, they presented a rather comical sight. "What on earth are you doing?" "Fashion," Huang Yu declared, swiveling his hips in a flamboyant yet jarring pose. "This is the latest trend online. The sophisticated attire of successful men." Yang Guo chimed in, "Do we look handsome?" Lin Hao, utterly speechless, felt as though his roommates had lost their minds. Fang Qingshan, possessing decent looks, styled his hair back and paired it with gold-rimmed glasses, appearing somewhat refined. However, the other two, did they not have any self-awareness? One had a face as round as a basin, while the other had a visage that appeared oblivious. With their slick-back hair, an unsuspecting observer might mistake them for members of the underworld. Though he jested, Lin Hao recognized the importance his roommates placed on the upcoming social gathering, which explained their unusual attire. Yet he found himself puzzled. Huang Yu mused, while it was one thing for Yang Guo to act recklessly, why had Fang Qingshan, typically so reserved, suddenly shed his usual reticence, presenting himself like a peacock in full display? He voiced the question that lingered in his heart. Chapter 71. Great Potato. "You wouldn't want." The three were taken aback by the remark. "You don't know?" "What do I know?" Lin Hao replied, utterly confused. A peculiar silence enveloped them. Their exchanged glances igniting sparks in the air. "You didn't tell him?" "I thought you told him. I assumed you both would inform him." "Lin Hao. So you simply forgot about me." Huang had cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness and address Lin Hao. This time, Song Qingxue will also attend. Song Qingxue? Lin Hao recalled a figure from his memory. She was indeed a senior, known to be the daughter of a prominent family, seldom residing on campus. arriving and departing in rare, luxurious vehicles. Not only was Song Xianxia exceptionally beautiful, but she had also signed with Jelly Entertainment in her sophomore year and recently ascended to the rank of silver-level composer. A saying circulated in the university: whoever marries Song Xianxia would never need to strive again. It was no wonder the three were like peacocks displaying their plumage. Why would she come? Lin Hao inquired, intrigued. In his memory, Song Xianxia was notoriously aloof, avoiding school activities and rebuffing the advances of any male suitors, let alone attending social gatherings. This was precisely why they found it implausible that she would join an event, even knowing she was Xiaoke's roommate. Who knows? Yang was shrugged. Perhaps it was a whim. Why fret over it? Just enjoy the chance to mingle with a girl of her caliber. Huang Yu began to indulge in unrealistic fantasies. If I could win her over and secure a referral, joining Jelly Entertainment would be a foregone conclusion. At this, the trio collectively rolled their eyes. Daydreaming, fantastical thinking, utterly delusional. The following morning, Lin Hao and his companions headed to the venue for the social event. Their itinerary was packed: a meal at an upscale Western restaurant, followed by an escape room game, and concluding with hot pot and a movie. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lin Hao was about to enter when Xianxia stopped him. Hold on, let us wait for the girls to arrive before going in together. Lin Hao was puzzled. Why? It appears more gentlemanly, Huang Yu teased. No wonder you've remained single. You lack even basic social skills with girls. Lin Hao turned to Fang Qingshan, who nodded in agreement, leaving him somewhat speechless. Before long, Xiao Ku and her roommates arrived. They were like a vibrant tableau, each possessing unique beauty. The most striking among them wore a flowing, pure white gown that danced with the breeze, as if she were one with the elements. Is that Song Xianxia? Lin Hao mused, having never encountered her before due to his reclusive nature. No wonder she was hailed as a goddess, he thought. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her features exuded an air of cool detachment. Particularly captivating were her eyes, serene and deep, glancing over the surroundings without a ripple of emotion, as if nothing could disturb her inner calm. This regal, frosty demeanor made her seem untouchable, yet irresistibly alluring. Lin Hao couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Hello, Lin Hao, Xiao greeted warmly. Thank you for your earlier support. My song has climbed in the new song charts, all thanks to you. Half a month had passed, and Huang Yu's Hi ranked 38th, while Xiaoke's secret was 47th. The competition was fierce in the first half of the month, with little fluctuation thereafter. Thus, they had effectively secured their positions for September. This was a significant achievement. No need for formalities, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Your song is also excellent, and if you wish to express your gratitude, direct it toward Xianxia. He asked the one who spoke highly of you. Xiaoke blushed slightly at this, moving closer to Xianxia and gently wrapping her arm around his. She lowered her head, speechless. What? Huang Yu gasped, incredulous. Let me formally introduce you, Xianxia declared, puffing out his chest as he wrapped an arm around Xiaoke's shoulder. This is my girlfriend, Xiaoke. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huang Yu could hardly accept this reality. Just 2 days prior, they had agreed to remain single together, and now he had jumped ahead into a relationship. Lin Hao and Fang Qingshan shared similar astonishment. Xianxia had always struggled with romantic pursuits. How had he secured a girlfriend so quickly? Even Xiaoke's roommates were taken aback. One girl remarked, Cuckoo, you've hidden this well. You didn't even tell us. Xiaoke tucked her hair behind her ear, feeling bashful. We just got together and were planning to share the news. You're so inconsiderate. Another girl feigned annoyance. With his girlfriend being playfully teased, Xianxia quickly changed the subject. Let us head inside. Nothing is more important than eating. Indeed, we must not neglect the joys of food. Lin Hao concurred, leading the way inside. Starved from having skipped breakfast, his stomach growled audibly. The others filed in afterward. Since Xiaoke was financially comfortable, she had chosen a more upscale restaurant, where each dish was more delectable than the last. Lin Hao relished the meal, indulging even in 2 servings of steak. Looking up, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Song Qianxia. What are you staring at? Lin Hao asked, bewildered, as he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. It was no mere illusion. Song Qianxia's gaze seemed to linger on him, as if scrutinizing him closely. A sense of unease washed over him. Could it be that she is here for me? He had speculated earlier, otherwise. Why would she break her customary aloofness to attend this gathering? It wasn't vanity. Compared to Huang Yud and the others, he indeed held greater value. After several encounters of their eyes meeting, Lin Hao became convinced. She was indeed focused on him. Yet, they had never crossed paths before. He found himself perplexed, wondering what she wanted. His secret identities had never been revealed to anyone outside his family. This mystery persisted until the conclusion of the film. As they parted ways, passing each other, Song Qingshui suddenly spoke. Great Potato, you wouldn't want your identity as a renowned author to be discovered, would you? What? Lin Hao was utterly bewildered. When had the potato identity been exposed? Upon seeing his reaction, Song Qingshui smiled, a radiant expression akin to a snow lotus blooming atop an icy peak. Chapter 72. One leaf reveals autumn. How was the potato disguise ultimately exposed? Lin Hao's mind raced with thoughts. He had been meticulous in safeguarding his identity, only confiding in his mother that he was from Earth. Could it be from the Tomato side? However, as a major platform, Tomato had no incentive to divulge his identity. Such a revelation would serve no benefit to them and could provoke poaching from other platforms. It was inconceivable that Tomato would fail in their confidentiality efforts. Presently, the reader was still seething with anger. If she were to publicly declare that Potato was indeed herself, would that not spell disaster for him? As he watched Song Qingshui drift further away, Lin Hao hastily caught up, lowering his voice. Qingshui, may I have a word? Song Qingshui halted, slowly turning her head with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Are you asking me out, Lin Hao? Lin Hao nodded indeed. What was she pretending for? Wasn't this precisely her intention? Still, since she enjoyed playing games, he was more than willing to partake in the charade. Regardless, it was essential to discern her motives first. A smile danced in Song Qingshui's eyes. I receive countless invitations like this daily. Do you think I will accept? I would wager you will. I rarely invite others. If this fails, we shall leave it at that. Lin Hao replied calmly, his expression composed. Silence enveloped them. Such a resolute stance clearly took Song Qingshui by surprise. Lin Hao had realized her intent the moment his identity was uncovered. If she genuinely wished to promote it, she could simply announce it online. Since she chose to confide in him, it suggested she held leverage over him. Evidently, she aimed to prompt Lin Hao into extending an invitation while maintaining a condescending demeanor. However, yielding in such matters would render one subservient. Therefore, Lin Hao countered her moves, refusing to concede, striving to disrupt her rhythm and secure a favorable negotiating position. If it happens, it happens. If not, so be it. At worst, he could transition from the background to the foreground. It was no great loss. In less than 3 seconds, Song Qingshui smiled. You never invite anyone, and I never accept invitations. It seems fate has brought us together. Lin Hao smiled in return. Her response indicated consent. There's a rather pleasant CAF nearby. Shall we? Song Qingshui? With that, Lin Hao took a step forward. Song Qingshui lingered for several seconds before following suit, trailing behind him, reminiscent of a girl covertly pursuing her crush. Onlookers, witnessing this exchange, were left in disbelief. Have they really struck up a connection? Huang Yu gaped, feeling as though he had just sustained an electrifying blow. After all our meticulous planning, we still can't compete with Xiao Hao. This world truly is a colossal facade. Fang Qingshan remarked quietly. Yanghua, with a hint of envy, said, Xiao Hao may not act often, but when he does, it's a trump card. Yet the next moment, someone tugged at his ear. Ouch! What now? Xiao Ke's eyes were frosty, her tone icily sharp. Are you feeling wrong being with me? Not all. Not at all. Yanghua's survival instincts kicked in. My girlfriend is the best in the world. Being with you is a blessing I've earned over 8 lifetimes. That's more like it. Xiao Ke released her grip. Watching the two figures gradually distance themselves, her heart unsettled. Was this truly the same Song Qingshui who had never been cordial with boys? In the CAF, Lin Hao leisurely stirred his coffee, devoid of any anxiety about his identity being discovered. Song Qingshui sat there just as unperturbed. After finishing his cup, Lin Hao glanced at the time, deciding not to prolong the conversation. Speak plainly, what brings you here? Instead of answering, Song Qingshui posed a question. I once heard someone say that a frog at the bottom of a well can only see a limited sky. I'm curious. How is it that someone from a humble village can pen such extraordinary works? Lin Hao's gaze sharpened. You've been investigating me? Not quite an investigation. Xianxia replied nonchalantly. The moment you possess value, your information becomes accessible to countless individuals. You should be mentally prepared for that. In light of this, Lin Hao decided to pose a question of his own, fixing his intense gaze on her. I believe I've concealed my identity well. How did you discern that I am Potato? You still haven't answered my question, she countered. If I were unaware of the answer, I would not respond to any inquiries. Lin Hao's resolve was unwavering. After a moment's contemplation, Xianxia provided an unexpected answer. I overheard you on the phone at the company that day. Heard me? Lin Hao recalled that on the day of the release of Xianxia, he indeed had a conversation with Chun Ming at the office. That must have been when she listened in. Given that Xianxia was also a composer at Jelly Entertainment, this scenario was entirely plausible. What a coincidence! Who would have thought the issue would stem from him? He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Forgiving himself for this oversight, Xianxia inquired calmly, Can you now answer my question? Lin Hao felt a jolt of apprehension. Though her question seemed to belittle him, it actually questioned his dual capabilities in both writing and composing, both of which had yielded remarkable success. He was untroubled by the possibility of others discovering his system, but contemplated a rationale to explain this phenomenon. Once he surpassed Xianxia's scrutiny, he would need no further explanations. The endorsement of a prominent heiress would overshadow all unmeaningful doubts from the outside world. After gathering his thoughts, Lin Hao rose and approached the window. Look outside. See what? She queried. Houses? Lin Hao shook his head. People? He continued to shake his head. Xianxia puzzled, mused about the sparse evening foot traffic. What else could there be? Just then, a brown shape caught her eye. Trees? Yes, precisely. Lin Hao nodded, then asked again, What do you see on the trees? Leaves. What can you discern from the leaves? Leaves are just leaves. What can one discern? Xianxia chuckled lightly, but her demeanor swiftly hardened, frost emanating from her countenance. Continuing to ask these meaningless questions, do you find it amusing to toy with me? See, you're getting anxious again. Lin Hao turned back to her, shaking his head with a sigh, then feigned an air of profound mystery as he spoke slowly. Some individuals have never witnessed the vast ocean and believe rivers to be the most magnificent. Conversely, some can perceive the entirety of autumn through a single fallen leaf. At that moment, a yellowing leaf floated in from the window, and Lin Hao gently caught it in his hand. Look, autumn has arrived. Chapter 73, Out in the World. Identity is self-given. It appears that the character Xianxia is generally disliked by the audience. Heeding this sentiment, the author swiftly removes her from the narrative. Please read with ease. I sincerely apologize. The dialogue in Qin's Moon truly resonates with the audience. Upon hearing these words for the first time, Xianxia was utterly astonished. Yet, this only solidified her inner convictions. So, you belong to the latter category? Lin Hao nodded. Indeed, I am a genius. A genius cannot be judged by the standards of ordinary people. When out in the world, identity is self-bestowed. By establishing the persona of a genius, one can rationalize all unreasonable phenomena surrounding them. That, too, is unreasonable. Xianxia shook her head. You have remained obscure until suddenly rising to prominence, excelling in music and literature alike. Your output is abundant and varied. No one can be that extraordinary. Xianxia, herself a prodigy far exceeding the norm, was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, only one possibility remained. Her gaze sharpened, piercing into Lin Hao's eyes as if she could see into his soul. You are lying. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Hao's heart, yet his smile remained unchanged. You must have acquired some works from somewhere and brazenly claimed them as your own, packaging yourself as a genius. Am I correct? Xianxia pressed. To deduce this is quite impressive. Lin Hao remained unfazed, recalling that the system had assured him of his anonymity. Ha ha ha. Lin Hao laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Xianxia, taken aback, inquired, What are you laughing at? You too are a rare genius and should understand the gap between yourself and ordinary individuals. Things that are apparent to others, you can grasp and extrapolate upon. Lin Hao declared with unbridled pride. Have you not heard that beyond genius lies another genius? Hence, do not judge me by your standards. He gazed at Song Qingshui with a hint of pity and mockery. Indeed, you do not comprehend. Lin Hao's tone was intentionally arrogant. For a genius possesses the privilege to scorn all. Although she felt mocked, Song Qingshui was not angered. Rather, she found herself somewhat skeptical. Could he truly be a once-in-a-century genius? After a moment's contemplation, Song Qingshui proposed, "Let me test you." Lin Hao countered, "Why should I heed your words?" With a smile. Song Qingshui replied, "Great Lord Potato, you surely do not wish for your dual identities to be exposed to your fans, do you? If your answers are satisfactory, I swear to keep your secret, allowing you to continue your tranquil existence. Are you threatening me?" Lin Hao frowned, finding her quite bothersome. However, if his identities were revealed, it would indeed have a significant impact on his life. Some fans exhibited dangerously radical behavior, from airport blockades to paparazzi stalking, and even obsessive fan conduct. Let me first ascertain her true intentions. Lin Hao sighed, appearing resigned. Please, pose your questions. 7 monkeys on a tree, 1 monkey on the ground. If 1 monkey is killed, how many monkeys remain? Apologies, but I refuse to answer a nonsensical question. Let's begin in earnest. Song Qingshui's expression grew serious. What is your perspective on tonal and atonal music? Without hesitation, Lin Hao responded, the two represent different dimensions of expression. Tonality is rooted in physical laws and auditory perception, while atonality explores new musical languages through the deconstruction of traditional rules. Given a sound frequency spectrum analysis, how would you convert it into a playable score? First, I would decompose the harmonic structure of the sound through Fourier analysis, then extract parameters such as frequency, amplitude, and envelope, mapping them to performance instructions for traditional instruments. Why is it impossible for the 12-tone equal temperament to fully accommodate pure fifths and pure tuning? Excellent question. Lin Hao admired Song Qingshui's inquiry before continuing. The 12-tone equal temperament divides an octave into frequency ratios of 2, 112, resulting in a frequency ratio for pure fifths being 2, 712, 1, 4,983, which is slightly less than 3-2, creating an approximate error of 2 cents. She remained outwardly composed, yet internally, Song Qingshui was tumultuous. These questions were meticulously selected, without prior preparation. Even the most seasoned composers might struggle to answer them. Lin Hao's correct responses, especially the last one explained from a mathematical standpoint, were unprecedented in her experience, likely original. Song Qingshui felt invigorated. What is the most important thing in the 21st century? Talent. Yet, she remained somewhat skeptical and posed one final query. Describe me in a line of poetry. After testing his musical acumen, only the literary aspect remained. There was no better way to assess one's literary flair and quick wit than through spontaneous poetry. Take your time. I'll give you half an hour. Upon completing her sentence, Song Qingshui added, no need for half an hour. In response to her astonished gaze, Lin Hao proclaimed, clear water emerges from the lotus, naturally unadorned. Clear water emerges from the lotus, naturally unadorned. Song Qingshui repeated, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. She had initially tested him, but to her astonishment, Lin Hao not only succeeded, but did so exquisitely. The phrase clear water was derived from her name, and the lotus resonated with her essence, undoubtedly unscripted, creating such a timeless couplet with such effortless grace. What remarkable literary talent! Song Qingshui was momentarily entranced. Lin Hao was unperturbed by her reaction. The poetry of brother held weight in any realm. Well, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Lin Hao stood. Wait. Song Qingshui swiftly rose, urgency in her voice. I have matters to discuss with you. Lin Hao waved dismissively. Another day. If I don't return to the dormitory soon, the doors will close. You have a house in Qingzhou Mansion. There's no need to return to the dormitory. The dormitory is comfortable. Seeing Lin Hao's steadfast stride, Song Qingshui hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, I have a secret to share with you. Lin Hao returned to his seat, lounging comfortably. Speak, what is this secret? In truth, he had already achieved his goal, transforming from passive to active. Had he been initially swayed and held vulnerable by the fear of exposing his hidden identity, he would now be at her mercy, unable to engage in an equitable dialogue. Song Xianxia hesitated, a hint of inexplicable shyness crossing her face. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. "If you don't speak, I'm leaving." Taking a deep breath, Song Xianxia attempted to maintain her composure. "Actually, I'm the lotus. What does your being a lotus have to do with me?" Song Xianxia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, akin to social death. However, upon hearing Lin Hao's response, a hint of resentment flickered across her face. "The lotus is your #1 fan, the operations officer of Dupo. What do you think that means for you?" Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. Song Xianxia was the lotus? The very one who professed unwavering loyalty online. Akin to a devoted acolyte? She was Song Xianxia? "Do you believe I am deceiving you?" Song Xianxia produced her phone, opened the Tomato Novel app, and presented it to Lin Hao. "This has real name authentication. You'll see for yourself." After a quick glance, Lin Hao confirmed it was indeed Song Xianxia. This disparity was staggering. He struggled to reconcile the image of the devoted fan with the Song Xianxia before him. As Lin Hao stood in a daze, Song Xianxia suddenly requested, "Great Lord Potato, I wish to learn how to write novels." "I'm too busy." Lin Hao flatly declined, his guard now fully raised. Despite being his fan, she had not revealed her identity from the outset. Only after failing to manipulate him did she disclose it, hoping to forge a stable bridge through the pursuit of novel writing. What a cunning strategy. Truly, she was the heiress of the conglomerate. Upon hearing this, Song Xianxia became anxious. "I have a profound passion for writing novels. I wish to serve as your operations officer, firstly because I admire your work, and secondly, to cultivate a good relationship in hopes of seeking your guidance. Please, I implore you to grant me this request." Lin Hao remained unmoved. Song Xianxia softened her tone. "I understand that you are not in need of money, nor do you covet material possessions. I am willing to offer a treasured painting from my collection as a fee for learning." "What did you say?" "I am willing to offer a treasured painting from my collection as a fee for learning." The previous statement, "You do not covet material possessions," and the one before that, "I know you are not in need of money. How much are you offering?" Song Xianxia was taken aback. Could Teacher Potato be swayed by money? Why had she exerted herself so much? She extended her palm and tentatively proposed a figure. 50,000 per hour? Lin Hao remained silent, merely fiddling with his fingers. 500,000 per hour? Agreed. A pleasant collaboration. Lin Hao grasped Song Xianxia's hand, shook it vigorously, then released it. Had this been before purchasing a home, Lin Hao would have undoubtedly declined such a request. However, now burdened with a mortgage, he suddenly perceived that every opportunity to earn should not be overlooked. Even the smallest mosquito yields flesh. Furthermore, this was also a test for Song Xianxia. If she accepted such an obviously exploitative condition, it would demonstrate both her substantial resources and her considerable aspirations. Thus, Lin Hao added, "Due to my limited availability, I can only conduct 2 classes per week, each lasting 2 hours, and I shall determine the schedule." "No problem." Song Xianxia's lips curled into a smile, suddenly asking rather abruptly, "Then, Teacher Potato, I have a genuine collaboration I wish to discuss with you." Lin Hao's expression sharpened. He understood that the true intent of the other party was about to be revealed. Chapter 74. Next time for sure, what collaboration? Lin Hao inquired directly. Given the remarkable talents exhibited by Potato, being merely a silver-level composer seemed a gross underutilization of his abilities. Song Xianxia wore a look of regret, then spoke in an enticing tone, "You provide the talent, and I will provide the effort. Together, we can achieve greatness and create a brilliant future." This phrase sounded vaguely familiar to Lin Hao, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had heard it before. Nonetheless, it was clear that Song Xianxia was merely painting a rosy picture for him. She extended her palm, teasingly saying, "V me 50 to see my prowess." "What does that mean?" Song Xianxia asked, utterly bewildered. "Do you want me to give you 500,000? That's no problem. Just provide me your bank account details, and I'll transfer it right now." As she spoke, she opened her phone, ready to make the transfer. "Wait." Lin Hao quickly called for a halt, nearly forgetting that in this world, KFC didn't exist, and thus the meaning behind VME 50 would be lost on her. Moreover, it was evident that Song Qingshui was quite affluent. Her willingness to shell out 500,000 for a single lesson indicated that money was no object for her. Thus, Lin Hao rephrased his statement. What I meant was, I'm quite content at Jelly Entertainment. Why would I want to follow you? Jelly Entertainment is my family's. Song Qingshui revealed astonishingly. Wow, so you possess such power? I've been working for your family all along. Lin Hao was taken aback. However, he couldn't fathom why Song Qingshui would attempt to undermine her own family's interests. Noticing Lin Hao's peculiar expression, Song Qingshui understood he had misunderstood and clarified, somewhat annoyed. Starting in October, I will gradually take over the composition department, while my sister will manage the film department. We are competitors. Lin Hao suddenly comprehended. It was a classic case of a family testing its heirs. Had she mentioned this earlier, it would have been much clearer. Lin Hao had no desire to become embroiled in their familial disputes. He simply wished to remain a quiet composer at Jelly Entertainment. Seeing Lin Hao's lack of response, Song Qingshui laid out her terms. I am not concerned with money. I care only about achieving results. Collaborating with me will provide you with substantial support in various aspects, such as ensuring that each of your songs receives promotional treatment akin to that of a top-tier composer. Lin Hao, you are an astute individual. This choice is not difficult. This was Song Qingshui's utmost sincerity. After Lin Hao demonstrated his genuine talent, she firmly believed he was the extraordinary individual capable of helping her surpass her sister. She was not deluded. If her sister, Song Qingshui, were present, upon realizing Potato and Earth were the same person, she would undoubtedly make the same decision. Such strategic talent was not to be overlooked. Due to the allure of Song Qingshui's offer, Lin Hao felt a flicker of temptation. The promotional privileges akin to that of a top composer could significantly amplify the reach of his music, greatly enhancing his artistic reputation. Relying solely on his own efforts, he knew he would be unable to achieve such exposure in the near future, as the criteria for ascending to such a status were exceedingly stringent. However, after considerable reflection, Lin Hao ultimately declined. Why? Song Qingshui asked. Freedom, Lin Hao replied softly. He was content with his current lifestyle, writing novels, playing games, occasionally recording songs, and enjoying happy moments with his family. His working hours were quite flexible. This sense of ease was something many would yearn for. His artistic reputation was steadily growing. The development of Haobo Agricultural Products Company was stable, and he had no worries about his future. By continuing at his own pace, he would eventually fulfill the ultimate task set by the system. Why seek a benefactor to oversee him? All right, I understand. Song Qingshui surmised Lin Hao's thoughts. Yet she remained undeterred. Once she took over the composition department, she would have ample time to work on influencing Lin Hao's mindset. The only thing she needed to be cautious about was ensuring her sister remained oblivious to Lin Hao's unique abilities, a matter of utmost importance. Individuals like Potato, with exceptional storytelling talents, could easily transform narratives into captivating scripts. Not to mention, if any of Potato's existing novels were adapted, each would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. The mere thought of her sister poaching such a talent sent shivers down her spine. Lin Hao departed after adding Song Qingshui on WeChat. Although their collaboration did not come to fruition, he would eventually teach her novel writing and work under her guidance, an inevitability. Upon returning to school, however, Lin Hao encountered an awkward situation. He could not enter the dormitory. The building closed promptly at 11:30 p.m. And as for the Qingzhou residence, it had just been cleaned, with his belongings yet to be moved in. This did not pose a challenge for Lin Hao. Utilizing his charm, he successfully garnered the dormitory manager's understanding. Once back in his room, 3 roommates quickly surrounded him. Confess honestly, what is going on between you and Song Qingshui? Is there any development of a beyond friendship situation? Huang Yud waggled his eyebrows. How about starting a class? I'll attend on my knees. Fang Qingshan said earnestly. She confessed to me, but I turned her down, Lin Hao casually replied. The trio exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Rubbish. Nonsense. Unbelievable. After dismissing his inquisitive roommates, Lin Hao washed up and lay in bed, opening Dole. The first video that caught his eye was a trending JK kneeling transformation, which captivated him. He found himself watching it multiple times, unable to resist giving a like. He then continued scrolling. Simultaneously, Ling Meow Meow was also browsing Duel and stumbled upon the same kneeling transformation video, instantly furrowing her brow. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? She thought, about to scroll past it when she noticed a prompt in the lower left corner. 9 billion girls' dreams found it very enjoyable. 90 billion girls' dreams? Isn't that Lin Hao's dual name? She realized. So, he enjoys this sort of content. Ling Meow Meow pressed her lips together and sent Lin Hao a message. Lin Hao, I haven't properly thank you for the previous matter. I'd like to invite you to dinner. Is this convenient for you? A moment later, she inexplicably added, I usually like wearing JK. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was reveling in the joy of watching videos. Short videos were delightful. He was living a life akin to that of an emperor, with songs sung and dances performed to amuse him. However, he reminded himself not to become overly enamored with beauty. Just as he was about to close the app for the night, he received a private message from Ling Meow Meow. After reading it, he was momentarily stunned. What is she trying to do? Is she attempting to use her charm on me? Does she harbor impure thoughts? That simply wouldn't do. A young man must guard himself against insidious women. Lin Hao declined her invitation once more, citing the same reason as before. Next time for sure. On the other side, Ling Meow Meow felt utterly disheartened. Even if she were slow to react, she recognized that next time for sure was merely a euphemism. At that moment, a member of her fan club tagged her, inviting her to dinner. Without a second thought, she replied, next time for sure. The fan club erupted with excitement. Of course, Ling Meow Meow would never agree. The phrase next time for sure would soon circulate on the internet in this manner. Chapter 75. The premiere of The Giant of Light time flies, and before one realizes, the end of the month has arrived. In the past half-month, numerous events have unfolded, leaving Lin Hao exceedingly busy each day. He first relocated from his dormitory to the Qingzhou mansion, subsequently bringing his family over from their hometown. His sister, Lin Yu, has commenced her employment at the headquarters of Tomato, serving as the editor for ancient literature. Her former chief editor is now her assistant. His younger sister, Lin Shui, has transferred to a school in the capital, attending the first middle school affiliated with Shuimu University, which boasts significantly better educational resources and an easier college entrance examination process. As for her academic registration, that was easily arranged. Those in the know are aware of the circumstances. Lin Hao financed a bookstore for his parents, who, unable to remain idle, now enjoy a leisurely yet fulfilling endeavor. Meanwhile, the crops are tended to by Lin Wenbao, who has recruited a substantial number of experienced agricultural workers, alongside a few university students and experts in agriculture, alleviating the need for him to oversee every detail personally. Lin Hao's parents were escorted to the capital by him, and after sharing a meal together, Lin Wenbao appeared notably more mature and composed from his experiences. Reunited with family, Lin Hao has been immensely joyful these past few days. That evening, the family gathered to watch television. Ignoring his sister's wishes, Lin Hao switched the channel to the children's program. As it was the premiere day of The Giant of Light, Song Yume enthusiastically agreed, exclaiming, "Let us watch this. We must watch this." Since discovering that her son was Earth, she had been keenly following related updates. Thus, she was aware that the theme song for The Giant of Light was composed by her son. During this time, Lin Yu broached the subject of her work, proudly declaring, "I am now quite impressive. I meet renowned editors daily and interact with great authors. If you wish for anyone's autograph, I've got you covered. Do you know Potato?" Lin Shui suddenly inquired. "Which Potato?" "Crazy Potato." "Potato? Of course I know him." Lin Yu coughed lightly, a hint of discomfort crossing her face. "Just the other day, we had dinner together. He is young and handsome. If the opportunity arises, I'll introduce you." Had she inadvertently revealed too much? Hearing this, Lin Hao quietly perked up his ears. "I have no desire to meet him," Lin Shui exclaimed angrily. "He killed off my favorite character, Bai Yao. How despicable. I just want to send him a blade." Lin Hao remained silent, subtly shifting away to create some distance from his sister, surprised to discover that she was a fan of Bai Yao. What an unintentional hit. At 8 o'clock sharp, The Giant of Light commenced its broadcast. With a rapid and lively overture, the catchy opening theme resonated. Song Yumei pointed at the words Earth on the screen, jumping up in excitement. Ah, my son's work is on television. Mom, that's Earth. Lin Shui quietly reminded her. Not your son. Your son is sitting right here. Indeed, it is my son. My son is Earth. Song Yumei was ecstatic, for in the mindset of their generation, appearing on television was an incomparably glorious feat. Wait. Lin Yu suddenly seized upon a key phrase, asking, You said Xiao is what? Earth. Earth what? Earth. Hold on. Let me process this. As an editor, Lin Yu's capacity for comprehension was superior to most, yet this revelation left her momentarily bewildered. After a considerable pause, Lin Yu finally regained her composure. Staring intently at her younger brother, her voice trembling, Xiao, you are Earth? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, I'm Earth. He had no intention of concealing this from his family. Otherwise, he would not have disclosed it to his mother, who was not one to keep secrets. As for Potato, that discussion could wait until the family was better prepared for such news. Examples of unexpected revelations abound. Upon hearing Lin Hao's confirmation, Lin Yu leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, He, Earth is my brother. My brother is Earth. He. Lin Shui, overhearing their conversation, felt her breath quicken, her cheeks flush, her eyes wide with incredulity. Earth is my brother? The composer of the song I play on repeat every day is actually my brother. I like him even more now. How wonderful. Song Yumei felt an immense relief, having kept this secret bottled up for days, and finally being able to express it. Lin father watched the scene with a cheerful smile, unaware of who Earth was, yet conscious that his son was a superstar. As long as his family was happy, he too found joy. After calming the excited individuals, Lin Hao exhaled deeply. He could empathize with their emotions. One could easily imagine the sensation of discovering that Jay Cho was one's own brother. Once the excitement subsided, the family resumed watching the animated series. The plot of The Giant of Light closely mirrored that of Ultraman Tiga, narrating the elite exploration team's discovery of a prophetic pyramid while investigating anomalous energy on the Mongolian plateau. Within the pyramid stood 3 giant stone statues, seemingly connected to ancient civilizations. However, 2 monsters from ancient times suddenly awakened, one capable of flight and the other burrowing underground, attempting to destroy the mysterious pyramid housing the statue of the Giant of Light. The exploration team endeavored to intervene, but found themselves outmatched. Even the most powerful armor-piercing shells failed to breach the monster's defenses. Boom! Boom! The 2 monsters wreaked havoc near the pyramid, their colossal forms causing the earth to tremble with each step. Soon, 2 of the giant stone statues were destroyed. Brother, these monsters are formidable, Lin Shui expressed her concern. At this moment, the viewers recognized that the monsters were the antagonists, bringing destruction to Blue Star. With 2 of the 3 giants prophesied to protect Blue Star already destroyed, it seemed the fate of the 3rd was also doomed. A sense of dread gripped everyone. Just then, the story's protagonist made his entrance. A member of the exploration team, named Daegu, determined to protect the last giant statue, disregarded his teammates' objections and piloted a fighter jet into battle. Destroy them. Lin Yu clenched her fists, murmuring to herself, completely engrossed in the narrative. But how could humans possibly contend with monsters? Daegu's fighter jet was swiftly shot down, and in a moment of peril, he transformed into a beam of light, merging with the statue to awaken the slumbering Giant of Light. Thus, the Giant of Light made a dazzling appearance. At this moment, the viewers in front of the television could not help but feel a surge of excitement, united in their hope that the Giant of Light would triumph over the monsters and safeguard Blue Star. In fact, the Giant of Light did not disappoint. It seamlessly shifted forms, first adopting a bluish-purple hue to subdue the flying monster, employing a skill akin to a flashbang to vanquish it. Then it transitioned to a crimson form, using a laser stream to annihilate the burrowing monster. The tightly woven narrative and exhilarating battles left the audience exhilarated. Ultimately, the Giant of Light soared into the azure sky, disappearing into the vast expanse. As the animation concluded and advertisements began to play, the audience erupted with enthusiasm. Chapter 76. Let Miracles Reappear in the Notes. The Giant of Light belongs to the genre of special effects films, originally referring to movies created using unique technologies. Over time, it came to signify a type of audiovisual work that combines live-action performances with special effects, typically featuring themes of monsters, heroes, science fiction, or fantasy. Its core characteristic lies in live actors donning specialized costumes, such as suits, to perform, generally filmed on location, utilizing traditional physical effects like miniature models, explosive effects, wire work, and optical composites to create stunning scenes. It is low budget yet brimming with creativity. Most notably, this genre made its debut on Blue Star. Audiences were immediately captivated. Furthermore, as Giant of Light is an animated series suitable for all ages, its unique musical charm and vivid animation effectively transcended age boundaries, garnering affection from viewers of various generations. As it was its premiere, Giant of Light aired 4 consecutive episodes, gradually revealing the main storyline, structure, and spirit of the animation to the audience. It quickly became a sensation across the internet, sparking widespread discussions. The latest animated work from Cat Company, Giant of Light, is unexpectedly delightful. So enjoyable. Nowadays, animation quality is increasingly clearer, yet childhood memories seem to fade. Thanks to Cat Company, I've rediscovered the essence of my youth. Typically not an animation viewer, I found myself at home with my nephew today, initially intending to use the animation to keep him occupied while my girlfriend and I had a video call. However, once Giant of Light began, I found myself more engrossed than he was. No more talk, I need to tend to my girlfriend. It's quite amusing to forget about one's girlfriend while watching an animated series. I hope you'll forgive my loud laughter. I believe Giant of Light can no longer be merely labeled as an animation. My grandfather, over 60, is also thoroughly enjoying it. This is truly a new genre of audiovisual work suitable for all ages. That actor, Daegu, is quite handsome. The online community shared their viewing experiences on social media until someone mentioned the opening theme song. Don't you find the theme song of Giant of Light exceptionally melodious? Indeed, I immediately downloaded it from Penguin Music, adding it to my favorite playlist, and it has already begun to play on repeat. A new storm has emerged. Typically, theme songs are custom-made, but it is rare to find one of such high quality and perfect fit. Cat Company must have invested significantly this time, employing a talented composer. I'll look it up. This song is titled Miracles Reappear, composed by Earth? Oh my goodness. Goose Girl Earth? Who are you referring to? I'm not familiar. Earth, the one behind the widely acclaimed song The Wind Rises. I see. So it's him. Due to the scarcity of works, Earth has not yet gained widespread recognition and is the type of composer whose songs outshine his fame. However, with the explosive popularity of Giant of Light, Miracles Reappear has also surged in popularity, leading to Earth once again rising to prominence. Jelly Entertainment would not miss such a fortuitous opportunity. From the moment Giant of Light premiered, the promotional team sprang into action, utilizing various channels for promotion. One particularly clever individual even devised a fitting slogan: "Let miracles reappear in the notes." This slightly artistic yet cool phrase quickly spread online, enhancing the reach of Miracles Reappear. Lin Hao is also proactive. He first logged on to Earth's blog to promote the new song, then shared a post on Potato Blog. The excitement escalated. The success of the animated series propelled the theme song, and in turn, the theme song boosted the animated series, both ascending to the pinnacle of trending topics. Countless individuals left comments below. No doubt, Earth is fantastic. The new song is delightful. This song is passionate and invigorating, perfect for looping during gaming. Though it has one drawback, it's quite addictive. It has been years since I've seen such an excellent animated series. It feels like childhood has returned. The song is beautiful, and the animation is captivating. It is truly a match made in heaven. Custom songs best reflect a composer's prowess, and I believe Earth has already reached a level akin to that of a master composer. Netizens showered praises, but the most fervent discussions occurred within the music industry. A seasoned musician analyzed from a professional perspective. The introduction creates a sense of urgency with electronic sounds and powerful chord repetitions, immediately evoking battle scene associations in the listeners. The verses lay a foundation with an eighth-note guitar rhythm, while the chorus introduces 16th-note dense drum beats and electronic sounds, amplifying speed and impact. The key of E minor enhances the poignant feeling amidst the fervor, transitioning to G major in the chorus to uplift the sense of brightness. Achieving a balance between electronic and rock elements, incorporating modernity and strength, Earth is undeniably talented. Composing both lyrics and music, one can't help but admire his skill. Most importantly, the melody is simple and the vocal range is accessible for the general public. Such songs, once they resonate with the heart, are invariably masterpieces, often enjoying widespread acclaim. Earth is nothing short of extraordinary. When he steps up, he makes a tremendous impact. Not to mention, even master composers would be humbled. The performance level is commendable as well. His soaring vocal tone complements the animated series battle theme, especially during the emotional outburst in the chorus, further enhancing the song's impact. The upbeat and spirited style, brisk rhythm, and powerful sound, combined with the lyrics centered around hope, courage, and persistence, align perfectly with the core spirit the animated series aims to convey. There is no theme song more fitting for Giant of Light than Miracles Reappear. The music scene remains relatively pure. Most listeners express joy upon hearing a good song, marking a celebration of music. Some enthusiastic individuals even assist in sharing and promoting it. However, for entertainment companies within the industry, sentiments are less than pleasant. Yet again, it's Earth. Secrets are scarce in the industry. Previously, Jelly Entertainment faced setbacks with Cat Company's orders, failing even with the deployment of top-tier talent, and they became the subject of ridicule on various occasions. Later, upon hearing that the newcomer Earth secured an order, they harbored deep-seated doubts, believing Jelly Entertainment was merely embellishing Earth's reputation. How could someone so young produce such customized masterpieces? No one would believe it. Yet, at this moment, they were collectively proven wrong. Particularly, Orange Entertainment had meticulously prepared for a 3-time championship, even resorting to underhanded tactics, only to be outshined by Earth. Now, with Earth once again in the limelight, witnessing the soaring download numbers for Miracles Reappear, the head of the composition department at Orange Entertainment, Su Ning, was exceedingly agitated. Heroes emerge, and mere youth gain notoriety. Su Ning paced back and forth in his office, ultimately making several phone calls. He finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The music industry is a realm governed by talent. And this time, he would teach Earth a lesson about the existence of greater talents beyond his own. Chapter 77, Mother. I want to defeat monsters within less than 4 hours of its release. The Giant of Light has created an immense sensation, and the most elated among them is undoubtedly the Cat Company. In recent years, the animation industry has languished, plagued by a plethora of juvenile and insipid works, akin to the phenomenon of bad money driving out good. Genuine creators who invest heartfelt effort into animation have become increasingly scarce. Not only adults, but even children have shown a disinterest in contemporary animated films. Consequently, as one of the leading forces in the animation sector, the Cat Company meticulously developed the Giant of Light over 3 years. Initially, there were concerns about achieving favorable results, fearing that all their efforts would be in vain. However, those worries have now dissipated entirely. The animation is both splendid and innovative, and the theme song is captivating and explosive. The synergy between the two has yielded extraordinary results, far exceeding the expectations of even the Cat Company regarding market response. The planning team for the Giant of Light, led by Li Ru, monitored feedback from all quarters, maintaining her usual calm demeanor while feeling an inner thrill. What is the viewership rating? Li Ruteni Inkidat. The viewership rating refers to the percentage of viewers watching a particular television program within a specified time frame compared to the total potential audience. It is a primary metric for program evaluation. The assistant glanced at the tablet, her cheeks flushed, and replied, 184, how much? Li Ru thought she had misheard. The assistant took a deep breath and clearly repeated, 184. No, it's actually 186 now. The viewership rating has skyrocketed. A smile involuntarily crept across Li Ru's lips. For a nationwide program, a rating above 1 is considered high, while surpassing 2 is regarded as a phenomenal success. Even the top news channel, CCTV1, boasts a rating of just over 5. In this current era where the animation industry is struggling, the achievements of the Giant of Light represent a historic breakthrough, sufficient to astonish the entire industry. Moreover, the viewership rating continues to rise, with surpassing 2 appearing effortless, even potentially reaching 3. Despite her composed nature, Liru found it hard to maintain her equilibrium. The assistant, witnessing this unprecedented scene, could not help but gape in astonishment. The formidable leader is actually smiling. Unbeknownst to Liru, the assistant's thoughts were racing. She quickly instructed, send a data report to the higher-ups. Also, inform the brands interested in advertising that the current profit-sharing ratio is too low. They need to raise it. Furthermore, send a generous gift to Teacher Earth, congratulating him on the success of his new song. Liru felt an increasing sense of relief, grateful that the theme song was not hastily chosen. Thank goodness for Earth. The next day, Lin Hao arrived at the company for work. Passing by a kindergarten, he noticed a young boy sprawled on the ground. Unwilling to get up while loudly protesting, "Mom, I don't want to go to school. I want to defeat monsters. I don't want to go to school. I want to defeat monsters." The Giant of Light transformed. Perhaps due to her inexperience as a first-time mother, the boy's mother stood there helplessly, on the verge of tears. At that moment, Lin Hao gently crouched down. "Little friend, you must listen to your mother. Otherwise, the Giant of Light will not choose you, but rather other children who obey their mothers." Upon hearing this, the boy instantly sprang up, exclaiming, "I always listen to my mom. The Giant of Light will definitely choose me to protect Blue Star." With that, he shouldered his backpack and marched into the kindergarten. The young mother cast a grateful glance at Lin Hao, saying, "Thank you. I'm truly grateful. I was at a loss just now. You're such a kind person." "It's nothing, just a small gesture," Lin Hao replied with a slight smile. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Hao noticed a woman wearing sunglasses seated beside him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Song Qingshui, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "What brings you here? Have a seat." She gestured for him to sit. After he complied, Song Qingshui handed him an exquisite box, saying, "This is a gift from the cat company that I brought for you." "Thank you," Lin Hao replied as he accepted the box. "There's something else," she continued. "Next month is National Day, and various sectors will express their love and blessings for the motherland. Our composition department's way of expressing this is by creating songs that celebrate the country. I wonder if you might be interested?" National Day tribute? Lin Hao was certainly interested. If his song could be selected for the National Day tribute, it would garner the highest level of publicity, quickly expanding his recognition and making him known nationwide. He had heard many high-quality patriotic songs since childhood, and without needing a system, he could recall several titles. "All right, I understand," Lin Hao nodded calmly. Though intrigued, he would reveal his excitement in front of Song Qingshui. He would inquire about the specifics later with Ma Xuelin. "There's another piece of news relevant to you," Song Qingshui said, her expression suddenly taking on a peculiar tone. "Several entertainment companies, led by Big Orange Entertainment, are preparing to target you in the chart battle this October." Lin Hao felt perplexed. "I haven't provoked them. Why would they target me?" "Haven't provoked them?" Song Qingshui chuckled. "You shattered Big Orange Entertainment's dream of a three-peat. Isn't that enough reason for animosity?" "Ah." Lin Hao hesitated momentarily. "Well, I did forget about that. Were there plans against me?" Lin Hao inquired with curiosity. "It's still unclear." Song Qingshui shook her head. "However, they seem intent on defeating you fairly. Otherwise, the news wouldn't have spread so quickly. Thank you for the information." Lin Hao expressed his gratitude. This was one of the reasons he maintained contact with Song Qingshui. Her connections and status allowed her to easily access information that others might not know. "Are you not worried?" Song Qingshui asked, intrigued by Lin Hao's calm demeanor. "Big Orange Entertainment is determined to overshadow you. None of the top 5 are simple contenders, so don't take it lightly." Lin Hao smiled confidently. "As long as it is a fair competition, what is there to fear? Does Big Orange Entertainment understand the caliber of their opponent? 5,000 years of culture is consolidated within me. What a grand spirit!" Song Qingshui exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, her eyes filled with admiration. "I appreciate your confident demeanor. It truly embodies a genius." "Mind your words," Lin Hao cautioned. "I have a clear conscience." With a smile in her eyes, Song Qingshui retorted, are you not? Please refrain from causing a scene here, Lin Hao replied flatly. Inspiration has struck. Do not disrupt my songwriting. Xianxia left in a huff. Seated at his workstation, Lin Hao pondered several patriotic songs that had come to mind, momentarily at a loss. Which one should he choose? Chapter 78. My Country and I. When it comes to classic revolutionary songs that extol the virtues of our homeland, everyone can hum a few lines. The five-star red flag flutters in the wind. The triumphant song rings out resoundingly. My country and I, inseparable for even a moment. The eastern red. The sun rises. These phrases are the first that sprang to Lin Hao's mind. Each of these three songs possesses unique characteristics, yet they share a commonality. They are timeless classics. After much contemplation, however, Lin Hao ultimately opted for the second song. System. Please exchange for the song My Country and I. In truth, Lin Hao preferred the first song, Sing to the Motherland. This song is imbued with a vigorous and majestic melody, each note brimming with profound love and affection for the motherland, serving as the highest tribute to our great country. It ignites a fervent passion within listeners, as if a surging tide of patriotic fervor and national pride swells in their hearts. Its structure is rigorous, concise, and clear, making it both accessible and memorable, perfectly suited for rendition. In his previous life, it was even referred to as the second national anthem. However, it has its shortcomings, as it requires numerous alterations. Phrases about independence and liberation, who dares to infringe, heroic leaders. These elements are too discordant with the history of Blue Star. Yet, altering it would strip away its essence. As for the third song, The Eastern Red, it is a revolutionary hymn primarily dedicated to extolling a great leader. In contrast, My Country and I is distinct. Its lyrics, narrated in the first person, vividly and accurately express the inseparable bond between the individual and the motherland, encapsulating the timeless emotion between the two. It is directly applicable to Blue Star without any need for modification. The song primarily emphasizes lyrical expression, artfully blending its beautiful melody with sincere and heartfelt lyrics, reflecting the heartfelt attachment and genuine admiration people have for their great nation. The system's efficiency remains as high as ever. As soon as Lin Hao's words fell, the complete song materialized in the storage almost instantaneously. The song was now in hand. Yet, another matter required Lin Hao's consideration: how to deliver a perfect rendition of this piece. Unlike ordinary songs, which merely require a vocalist with a fitting voice, this type of song is better suited for choral performance. Especially for a National Day celebration, a choral format can convey the spirit of teamwork, igniting patriotism and a sense of collective identity among people. However, this complicates the workload considerably. Screening, organizing, rehearsing, all of these require significant time. Arranging personnel poses its own challenges. With this in mind, Lin Hao called Ma Xiaolin. Brother Ma, why weren't you the company today? Was there something urgent? Although Ma Xiaolin was an assistant, Lin Hao had always addressed him with respect. The logistics department suddenly called me, saying there are some of your items I need to collect from the Arts Association personally, but upon arrival, I discovered they were merely some honorary medals. At this point, Ma Xiaolin suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly inquired, is something wrong? Nothing much. No need to think too hard. It must be Song Qingshui's deliberate ploy to keep him away. Lin Hao wished to steer clear of this topic and instead asked, You're aware of the National Day celebration, right? Yes, but I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. The composition department will select 5 works for submission, and so far, 2 composers have emerged, with 7 renowned figures expressing their desire to participate. The competition is fierce. As he spoke, Ma Xiaolin asked, Are you planning to participate, Teacher Earth? Lin Hao affirmed, I've written a song, but it requires a choir. When you return, please assist me in screening personnel from the artist department. I will need about 50 individuals. There was a moment of silence on the line before Ma Xiaolin's voice re-emerged. Actually, I would advise against your participation in the National Day celebration. Why do you say that? The selection for the National Day celebration is incredibly challenging. Even if you succeed within the company, you must still compete against others. Out of countless songs, the Arts Association will ultimately select only 3. The participants have been preparing for a long time, and your direct competitors are prominent composers. Ma Xuelin expressed his concern. Since your debut, although you haven't produced many works, each has achieved tremendous success. If you were to fail this time, it could tarnish the unbeaten aura you currently hold. It would be wiser to focus on preparing for the October charts. In essence, Ma Xuelin did not believe that Lin Hao's song, created in a short span, could rival the meticulously polished works of established composers. His concerns were not unfounded. Yet, an extraordinary life requires no justification. It's fine, I am confident. Lin Hao remained assured regarding my country and I. Among the myriad patriotic songs, it stands among the top 3. Frequently featured during significant national holidays and commemorative events, it is incorporated into cultural activities organized by schools, enterprises, and various levels of government. It is an indispensable piece in grand performances, competitions, and themed artistic showcases. It is regarded as a vital vessel of patriotic spirit and a hallmark of cultural heritage. Its excellence is thus evident. All right, I will return and assist you in screening personnel. As an assistant, Ma Xuelin naturally prioritized Lin Hao's wishes. After hanging up, Lin Hao awaited Ma Xuelin's return while unboxing a gift from the cat company. The box was exquisitely wrapped, adorned with a red silk ribbon tied into a lovely bow. Upon opening it, he found a handwritten card on top, which read, "Wishing Teacher Earth great success with your new song." Below, it was a shopping card valued at 200,000 yuan, along with a men's watch. The watch appeared to be a prestigious brand, though Lin Hao did not recognize it. The cat company displayed exceptional social etiquette. Lin Hao mused that he would have Ma Xuelin send a return gift, as reciprocity is only proper. After putting the items away, Lin Hao gazed out the window, lost in thought, reflecting on the prospect of a choir of around 50 individuals. He realized he had participated in many such events throughout his schooling, almost annually from elementary to graduation. Compared to solo performances, a choir was the best option for someone like him, lacking talent and somewhat introverted, who felt compelled to participate. Yet, the quality of a choir from an entertainment company should be far superior, he thought with growing anticipation. As the workday drew to a close, Ma Xuelin hurried back to the company. The two discussed the details, and after obtaining consent from Tang Bin, the head of the composition department, and the head of the artist department, they officially announced the commencement of the selection process. In no time, the news of Teacher Earth's search for participants for the choir ignited excitement throughout the entire company. Chapter 79. The selection of participants. Upon hearing that Earth would be participating in a National Day celebration with a grand chorus, excitement swept through the entire company. Earth was poised to make its mark once again. By now, Earth was no longer an obscure entity. Its song Rise had amassed over 30 million downloads online. The collaboration with the Giant of Light had shattered viewership records for Cat Company's animated series, a record that had stood for 2 decades. No one dared to underestimate it. Among the most exhilarated were the company's frustrated singers and newcomers. While they might not stand a chance in a solo selection, the prospect of joining a choir, which could involve dozens of participants, filled them with hope. Teacher Earth, look at me. My vocal practice is commendable. I am perfectly suited for the chorus. A hopeful singer boasted, I have a face that radiates peace and prosperity, some experience in choral singing, excellent pitch and rhythm, along with a keen sense of auditory discernment. I must recommend myself. If Teacher Earth selects me, I would gladly drive a luxury car and reside in a villa. Wake up above. It's not even dark yet. Within the company's internal forum, countless individuals left comments. They typically had limited resources, merely subsisting on the leftovers of the influential, which made this opportunity to engage with Earth all the more significant. Just look at Feng Qinrong, a once invisible figure, who, after catching Teacher Earth's attention, swiftly ascended to become a second-tier singer. If she can do it, why can't I? These individuals eagerly signed up, not out of a love for choral music, but rather viewing this as their chance for a breakthrough. They operated under the assumption that even if they failed, simply familiarizing themselves with Teacher Earth would be worthwhile. Conversely, the composers' circle within the company exhibited a different sentiment. Earth is actually participating in the National Day celebration. Is this audacity born from ignorance, or an absolute confidence in one's abilities? While I have no doubt that Earth possesses the talent for pop songs, This is a National Day celebration that necessitates a more solemn and dignified repertoire. To stand out amidst a plethora of illustrious compositions is no small feat. And organizing a large chorus? I have my reservations about whether the youth can handle such a task. It is not that we underestimate the youth. Organizing a choir demands exceptional skills in coordination. How will participants be selected? How will the choir members synchronize? What about rehearsal schedules? Who will conduct? Lacking experience in these matters, one cannot simply wing it. Indeed, as anticipated, Lin Hao felt a wave of apprehension upon reviewing the procedural plan compiled by Ma Xiaolin. The selection process alone would require several rounds. Following this plan, merely filtering the choir members would take 3 days, yet less than 3 days remained until the deadline. A haphazard approach was unacceptable. To truly shine in the National Day celebration, every step must be meticulously executed. Thus, Lin Hao leveraged his masterful grasp of music theory alongside Ma Xiaolin's managerial prowess to devise a pyramid-shaped selection method. The selection process was divided into 3 stages: the preliminary screening, the secondary selection, and the final phase. The preliminary stage focused on assessing each participant's fundamental musical qualities, which encompassed pitch accuracy, rhythmic ability, and vocal range. For pitch testing, Lin Hao chose the piano. He would play a C major scale at the rate of 1 note per second, prompting participants to mimic the pitch of the piano. Those whose pitch deviation did not exceed 20 cents would be deemed successful. For rhythm assessment, participants would be required to accurately execute 4 complex rhythmic patterns, including triplets and syncopations, with an error rate below 15 to qualify. Additionally, vocal range would be measured using software to record each individual's lowest and highest notes, determining their effective range. This initial filtering would whittle down the pool to 100 individuals. Next came the secondary selection stage, which demanded attention to vocal balance, ensuring an equitable distribution of soprano, alto, tenor, and bass voices to maintain harmony in the overall choir. Furthermore, participants would be evaluated on their harmonic sensitivity using 9th chords, more complex than standard triads, and 7th chords. If they could correctly identify dissonant intervals within 3 seconds of hearing the chord, they would pass. At this stage, the number would be reduced to 70 participants. Finally, a pressure test was necessary. Given the collaborative nature of choral singing, individuals with inadequate stress tolerance could hinder the entire team's progress. With less than 5 days until the National Day celebration, there was no time for individual coaching. Thus, those lacking resilience would be filtered out at the outset. Various methods existed for pressure testing, but Lin Hao opted for a combination of sight-singing challenges and acoustic balance assessments. Participants would be presented with a novel score, including modulations and variations, and given 10 minutes to prepare before performing, evaluating their ability to read music, comprehend melodies, and maintain pitch under pressure. The acoustic balance test involved impromptu singing in groups of 4, assessing whether participants could manage their volume and collaborate seamlessly. Through these 3 stages, 55 individuals were ultimately selected, with 5 designated as alternates. To be candid, Lin Hao's standards were exceedingly high, aimed at matching the caliber of songs that had previously excelled at the National Day celebrations. Such an intricate and time-consuming process could only be executed by Jelly Entertainment, one of the top 5 companies, given its vast talent reservoir. By the time this was all concluded, it was nearly the end of the workday. Those chosen were elated, while those not selected wore glum expressions. At that moment, a group of staff members entered the music hall, each carrying copious amounts of coffee and tea. In the sight of all, Lin Hao proclaimed, "Thank you all for your support today. I'll treat everyone to some refreshments. For those not selected, do not be disheartened. There will be future opportunities for collaboration. Until next time, Teacher Earth." The unsuccessful candidates exited with forced smiles. The selection process had been transparent and fair, with each individual selection relying solely on their own merit. No one could blame others. The music hall soon felt spacious and empty. The remaining participants were bubbling with excitement, prompting Lin Hao to smile gently and address them. To stand out among such a large group, each of you is truly exceptional. Shortly, we will distribute the scores. Please take note of the lyrics and melodies, and in half an hour, we will attempt a rehearsal. Absolutely, Teacher Earth, rest assured. A chorus of affirmations echoed around the room. At that moment, Ma Shulin approached the crowd, holding a stack of documents. Before distributing the scores, everyone was required to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which no one found inappropriate, as it was basic industry protocol. Tang Bin observed from the sidelines, feeling a tumult of emotions. He supported Earth's endeavor in choral music, having heard my motherland and I beforehand, knowing it was best suited for choral interpretation. It had the potential to win accolades. Since Earth lacked relevant experience, Tang Bin had remained on-site, ready to step in should any issues arise. Having worked in the composition department for many years, he was well-versed in all matters. Yet, he was astonished that Earth managed to finalize the participant selection in just an afternoon. Even if he had personally handled it, he could hardly have achieved a better outcome. The ability to produce my motherland, and I was already astonishing. Moreover, he had not neglected the nuances of social interaction. Was this truly a young individual in their 20s? Tang Bin found himself engulfed in profound doubt. Half an hour passed swiftly. The first rehearsal commenced. Chapter 80. Making an appearance? Those who gained entry into Jelly Entertainment were already individuals of notable caliber, and after 3 rounds of selection, the remaining candidates were truly the CR de la CR. Consequently, the initial choral performance was quite commendable. It lacked the chaotic ambience of a bustling marketplace, and there were no instances of collective amnesia mid-performance. Moreover, everyone adhered to the guidance provided. The entertainment industry is distinctly hierarchical. All participants are adults aware of their aspirations, and most members of the choir aim to foster a positive rapport with the Earth. Thus, Lin Hao conducted with great ease. Indeed, Lin Hao assumed the role of conductor, wielding the baton with finesse. Initially, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but upon trying it, he found it remarkably fitting. Lin Hao's extensive musical knowledge, coupled with his acute sense of rhythm and strong grasp of musical phrasing and dynamics, allowed him to precisely control the tempo and overall presentation of the piece. Additionally, the choir members endeavored to showcase their best selves in front of him, a motivation more effective than any incentive. Lin Hao resolved on the spot to take on the role of conductor. After 2 consecutive choral renditions, the rehearsal concluded. The primary purpose of the first rehearsal was to help everyone acclimate, while they would later need to reflect deeply on the emotions conveyed in the song to achieve their best performance. In other words, the true highlight would unfold the following day. Before dispersing, Tang Bin stepped forward to assure everyone, for the next 2 days, focus solely on rehearsing this song. There's no need to worry about other matters. Upon hearing this, some choir members expressed palpable relief. They had been concerned about their existing commitments while participating in the choir. Newer members, still in their trainee phase, were required to complete extensive foundational training assigned by the company, which was both tedious and burdensome. As for some of the less prominent veterans, they were often relegated to minor roles in various film and television projects, with the recent trend of live streaming sales also falling to their lot. Due to the nascent nature of live streaming sales, many artists had yet to shed their idol personas and were quite resistant to such a publicly embarrassing endeavor. Tang Bin's words undoubtedly granted them a temporary reprieve. As the head of the composition department, Tang Bin's statements carried substantial weight within the company. The following day, at 8 o'clock, everyone arrived punctually. The choral session took on a more formal tone, with Lin Hao arranging the members in a classic semicircular formation. Shorter individuals occupied the front row, while taller members stood at the back. This arrangement facilitated optimal sound projection, ensuring excellent acoustic effects. It also allowed all members to maintain visual contact with the conductor, minimizing disorder, and it promoted mutual listening among different vocal parts, thus enhancing collaboration. After 1 round of singing, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. The choir's performance was exceptionally unified, with scarcely any dissonance, indicating that everyone had indeed put in considerable effort during their time away. Just as he prepared to conduct a second round, a group unexpectedly entered the concert hall, with Tang Bin leading a refined gentleman. "Professori," Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise. Li Nanshan was the only esteemed mentor he had encountered thus far, having previously shared musical insights with him and recommended him for the position at Jelly Entertainment. By now, Lin Hao was acutely aware of the standing Lin Nanshan held within the industry, fully appreciating the rarity and value of his initial actions. Please take a moment to rest. I shall return shortly. Lin Hao addressed the group before making his way over. A hush of whispers swept through the crowd. Wow, why is the esteemed Li here? Who could he be visiting? It must be Teacher Earth. I heard a rumor that Teacher Earth was recommended for this position by Li. Seems like there is more to it. Just look at how handsome they both are. Could Teacher Earth be Li's illegitimate son? That's entirely plausible. Come on, you're being ridiculous. I think it's more likely that Teacher Earth is Li's prodigy. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, the others had already spun tales of him being Lin Nanshan's secret offspring as he greeted the professor enthusiastically. Good day, Professor Li. He opted not to call him Li Dad, as it felt awkward. Addressing him as Professor felt far more cordial. Lin Nanshan smiled and nodded, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Tang Bin, ever the chatterbox, boisterously remarked, "No wonder it's said among composers that Lin Nanshan possesses a discerning eye. If it weren't for your insight, old Li, where would I have found such a genius like Earth?" Indeed, Lin Nanshan responded, feeling somewhat sentimental. He had not anticipated that a fleeting desire to nurture talent would lead to the discovery of a true genius. Setting aside the merits of Erquiningwe, songs like The Wind Rises and Miracles Reappear were such that even he would applaud them. Now, with plans for a grand choral performance to commemorate National Day, he found a younger generation truly impressive. I owe my present success to Professor Li's recognition and Minister Tang's support, Lin Hao humbly replied. You little charmer, Lin Nanshan chuckled. I heard you were organizing a choir, and since I was passing through the company on business, I thought I'd drop by for a visit. Please impart your guidance. Lin Hao promptly replied. He knew that if he failed to grasp such an implicit suggestion, he might as well be metaphorically banging his head against the wall. Lin Nanshan nodded. Let us hear a round from you. Certainly. Lin Hao swiftly returned to the conductor's podium, baton in hand, initiating a new round of choral performance. With the esteemed mentor in attendance, the choir members seemed invigorated, their latent potential unleashed, resulting in an unprecedentedly splendid rendition. Minutes later, Lin Hao rejoined Lin Nanshan. The quality of this song is remarkable, Lin Nanshan affirmed, before shaking his head. However, to truly stand out during the National Day tribute, it still lacks something. Lin Hao held his breath, fully attentive. Even Tang Bin, despite his considerable knowledge, recognized that he could not compete with the true master. Lin Nanshan, well-versed in symphonic music, had performed at 5 of the world's musical sanctuaries and held a distinguished rank among composers. Clearing his throat, Lin Nanshan stated, while your choir has achieved overall harmony, it lacks a certain liveliness. As he walked into the midst of the choir, he continued, for instance here, during the transition between the soprano and bass sections, consider incorporating some transitional notes to create a more seamless flow. Additionally, in this segment with a brisk tempo, the spacing between each note should be tighter to cultivate an atmosphere of fervor and momentum. Lin Hao listened intently, nodding in agreement. Furthermore, I recommend that you produce a music video. The competition has become increasingly fierce in recent years. I have heard that many of my colleagues have introduced new elements to enhance their competitiveness. Choral performance is not merely an auditory art. It is also a visual spectacle. A music video is the perfect accompaniment for a choir. If you can convey the emotions of the song through your expressions, its impact will be significantly amplified. A music video? Lin Hao pondered, rubbing his nose. Does that mean we would have to make an appearance? Chapter 81 Celebration Banquet. The music video, MV, is a short film that accompanies music, typically songs, primarily aimed at promoting music albums. It employs visual means to enhance and enrich the content and emotions conveyed by the music. Lin Hao, as the choir conductor, must appear in the MV, which implies coming into the spotlight. Noticing a hint of hesitation on Lin Hao's face, Lin Nanshan inquired, "Is there a problem?" "No." Lin Hao quickly shook his head. "I was just contemplating how to manage my expressions during the recording." "That's simple," Lin Nanshan replied with a smile. "You must invest your emotions, but not too much, lest your expressions become exaggerated. The balance is for you to determine." The group nodded in understanding. "I have other matters to attend to, so I will say no more," Lin Nanshan remarked as he glanced at the time. "I I hope you all create a splendid choral performance that stands out in the National Day tribute." The group expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Professor Li Da, for your guidance. We will certainly put in our best effort." Subsequently, Li Nanshan departed with his entourage, leaving Lin Hao to focus on the choir rehearsal. Indeed, under Li Nanshan's direction, the choir became more harmonious, a noticeable improvement that Lin Hao, as the conductor, immediately recognized. The conducting became much smoother. At noon, in a high-end restaurant, Li Nanshan dined with a group of composer friends. One disheveled man spoke up. "Old Li, I heard you went to guide the earth in choral matters today. It's rare to see you so invested in someone. How is that lad's song quality?" This man was Feng Qingguang, a prominent figure in jelly entertainment. "Not bad," Li Nanshan replied nonchalantly. He asked about at the level of a champion. The Music Association had ultimately selected 3 pieces of music, with the top-ranked being the champion. "Is that true?" Feng Qingguang's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. "Could it be that the Earth Kid might outshine me?" Like Lin Hao, Feng Qingguang participated in the National Day tribute, having submitted his large choral work the previous month. "I think it's quite possible," Li Nanshan chuckled. Feng Qingguang felt a heaviness in his heart, knowing Li Nanshan's seriousness in such matters. He realized the statement was likely true. With Li Nanshan's discerning taste, he feared his own chances were slim. "Old Feng, it seems you will be running alongside again this year," someone joked. "Losing to others is one thing, but to a junior? That's a history I will remember for life. Is the Earth that formidable?" Another person exclaimed. "Everyone here knows Old Feng's work, and apart from Old Li, no one dares to say they can surpass it. Who would have thought the Earth's peace could be better? The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead." Someone remarked with a sigh, then laughed. "Old Feng, it seems your work needs more refining, haha." Feng Qingguang wore a dark expression. At this point, he was merely preserving his reputation, as the National Day tribute was an honor he had never attained. For 3 consecutive years, he had been a runner-up, continuously revising his work. He never expected to be overshadowed before the selection even began. How could he accept that? Perhaps not, he finally reasoned to himself. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Hao completed the recording, with both the music and the MV finished, without featuring any major stars. The choir members' solid fundamentals made this version more melodious than the previous one by the Chinese pop stars. It was a remarkably perfect rendition. Notably, Lin Hao devised a way to avoid being prominently featured in the MV, ensuring that the choir mainly appeared, with his face visible only in profile, at most 1/3. "I truly am quite clever," Lin Hao thought to himself with a touch of self-admiration. Once the submission of the music and MV for my country and I was concluded, the matter was set aside, awaiting the judges' results. Lin Hao exchanged glances with Ma Xiaolin, who immediately understood and gestured an okay. "Everyone, may I have your attention?" Ma Xiaolin announced through a megaphone. "Thank you all for your cooperation over the past 2 days. You've worked hard. Teacher Earth will treat everyone to dinner tonight. The time and place are XXXXXXX. Oh yeah, Teacher Earth is magnificent." The choir members erupted in cheer. In the entertainment industry, celebration banquets are a well-established tradition. They are a delightful occasion, held at the conclusion of projects such as concerts or film releases, where everyone gathers to eat and drink, celebrating the project's success. Those who thrive in the entertainment world rarely lack for food and drink, yet the celebration banquet remains the most anticipated event. This is due to the prevalent drinking culture in Blue Star, allowing choir members to openly strengthen their ties with Teacher Earth. Many artists have seized opportunities through such convivial gatherings. Lin Hao understood this principle well. He was not a person of high moral standing, nor did he reject the implicit rules. He believed in maintaining integrity. Moreover, it was only right to treat everyone to a meal in gratitude for their assistance. The celebration banquet was exceptionally lively. Ma Xiaolin reserved a small hall sufficient to accommodate all choir members, and Lin Hao extended special invitations to Tang Bin and the head of the artist department, Zhou Lei. Throughout the evening, guests approached to toast him, and Lin Hao graciously accepted each one, showing equal respect to everyone. Of course, the drinking was managed by the system. Suddenly, Lin Hao noticed Song Qingshui entering and frowned. Why is she everywhere? What he did not realize was that someone else was feeling even more troubled. Tang Bin, who who felt bitter after years of being a minister without promotion, and now suddenly reduced to a deputy position. Where could he voice his grievances? The only consolation was that this change would be temporary, and he would eventually regain his title. However, that insufferable rich second generation. What brings you here? Lin Hao asked calmly. Song Xianxia seated herself unceremoniously, her expression inscrutable. I came to raise a toast, to preemptively congratulate you on your work winning the championship. One should not strike a smiling face. Lin Hao nodded. I appreciate your kind words. After a moment of silence, Song Xianxia suddenly said, Aren't you going to toast me? Why would I? Do you wonder how Li Nanshan knew you were involved in the choir? Song Xianxia replied coolly. The composers hold a unique position within the company. Even if he highly regards you, do you think he would monitor your every move? Lin Hao felt a jolt of surprise. So, Song Xianxia was aiding him once more. Yet, he had no need for such unsolicited assistance. Thank you, he said, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go. Only then did Song Xianxia reveal a smile, taking a delicate sip of her drink, though she appeared unaccustomed to it, wrinkling her brow instinctively. Lin Hao regarded her, his expression impassive. You need not be so cordial. I have made it clear I will not agree to collaborate with you. Chapter 82. The White Jade Radish. Lin Hao harbored little affection for Song Xianxia. During their initial encounter, he had threatened her, attempting to manipulate her, and when that failed, he resorted to emotional tactics. Such a person epitomized egotism, making close association unwise. I do not compel you to cooperate with me, he stated. Song Xianxia shook her head. In the foreseeable future, you are the composer, and I am the head of the composition department. Your achievements will reflect on my performance as well. Tang Bin is already providing you with meticulous care. Do you think I am foolish? Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words. She presented reason, while he laid out facts. As Song Xianxia had pointed out, as long as he remained in the composition department of Jelly Entertainment, their paths would inevitably cross. Was it truly so difficult to lead a peaceful life? With a sigh, Lin Hao's voice turned icy. Regardless of your motivations, you must remember this. I have options beyond Jelly Entertainment. Upon hearing this, Song Xianxia's expression shifted. If her actions drove away someone as talented as him, she would bear the blame for Jelly Entertainment's loss. Such a significant detriment to the company's interests was a burden she could not shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Song Xianxia softened her tone. Rest assured, aside from our professional interactions, I will not disturb you further. I promise. After uttering this, she added a final remark. Lin Hao gazed at her intently, hoping she would uphold her word. All considered, he had found his time at Jelly Entertainment relatively pleasant. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to seek a new environment. That evening, Lin Hao returned home, reeking of alcohol. His sister, Lin Shui, was seated in the living room watching television. Upon catching a whiff of him, she brought over a cup of hot water. Brother, why did you drink so much? Have some hot water to sober up? I've added honey. Thank you, but I haven't drunk excessively, Lin Hao replied with a smile. He possessed a system that absorbed most of the alcohol he consumed, but being in a drinking setting inevitably left him with a faint scent of liquor. Mom, brother is drunk and still wants tea, admitted. Lin Shui shouted into the house. Feigning anger, Lin Hao retorted, You dare to report me? I regret raising you. Lin Shui blinked her innocent eyes. Is Xiao Hao drunk? Hearing the commotion, Song Yumei emerged. However, contrary to Lin Shui's expectations, instead of reprimanding Lin Hao, she expressed concern. Is your stomach uncomfortable? I've simmered pork rib soup in the kitchen, using radishes sent by Bozy from home. It's particularly delicious. Would you like a bowl? Radishes have arrived? Lin Hao exclaimed with surprise. Where are they? I'll go take a look. 2 days prior, Lin Wenbo had informed him that the radishes from the 5 acres of land had matured and were on their way to him. He had not anticipated their swift arrival. In truth, he had eagerly awaited this day, as he was down to just over 2,000 farm points, which caused him daily anxiety over insufficient resources. Though the symptoms were not severe, they were indeed present. Are you really that excited over some radishes? Song Yumei questioned, taken aback by her son's reaction. These radishes, sent from afar, are hardly worth the shipping costs, but they are indeed delicious. Disregarding his mother's ramblings, Lin Hao hurried to the kitchen. There were 2 large sacks brimming with radishes. Upon opening one, he found each radish to be tender and succulent, releasing moisture upon gentle pressure, igniting a sudden craving within him. System, what benefits did you say these radishes provided? Lin Hao swallowed hard and inquired. The system replied, they nourish and replenish the kidneys. Prolonged consumption promotes longevity. Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, these radishes could not simply be sold online. Initially, he had assumed they were comparable to ordinary radishes, perhaps just a tad tastier. He had planned to sell them to his fans via his 9 billion Girls Dream account as a token of gratitude for their ongoing support. But now it seemed unfeasible. The quality of these radishes surpassed his expectations, and a powerful urge to consume them surged within him. Clearly, they were no ordinary produce. However, the public remained oblivious to this fact. If he priced them too high online, it would undoubtedly draw significant criticism. Conversely, if he priced them too low, he would be perceived as a fool, jeopardizing his ability to earn farm points. Perhaps a small-scale offline sale could be a viable option? Lin Hao suddenly conceived a new strategy. These radishes, resembling white jade in quality, were likely a result of premium fertilizer. The other several dozen acres of radishes should be relatively standard. The yield from the 5 acres was not substantial, allowing him to easily manage a localized sale. With this newfound clarity, his spirits lifted considerably. Lin Hao eagerly ladled a bowl of radish and pork rib soup, prioritizing the radishes over the meat. He devoured 3 large bowls, pausing only when satiated. Whether it was psychological or not, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Hao washed the dishes and returned to his room. Sitting before his computer, he clicked the mouse and published the 4th volume of Xianxia. He had delayed this task due to his busy schedule. In truth, another reason for the delay was that his farm points were nearly depleted, making it impossible to redeem new works in the short term. He had considered putting it off, not out of a desire to tease his readers, but rather due to the constraints of his resources. Upon publication, Lin Hao followed his usual routine of logging into the blogs of his 2 alter egos to promote the release. To this day, both Potato and Earth boasted vast fan bases, their influence far surpassing what it once was. The internet quickly erupted with excitement. Potato Laojai has updated. The 4th volume of Xianxia is finally here. I bet this volume will revive Bai Yao. Readers fervently discussed and eagerly clicked to read the new chapter. Yet, the plot unfolded in unexpected ways. Xianxia fan transformed into Gue Li and even became the deputy leader of the Ghost King sect. Everyone was taken aback. However, they promptly dismissed the surprise. Readers cared little for the distinctions between righteous and evil paths. They were solely interested in the protagonist's prowess. As viewers read and commented, they were deeply moved upon witnessing Gue Li's relentless pursuit of a way to revive Bai Yao over the past decade. Xianxia fan is so responsible. He chose the right person to save. Bai Yao is worth it. Let us hope Potato Laojai shows some humanity and revives Bai Yao soon. In that moment, the supporters of Xianxia fell silent. Ever since Bai Yao sacrificed herself to block the Zhu Xian sword, their animosity had waned, replaced by admiration for her bravery. Had they been in Xianxia fan's position, they too would have spared no effort to save Bai Yao. Yet, admiration aside, they remained loyal to Xianxia. Suddenly, a comment from a netizen ignited a wave of excitement among everyone. I just realized something. Xianxia fan now cultivates the 3 paths of Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic arts simultaneously. The Ghost King has transmitted 2 volumes of heavenly scriptures to him, and combined with the overarching heavenly script from the Blood Droplet Cave, there is nothing he cannot master. Over the past decade, he has perfected his techniques and wields the soul-devouring power. I doubt anyone could rival him. Wow, that is truly incredible. This guy is terrifyingly powerful. I can't wait to see what happens next. Chapter 83. Are there any more radishes? In the realm of popular online novels, regardless of genre, there exists a singular essence. The thrill. The distinction lies merely in the contrast between mindless exhilaration and cerebral delight. A narrative lacking in moments of euphoria will undoubtedly fail to captivate an audience. In the 4th volume of Xianxia, Beyond the entangled emotions between Li Shui and Gue Li, the sheer power of Gue Li serves as a significant source of excitement, building anticipation to great lengths. Gue Li indeed fulfills the reader's expectations by annihilating the blood refinement hall and outsmarting the longevity hall, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. The reader's fervor remains consistently high. However, what resonates most with the audience is the storyline surrounding the Heavenly Treasure Vault. The reason Zhu Xian is often labeled as a romance novel disguised as a fantasy tale is due to Dingzi Ge's exceptional portrayal of emotions, making it utterly irresistible. In the arc concerning the Heavenly Treasure Vault, the relationship between Li Shui and Gue Li is fraught with love and conflict, despite their mutual feelings. Their opposing allegiances compel them to draw swords against one another. Yet, when Lu Sueki finds herself in peril, Gue Li cannot contain his emotions, risking his life to rescue her, ultimately leading them both into the depths of the Heavenly Emperor's vault. The moment their hands intertwine, countless readers display a knowing smile, reveling in the sweetness of their union. As the two prepare for marriage, the Blackwater mysterious serpent assumes the role of matchmaker. I am ready to take a stand. Xianxia fan is utterly disappointing. Why don't you embrace her, kiss her? One is a blockhead, the other an ice queen. This is agonizing. At this moment, the Sueki faction revels in their triumph. The fourth volume predominantly revolves around the struggles for the Heavenly Treasure Vault, where various factions engage in cunning maneuvers and fierce confrontations. Yet, in the end, it is the two lovers and a monkey who benefit. Gue Li and Lu Sueki jointly comprehend the third volume of the Heavenly Book, while Xiao Hui consumes the Heavenly Emperor's Netherstone. This outcome brings immense joy to countless readers. The next day, Lin Hao awakens with an unprecedented sense of vitality, feeling as if he could fell an ox with a single punch. The efficacy of these radishes is indeed remarkable, he muses in astonishment. During breakfast, Lin Hao informs his sister, "Sister, I'll need the car today. I'm taking some radishes to the company. The keys are on the table. Feel free to use them. I'll be taking the subway to work." His sister, Lin Yu, chews thoughtfully, stammering, "No need, I'll drive you to the company." Lin Hao smiles, "My work schedule is quite flexible, and I needn't worry about being late." "Then take me along," Lin Shui interjects. After breakfast, Lin Hao drops his sister off at school and his elder sister at the company, contemplating, "Once I have some funds next month, I should purchase 2 more cars, one for myself and one for Dad." Upon entering the company, he is greeted warmly by members of the choir, proving that social gatherings indeed foster closer relationships. Lin Hao carries a plastic bag containing several radishes, making his way directly to the 16th floor office. At this moment, Tang Bin is still burdened with his ministerial duties, appearing rather gloomy. Upon Lin Hao's arrival, he manages a faint smile. "Please have a seat. What brings you here?" Lin Hao raises the plastic bag with an innocent grin. "I brought you some local specialties, homegrown radishes. They aren't worth much, but you must accept them." Eager to showcase the radish's value before making a sale, Lin Hao chooses to present them to influential individuals, confident that their taste will compel repeat purchases. Such a kind-hearted boy. Tang Bin thinks, feeling a surge of emotion. News of his impending demotion to deputy minister has circulated, yet many are unaware that it is merely a trial initiated by the company's second daughter. They assume he has offended higher-ups and is being sidelined. While not entirely shunned, the warmth of his colleagues has noticeably diminished. After years of smooth sailing in the entertainment industry, he has forgotten that it is a realm devoid of sentiment, where one is either elevated or cast aside. The warmth of human connections is often only truly understood in retrospect. In recent days, only Lin Hao has come bearing gifts to console him. "You have a good heart," Tang Bin says, firmly grasping Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao departs, puzzled by Tang Bin's demeanor. What could be troubling the minister? He seems on the verge of tears. Settling back at his desk, Lin Hao messages Ma Xiulin, "Come to my desk to pick up the car keys. There are 3 gifts in the trunk. Please deliver one to Professor Li, one to the artist department head, and one for yourself." "Sure," Ma Xiulin replies. However, upon retrieving the keys and opening the trunk, he is left bewildered. Is he really giving away just some radishes? Lin Hao muses, Earth Teacher is quite naive. As evening falls, Tang Bin returns home and places the plastic bag on the table, addressing his wife. "Let us stew this tonight." His wife, opening the bag, exclaims in astonishment, "Did the sun rise in the west today? I thought you disliked radishes." "Today, I have a craving for them," Tang Bin asserts earnestly. His wife rolls her eyes, bemused by her husband's whims, yet proceeds to substitute the potatoes in their chicken stew with radishes. An hour later, as they sit down to dinner, Tang Bin stares at the meal, swallowing hard. "What is this?" "Radish chicken stew," she replies, also swallowing with a strange urge to consume it all. Yet, being traditional, she refuses to eat until her husband does, suppressing her burgeoning desire. "Let us eat," Tang Bin says, eagerly grabbing a piece of radish and swallowing it whole. His wife, breaking from her usual daintiness, digs in heartily. They devour the entire pot of food, leaving not a drop of sauce behind, thoroughly enjoying every morsel. With a sigh of satisfaction, Tang Bin reflects that since learning of his demotion to deputy minister, he has not felt this ravenous. "Where did you get these radishes?" "They are exquisite," his wife inquires, intrigued. Tang Bin suddenly realizes these radishes might be extraordinary. However, he dismisses the thought, attributing their delightful flavor to being homegrown. That night, after bathing, Tang Bin lies in bed, feeling an unusual surge of desire, his gaze drawn to his wife's alluring form. "Darling, I want." "Honey, I want too." Their passions ignite, leading to an indescribable encounter. Sated, Tang Bin reclines against the bed, lighting a cigarette, his thoughts wandering. "How long has it been since I experienced this? How long since I satisfied my wife?" Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he realizes the source of his renewed vigor. He quickly sits up and sends Lin Hao a message. At that very moment, Lin Hao is engrossed in videos of beautiful women when he receives Tang Bin's message. "Earth teacher, are there any more radishes? I'd like to purchase some more." Before he can reply, Professor Lin Nanshan, Artist Department Head Zhou Lei, and Ma Xiaolin simultaneously message him, all with the same inquiry. "Are there any radishes left?" Chapter 84. Abundant points, desiring radishes? Absolutely. This was precisely Lin Hao's intention. Why had he chosen only these 4 individuals to deliver the radishes? Firstly, due to familiarity, and secondly, because they were all affluent individuals. This latter point was indeed the crux of the matter. Although Ma Xiaolin's abilities might be slightly lacking, since he became Lin Hao's assistant, he had benefited considerably, and purchasing radishes was no longer an issue for him. Lin Heartless Merchant Hao officially took to his task, responding to the group. "I do have radishes, but the yield is rather limited, so the price may be slightly higher." As long as there was stock, price was no obstacle. He relished their audacious demeanor. Upon reading their replies, Lin Hao smiled faintly and inquired, "How many would you like?" Tang Bin, 2,000 jin. Lin Nanshan, 3,000 jin. Zhou Lei, 2,000 jin. Ma Xiaolin, 1,000 jin. Such exaggerated quantities? Lin Hao was taken aback. The yield of the white jade radish was not substantial. 5 mu of land produced only about 10,000 jin. To think that these 4 could nearly consume that amount. Yet, upon reflection, he discerned their intentions. They were not merely buying for personal consumption. They likely intended to present the radishes as gifts to others. Truly, these seasoned players of the entertainment industry recognized the value of the radishes at a glance and possessed such audacity. In order to establish a price for the white jade radish, Lin Hao had conducted some research. The most expensive radish on the market, known as earth ginseng, was priced at a staggering 130 yuan per jin, owing to its significant medicinal value. Lin Hao initially contemplated setting the price at 200 yuan per jin, considering it merely a radish. However, he now realized he had grossly underestimated the value of the white jade radish. A re-evaluation was in order. With that thought in mind, he responded, "The quantity is too large. Let's discuss it at the company tomorrow." The following day, shortly after Lin Hao arrived at his workstation, Tang Bin rushed over, his smile radiating an unprecedented warmth, bordering on flattery. "The esteemed teacher has arrived." Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement, feigning ignorance as he asked, "How did you find the radishes I sent you yesterday?" "Absolutely remarkable. The effects were exceptional," Tang Bin replied, sporting a grin that only a man could understand. Approaching middle age, he had long felt overwhelmed, yet yesterday he felt rejuvenated. Most importantly, consuming these radishes did not leave him feeling drained, unlike some stimulating medications or supplements. It was nothing short of miraculous. Tang Bin had experienced many wonders in life, but he had never encountered such a miraculous item, which explained his eagerness to purchase in bulk. Before long, the other three arrived, though Lin Hao, due to scheduling conflicts, sent a personal assistant to represent him. With everyone gathered, Lin Hao spoke, "You all are here for the radishes. I shall not conceal the truth. I had not originally planned to sell them, so I'm unsure how to price them, especially given the quantities you desire. Perhaps you could suggest a suitable price?" Having pondered the matter throughout the night, Lin Hao had yet to finalize a price. If set too high, they might feel as though they were being extorted, yet if set too low, it would fail to reflect the true value of the white jade radish. He decided to delegate this troubling dilemma to them, gauging their willingness to pay. The four exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lei spoke first. "These radishes have beautifying properties, far superior to any skincare product. I propose 200 yuan, considering the price of ordinary ginseng. 200 is too low. I had a rare, restful night's sleep last night, resolving years of insomnia. This is truly a miraculous remedy. I am willing to offer 500. Ma Xiaolin chimed in, intentionally inflating the price. As Lin Hao's employer, he would naturally advocate for a higher price to ensure his boss's profit, especially given the extraordinary effects of the radish. "I'll bid 800. Tang Bin continued to raise the stakes. No one knew how many radishes remained, or if they could be cultivated again in the future, which affected their lifelong happiness. He dared not be timid. At this juncture, Lin Nanshan's assistant interjected, "I offer 1,000, but I request that the radishes be prioritized for me." Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward him, particularly Zhou Lei, whose expression bore a hint of exasperation. She was well aware of the radish's high value, yet the bidding had been escalating progressively. How could they possibly continue under such circumstances? The notion of prioritization seemed utterly fanciful. "I'll bid 500. No one dare compete with me." Zhou Lei unleashed her full force. Having successfully subdued numerous artists as the head of the artist department, her temperament was notoriously fiery. 800, Tang Bin immediately followed suit. 2,000, Ma Xiaolin quoted, feeling the pinch. At this price, 1,000 gene of radishes would amount to 2 million. It was a considerable burden for him. Yet, for Lin Hao's sake, he still made the offer. 500, the assistant replied nonchalantly. The professor had stated that money was not an issue. The task must be accomplished well. The three others fell silent, realizing that comparing wealth with someone of such means was futile. Collectively, they could not match even a fraction of his wealth. Furthermore, any higher bid would exceed their psychological expectations. Lin Hao observed their expressions, recognizing that the price had reached its limit. He decisively announced, "In that case, I shall sell the radishes at 2,500 per gene. Is the quantity sufficient?" Tang Bin inquired with concern. Lin Hao nodded, "Do not worry. There will be enough for everyone." Hearing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Let it be expensive. As long as we can procure the goods, we are satisfied." Given their familiarity, they did not sign any formal agreement. After providing their shipping addresses, they transferred the funds to Lin Hao. Once they departed, Lin Hao could no longer contain his joy, his expression visibly brightening. "I did it. I truly did it." The four had collectively purchased 8,000 gene of radishes at 2,500 per gene, totaling a staggering 20 million yuan. This meant he would receive 20 million points in his account. Indeed, allowing them to quote their prices had proven to be the right decision, far exceeding his initial expectations by tenfold. He would never again worry about points for the farm. The immense surprise left Lin Hao exhilarated, causing his breath to quicken, an occurrence he seldom experienced. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. In his heart, he communicated with the system, "Open my personal panel. Note, seize this opportunity to lift restrictions on the protagonist. Subsequently, he will possess an inexhaustible supply of points, allowing him to focus on his art." Chapter 85. The second option is acceptable since the depletion of his points. Lin Hao had refrained from accessing the system panel for quite some time, apprehensive about confronting the unsettling number. However, he finally felt emboldened now. Name: Lin Hao. Age: 22. Lifespan: 28. Farm: 2, 550 acres. Farm points: 20,002, 423. Artistic prestige: 21, 637, 428. This was Lin Hao's latest data. With the arrival of funds, the system automatically confirmed the transaction. Over 20 million farm points were promptly credited, allowing Lin Hao the freedom to utilize them without restraint. His various aliases had all exerted their influence, leading to a meteoric rise in his artistic prestige, skyrocketing from a mere few million to over 20 million. The next milestone was 100 million, at which point additional reward from the system would be forthcoming. As for the farm, he had recently transferred 5 million to Lin Wenbo, who immediately expanded production by leasing an additional 550 acres of land. Once the crops matured, a substantial influx of points would follow. Everything was progressing steadily. Nevertheless, the events of today served as a cautionary reminder for Lin Hao. What seemed like ordinary, even inexpensive items within the system, such as the white jade radish, merely enhanced with premium fertilizer, held an irresistible allure for the common folk of this world. Otherwise, few would be willing to pay an exorbitant price of 500 yuan per gene. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent for Lin Hao to reserve the system's products for personal use, avoiding any careless dissemination that might disrupt the equilibrium of this world, potentially leading to adverse consequences. With Haobo Agricultural Products Company at his disposal, he would not lack for farm points in the future. The following 2 days passed in tranquility. On the evening of the 30th, the Music Association unveiled the various rankings for September. Lin Hao, however, primarily focused on the new song chart. The Wind Rises topped the chart with an impressive 34.96 million downloads, securing its position as the #1 new song of September. Miracle reappears, despite its late release. Surged to 8th place due to its collaboration with the Giant of Light, amassing 6.41 million downloads. Huang Yu placed 38th, while Yang was girlfriend, Xiao Ke, was at 42nd, and even Su Rue, a classmate, made it onto the bottom of the new song chart with 1.04 million downloads. On the evening of the 15th, a celebration ensued. Huang Yu's 4 years of hard work finally bore fruit, rendering him elated to the point of inebriation as he rambled incoherently throughout the night. Lin Hao also partook in the festivities. During dinner with his roommates, he refrained from utilizing the system's functions to cheat. Feeling dizzy, he returned home, washed up, and fell into a deep slumber. While Lin Hao slept soundly, others were wide awake. After midnight, various artistic domains announced the selected works for the National Day tribute. Countless night owls were active online, eagerly anticipating this exhilarating moment. Finally, the clock struck midnight. Many flocked to the official release of the rankings, scrolling through the list, while music enthusiasts hurried to the music section. This year's musical entries remained at 3. Following tradition, the top-ranked work was announced first, with subsequent releases every half hour to honor those ranking higher. Everyone was taken aback when the music section revealed the top entry. Song, My Country and I composer, Earth lyricist, Earth performed by Jelly Entertainment initially. The audience suspected a mistake, but after rubbing their eyes, they realized the truth. The comments section exploded. No way. Earth. Am I seeing this correctly? Isn't Earth just a young artist known for pop songs? His work has triumphed over numerous esteemed composers in this National Day tribute. This is outrageous. The disbelief was palpable. 2 blockbuster songs had acquainted the majority of music lovers with Earth, yet witnessing his work ascend to the pinnacle of the National Day tribute music section was still astonishing. Countless individuals rushed to download it, bypassing even a preview, their curiosity reaching astronomical heights. Feng Qingwang was among them. However, his intentions were somewhat unique. As one of the esteemed composers at Jelly Entertainment, he had also submitted a piece for the National Day tribute. During a meal, he had overheard Li Nanshan lamenting that his creation had lost Earth's. The bitterness had lingered in his heart. Yet, when the rankings were revealed, that bitterness morphed into resignation. The Music Association's judges were undoubtedly fair. If Earth's work secured the top spot, it must possess exceptional merit. However, Feng Qingguang was eager to discern where he had faltered. Thus, he promptly downloaded and played the track. The prelude was tranquil, but after a brief moment, it transformed into a lively tune, and the main verse commenced. My country and I, inseparable for a moment. Wherever I go, I leave behind a song of praise. I sing of every mountain, I sing of every river. It was a choral piece. Feng Qingguang was not surprised by this. What intrigued him was the song's departure from the traditionally bold and resounding style, embracing a more sentimental approach. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. Yet Feng Qingguang sensed there was more beneath the surface. Otherwise, it could not have claimed the top position in the National Day tribute music section. He replayed it from the beginning. This time, he finally discerned the distinctiveness. The song deliberately downplayed the conventional chest resonance typical of classic anthems, opting for a mixed technique that utilized 80 falsetto, complemented by breath pulse vibrations of 6 to 8 Hz per second, transforming national narratives into whispered confessions. This alone rendered his defeat justifiable. Previously, no one had ventured down this path. Patriotic songs have been increasingly fervent and jubilant, yet never had there been such a gentle, narrative approach. The lyrics mirrored this sentiment. Lacking extravagant rhetoric, they nevertheless exuded poetic imagery, depicting the nation's landscapes in a manner that evoked profound love and pride within the listener. The straightforward language was imbued with deep emotion. Earth had forged a new path. Feng Qingguang took a deep breath and continued listening. My dearest country, I forever cling to your heart. You speak to me with your maternal pulse. Upon reaching the chorus, Feng Qingguang gasped in astonishment. Once again, there was an unconventional approach. Traditional patriotic songs often build a grand, passionate atmosphere through escalating volume, expressing boundless reverence and strength for the nation. Yet, Earth adopted a contrary method, reducing the volume at this juncture. The brilliance lay in this restraint, reflecting a novel understanding of emotion. Not all patriotic sentiments necessitate a grand expression. Sometimes, the sincere feelings and reflections buried deep within require a softer, more introspective presentation. This approach established a subtler, more delicate relationship between the grand concept of a nation and the tender emotions of the individual. In that moment, Feng Qingguang was utterly convinced. Although the song was yet to conclude, he had already submitted to its brilliance. With his heart unburdened, he mused, if the first place is lost, it is lost. The second can be accepted. Chapter 86. The Paradigm Revolution of Vocal Performance, The Peace My Country, and I shatters the conventional expectation that patriotic songs must gradually intensify to evoke grandeur. Instead, it presents a restrained beauty, showcasing a more introspective, tender, and uniquely expressive form of patriotism. This innovative approach captivates not only Feng Qingguang, but also the audience. In the artistic realm of Blue Star, even if listeners cannot dissect the song with the same depth as Feng Qingguang, their appreciation remains profound. The melody is undeniably appealing. Unlike traditional patriotic anthems, this song unfolds with a steady rhythm, revealing a subdued yet resolute strength that resonates deeply with the heart. This represents a fresh articulation of patriotic sentiment. The emotional restraint and subtlety draw listeners in, making it no surprise that the Music Association has crowned this piece as #1. Music enthusiasts eagerly share their opinions, but the strongest reactions come from within the music industry. The emergence of this new talent, Earth, is indeed remarkable. While it is common for new artists to achieve accolades, it is unprecedented for someone to be selected for a National Day tribute so soon after debuting and to be awarded the top spot at that. Many in the music community are left astounded, never anticipating that an artist could ascend to such heights, surpassing numerous established composers and industry veterans. Previously, many regarded Earth simply as a composer with a knack for pop songs, perhaps possessing a touch more talent than others. Such individuals, albeit rare, tend to surface every few years amid the vast population. However, the situation has changed. The Music Association's chart stands as testament. When dawn breaks, countless people across the nation will witness this list and remember Earth, marking a true rise to fame. In the wake of astonishment, analysts delve into the song's composition. My Country and I fuses traditional ethnic instruments with modern orchestration, preserving cultural essence while exuding contemporary flair. Harmonically, the piece resides in the warm and bright key of F major, characterized by its elegant and dignified melodies. Rhythmically, it maintains a lively and cohesive 6/8 time signature, lending a buoyant and lyrical quality. The melody aligns perfectly with the cadence and intonation of the lyrics, creating an exquisite synergy. The use of simple yet compelling melodic lines facilitates both choral singing and performance at large gatherings, aligning seamlessly with the preferences of the music association. The harmonic treatment further accentuates the main melody, enriching the song's texture and depth, resulting in a refreshing and fulfilling auditory experience. Even some seasoned composers express their astonishment. This unconventional approach of gradual diminishment defies the unwritten rule that main melodies must crescendo to fortissimo, reconstructing the relationship between nation and individual through vocal restraint. This is indeed a revolutionary shift in vocal performance paradigms. Another intriguing aspect to note is that the entire composition adheres strictly to the Fibonacci sequence. The exposition, 34 measures, and development, 21 measures, sum to 55, which, when combined with the recapitulation, 33 measures, forms the golden ratio of 0.618. This structural beauty of the golden section enhances auditory comfort, while the whispering, heartfelt confessions contribute to its irresistible charm. Truly remarkable. Within the composer community, attention has now turned to earth. The excitement is not confined to online discussions and industry chatter. Jelly Entertainment is also in high spirits. After all, Earth is one of their composers, and his achievements bring them pride, particularly among the choir members who are elated. 80% of internal forum posts revolve around this topic. Earth is incredible. Earth is magnificent. Initially, some felt that Earth was too stringent during auditions, but it turns out he was aiming for championship status. Thankfully, my skills were commendable enough to secure my place. Earth is truly a powerhouse. I am envious beyond measure. Earth possesses the prowess of a seasoned composer, but lacks the eccentricities often associated with such figures, propelling the team forward in silence. He is undoubtedly the best ally, and I am determined to stick close to him. However, the most delighted of all is Tang Bin. Earth, having been nurtured under his guidance, brings accolades that reflect on Tang's own accomplishments and enrich his professional portfolio. Furthermore, Earth's presence enhances his influence within the company, enabling him to negotiate the retention of his position as head of the composition department. As these thoughts crystallize, Tang Bin grows increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this plan. Earth has become the company's prized asset, and given their harmonious rapport, a sudden change in personnel could introduce uncertainties that the higher-ups must consider. Thus, this matter holds significant potential. Tang Bin, a decisive individual, promptly submits a report to the upper management. In stark contrast to the jubilance at Jelly Entertainment, the atmosphere at Big Orange Entertainment is rather dismal. In recent years, Big Orange has experienced rapid growth, seemingly positioning itself among the top 5. In pursuit of solidifying this status, the company has been exceptionally active, with their recent trifecta of victories during the back-to-school season being a testament to their aspirations. Yet, this momentum has been disrupted by the unexpected rise of Earth. What was intended to be a lesson for Earth in the October charts has been thwarted by the news of his selection for the National Day tribute. Consequently, Big Orange has adjusted their strategy, dispatching their top composers to seize victory in the National Day tribute and simultaneously overshadow Earth's burgeoning prominence. Yet once again, their plans have failed. Earth has claimed the crown. Su Ning, the head of the composition department at Big Orange, finds himself troubled, yet he lacks immediate solutions. As the fervor surrounding the National Day tribute continues to escalate, a netizen's discovery ignites the atmosphere. Everyone look, My Country, and Iha's an accompanying MV. And Earth seems to make an appearance. Countless curious individuals rush to witness the spectacle. Here it comes. So many people. Where is Earth? One user claims to have a cousin working at Jelly Entertainment and provides credible information that the conductor of the choir is indeed Earth. making his first appearance at around 2 minutes and 30 to 40 seconds into the video. Everyone scrambles to seek that moment. Earth's hands are long and delicate, precisely the hands of my dreams. I adore them. However, the camera fails to capture his face, only revealing the area below his neck. A comment floats by, and no one pays it any mind. As the MV concludes, viewers realize they have been misled. Earth never truly revealed himself. Throughout the video, he is predominantly seen from behind or only partially shown, with the most revealing shot displaying no more than a third of his profile. What is this? A glimpse but not a full reveal? Chapter 87. A grand undertaking countless netizens felt as though they had been toyed with, unable to refrain from venting their frustrations through typing. Who is spreading false military reports? This individual must be toxic, leading me to experience a fleeting sense of joy for nothing. Step forward, and I assure you, I will not harm you. The photographer deserves a reprimand. It seems that the enigmatic Earth, unwilling to reveal itself, has a photographer from Jelly Entertainment who possesses considerable skill. With such a multitude of peculiar angles, the video manages to avoid appearing jarring, which is indeed commendable. Regardless, we have at least caught a glimpse of the Earth. Although expectations were dashed, the netizens were not excessively irate. After all, the composer has always been a mysterious figure, preferring to remain out of the limelight. One would assume this matter would conclude here. However, certain media outlets began to spread rumors, publishing attention-grabbing articles. The Earth has revealed itself. The mysterious man with his back to the masses is, in fact, the Earth. What does the Earth truly look like? Leveraging the fervor of the National Day celebrations, these articles reached countless individuals, and the excitement surged. Within mere minutes, they soared to trending status. But all who clicked on them found their hopes utterly crushed. Just as everyone was preparing to berate the unscrupulous editor, the official list for the National Day tribute was suddenly refreshed, redirecting everyone's attention. It was now 12:30. The updated works on the list represented the second place in each artistic domain. Feng Qingwang clicked open the page immediately. Yet again, disappointment washed over him. The updated music column did not feature his work. Song, I Love My Country composer, Sam a lyricist, Xiaobai performer, Daiju Entertainment. Feng Qingwang felt an urge to go mad. Conceding defeat to the Earth was one thing, but how could Samu's work surpass his? Holding such thoughts, he began to play the song. As the prelude began, he frowned. The sound was grating. Upon reaching the main melody, he barely heard a few lines before he scoffed. It was insincere, contrived. The moment the chorus struck, he further pursed his lips. Once again, it was a stale melody. After the song concluded, Feng Qingwang criticized it mercilessly. Yet deep down he understood. He had lost. Sam's composition introduced an entirely new instrument, the bianzhong, bronze bells. As a national treasure, each performance of the bianzhong is a significant event. Although Sammy utilized a replica, its impact was undeniably stunning. More solemn, more grave. The moment the bianzhong resonated, the sounds of ancient times seemed to connect with contemporary life. This was a reverberation of civilization from a land of millennia-old rituals, undoubtedly rendering the significance of National Day more tangible. The comments section erupted. Wow, isn't this the bianzhong unearthed a few years ago? I didn't expect Samu to create a replica and successfully incorporate it into the piece. It's beautiful. No wonder the ancients said, the harmony of bells and chimes is the sound of heaven. This truly expands one's horizons. Have you noticed? The quality of this year's National Day tribute music is significantly higher than in previous years. First, the Earth broke tradition by revolutionizing vocal performances. And now Samu brings us a grand show with the bianzhong. I am eagerly anticipating the third piece. Feng Qingwang scowled as he scrolled through the comments. No matter how much he wished to deny it, the facts were laid bare before him. Whether it was the Music Association's rankings or the audience's feedback, the addition of a new element, the bianzhong, had elevated Samu's song to new heights. Were it not for the Earth's unconventional approach in presenting a new form of patriotic expression, Samu's song might very well have claimed the top spot. At that moment, Feng Qingwang finally recognized the chasm between himself and these two individuals, a profound sense of loss engulfing him. Nevertheless, as a seasoned composer, He possessed a resilient mindset. Soon, he regained his composure, muttering to himself in consolation, "If I lost first and second, then so be it. Third place is still within reach." However, this thought was swiftly shattered. At 1 in the morning, the official list was refreshed once more. The work ranked third was still not Feng Chengwangsong. Slumped on the sofa, his eyes vacant, he lamented, "Let it all be destroyed. I am exhausted." The following day, Lin Hao awoke early to an influx of messages congratulating him on his song winning the National Day tribute. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he still felt an overwhelming sense of joy at this moment, for this was a prestigious honor in the realm of music. Flipping through the various National Day tribute works, the pride he initially felt dissipated. The pieces on the list were all remarkable. To say nothing of it, the music ranked second, "I Love My Country," could easily rival his own work, making Lin Hao's blood boil with excitement. Indeed, one must never underestimate the talents of others, he thought cautiously. Stepping outside, Lin Hao was taken aback. His father, mother, sister, and even his sister, who usually loved to sleep in, were all seated neatly on the sofa. Their eyes were fixed on him, their faces beaming with undisguised delight. "Son, come here." Song Yumei beamed. "I was afraid of disturbing your sleep, so I didn't call you. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I was so excited." Lin Hao sat down, stating, "While I'm happy, I still need to rest properly." "Not at all, dear. I'm not tired in the slightest. This is truly a matter of great pride for our family." His father, Lin Gang, proclaimed, his face brimming with pride. "Brother, you are incredible," Lin Shui exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, gazing at Lin Hao with admiration. "Xiao Hao, hurry and wash up for breakfast," Lin Yu urged. "To celebrate your victory, I personally cooked today." At breakfast, Lin Hao's bowl was filled to the brim. "So, eat some fish. It's good for your brain." "Xiao Hao, have some beef." "Brother, I peeled some shrimp for you." Amidst his family's enthusiastic treatment, Lin Hao felt rather unaccustomed as he finished his breakfast. Upon arriving at the company, another scene unfolded. Nearly everyone he encountered, whether familiar or not, greeted him warmly. Lin Hao, not one to be cold, reciprocated each greeting with a smile. Yet, by the time he reached his workstation, his smile had begun to stiffen. At that moment, Tang Bin rushed over excitedly. "I have good news for you." "What good news?" Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. "I no longer have to resign from being the head of the composition department." "Isn't that great news?" Tang Bin exclaimed, "Lao King heartily." Now, he was flourishing in both career and love. Truly a picture of happiness. "That's wonderful," Lin Hao replied with a nod. The departure of Song Qing Shui was indeed a boon for him. While she hadn't affected him significantly, her presence could have embroiled him in unnecessary controversies. He preferred a tranquil life. After sending everyone away, Lin Hao sat before his computer, his expression becoming exceedingly serious. With an abundance of points at his disposal, it was time to embark on a grand undertaking. Wishing everyone a joyous Lantern Festival. Chapter 88. The Brainwashing Anthem before embarking on a grand endeavor. Lin Hao needed to organize his available resources. Currently, the warehouse still housed some remnants from his previous exploits with the system, 4 songs and 3 short stories, all awaiting the right moment for release. The short stories could wait, but the songs could be recorded immediately. Upon entering the recording studio, Lin Hao was well acquainted with the 4 songs in the warehouse: Little Apple, the most dazzling folk style, Love for Sale, and Roping the Horse. These songs were notorious brainwashing anthems that had once swept through his previous life. Perhaps it was the system's wicked sense of humor at play. He decided to begin with Little Apple. In his past life, few songs could claim the widespread recognition that Little Apple enjoyed, reaching from toddlers to centenarians. It was undeniably a phenomenon. With the National Day celebrations approaching in October, ordinary songs struggled to break through the prevailing influence, making Little Apple a strategic weapon in Lin Hao's arsenal. After replaying the song in his mind to capture its essence, Lin Hao sent a message to Ma Shuling. "Please contact Wang Damao and Xiao Bing from the artist department and see if they are willing to record a song." Wang Damao and Xiao Bing were members of the choir. During the last election, Lin Hao had taken note of everyone's vocal abilities, knowing that those who remained would possess commendable voices, thus saving time in future recordings. Little Apple was a duet, and Lin Hao wished to honor the original composition. He chose these two not only for their vocal harmony, but also because they were both adept at dancing. If Little Apple had a captivating factor of 10, the addition of dance would elevate its allure to a staggering 100. The combination of mesmerizing music and enchanting choreography spelled absolute triumph. Wang Damao and Xiao Bing were among the latest batch of idol trainees at Jelly Entertainment and often spent time together. On this day, during a break, they sat conversing. "Do you think we will debut successfully?" Wang Damao asked, his voice laden with apprehension about the future. It was no easy feat for idol trainees to debut. It required extensive training and multiple assessments before they could officially perform on stage. Xiao Bing chuckled lightly. "Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Why overthink? We need to pass the class division exams first before we can contemplate anything else. It would be wonderful if teacher Dichio notices us. That would guarantee a successful debut, and we'd start from a high point." "Such good fortune is rare," Xiao Bing replied, shaking his head. "Besides, teacher Dichio has recently released 3 songs of exceptional quality. There is no way any leftover material would be allocated to us." "What if?" Wang Damao persisted, unwilling to concede. "There is no what if." Xiao Bing was firm in his judgment, asserting, "With so many members in the choir, how many do you think teacher Dichio can remember?" Sighing, Wang Damao felt a wave of disheartenment wash over him. Suddenly, the practice room erupted in commotion. The two glanced up to see Ma Shuling entering, instinctively rising to their feet. Everyone knew that Ma Shuling was teacher Dichio's assistant, embodying his will, yet he had never visited their practice space before. Could it be? Exchanging knowing looks, they understood each other's thoughts. "I wonder which lucky soul has caught teacher Dichio's attention?" Wang Damao remarked enviously. "Stop envying others," Xiao Bing replied. "We must fortify our own skills. Don't place too much hope in others. Remember, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment." But in the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment as Ma Shuling approached them. Seeking solitude, they had chosen a corner of the practice room, where only the two of them were present. This indicated that Ma Shuling was indeed looking for one of them. Heartbeats quickening, Wang Damao stammered, "Xiao Bing, this." Xiao Bing, too, felt his earlier calm dissipate. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Damao, regardless of who is chosen, may we not forget each other in times of prosperity. May we not forget each other in times of prosperity." Ma Shuling stopped before them. "Hello, Wang Damao."